about it. I have my own channel on Rumble. I'll turn on the Rumble and we can have a chat about it if they want to make it somewhere where...
Yeah, I'm not afraid to talk about it. It's just I'm following the rules of the server. I've been told by high upper management we don't do that, and I'm not doing that.
Yeah, so check this out, man. In this room, we got to keep the decorum of this room specifically. I can go to live stream 2, turn on my Rumble, and then we'll be live streaming on Rumble and have a religious chat. I can do that. That's why I created Rumble, so that I can have different chats in that.
And that's awesome.
I want to have in that chat.
Yeah, I want to have all kinds of chats.
Do that. I don't mind. I mean, I just got a shitty phone, man. So like my shit's fucking fucked up.
All right.
But yeah, it's just like I don't have any other channels on here. So like if I have just this channel, I guess you just have to add me or something because I don't know how to work.
Let's see. You got VC verified. So yeah, I think. Do you see live stream number 2? And do you see chill chat? Their voice channel in the server. I can go to live stream
where we are now.
Yeah, I can go to live stream number 2. Sorry, AJ, you go on.
I was just saying, he's only new here, so like on Discord, I was just saying if he looks below where he is now, where his name is in the chat, like in the box on the left, if you scroll down, you'll find live stream 2 voice text and live stream 2 voice.
Is it underneath the... Okay, I smell what you're stepping. All right, thank you. Live stream 2.
I don't click it now. Jeez.
He's in, he's keen. Are you going across ether?
Oh, I'm here.
Are you going to live stream 2?
Yeah, I'll hop down there.
Okay, you guys want to go now? Is that right?
Well, I don't know if this guy's going to actually join in and discuss this with us.
B Dreams dip. He left. Or whoever is B Dreams. B Dreams left.
Nah.
But that's what I thought that's who we're going to talk to. B Dreams.
Yeah, I thought that we were going to try and get it, but there's no point in jumping down to the live stream too if he's not going to.
Yeah.
He. I don't know what direction they're supposedly changing to, so I can't. They want to whatever. I don't know. They left. Whatever.
Definitely he or she.
Yeah, but I don't know what direction because I can't assume. So they.
Mayhem, if somebody wanted to come in here and debate virology on live stream 2 to Rumble on camera, is that possible?
I want to do it as much as here's Jim, I don't know if you know my style, man. Like that's why I created the Rumble. And so whoever goes to my Rumble, we're going to have all kinds of different chats. It ain't just going to be regulated to just flat earth, but at the same time it's all about truth. So we're not going to leave truth.
Yes. So in other words, live stream 2 Rumble is kind of like open topic, huh?
Pretty much, or chill chat. We go to chill chat because chill chat, I know for sure we can get on cam. We can have a live face to face, which is the way I really want to have these discussions.
That would be awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. I got a message.
Can we get back on topic?
I'm sorry.
Can we get back on topic?
Can we get back on topic?
Like back to flat Earth? Isn't this meant to be the flat Earth?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Am I in the wrong?
Yeah, you're in the right place, man. We're just hashing out server things, so it's just a bit of moderation that's happening. That's all. But we can definitely get back on topic.
All right.
So back on topic. Well, I was waiting for you to. You said give you 10 minutes because I wanted to talk to you. I haven't spoken to you, KFC, which is and Jim. We can do that later if you want, but there's no sense if nobody wants to talk about that.
Oh, it's all cool. Topic. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So go ahead, KFC. Can you tell us what brought you to the server? Like what link brought you here? Did somebody give you a link to come here?
I actually saw it on Rumble.
Cool. Was it my channel or was it the other channel that Hilo Skeptic has?
I'm not 100% sure. I can't remember.
Okay. And so what is your position on the topic of the server, KFC?
I'm just more sort of interested, just in seeing what the other side of the argument is. I'm not too well versed in exactly what's going on.
And which side is that? Because I don't know what side you're on. So you have to kind of give me your stance first, and then we'll figure out.
I've lived my life as a glober, and that's how I've understood the world. So I'm trying to see this from your perspective, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah, excellent. I don't mind. Like, I think the more curious you are about it, it's what we encourage in here. So, so you're right now of the mind that the Earth is a globe. Is this correct? You just want to.
Yes.
Okay. Definitely. We do want to talk about that with new people. And so, first of all, I'll do this, right? Because I want you to feel as comfortable as you can with your direct questions being directly answered. Is there any direct questions you would have to ask us in the panel here? And we'll directly answer them. We won't Gish Gallop. We won't say anything. We just want to answer you directly. Any of them. Okay. Just think about any question you might have.
You could fly all the way across the world. How would you sort of explain that situation? Like people flying.
Okay, yeah. Give me an example. Give me an example, KFC, of a location. 2 locations, if you don't mind.
2 locations.
Yeah. Point of origin and then destination. That's all I would ask for you to tell me.
I see where you're going with this. That's
sure.
I guess Australia and America.
Oh, yeah, you picked a doozy, didn't you? So, well, this flight, I don't know. We have to look to see if there's any one-ways. I don't know if there's one-ways. There might be several stops. I don't know. Somebody could chime in on that. But if it's several stops, yeah, go ahead. Does anybody have any logistics on that to see if it's a one-way, or is there any one-ways there, or are there several stops?
Did somebody say Australia to the USA?
Yeah.
Well, if you go Australia to, if you go Sydney to San Diego, you have flight stops in L.A. and DFW, Dallas Fort Worth. So why would you be able to go, one way from Australia to Dallas Fort Worth or L.A. and just do that without having to continue on to San Diego? So the answer is obviously yes.
Yeah, straight one way. So yeah, it's definitely achievable. So what
happens if you just kept flying forward?
I'll tell you what. On that flight, how much drop do you negotiate?
Yeah, I was gonna tell him. Well, go ahead, Eli. You go
on. Sorry, I don't quite understand that.
I know you got people tend to, they hear questions from others. They think those are good questions, but flying level is not a problem on a level horizontal surface. The question is, if you're flying level, then how much drop do you have to negotiate, seeing as that the floor is falling away from you?
No, but I'm asking, like, if you just kept going straight.
Yeah, if you kept going straight, you just go straight over the level surface.
That's never a flight plan for a pilot, though, KFC. A pilot's never given that's a hypothetical. A pilot's never given instructions to do such a thing. That's a very redundant way of thinking. So you have to actually plan something out as if it were going to be something you could actually test. So saying that doesn't validate what you're thinking in your mind. You'd have to present a scenario that's actually relatable to something that could happen in reality.
So, but what? Okay, then maybe
That's why I told you, KFC. That's why I told you. Remember, when you speak of something, especially when it engages with logistics, talk about point of origin to destination and many stops that would have to incur along the way. I'm trying to give it to you where it's as relatable as possible, not hypothetically possible. Because in a special hypothetic position,
can I give you 2 examples that aren't hypothetical?
But it has to be relatable to reality. So something you can actually do. Okay.
Well, like what about? So, did you see when the guy jumped out of that? It was like the Red Bull space drop, and he fell.
Yeah,
So you
it was, it
want
was a,
from
to
space
change?
to Earth. I can't.
So you want to? So
yeah,
you
it
want
was
to
a
change?
gondola
Hold
from.
on, hold on, hold on. So you
Okay.
want to change the point of conversation?
Yeah, I'm not. I'm just trying to think of an example that isn't a hypothetical.
Yeah, yeah, but that has nothing to do with.
Oh, okay,
Right,
I'll give you another example that's more in line with what I was saying before. There are people who have sailed a boat around the world and then arrived back in their original destination.
Okay.
So how?
What?
Yeah.
So it's called circumnavigation, isn't it?
Sorry, do you want to explain that? I don't understand.
It's called circumnavigation.
Okay.
Circumference of a circle. A circle
Yeah.
is not a sphere. In case anyone didn't know.
So in the both instances that you're using a pilot or a mariner, right? Doesn't matter who you're talking about, traveling over the Earth. What information can anyone gather that they're traveling over a geometric shape, KFC? How can you view this as in this is good information to talk about when you're traveling over a geometric shape? What is it that's telling about traveling over a geometric shape? Because I know you posed the question, right? But I want you to kind of engage with this critically. Like, how can you think about it actually, traveling over this geometric shape that you think could be the thing that you live on? Like, what can be done? What information can we garner from this?
That's a hard question, I guess.
Well, and I want you to think about it, right? Because it's me and you are having this discussion in this room, and we have to think about how this is possible that someone knows some information that they're traveling over a geometric shape.
Someone knows they have. What about like satellite navigation and that sort of thing?
Well, let's really quickly not jump away from what I'm saying here.
Okay, sorry. I think I misunderstood.
Yeah. Can it be done? Like, do you think it can be done that you can ascertain the information that you're traveling on top of a geometric shape by just going from point A to point B on any place on Earth?
And sorry, but if it's flat, it's still a geometric shape, no? Or am I misunderstood?
No. Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Because we're not traveling over a specific geometric shape. We're just traveling over the Earth. There's a special connotation to saying that you're traveling from point A to point B on a geometric shape, because the shape would then be denoted on any type of navigational course. You'd have to be able to negotiate this geometric shape. You'd have to correct for it. Let's say you have to correct for it. It would be another factor of traveling versus just going from point A to point B. It'd be a factor. Yeah. You'd have to factor it in to the travel distance. You know what I mean? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like,
I'm not super across.
All right. So if you're flying across the Earth without any geometric consequence, right? So there's no consequence to flying over the Earth if it's not geometric. Like, there's no shape. If it's a flat plane, you're just flying over. Like, think about your room, right? Just want you to put an image in your mind. If your room on the floor is a flat floor, right, and you walk across it, there's no thinking that you're walking around a ball, right? Let's just put that as an example. So there's no geometric consequence. You're just going straight across, right?
But I'm on a flat surface.
Right. So now when you think of the Earth as a flat plane, right, and you're traveling over that flat plane, you're not going to think about a geometric consequence. There's no negotiating around a specific shape, right? So this is the same mentality I'm having you to think about when you're considering traveling a long distance. You'd have to be negotiating around a geometric shape. Whatever that shape is, you'd have to be negotiating around it, or at least factoring it in your travel plans. Does this at least make sense from the standpoint if it was a specific type of shape, it would be a factor within travel?
Then can I follow it up with so I think I understand what you're saying, and I think I understand how it could work from, like, let's just say a logistical perspective. But then what would your response be to, like, surely people in government or in different industries would kind of know about this, and what would your answer to that be then?
Right. So then everything would be taken into consideration in the fact that we'd have to put this information in our travel plans. So regardless if that's, like, say it was a collusion between people that were in the industry, we'd have to still figure out if we're factoring it in our travel plans. So anybody, like I'm telling you, like a pilot or a mariner, they would have to factor it in their travel plans, that they're going to negotiate around a specific geometric shape as a part of their travel plans. They'd have to insert that, like, well, we're going to negotiate around X amount of curvature, let's say on a globe, on an oblate spheroid, right? And so during that time, we're going to be going across the Earth, this X amount of drop or whatever the case is, but you'd know that they would be factoring it in their travel plans. But this is kind of the weird part. You would see that pilots and mariners are trained that they don't have to do that. They actually practically use the Earth as a flat and stationary plane. I don't know if you knew this or not, KFC. They're trained to assume that the Earth is flat and stationary.
I like through using maps in which the format is two-dimensional. Is that what you're referring to? Something like that?
No. They're trained as in when they're preparing to take courses in any industry, they're taught that overall the Earth is a globe, right? That's what they teach. Overall, the Earth's a globe, but you're treating the Earth practically, like when you're using it to navigate across, as a flat and stationary plane. So what I'm telling you is basically truth, right? This is how they're teaching them. Just treat the Earth as it's a flat and stationary plane for practical purposes, right? For navigational purposes.
Yes.
But in reality, it's not. It's a globe. But just for the sake of you traveling. I'm not kidding you on this, man. There's in their handbooks, right? The pilot's handbooks, they're taught that.
Is there something like it? Has that got something to do with gravity though, or something? Or like just
well, listen, like whether or not that's the case, KFC, like if that is the case, right? It's regardless of the fact that they're still being taught that they're on a flat stationary plane assumption. Like they're taught to assume practically that to navigate across the Earth, they have to assume that it's a flat stationary plane. So it makes it easier for the pilot to not bring in the factors of the globe. So this is how the people
like when you say it's in the handbook, is this something that you've kind of looked into yourself? Like there is an actual handbook that
in the handbooks that they're being taught, right? The pilot's handbooks, they're being taught to practically use the Earth as a flat stationary plane. These words are even in there, black and white. It's there.
Okay.
But what I'm telling you is like
your argument is that you're
No. Wait. I just don't want to. I don't want you to paint me in a different light. I want you to see that it's an assumption that they're being told to practically use the Earth as a flat and stationary plane. It's not that they're saying, "Oh, it's only flat and stationary." They're teaching them that way to practically use it as a flat and stationary plane. But they are still saying that it's the globe, right? So it's not like they're giving them the whole kit and caboodle about being flat and stationary. They're just teaching them to think of it like a flat and stationary plane. I just want to make sure that gets across. Like, I'm not saying that they're saying that it's flat and stationary, but they're telling them to treat it that way.
Do you 100% think we're on a flat Earth, or are you just
100%? Yep, 100%. Yep. There is no doubt in my mind.
Okay, that's interesting. Well, what is your evidence or demonstrable evidence just through your experience, like just through living and seeing how the world presents itself? Or
sure, I don't mind talking about it. But like I said, I'm going to answer you directly because I think it's fair for a new person to be answered direct questions. But then if I turn it back around to you, would you answer me directly? I don't mind answering your question, KFC. Okay. So how do I know? Well, it's pretty simple for me, right? When I first came into this, there was a video that popped up on YouTube, right? Usually a lot of people come through. What I say is like whenever somebody sees something provocative, you're kind of curious, right? Like everybody gets that way. Well, I saw a video on YouTube that was saying that Bruce Lee says that the Earth is flat with water. And it had like a funny little thumbnail on it. And I was just kind of intrigued. I was like, what the hell is this, right? So I just wanted to click on that video and find out what they were talking about. And I think It was Eric Dubay's 200 proofs or whatever the Earth is flat, and the guy that was making the video was talking about water and how it's always lies flat and level on its surface. And I was thinking in my head, well, how is that possible? We live on a globe, right? Like, I mean, because the globe, water conforms to the exterior of a ball, you know. So I was like, that's not even. I couldn't conceive of it. So the video went into more of like bodies of water, right? Large bodies of water don't curve to the exterior of a geometric shape, and it was just talking about different things like that. And they were telling us like on the video, and you know, I was like looking at it, and I was just what intrigued me the most is that water on its surface, it doesn't curve. Like there's no curvature to it at all at any given size. So like let's say you take it to
What about if you look up into it? But don't you see curvature when you look?
Do you want me to, KFC? Do you want me to finish? Like I'm just going to tell you what I. Not unless you don't want to hear my anecdotal testimony, which it's up to you.
Okay, well, you're presenting your evidence. I'm just curious, but yeah, if you wanna keep going, that's fine.
It's up to you. You can jump in now, and then you might miss something that I was going to say, but it's up to you. You can talk. Go ahead if you want to talk.
I just feel like I keep going for a little bit, and then maybe I'll jump in. So yeah, just keep going.
It's up to you, man. Like okay. So basically, when I was looking at this video, they were taking it from like a small scale, like a swimming pool, and they bumped it up to like a pond, a lake, an ocean size. But then I was thinking, okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That you're saying flat, water's flat, but I don't have any evidence that it's flat. What if it's curving slightly? Just like the question it sounded like we're going to ask right now. You know. That's because you don't know the size of the planet that we're on, right? So I was asking the redundant questions usually people ask when they come into this. And so for me, it was like, okay, now you guys have to provide evidence that the Earth is flat because I know it to be a globe. But I had backwards thinking. I didn't know it at first, right? So when I was coming into this, I was like, yeah, you guys are going to have to prove it to me. So the questions that I was asking, you know, because I was thinking about it when I was watching the video, it's like they haven't gotten to the point where they're talking about the shape of the Earth, because once they get to that scale, that's the scale where things get curvy, right? That's where it becomes a globe. Water becomes a globe. And so I was thinking the whole video is going to have to answer that for me. So I was waiting for the penny to drop, you know, so that I can understand for sure that they have an argument. So I kept thinking in my head, like, okay, I know on the small scale, it looks flat and level on its surface, like on the small scale, but we're talking about a large geometric shape here. We're talking about super huge, something that's outside of where I could see the Earth curving, right? Because locally, it's where I'm at on the surface, it looks like it's flat and stationary. But how do I know if I get higher up in elevation, it's going to change or conform to a globe? You know, because this video is talking about something that sounds practical. I get it, right? Water does look flat and stationary from the surface, but I'm thinking like, you know, well, you know, you raise an elevation, you're going to find out that it's not, right? Because it's going to turn into a globe, and you're going to see that water does curve. So the thing about the water example is that it would have to start to curve. Not that it's not curving, but it would have to start to curve at some point. The deviation would have to occur on some scale for me to measure, right? Like I have to go out into the field somewhere and be able to measure this drop at any point, right? That would make sense to me.
Well, what about in my mind, perhaps a demonstrable example would be a ship sailing off into the distance, and you see its mass disappear progressively as it goes beyond the horizon.
Right. So it's the isn't it the hull of the ship first? But anyways, the thing that starts to disappear, right? You have to start to question, like, yeah, that could be something that we can look at, but I'm not looking at anything disappearing. For me, the only thing that I was concerned about was the convexity of water. I want to know if water is curving, because I don't care about what things are doing in the distance. I don't care. I want to know, does water curve? Because if water curves, that solves the problem. I don't care that anything that could be happening on top of water, that's irrelevant to me. I need to know if water
Wouldn't
curves.
gravity sort of hold it in place, sort of thing?
Right. So we're getting down. We're drilling down into like my anecdotal testimony or reasoning. Right. My journey.
Okay.
So then,
I'll let you.
so you know what I'm going? Like I'm going with it like anybody would when they first come into this. We're asking the same questions like you are right now, and I'm like, okay, I'm not stupid. Trust me. And it takes a while to get one over on me. So when I was looking at this, I was like, okay, we're going to have to figure this out somehow. Somebody's got to show me something that I know that there is curvature to this globe some way. So I was looking for that evidence. I was like, as soon as I heard this guy saying flat level water and there's no convexity, I was like, the thing that I wanted to search out, I didn't care what anybody said. I don't care. Somebody could tell me that boats are doing this and planes are doing that. I was like, I don't care about that. I just want to know if water curves. That's it. Once I found out water curves, I will then use that to make sure that it will solidify my position that the earth is a ball, right? That's it. Well, my search began after the video. I clicked out. I was pretty upset. I was like, this is bullshit, dude. Like, I'm not going to take this stupid video into consideration until I find out if water curves. My thing was, I don't care what happens.
What do you mean by find out that the water curves? Can't get my head around that.
Okay, so right, so there wasn't any
mile squared, a drop from your position. If you live on a curving surface, then every point away from you would be curving away from you. So that's what we're talking about. There's no measurement of that. There's no evidence of that. There's nothing in the way of that.
Right, which is what made me go crazy, KFC. So what Elijah just told you right now, I started my journey there. I didn't start anywhere. I didn't talk about planes traveling or boats disappearing. I didn't start there. My only main concern was because water was going to be my vehicle, which I was going to debunk these flat earth people. The flat earth people were talking about water being flat. I was like, this video is pretty stupid. And I saw a bunch of people were giving out comments that they're already talking about the flat earth when I saw it. So I was upset. I was like, this is dumb. I'm going to find some evidence from some very intelligent people that water does curve at a very large scale. Maybe perhaps not in the scale that we can see right away, like at the immediate scale, but in a larger scale, the grand scheme. So my search began. I was going to find out how it curves, right? So I came across some information. I came across a meniscus, which is like in a beaker, right? In a small little test tube. Water does take a convexity and convexity, concave and convex, both forms. And it just depends on what liquid you put in there. It's water's concave and I think mercury is convex. There's certain liquids in a beaker that change. And I was like, well, I'm going to use the water droplets, they're curving also. I can take a look at that. Well, I know the cohesiveness of water, the water bonds, that it has when it's in a small form. So I was like, okay, so how can I use this to actually talk about curving water? Right. So I started to build my platform on how I'm going to bring the case forward. Right. But from the small scale, the very tiny, minute scale, I understood water can have this cohesion or adhesion, depending on if it's touching another surface, it would have this specific type of reaction, to whatever it's around. So then I was like, well, it just can't, adhesion and cohesion, they're great, right? And so is meniscus. It's great to talk about these things on the small scale, but I cannot scale up. Like every time I started to scale up, like a bathtub or a sink even, a swimming pool, water started to go flat on its surface. And I wasn't able to bring my argument beyond the small scale. So once I started to realize...
But what's the scale? What you'd need? Like, can you actually mathematically figure out what scale you would need?
8 inches per mile squared.
We're talking about the scale from the globe perspective, which is what Eli just gave you.
Okay, all right, cool.
So the grand scale, right? This is the scale that I needed to take it from the very minute scale up into the grand scale, which is the Earth. So I have to have a strong argument from the bottom up. That's because I like to build my foundation on my arguments. So I looked into, like I was telling you, like the meniscus. I looked into cohesion, adhesion. I looked into how water bonds, and these things made sense to me. So I was like, okay, I need to take this up to the next level where the scale becomes visible on a larger surface of body of water, right? So once I tried, my attempts were, it took me a while, like maybe a week or so to investigate this. By the second week, my eyes were burning red. Like I was staying up late. I didn't want to give up. And I was looking and looking and looking and looking. And I could not, there was not one single intelligent person. And I looked everywhere, in universities, peer-reviewed studies, nothing. It was all calculations. It was all just like, there was nobody out there that went and did the work. I looked into Alberuni. Like there was certain individuals who did things, but nobody measured the surface of water and its convexity.
How did you measure it?
To my dismay. No. I'm talking about my search for somebody actually that done that. I wanted to see who's done that. Like I wanted to find the person or people, intelligent people.
How would you even do that though?
Well, that's what that's what was my question, KFC. That was my question. You're actually saying something. That's my question. I wanted to ask these, type in this Google search, and I'm telling you, I searched high and I searched low. My searches came up empty. The only thing because there wasn't really anti-flat earthers at that time, people who stood against the argument, there was only that the earth is a globe and via calculations and all that. And so when I started my journey, there wasn't really opposition, as in like people coming against this. So I was pretty much dismayed at that point. I was like, are you kidding me? Are you telling me that all this whole time I thought water was curving and there's nobody talking about it? So I was infuriated because I was like, I've been hoodwinked into thinking that the earth is curving because of water. So water itself broke my understanding of like the earth being a globe, because it cannot be if I needed to find the smoking gun. There wasn't anything that could tell me, because NASA pictures were like, okay, so you got ISS and all that looking at the earth being curving. I was like, that's great, because that side of the argument is the earth's a globe and it's a foregone conclusion. It's already known it's a globe, right? I know that. I want to know how water curves. So I didn't want to stop until I found the answer. But like I said, at the end of 2 weeks,
I don't understand how you just write off the NASA pictures, for example.
No, I didn't write it off. See, what I'm saying to you is that if they're showing me the Earth's a globe with curving water, then I need to find how water curves. Do you understand my journey? It was like everything that they're showing me, I'm like, yeah, that's great. I'm happy that they're showing me images and videos, but I don't need more people telling me what the Earth is from that standpoint. I need someone to tell me how water curves. So I was determined to find this information out. Determined. Like, you don't know, like when I get determined with something, I don't stop. So for 2 weeks, after that, I remember the moment, like I sat back on my chair and I was just thinking about it. I was like, fuck, dude, like this, are you mean to tell me this whole time? Like, it was the aha moment, right? It was the actual penny dropping for me. And I got up pretty upset from my chair. I opened the door to outside. I looked outside. I was like, this earth is flat. Like, I remember saying that because I was thinking, like, I couldn't find any information to validate the earth with curving water. Curving water to me, because they were telling me on the videos, because when I was searching throughout the time that I was searching, earth is mostly 70% water, and the percentages kind of vary. It was like 72% water, 70% water, in the 70 percentile, right? It's more water than it is land. And they were always saying that. I was like, yeah, that's great. But I need to know all this water, how it curves. Like, somebody please show me something somewhere. And so, like I said, at the end of that, the aha moment came along, and I was outside. I walked around for a little bit just contemplating.
And so you didn't actually measure it.
It's not able to, listen, I want to say it this way, right? It's not able to be measured as curving water. KFC, if you don't believe me, it doesn't matter. Like, that was my journey. It's not able to be measured
No,
as curving.
I'm not.
So-
I'm not disrespecting your personal
No.
journey.
Yeah,
Or
but what I'm
experience.
It's
what
I'm
used as
just.
a
I'm
horizontal.
questioning it
Used
from a,
as
like
a
the evidence
horizontal
perspective.
surface. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Like it,
Yeah.
the thing that we're supposed to be measuring curvature for is actually utilized as a horizontal surface to measure vertical angles off of. So
Right.
there's a contradiction in the logic there.
It is definitely contradiction to logic, which is I came across these types of arguments within the context of like finding out if water curves. So to me, I didn't care what anybody said. I only cared about, like, I'm the kind of guy that I care about results. You can blab to me all day about images, pictures. I need you to tell me the method in which water curves. So I was looking for the method, right? Show me the method, how water is curving on this earth. And then once that is done, I will then use that information to go and show people that they're wrong and it is.
I feel like that's a fallacy in some
No, it's
form.
not. It's not a fallacy because
Because
the claim is that it's not a fallacy because the claim in the first place is that water is curving 8 inches per mile squared.
Not based on measuring water though. Their claim is formed from other means.
Quite specifically because the surface of water is the only even surface. They claim that it's curving with the surface of the earth.
Yeah, there's no topography on
it
water.
just is implied though, I think, isn't it?
No, it's
you
not
can't-
implied.
Hold on, time out. It's about to get ridiculous because your mind is doing whatever it's doing. I don't know. Maybe you're not listening hard enough. But if you have a straight line distance between 2 points and there's no curvature in the way of that, there's no curvature. So if I see that's like somebody saying, there's a Ferrari right outside my house. Look at this picture. And I walk up to their house, or look at this live stream of me with a Ferrari in my driveway, and I don't see no Ferrari. Am I supposed to believe that there's a Ferrari in that driveway because I saw a picture, or is my observation telling me that there is no Ferrari in there? So, like we're saying, there's no drop over distance to be observed anywhere. The problem is, the claim is that there's drop over distance. Prior to 2020,
and your claim is that you can't measure it though.
Prior to 2020, before the anti-flat earthers, all they talked about was drop over distance. There are earth curvature calculators all over the internet that we used to verify that it was a globe. Turns out it's not.
And trust me, I looked. So I don't want anybody telling me that there is somewhere somebody saying this, because there isn't. I don't care where you look. In academia, in some old book in a library somewhere, I don't give a shit, dude. I looked everywhere and I asked everybody. And I was doing that for at least a couple years into this.
But you're overlooking all the other evidence that's
what
available.
Evidence? Like the only thing that KFC, the only thing that somebody needs to provide evidence for is how water is curving, because those NASA pictures that you said, what about NASA? Yeah, that's great. Somebody shows you, like Elijah's saying, somebody shows you a Ferrari, but how do you know they got it in the garage? Like, there's no method by which you're testing this.
Right,
so that's
can
what
I
I
ask
wanted.
you then?
I wanted the method.
By your logic, where is the center?
Not logic, practical means.
Okay,
nothing. Like, you're trying to provide a logical argument that there's no practical means to. You're trying to provide an argument that is unfalsifiable. That's the problem. None of us did that here. Miggy didn't do that during the entire time he was talking to you. There's nothing illogical about anything he said.
No, I didn't. I never said anything.
It's illogical. You know what a fallacy is, right? So there are forms of fallacies. Like, there's formal logical fallacies, like begging the question. There's informal logical fallacies, like strawman. Okay? So if you think that he committed a fallacy, you're going to have to use the formulation of his words in that fallacy. Which one was it?
I just feel like there's a bit of...
that sounds like the beginning of not an answer to the question. I'm sorry. Because, hear me out. You said it seems not logical. Therefore, and you also said it sounds like a fallacy. Which fallacy was it? Use
Yeah, yeah.
Miggy's words in the form of the fallacy that he used for us to go, okay, you got me. Do you think that's fair or not?
I don't fully
Because
understand
I
what
don't
you're
want to.
saying,
I
to be
don't want to
honest.
get your words misconstrued. But when you use words in here, we're kind of sticklers for definitions.
Okay, I retract. I retract my statement. I don't think I
So if
called
you
him
retract your
illogical.
statement, it's like the crux of your rebuttal
Uh,
is to deny what Miggy said. And you said it sounds like a fallacy, but if
no,
it's not
okay.
a fallacy,
Listen,
if
I,
it's not a
I'm
fallacy,
happy to move on from that. To be honest, that's fine.
well, we can move on. But if the crux of your issue is that what Miggy's saying isn't correct, and you're saying, well, okay, I can't say that, so let's move on, then that makes everything that Miggy said valid. We already know it's valid because he's talking about practical means and practical use case. So where do we go from here? Back to pictures, evidence. Miggy's just going to ask you again because you're going around in a circle.
Well,
Logically,
let me just ask you one final question. Where
okay.
is the center of the Earth? Because
No
you
one
have
knows.
to look at
No one knows.
how. But how could you not know if?
No one knows.
I feel
You're
like
gonna
if you
say
mapped
where
out
is it,
all of
and
the
we say,
flight
hold on.
paths,
If you say where's path mark, and I
right?
say I don't know, why would you ask me? Why wouldn't I know? That doesn't make
He's
sense.
answering you directly, KFC. He's answering your question directly from what you asked. So he's giving you a direct answer to your question that you were asking. And if he's saying that, then it would be you'd have to
So
follow up and
can I
say,
ask? Can
Because
I
somebody would have to know where the center of the earth is.
yeah,
Okay, so then
okay.
wouldn't that
Well,
be evidence, right? Where is it?
so my issue here is I feel
Let's not move on. There's no issue yet. You asked a question, right? Like, because we're getting into the we're getting, for some reason the conversation is like you're being combative when you're saying things that we are just trying to respond
so
to,
you
and you
keep
keep
cutting me off,
changing,
and
and
like
you
I don't
keep.
even get a chance to put my story forward.
All right, so if I give you 1 minute or 2 minutes or 5 minutes to speak, is evidence going to be somewhere in there?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So, well, I've got sort of. I feel like this is practical, practical way of looking at it. If
You
you
know what practical means? Because the practical way of looking at and a method of
okay, sorry,
practicality
no,
is two
this
different
is
things.
just okay. This is evidence that because you guys were talking about flight paths before, and
I wasn't
you were
talking
looking
about
at,
it. You brought it up.
I brought it up, yes, and then you guys started looking up flight paths, and you were saying it's all about the destination and the navigation.
No, I
Yeah,
don't.
there's
I don't
no
think you were
drop that's
listening.
being negotiated. That was the
That,
direct answer to that question. That's why I
right.
said
That
about it
was
becoming circular, because that's what we started, and we asked you, well, where's the drop being negotiated? If an airplane is flying level, that's horizontal. So if
Yeah,
an airplane is
no, but
flying horizontally, and the ground beneath is curving away from you, then the further you go, the higher in altitude you would get. But that never happens.
but what would it look like if you had a map of the Earth and you put
What do you,
every flight path in existence? You know, every single.
why is the map the
it
standard
would
here for
look
you?
like that government website that you could use to look at all the flight paths.
Yeah, but why is
So,
the map a standard, KFC, for
But
you?
well, because in my
but it
mind
doesn't
you would
even matter.
see.
There's a website with that very thing.
Yeah,
What's the
could you
point?
look? Can we have a look at it?
Look at what?
Where is that website?
All right, give me a second.
What are you implying here?
Well,
That looking at a
let
map
his
is going to
mind go
tell you?
let his mind go where it has to go.
Yeah, I just want to ask him that question while he looks for his information. What is a map going to do for you anyway? Like we're going to stare at a map and then all of a sudden the Earth is a globe?
I don't know. I just want there's a point I just want to make. it's my final point. I'm happy to sort of put it to bed. Otherwise,
Can we ask you some questions after you ask us this one?
yes, 100%.
Okay, thank you.
Of course. Is someone else trying to find the global flight path?
Oh, I'm not. Like, it's not my claim. So
That's right.
No.
I'll find. I was just wondering.
well, you know
But
what?
you're not.
Let me.
But
just
what?
open
But
a
what is
time
the
machine and go
method?
back to
What's the method of inquiry though? Like once we have these we know that there are flight paths. For God's sakes, I'm sharing flight tracker to the chat. The question is, what next? What's the method of inquiry?
I want to show you first, so I have something to refer to.
Okay, so you're gonna show me a method of inquiry, or you're just gonna show me what we've already seen?
Sorry, I'm not too
What's
sure,
your
but let me
epistemology?
hold on. Let me just.
Epistemology being a method of inquiry to knowledge,
I
the way that
understand.
you
I
go
know.
about. Oh, okay. So, is there going to be that at the end of your point, or are we just going to be
I hope
looking at?
so, but maybe I don't know. I'm not as well versed.
I'll give you a shot.
as you guys, so I'm just I'm just
I'll give you a
curious.
shot. I provided the best I could right now. That's real time flight tracker, so you should be able to find whatever example you want in there.
Okay, so I'm trying to find. Sorry, give me 1 minute. Sorry, guys.
No problem. You got good energy today, Mayhem.
Yeah, I'm just waking up. Dude, I still need to put a video up. I got tied up with family things yesterday, so I wasn't able to collaborate.
I figured.
All right, I'm just posting an image into the chat. Sorry, 1 second.
I don't think you can do so in live stream voice text unless you have perms for it. Yeah, you could send it to me or Elijah.
Yeah, that's fine. I can send a link. Sorry, I can just send a link to the image.
Okay. Live stream voice text.
Is that working? Oh no, it says up. Sorry, hold on. How the hell do I do this? I'll just send this Google link. It should have the image.
Okay.
That's a hell of a link. Okay. Any one of those?
Sorry?
Yeah, okay. So what about these?
The one at the top. So this, let's say this is a map of a flat Earth. How would you explain the lines that go off
It doesn't look like a map, so where's the map legend?
Sorry?
This isn't a map.
It doesn't look like a map. Where's the map legend?
This is just an example of a map that I've sort of seen. Like this has to exist, right?
It's not a map.
It's not a map, dude.
I mean, I'm just because it says map. You know, there's a word. The word is called misnomer. It's things that are named something that isn't the description of the word. So you're saying that this is a map. It says flight path map. This isn't a map.
Okay,
that's a cartoon, bro.
What about? All right, I understand that. So you're saying the map is, it's a bit abstract.
All of these images are more flat than anything. Look at the curved path.
So how does it work with
line?
Seeing like different constellations in different parts of the world, or is that like what?
You're jumping. This is called Gish gallop. It's a logical fallacy. You're Gish galloping away from this point to another one.
I'll have to remember that one. Gish gallop.
Yeah, sure. You can look it up.
But honestly, there's no legend on here. Like this is none of us could use this to navigate, to do anything but look at and say this is a map. What use is that? It's not a map.
All right,
but
so
it's but the pilots, like, they are getting directions to fly whichever way, and this kind of the image
Yeah,
that I've
there's
seen.
a coordinate. There's a what's it called? What's it called? Shit. Well, I know they use Euclidean geometry. I know that they use the XY coordinate system. Which, guess what? The X is on the horizontal plane and the Y is in the vertical plane.
Yes,
Like I alluded to before.
2-dimensional, right?
Yeah, but over the horizontal plane, just because you have a horizontal plane, mathematics doesn't mean that the Earth is 2D, right? But they use this coordinate system to go from point A to point B because of the angular relationship between
But they would
the world and
jump.
what we travel.
So I agree with you, except for one point. So I think, from what I understand, you're saying that they travel anywhere within XY sort of range, but you could go from, let's say, 0, 10 to 510 by just going the other direction, if you understand what I'm saying.
There's no going left.
0, 10, what do you mean?
He was trying to say go left off the map and then you'd Pac-Man over to the other side or something. That's not the flat Earth map.
Yeah, well, can you explain that to me? Sorry, you seem to understand what I'm talking about.
There's lots.
Circumnavigation.
I posted in the chat a bunch of maps. I just want to highlight how there is no one true map of the world, but people will pick one of these maps and go, well, this must be the flat Earth map. What happens when I go left? I get this question a lot.
Yeah.
That's not
real quick. Yeah, real quick. I wanted to highlight, because we use a lot of logical fallacies in here, but I do want to just talk about just the definition so that you can understand. When I said something for the listening audience. Okay, we can come back to the point, but I just want to tell you the Gish gallop that you tried to do just a while ago when you want to go to another question. It's overwhelming and introducere. I'm pronouncing that incorrectly. With as many arguments as possible, without regard for accuracy or strength of the arguments. This is especially disingenuous with the interlocutor is not allowed to interrupt and address the arguments. As a formal debate or in writing, the spectator unfamiliar with the strategy, you guys know that word? Interlocular inability to accurately respond to all the claims is in the given time is fallaciously seen as a win for the Gish galloper, or appears to lend credibility to the arguments when made in the fact that it does not.
No, that's okay, but I retracted it instantly. I said that's okay. That's
no. What I'm saying is that if it gets committed again, I think the mind right now is trying to look for a way out of this this argument that you're going to be talking about currently. It's going to want to keep making you.
I just feel like we got to a point where we weren't going to agree on that specific topic, so I was just thinking about maybe looking in a different direction.
I just want to go back to the point. Yeah, okay. I wanted to introduce this to you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think CB was gonna.
Sorry, we get this question a lot. It's almost like in school, my teacher had a chalkboard with a bunch of different maps on it, like 5 different maps you could pull down. And like what people do is they pick one of those and they're like, well, that must be the flat Earth map. So how come when you leave California and go left, what happens? And that's not necessarily the layout of the Earth. So like I showed you in the chat there's tons of different maps, and a lot of these are claimed to be globe maps.
Keep going left. What happens?
There's no going left. Like Elijah told you, that you just go from point A to point B. Think about this. Basically what you're asking. How do you go from point A to point B on a flat Earth? Well, you just kind of point in that direction and head there. Going left isn't really a direction in reality.
Yeah.
So that's why I afforded you flighttracker.com. What Creation Bear just said is the answer to your question, supported by flighttracker.com. You're trying to create a theoretical scenario that has no use case.
But it is also
No,
logical from a globe perspective as well.
the only reason for that argument is to, in a hypothetical situation,
No, I
talk
disagree,
about
but
if
I
someone
do
is.
understand the point to point argument, but I don't agree
Did
with.
you say you disagree?
Sorry.
Did you say you disagree?
I understand it, but I don't agree with it. I would say.
What don't you agree with? I just told you to go to Flight Tracker and prove me wrong. What Creation Bear just said. What else can we do if we can't do that? I mean, I already know it's not a real scenario, or you could just give us a real scenario instead of us just imagining it, because we know practically what people do is different from what the example or the question you're trying to raise. Like, and this is a problem because people have been listening to anti-flat Earth rhetoric for what 7, 8, 10 years now. And it's hard to go, well, no, I want to it's hard to understand when you just want us to answer the question. It's like, but we're telling you, look at the question. You're asking us something that like, what exactly are you asking? Could you use Flight Tracker to say, look at this flight right here. This is what's going on. How on earth could the earth be flat? In the same way that we're saying, okay, this is this flight right here. Okay, this plane is going 1,000 miles, which means that there's miles and miles of curvature or drop that the plane would have to negotiate. That's an actual argument. But saying, how do you go from point A to point B? The answer is, well, look at Flight Tracker. It's going to give you point A to point B along a longitude and a latitude, and there's no fallacy there.
Look at the chat, bro. I posted another map. Of course, just so you keep in mind, there is no one true map of the world. There's tons of maps, as I just posted above. Some are triangle shaped, some are Batman shaped. These are, so just if you look at the map I posted in the chat, does that maybe clear up your question a little bit more?
Sorry, I'm just looking at it now.
Yeah, here's more maps too to kind of wrap your mind around. These are other maps. These are more maps.
Hold on, just relax, because I think I'm looking in the wrong chat.
Live stream voice text. Ken, the researcher, you're hot micing. Can you please put yourself on mute, please?
Apologies.
I can only see Elijah posting. Sorry, I think I'm not very good with Discord. My apologies. Okay, I see now. Sorry, thank you. Okay.
I just pick one. Which one do you want?
So if you were to fly from, like, I think you could do this, right? Sorry, let me just give you an example. So starting at Australia, if you then fly to South Africa, right? Is everyone looking at a map? Sorry.
Yeah, but just keep in mind that you don't actually navigate on a map. You navigate through reality. So, you can't take one map and go, well, this must be how it is. We're trying to show you that there's lots of ways to represent the Earth.
Do you use Google Maps to get to somewhere, for example?
No, that's not the question.
Use Google Maps over Apple Maps.
The question is, do pilots use these things? Do mariners use the Google Earth? Is that what they're using, KFC? So you're posing a question to people here who are not using this as their profession. Have you asked those who use it as their profession if they use Google Earth? Are you asking those guys that? Is that the standard by which they navigate, KFC? Please answer the question.
They definitely.
Can you repeat that? I was just looking at the maps and the stuff everyone's
All right,
posting.
so just listen to the words that I'm saying. Do pilots or mariners use Google Earth to navigate across the Earth? Yes.
I'd say, well, not Google Earth specifically.
You'd say, do you know? Do you know or not? Do you know or not? Be honest. No. That's not the KFC. No, I'm sorry. That won't suffice. For the intellectual honesty that you should provide here, it's either if pilots and mariners are using Google Earth or not. It's either yes or no. Be honest with the chat.
Okay, well, I'd say, with Google Earth
Be honest
specifically,
with
I'd
the
say
chat.
no.
Okay, you wouldn't, or no, or you wouldn't know, right?
Well, Google Earth specifically, no. It's not in real time, to my understanding.
All right. So no, that wasn't the question. I'm asking, do they use this Google Earth to navigate across the Earth? Pilots and mariners.
Oh, are you talking about Google Maps? Sorry.
No,
Yeah,
you presented
originally asked about Google Maps, and then it got switched to Google Earth.
Well, Google Maps is something different than Google Earth, because you did say Google Earth, right?
No. I think
originally he asked about Google Maps, but it got switched over.
Google Maps. Do pilots and mariners use Google Maps to navigate across the Earth?
I'd say they'd use some variation of it. Oh, well, no, I'll say I don't know.
Either you know or you don't know.
You're right. I don't know.
You know or you don't know.
You're right. I don't know. That's a good point.
Okay,
I don't
thank
know.
you. Thank you. And being intellectually honest here, it'll get you a long way.
I did give him the answer, though. They use an XY coordinate system, regardless.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just
true.
being honest. Just being honest in this chat.
Do I know that to be true? Yes, I do.
Okay.
Even if it was,
I feel like we're I think I have to concede this point to you guys, because I don't think there's any way I can argue around this XY coordinate logic that you're working with.
Well, it's just being honest with yourself, KFC. That's all it is. Just be honest with yourself. If you don't know the information, just say, I don't know. Like, to me, I think I'd respect that more than you trying to attempt to make some argument out of it when you don't know. It's just being honest.
Okay.
That's it.
No. Okay. Sorry. I was initially confused by you saying Google Earth. I wasn't entirely sure what you were getting at. And then when you went to Google Maps, I thought about it. I'm like, okay, I understand what you're saying now. And I conceded.
Okay.
Like, even if we were on a globe, Google Maps isn't the layout of the Earth. So,
yeah, that's fair.
There is no. That's the key point here. Is there is no one true map of the Earth, regardless of whether you're a globe earther or not.
But that would still not be the standard by which pilots and mariners use to navigate. That's my thing, because it was being asked in this forum, like, oh, how would you do it if you navigate across the Earth using Google Maps or Google Earth? Google Maps is what you probably said, but I'm saying in a profession, is this what they use? And so if you don't know, just say I don't know, which is like you were honest about that. That's all we're asking.
That's cool, man. That's cool. I'm happy to move on from that. That's cool.
Sure.
So before we move on, so again, it's called the Cartesian coordinate system. Like there's no way around this. Like when we say, well, we actually utilize the surface as a horizontal surface. Mind you, a globe doesn't have a horizontal surface. There's no orientation on a sphere.
Is it Cartesian? Was it Descartes? Does it come from Descartes? Cartesian.
So yeah, I don't know, Eli. You want to follow that up? Because I do want to ask you a few questions. I
guess it probably does.
Okay, I was trying to learn
something new every day.
Let me take you through some points real quick, KFC. Because now that you've asked enough questions, I do want to ask. Remember, you said you were going to be honest with these questions that I'm going to ask you. Okay. So let us engage with these questions, and then this exercise will help you kind of elucidate some points, whether you know that you live on a globe or you just believe that you do, and it'll help you. All right. So there's 3 questions. The first one, it's either you know or you don't know, and you can say I don't know, right? So the first question is, who has directly measured the curvature of the Earth with drop over distance? Anytime in history.
Can you just tell me what drop over distance is? Sorry, because I don't understand.
So on a geometric shape, right, like a sphere, the consequent of having that sphere would be that you'd have a radius, diameter, and circumference. Would you agree with me on that? If we live on a sphere or a spheroid?
Yes.
So geometrically, we would define it with a radius, diameter, and circumference. So on the surface of that geometric shape, right, on the spheroid that we're on, that means that from point A to point B, any point B on the surface there'd be a drop over the distance of point A and point B. Do you agree with that? On a spheroid. I'm only talking about a spheroid right now. That's all.
When you say a drop, you mean like a visual drop or like a
okay?
Like
so
actual
think of a basketball. Think of a basketball.
Look at the
elevation.
Elevation change, which like your fingers on top of the basketball, right? Like on the top of it, and point
Yes.
B would be anywhere else on the basketball.
Yes.
Would there be some drop over the distance where your finger on top of the basketball to the other finger would be?
Yeah, I guess my traditional understanding would be that gravity gives the illusion to us.
No, we're not talking about gravity at the moment or the Earth. We're just talking about the example of a sphere.
Okay, all right. In your example, yes, I agree, and in the example of the Earth, I also agree. Yeah.
Right. Drop over distance. It would be the consequent of the geometric shape, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the question, I'm going to say it again because I think you might have lost the plot. So the question that I'm asking is, who in history has measured the curvature of the Earth with drop over distance?
I guess no one. People have probably estimated the circumference of the Earth.
It's either you know or you don't know.
But why couldn't you just figure that out through measuring the circumference?
I'm asking you a question, sir. You said you were going to answer me directly, right?
What was your question? Sorry, say your question.
Yeah, I know. Okay, answer me directly, please. Okay,
yes,
don't attempt to try to know if you don't know. All right.
Okay.
Who has measured the curvature of the Earth directly with drop over distance?
Okay, and with that specific thing, I would say no one.
Okay, and so if that's the case, I'll move off to the second question. Okay, because you don't know if anybody has. All right, so the second question is axial rotation, the Earth spinning on its axis. So for this question, I'm going to bring some context. They're telling us that the Earth is spinning around on its axis at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, or it's said to be so, right? So my question is this: who has directly measured the axial rotation or the spin of the Earth to be whatever they're indicating it to be anytime in history with any device, with people or person that's done?
Yeah.
This? Can you direct me to the method by which it has been done?
To be honest, out of everything you've mentioned, I'd say this one I agree with the most. I don't know if we can with absolute certainty measure that.
Oh, so you know or you don't know, KFC? Because
I don't know. Sorry.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Sorry.
Thank you, sir. So the third question is that the Earth is said to, and I'm going to bring some context to this question. They're telling us that the Earth is in the vacuum of space. So adjacent to the vacuum of space, this Earth, which has the breathable air that you and I breathe, is at 14 psi or 14 pounds per square inch, right? That's the amount of pressure on the surface of Earth you and I are breathing at the moment. So if we're saying that the high pressure system of the air that you and I breathe is set to reside next to the low pressure system of the vacuum of space, then we have to realize that without a container, this would be not possible. So, and the fact that we have an open system, right? An open system with the Earth being a globe where the energy and matter can transfer back and forth from the ecosystem and out into the an outer space or the vacuum of space, then how is it possible that we have this high pressure gas that we are breathing without a container? So how do you have gas pressure without a container?
And you don't think anyone has answered that? Because I don't know the answer.
No, I did. If you know the answer, that's wonderful. We'll get into it. If not, then you can just say simply, I don't know.
I don't know.
Okay, so let me just go ahead and summarize the summarization of the three tenets that would prop up the Earth being a globe to be verified as a globe, I should say. Which the three questions would pose is that the Earth that's a globe spinning in the vacuum of space is just a blind belief that you have currently. It's not substantiated by any verifiable information. So these three questions I've posed to, and after I summarize, I just want to let you know, I've posed to everybody intellectually from the most common to the most intellect. and we're talking PhDs, sir, astrophysicists. I've even given these questions, and I have it noted on my channel. They don't have an answer to these questions. So not just that you don't know, the guy that you would say, well, I'm not a scientist, they know. I've asked them and they don't know. That's on record. That's on record.
You're not going to lie like this, but those questions I don't think lead to any obvious conclusions. They just show that I don't know something.
Right.
And then
the conclusion that no one knows, sir. That's the conclusion.
But then how do you know that it's flat then? By that same logic.
Well, right, but you just finished saying that it's not a way for me to derive that I know. What I'm saying is no one knows the answer to these questions.
So you don't know if the Earth is flat or a globe?
No. The Earth being a globe is a fairy tale, is what I'm saying. It's a belief. It's a blind belief that everyone has. Not just you, KFC. Everybody. It's a blind belief everyone has had, like thus far that I've talked to. And I've talked to thousands of people. Thousands. I've been doing this for 8 years, KFC, and the question itself has not been answered by the many people that I've spoken to.
But there is no answer.
Exactly.
But that doesn't mean that it's not answerable in some. Like,
well, why not? Why not? Where's the answer, and who has it? Who has the keys to the knowledge that I'm asking these questions that are withholding this answer? Because I've talked to all sorts of intellects, all sorts of common people.
I would say that your evidence of this being a flat Earth is equal, at least, to the evidence of the, that you're saying is missing from.
We haven't got there yet.
We haven't got there yet
at the moment.
Yeah, I haven't even begun to tell you what we like from our.
Hold on, it's like how they say men and women are different. Globers and flat earthers are different too.
Okay.
I'm just showing you right now that the answer for these questions are not sufficient to validate it. And I'm showing you that because perhaps you think that it is a globe, and whether you blindly believe it or not, it's not. I don't care. I just want to expose the fact that there is no answer to these questions, and so you understand that it's a blind belief that everyone has because there isn't an answer. Who has this answer? You tell me. You point me to the guy who's going to give me the answer to these questions, and bring them into this chat if they are willing to do so. And answer my questions. That's all I'm saying.
But that's your question, specifically, so you're arguing that because nobody has measured drop over distance, that means that it's impossible.
No, I'm saying it's a fairy tale. I'm saying it's a fairy tale. It's a fairy tale that whoever the agenda is that we're being taught that the Earth is a globe. It's a fairy tale. It doesn't comport over to reality. Therefore, there isn't an answer to the questions that I'm asking. So, because of it being a fairy tale, we can actually go upon the Earth and see what it actually is, self-evident to you and me, versus turning to, like, let's say somebody in academia and say, well, how is the Earth a globe? Well, radius, diameter, circumference. And they don't give us the context of going out into the field and testing for what it is. They don't tell us how to do that because
what about them flying up? What about them flying up into space and taking a photo?
That is a story you have been sold, my good man. You've been sold a story, and with images and videos, just like a movie, right? They can embellish it. So the embellishments that they give it have been given to you, and you've fallen for it hook, line, and sinker, just like everybody else on Earth has.
Hold on, why? Who is making
the motive? Right, the motive behind the agenda is still a mystery to everybody. But we understand something very clear from this, whatever they're doing, the evidence, right? The evidence of it is that it's controlling people's minds to the agenda that the Earth is a globe. So whatever the case is, you believe blindly that the Earth is a globe, no matter how much you want to say that you don't. And so, because you've been indoctrinated at such a young age, it's really ingrained in your I guess identifying, like how you identify as somebody who thinks the Earth's a globe and all that, like because you think smarter people have figured this out. But I'm trying to tell you that those guys whom you might think has the keys to that knowledge, they're bankrupt as well. They're not going to tell you that the Earth is a globe by way of verifying it. They're just going to say, well, we got images, we got videos, dude, like ISS. Like, they're not going to give you the solid verification to substantiate it. And that's the issue that we're having here, because nobody has that. It's like telling somebody a story about Narnia or Lord of the Rings, Middle Earth, that sort of thing. It's just a story. There's no validation of it in physical and natural world. There just isn't. Unless you say that you can point me to somebody who's going to validate it, which
you need. Can I get clarification from your perspective? And this is not me questioning or anything. This is literally I want to understand this one particular point. The Earth. How would you explain constellations being different in different parts of the world, for example?
Now that's going to take some time for you to sit here and kind of listen, but definitely we'll talk about it. It's not something we shy away from.
And does it, and like same as like the sun, you still believe the sun goes around rotates the Earth?
Going around would denote a specific path of the sun. What we can tell you from our perspective, right, from horizon to horizon, we see it moving across the sky in a specific way. And from that way, we can tell you what it's doing. But to give you an overall perspective of the entire realm of existence that we're on right now, and tell you what the sun's path is, I don't think people can come up with the conclusion. Because in every different place on Earth, the observer, right? The observer is going to see something different. Like if you're closer to the north versus to the south, you're going to see a very different path of the sun from horizon to horizon, right? So from where you are standing on the Earth, everybody here on Earth, like when we go, all of us go outside, we're not going to see the sun doing the same thing across the sky right now. If all of us go outside, every nation that's under the sun at the moment, right, that see the sun moving up from the horizon, we're not going to see it do something the same as it would like somebody, in the north, as somebody in the south. We'd all see the sun moving across the sky differently. The guy in the north would see it going around his head, horizontally, whereas the guy on the equator would see it going up and over his head, vertical, up and over, like a straight path. And the guy on the south of that would see it going, very differently at the middle latitudes.
But we all live within a 24-hour day, and that it works consistently across the world.
Time out. Sorry, it's hard to get help around here. Every time I ask somebody to do something from the chat, I don't know, for some reason it's impossible to do. Like, hey guys, can you read this out loud? Hey guys, can you just, let them, it doesn't matter what time of day it is. It doesn't matter who's actually active on the mic. For some reason, it's like, fuck whatever you're talking about, dude. I don't know. But here's the thing. That's just what it is. We don't see the same constellations because we're on different points of the Earth. You're asking why? Because we're on different points of the Earth. What else is there to say about it? Now, I asked someone to read, but everybody's gun shy. So I just wanted to point out, this is the beginning of where the indoctrination begins. By the way, first of all, we most definitely do have evidence that the Earth is flat. Now, flat is not a geometric shape. Therefore, we're not giving you dimensions of a shape. We're not giving you the extremities of the Earth. Nobody knows. What we're telling you is that the curvature that's supposed to be there is obviously not there. Not just for the 6 mile observation I do from shore to shore here in Coney Island to Jersey Shore. Not just from the 50-mile observation from Lake Michigan to Chicago. Not just the hundreds of miles to the longest distance photography shot at for what I forget, but it's a long distance photography shot that's like the furthest distance ever taken of some mountains and stuff. All of that is our evidence, direct measurements, direct observations, things like that, things that you have yet to see, and that's fine. But there's also these other things that make reality really obscure when you start reading these things, like the things that you hear from NASA employees, the things that you hear the things that you read in workbooks from the past or what the children are learning now, things like that. So let me just read this out. Can you see it? Look out your window. What do you see? Is it flat or round? If you look out your window, you will see land for a distance that is flat. Maybe you might see a hill or a mountain. You could probably make your own map of what you see. What you don't see is anything round, like a globe. So how were globes invented? More than 2,000 years ago, the Greeks used observation skills and math to figure out the shape and size of our planet. They invented globes, but it took hundreds more years for most people to believe that the Earth was round. So, we do know the fallacy of contradiction, right? So, at one point, it says, look out your window, what do you see? And it says, for a distance, it's flat. You could probably make up your own map, but what you don't see is anything round. And then, down here, it says the Greeks use observation skills. Of what? The thing you don't see is round? This is why people are confused, because they've confused children since they were children. That's just a breakdown in logic right there. Now, a justification for that would be the consequence of this fucktard shit right here.
What?
Because you give people two positions that are opposed to each other, and then you make them accept it for the sake of passing
my
a test.
observation, if you watch a plane, so I live on the coast, right?
No, sir. You have yet to say what is your evidence. You keep talking about
I'm
it.
I'm giving you the evidence.
No, not you. You haven't given any. You can't just answer I don't know or no to Miggy's first question and then magically have an answer that satisfies that first question.
Evidence.
Excuse me?
One form of valid.
Did you hear what I said though?
Evidence.
You misheard what I said to you.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood, but to my understanding,
what do you think I said?
The Greek method, scientific observation.
Well, I was just reading that. I know that has to do with Eratosthenes. Yeah, there's a lot of assumptions. Assumption one is that the Earth is a sphere already, so that's begging the question. Assuming the premise that you're trying to prove. So let's not do that. And if you challenge it, well, we're just going to have to pull up the definition for begging the question, and then we're just going to have to pull up geodesy, right? And then we're just going to use their words and the formulation that they use them, and you're going to see that it's begging the question. And I don't want to hear any justifications after that. Justifications for logical fallacies is something that people who are brainwashed are okay with. I'm not okay with logical fallacies. I don't think you are either, because you tried to call us out on one or two in the beginning. But clearly, we're like well versed in this stuff because we've been doing this for a long time. It's not like to flex any muscles or stuff. We're just trying to help you out, and it's a tedious process for us. So what I said was, think about the fact that we've said it's flat. There's evidence that it's flat. Blah 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 blah. You have not yet once asked us to validate, verify, or just straight up say, "Well, show me that." Then, like you keep trying to ask us questions. We've obviously satisfied a lot of your questions. You haven't even been interested as to what we would say is evidence. Do you not find that odd?
I just don't. I don't think your evidence is as valuable.
We didn't give you any evidence yet. So,
more
do you find it?
No.
Do you find it? I'm sorry. We didn't give you any evidence or any arguments for our side. So, or for our position. So that being said, the question is, I'm sorry, why are you interrupting? Tell me why.
Just keep talking. I don't know. You just keep.
Tell me why you're interrupting. I'm trying to ask you a question.
Is this a conversation, or what, is this or is this?
Well, if I ask you a question and you don't answer it, is it a conversation? Who's
what
being
question
rude
did I answer? Point? What question did I answer?
Why haven't you asked us what our evidence is? Not once.
So you guys haven't brought up any evidence? Is that what you're saying?
Why have you not asked us?
I thought we've been discussing your evidence this whole time.
No, you've been asking questions and we've been responding to those questions. Now, why haven't you asked us? All right, what is the evidence?
I'd say a couple of steps into the conversation. Sorry, I can't remember what your friend's name was, but he was detailing how he first knew
there being no
Earth
drop
to be
over
true.
distance. We know, but why didn't you ask him to justify that claim? He made a claim.
He made
didn't
it
give
sound
you any evidence
self-evident, which
because
I
you didn't
thought was a
ask
bit of
him
a
to justify
fallacy.
it, did you?
He thought it was self-evident because he couldn't prove it. That's what, and then that made it implied
Mayhem,
that it
is
was
that true?
self-evident, which is
Mayhem, is that true?
It's a
You
classic
gave
fallacy.
evidence that you couldn't support? Because I don't think that happened here. We do. I hope somebody told you we do record this live on YouTube. So I would also be willing to bet you money that what you said didn't happen. Would you want to do that?
Just to go over what Mayhem's
Yes
evidence
or no? Do you want to make money? Can you put your money where your mouth is?
Yeah. How much you got?
So make the statement. What are we looking for in the live stream?
What does that mean?
You said, Mayhem said, make the statement and let's look for it on the live stream.
I said, Mayhem said, what?
Oh my God. You said, Mayhem said, ...
Okay, you're asking me to finish that sentence, or what were you asking me? I don't understand.
Brick.
Are you trolling right now?
No, I'm genuinely confused. I don't.
Creation Bear, take
He
over
said
today, bro, because
let me help
I
you
gotta
out,
get
bro.
off mic.
He said that Miggy couldn't prove it.
Who?
Mayhem, sorry.
Mayhem. I said when Mayhem explained that he went through the process of measuring different bodies of water and looking for the curvature and learning about different types of liquids inside different containers, that he couldn't find a way to measure the convexture of the water
Because it's not there.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but he also said that he couldn't, there was no method of measuring it to begin with. So if there's no method of measuring it, then that doesn't mean that it's not, that it doesn't exist.
Definitely detail a method to test that claim that it is convex. It's pretty simple.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I mean, first you'd have to know the size of the Earth.
Yes.
Well, do you know how big it's claimed to be in radius or circumference, diameter? Off the top of your head?
No.
Yeah, no worries. But it breaks down from that number. So it's claimed to be about 4,000 miles in radius, 3959. So this breaks down to, at a 1 foot observer height, the distance to the convex, that hill, that hump, that curve, is supposed to be at 1.2 miles at 1 foot off the ground. So I think Elijah was telling you about an observation he did from where he is to Jersey City, 6 miles. So 6 miles gives you a little bit of room to test that 1.22 claim. For me, I went to San Diego, spent a month there, and I certainly went out to test that claim as well. So that would be your method, and I can provide you a Earth curve calculator and a couple quick videos, like a couple videos that will help explain from the globe perspective the same thing, so you don't have to just hear it from a flat earther. These numbers, they'll tell you the same thing. This is just a globe claim. It's not flat earther math or anything like that. So let me give you an Earth curve calculator link and a couple videos or something you can watch if you need it.
Okay, well, maybe send that through. I'll have a listen to it, and I might return to the conversation another night to discuss.
Pretty simple. The Earth curve calculator is you punch in your observer height and your target distance. So you can kind of play around with this a little bit. I don't know where you live. Where I live, I'm a bit in a valley, so I don't get a lot of long distance observations. But say if you live somewhere where you get a pretty good view, you could whip out the Earth curve calculator and kind of mess around with the numbers a little bit and have some fun with that. So this is definitely getting your hands dirty.
I started saying this before. I live on the coast, right? So I can look off into an endless sea type situation, right?
Perfect.
But that being said, like using the example of a boat going off into the distance, and I've seen this. You do see the bottom of the boat disappear as it goes before it disappears, which in my mind would imply a drop.
Yeah. Well, that's what you would go test. So that's that's what they're claiming. But I just want to plug this really quickly. I'm dropping the link in the chat, but just keep in mind that flat Earth, like say if you learned some things and went to bed tonight and woke up and I don't know, I snap my fingers and you were a flat earther, right? The Earth wouldn't change into something else. So the observation of the boat looking like it's sinking, that's still like, we're flat earthers, we see that. That's still part of the flat Earth experience, if you want to call it that. So that's the claim, is that the boat is going over this convex. I joke around and call it a hill of water.
Yeah, that right there would be the drop over distance claim.
Yeah, the drop over distance.
So if you look at the tools that we gave you, the Earth curve calculator, that's the actual numbers. Like, people just looking at stuff, like I know they believe what they believe, but if you believe that a boat is cut off by why? By what? The geometric horizon, because there's something physically obstructing the boat, right? So it's not about what you see, it's about what does the math say based on what they've given us, right? So based on what they've given us, if you have a boat and the boat is, say, I don't know, 6 miles out, and you can see the horizon behind it, but you're standing at the shore, fam, that's proof that it's not a globe, because that horizon would need to be in front of that boat, and then it would need to be dropped from beyond that position. That's what the actual position is. If you look at the math and understand the geometry, not I see a boat.
Can I watch this video? The how does the horizon work video?
Hell yeah, man!
Yeah.
I
can take it through the body if you want.
That's the point. This is, you think, like, it's hard to believe that something so simple has not dawned on the rest of the world, but we're telling you. That video is going to tell you that the horizon is a set distance based on the Earth curve calculator we just gave you. It's actually 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's the formula for the distance to the horizon. Okay, and the calculators tell you how much drop there would be. But the point is, after you look at that video and you're like, yeah, I agree with that guy, then you go out, because you live on the coast, right? You can get a ship tracker. Okay, that'd be the easiest thing to do to figure out what distance a boat is. And then you can see, okay, well, this boat is X distance. Is the horizon where they claim it to be from my position? From my position, for example, if I'm at the beach, I'm 6'2", the horizon is about 3 miles away from me. So if I'm looking at a boat that's 6 miles away and the horizon is not in front of that boat, then the horizon is not 3 miles away. It's somewhere behind the boat. Thus, the geometry that they've given us for a sphere is wrong.
So I want to highlight something as well. When I got into flat Earth, it was 2017, and this was the whole topic: is the horizon? Is it curved? Is it not? Is it a geometric location? Is it not? This was the whole. It's like what it was all about when I first got in. So it's great that it's coming full circle. I'm gonna go ahead and just play the clip, so the audience can hear it, and then we can all critique it or whatever afterwards.
Hi, I'm Josh Clark, and this is Brain Stuff, and I'm here to answer a very pressing question. Have you ever been standing at the edge of water, say like an ocean, and looked out on the horizon and said, I wonder exactly how far away that horizon is? You know, where the sky meets the sea, that's the horizon. Well, it turns out, because the Earth is curved, that it depends on where you're standing and how far above water you're standing. Let's say that you are in the water, right? And you're up to, say, your eyes are about 8 inches above the water surface. Well, again, remember the Earth is curved, and despite the ocean seeming flat, they actually curve themselves, which if you've ever really looked at the horizon, it kind of goes like this a little bit, which is pretty cool. But it also goes like this, right? So if your eyes are 8 inches above the water, right then you're about a mile away from that horizon point where the sky meets the ocean as far as you can tell. If you're standing up above water and you're like I am, about 6 feet tall, that means your eyes are about 5.5 feet above the water's edge, which means that you're about 3 miles away from the horizon. Isn't that amazing? Going from 8 inches above water, 5.5 feet above water, is the distance between 2 miles between you and the horizon. Mind-blowing, if you ask me.
And so for those who aren't watching, when he says it goes like this, and it also goes like this, he's saying that it's visibly curved, but just wanted to throw that out there. Go ahead, Elijah.
Yeah, you heard what he said, right? Any reasonable person would agree that that's the rhetoric, right?
That's for you, KFC. And yeah, this is from like 9, 10, 11 years ago. This is some old, this is what they've been saying.
There's no point in contention there, right? You believe that, like we did? Yes, there's nothing wrong with that. Please, yes or no. This real quick. It make it the conversation a lot quicker. Yes or no.
Hold on. Let me just say this. I'm just exhausted. It's quite late where I am.
All right, it'll take like 60 more seconds. You agree with everything in that you just heard or in that video?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if the math is correct, but
the math is correct because we just gave you the Earth curve calculator. You can double check that later. But let's say that it is correct. Yeah, everything he said is not true. That's the point. How do we know? Well, go out to the coast and find out for yourself. That's how you do this.
You're in the perfect spot for it. I'll punch those numbers into the calculator. You'll see. It's all, the math checks out. 2 + 2 is 4, whether a flat earther says it or a globe earther says it. So don't worry. The math checks out there. But yeah, you can break that math by going out into reality and making those observations, and you're in the right spot to do it. So, yeah.
I'm having a look. I'll give it a go. Okay, guys. I'll give it a go, and I'll speak to my result, my findings. I'll take some
Sure you will. We've heard that 1,000 times. But safe travels, my man.
Thanks, dude. Thanks for the conversation, guys.
Yeah, likewise. You have a good one.
Shit.
He's not going to come back with his findings because there's no chance.
I think he's going to go stare at that ocean for a while, though.
I think he will, but he's not going to apply. Something is going to mentally block him from carrying it all the way through. I guarantee.
I can already
as many times as we've done this, people say I got to go to bed at this particular point. I'm no longer thinking it's a whole bunch of trolls that got off a bus somewhere and they're playing with us. I'm thinking that is the mental block that we're seeing in true form. Like there's no coincidence that they all They can have a conversation for 1,000,000 hours about satellites, this, that, and the third. And then when we go, hey, look, you know what? Let's just do this. And they start to see the globe and the numbers. That shit starts to get really real. And they're like, I gotta head to bed, guys.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's funny. Yeah, I'm glad I saved that clip of that girl going like, "Oh, look at the time! Like, it's a little late to be discussing this." Yeah, because it does happen a lot. I had a point, but I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, I was going to say that I can already feel in the back of, even as a flat earther, in the back of my mind, the peer pressure coming from, oh, well, how come these guys figured it out? And, you know, the guy in that video didn't figure it out, or my teachers didn't figure it out, or how come, you know, the world didn't figure it out? Why just you guys? It's like, well, dude, I used to be part of the world, right? I mean, I was part of that group. I believed it too. It takes someone to go and test that worldview. And what we notice with a large majority of people that come here to try and maybe, you know, test or like, you know, come talk to the flat earthers, a lot of them, they have to Google their worldview. They have to figure out what they're supposed to believe on the fly. Like, they don't really know what it says. I asked them, like, well, hey, how big is the globe? Oh, I'm not sure. I mean, that's okay. Not everyone, you know, not everyone knows that. I knew the circumference. I knew some of the math because I actually believed it and I actually cared. Unlike these guys, they come in here and they're like, well, why does it matter? They lack passion. But yeah, a lot of these guys don't really know. They have this like vague, overarching, nebulous idea of a globe. But if you just scoop up like 10 of them, put them all side by side and ask them the same questions, hey, what is gravity? You get like 7 different answers probably. You know, oh, how big is the globe? I don't know. And like, so we see that a lot. So the thing is, like, the reason why they haven't figured it out is because they haven't tested their worldview, or, you know, some of them don't even know what it is. So for me, before getting, like, when you get into flat earth, I don't think you just skip to flat earth. I think step 1 is knowing what those claims are so that you can, step 2, test those. And we detailed that, how you do that with the distance to horizon, and you can go out into reality and test that claim. So what you find is, it's like, you know, you want to, if before going into battle, you want to have a strong sword. You want to make sure it's tested. Okay, and so if you're a glober, your sword is a paper sword, and it doesn't take much to a couple spritz of water, and it's disintegrated. So that's how the globe worldview works out. It kind of falls apart upon investigation. So what we do here is we spend a lot of time refining and testing our sword, and it's quite strong at this point. We're slashing through the globers with the 3 points even, and thought that was interesting that he was like, wait, that's supposed to be flat earth. He thought that was flat earth evidence. I don't think he even realized what was truly happening, that we're basically unwinding the globe from you. So that was a good session. I give that last conversation, I mean, I jumped in late, but I give it at least a solid B- or something. I don't know, it wasn't too bad.
You still, hey Miggy, you still there?
He's in LS2. He's down there with a couple of people. I don't know what's going on down there. If anyone wants to go check them out, let us know. Report back.
Maybe he's getting his live stream set up or something, playing around with settings, whatever.
I'm sorry, Craig. Could you say that one more time?
You said that Miggy was down in LS2?
Yeah.
Yeah, was he? Maybe he's. I'm just spitballing. I don't know for sure, but if he's playing around with settings to make sure everything's looking good. But he's still doing the Rumble thing, right?
Yeah, and I think maybe TikTok as well. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, all right, cool. Yeah, I mean, dude, I wake up and the panel's full and jumping, so it's good to see. I always like it when I wake up and there's no bot, everyone's in here. It's good to see. So, shout out to the whole panel. You guys, morning crew for me. So, what's going on, guys?
The space news for today is that scientists believe or study finds that all these supernovas are aliens trying to get our attention.
Who the hell are they putting in charge to write these articles?
It's amazing, isn't it?
And what's crazy, they come from pretty big publications oftentimes as well. It's not like just some rinky-dink link. It's usually the big boys, space.com and all this stuff.
Yeah, I'm trying to... Yeah, a lot of times too, you'll see it on multiple platforms, and they all will say different things. You'll look at the article. I mean, for the one for today, I didn't look at their platforms. But they'll be scientists conclude, and the other one would be scientists hypothesize. The next article will say scientists have partially agreed. How many different ways can you report the same? You all got the telephone game. You all were given a press release by the study group. Every single one of you got exactly the same press release. How did you come up with 10 different versions of what that press release said?
Yeah, that's part of the huge hill that people have to overcome if they want to get off the globe is the mixed signals. They're everywhere. Oh, what's gravity? It's this, it's that. There's so many things like that. I noticed that as well. One of my favorite ones with space news in terms of mixed signals was how they claimed there was a rocket that was going to crash into the moon. And let me post some of this stuff if you haven't seen it for folks that are out there. But they claimed there was some rocket that was going to crash into the moon, and then all the publications were arguing over whose rocket it is. Oh, it's China's. No, China says it's not theirs. Oh, SpaceX is. Oh, it's so ridiculous, dude. It's just, I don't know why they do that, but it's just so funny. And what's extra funny is when you present these articles back to them, the people who are supposed to be believing in this stuff, they're like, "What? Did you make that up?" It's nope.
Yeah, I typed in the keywords for today, and yeah, it's here. The one I posted was live science, live science. So here, the Independent, it says, in a new, yet to be peer-reviewed study, scientists propose advanced aliens, if they exist, might also be exploding stars to send a message to other civilizations. And then the live science one that I had posted, and the New Scientist, astronomers are using supernova to search for alien life forms. The Pinwheel Galaxy may be used to make first contact. See, completely different reads, than physics.org.
Yeah, what are you supposed to do with that as a cover?
Yeah, in here, physics.org, a team of astronomers from the University of Washington have passed a study onto SETI Institute of Yale University, searching in the vicinity of near supernova. And then, interesting engineering. Could aliens use supernova to send messages? There's a Lime Mint. Can a supernova help us make contact with aliens? Every single one is complete. That's what sometimes when the globals ask me, post link, please. I'm like, I can't post a link. They're like, why can't you post a link? I go, I don't know what news source you trust. If I post a link and I don't trust, real clear politics or whatever. So go look up the story on the news source you trust, because each one's going to say something completely different. None of them are going to be the same. Every single news article is going to give you a slightly different take. And if they keep pushing the issue, I'm like, that's how you can know that history's wrong. Like, we can't even agree on what's happening right now. I've told you multiple times to use a news source you trust. You keep telling me to give you a news source that you trust, as you told me you didn't trust me because I didn't post a link. And it's sort of like, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I thought that was funny.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, it's interesting because, like, the globalists are, they want something from you and they don't want it at the same time. So you get these really weird contradictions in how they express that to you.
Yeah, that's one of my pet peeves. I keep talking about CB's pet peeves list or whatever, like ranking them, but that's on there for sure, is how they'll ask questions, but they don't really want the answer. It's like, maybe to relate this to like relationships a little bit. I don't ask questions I don't want the answer to. So maybe we can talk about this on Rumble sometime, but they ask questions and they really actually don't want to answer. And a lot of times they're just masking some type of agenda, or they're just pushing a little rhetoric. They're masking it behind a question. And so it's just kind of, it's not genuine. It bothers me, and I'm careful with engaging with that. When they're like, well, what about this? And they don't really want they don't want the answer. So I'm like, yeah, pump the brakes there, dude. I have a good example of that. Actually, I have a clip of that I'll play if you want to. I can grab it. Just one sec. It's only a few seconds here. All right. Yeah, this is an example of somebody asking questions that they don't care about the answer. They're not really going to address the answer. They're not concerned with the answer whatsoever. Here's a good example of that.
Okay, what's your credibility? Is my question.
He spoke to over 2,000 girls.
That's great for you.
I'm a best-selling Amazon author, and I studied. Well, no, because you want to talk about credibility now and accolades. I'm giving it to you.
That means nothing to me, though. It really doesn't mean nothing to me.
I'm more qualified.
Yeah,
that's hilarious.
You have to be careful. Yeah, it's almost like not worth engaging to some degree. You have to kind of be aware of that, folks. So just keep an eye out. Not every question needs to be answered.
Hey, that Chappie guy, is he from the Fresh and Fit server?
PP? No. I highly doubt it. I think he's been rolling in here before that. Anyway, he's been around for a while, hasn't he?
Yeah,
seems like it. I think he's been around since before that link up. That's how I snuffed out his character. I don't know. I kind of went hard on him, but I just don't. Those are the type of archetypes I don't like. Like, if someone rolls into your bar and they just like hang out and they don't order anything, they're just sitting there like that. That's, I mean, that might actually be pointed at some people that just hang out here too. But I don't mean it in that way. It's just that I don't know. Just like I often compare. You don't just stumble into flat Earth. That's kind of it's out in the boonies a little bit. It's not downtown metropolis where everyone's at. It's kind of out in the sticks a little bit. So you don't just happen to trip and fall into a flat Earth server. So when people portray like, oh, I don't know why I'm just here. It's like I don't know if they're being honest about that. So sometimes I press those characters a little bit.
Yeah, it's sus.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. I might have a clip for that too. Hold on. A few seconds. It's just a clip of how people will come in and sit in your space, and you're like, "Yeah, what can I do for you?" Here you go.
Good afternoon, sir.
Water.
Water?
Yeah, water.
Well, we only serve paying customers, so you'll have to order more than water. If you're broke, go somewhere else.
And that's it. That's how I feel on the inside when people like that just like come and sit in our bar, our little flat earth bar. I'm like, dude, what can I get you to drink? They're like, nothing. Like, so why did you come to a bar? What the hell?
Good morning, everybody.
There he is.
So I was wondering if we're ready to start that putt-putt party yet.
Oh my gosh. I think they just released that ability on Discord. I'm too focused, man. I know Elijah gets mad at me because I don't read the chat and stuff. I don't think he's in here right now. But I'm super focused. If I'm doing the soundboard, I got to focus on that. If I'm doing putt-putt party, I got to focus on that. If I'm doing, talking in the VC, I'm super focused on that. So, yeah, apologies, Elijah.
There really is a putt-putt party option available?
Let's see.
Yeah, I think it's they expand it out that now even Nitro people don't have, anyone can do it. Don't have to be Nitro anymore.
Connection.
I was actually being sarcastic about a guy that joined the server last night.
I did hear
another guy that sounded like he was the mashed potato guy returning. Whatever you asked him, he just maybe that was the putt-putt guy. I don't know. But somebody had posted a link. The mashed potato trolls, I guess they had their own website, their own YouTube channel. And so I was watching a video, and look, we're trolling some YouTube flat earthers. So I guess you were in there a little bit, CB.
Oh, that recent hit piece. That wasn't a hit piece at all. Yeah, I think I saw that. I was in there. If it's the video I'm thinking of.
Yeah, it's the guy that said he thought the world was flat like a saucer with mashed potatoes all around the edge.
Yeah. I just commented LOL in the comment section, and he replied back saying something like, "Oh, we're just having some fun, blah blah blah." I don't know. I have to read out the comment and find it, but it's just lame, dude. Like, they don't want to address any of the arguments. That's what's so embarrassing. You can't even go on YouTube and find the arguments, the actual arguments. They always give you some stupid saucer with mashed potatoes around the edge. Like, it's so dumb, dude. And the only people that fall for that is other globe heads. There's flat earthers are not out here falling for this goofy stuff. Discs in space with water falling off. That's crazy. The only people that are gullible enough to believe that, and not believe in it, but believe that that's something, is these gullible, goofy globe heads. So that's not us.
I don't know. That conversation is making me hungry.
And mashed potatoes, yeah, me too.
Yeah, I can't eat them anymore. I'm diabetic, so I can't eat French fries, mashed potatoes, regular bread. The only kind of bread I can eat is keto bread. But I'm just really trying to keep my A1C levels down to a tolerable, livable management where I don't have to stuff as many needles inside of me to shoot up artificial insulin. But mashed potatoes and gravy were indeed one of my favorites. Hash browns. I miss hash browns. Those are good with breakfast.
When I was a kid, I would do the mashed potatoes volcano. Like you put the gravy or the butter like inside like a mound, like a volcano mound of mashed potatoes. And then as you kind of ate around the edges, the butter, the gravy would leak out. And then I pretend like it's a volcano with a lava going towards the city. You try to patch it up real quick.
So one of my favorite dishes to make, I used to call it my cholesterol special. And I'd go ahead and take a bunch of sausage, fry it up, keep the grease, and then I'd mix in bell peppers, fry up some bell peppers and onions in there, and some potatoes. I'd melt a bunch of cheese on it. So it had, potatoes, greasy sausage, cheese, all that good healthy food for you.
That's good eats.
Yeah, until you get to be old and fat and diabetic. So nowadays, my breakfast, I get I don't know if you guys have Jimmy Dean where you're at. Jimmy Dean, the Sausage King out here in California. But they make these breakfast croissants, kind of like the ones you get at McDonald's, like an Egg McMuffin. So it's got a sausage, egg, piece of cheese, and it's in a croissant. And what I do is I take those and pull off the croissant, throw it immediately in the trash because that's full of sugar, and just eat the meat and cheese and egg. And that's so I don't have to actually cook a breakfast in the morning. I can throw those in my lunch and microwave them at work. And that's going to be my breakfast here in about another 15, 20 minutes. And all that over a mashed potato disc. But that guy I was talking to about the radio frequencies, that was interesting. How he didn't know a whole lot about the radio frequencies. I don't know if he said he was had to do with programming satellite radios or something like that. I didn't catch exactly what his part was in there. But Collins and Drake are some of the government's main large heavy-duty transmitters. Collins are used mostly like in FM radio broadcasting. Those amplifiers and transmitters are about 5,000 watts. So he didn't know much about omnidirectional, parabolic, directional antennas, any of that. And I was just kind of playing along with him, asking him some questions just to see how much he did not know. So that was kind of fun last night. So CB, last week, Thursday, you were mentioning something about a logo, and I know a couple of other people were going to do some submissions. I actually, by the time I got home, I had a sore throat and stayed home Friday, was sick over the weekend, so my Father's Day was not the best conditions. But has anybody submitted anything yet on those logos yet? If you're still there? Okay, I guess there's no more Creation Bear there. Or Wave Mixers off the air, one of the two. Well, 6:11 a.m. here in Los Angeles. The sun is illuminating the sky. I can't see much of it though because the sky is full of clouds. It's supposed to be overcast this morning. All right, I've reached my work destination. And from here, I'll be logging out and going into my computer at work and listening in.
Take care. See you next time.
Do you have the evidence, Costa? Yes or you don't? You don't have it, right? Just let's be
Galileo
honest.
used a ramp. Galileo used a ramp to study rolling balls, showing the acceleration enough to measure the time taken for the ball to roll, known distance.
I didn't hear the first part. Did you say Galileo?
Yeah.
What did he do again?
You asked me who was the first person to measure drop over distance, and I said it was Galileo.
Okay, go ahead and give us the information now.
He used a ramp to study rolling balls, slowing the acceleration enough to measure the time taken for the ball to roll a known distance. He measured elapsed time with a water clock, using an extremely accurate balance to measure the amount of water.
Now show where this has been measured on the globe. Drop over distance on the globe, not on the ramp.
I'm just telling you, Galileo's
rolling balls off a ramp with water, therefore Earth curvature drop over distance.
I think he's saying that
if unicorns, therefore Earth is a square. Is this the same?
Yeah.
Same logic?
So that's a completely valid conditional. But if you want to prove that conditional is true, you need to either do a direct proof or an indirect proof. So you would have to assume that unicorns exist and then derive that the Earth is a square, right? So how would you do that?
Like what you're doing.
No, I have a direct proof, right? I can assume that if gravity exists, right, and then use that to derive the mathematical impossibility of a flat Earth.
If contortion bars exist, therefore gravity exists, therefore Earth is a curve?
No, that's a triconditional.
Okay.
Well, it's the same shit, man.
How did you prove gravity exists if we're just talking about contortion bars?
Yeah, so that's premise 2. Gravity exists, and I used Cavendish.
So what's your independent variable? Not gravity?
Yeah, so the independent variable is the measured mass in kilograms.
So you proved mass.
Are you talking about mass?
We asked what the independent variable is. Yeah, it's mass, and then the dependent.
I just feel like that whole argument is just an affirming the consequent argument. If I've got you correct, so you're saying if the Earth is spherical.
No, I'm not saying that. No, that's the converse. I'm saying if gravity exists, then it's spherical. Not if it's spherical, then gravity exists. These are not logically equivalent.
Yeah, but the experiment that we're talking about has the assumed cause is not gravity. So what experiment do you want to point to where the assumed cause is gravity?
What do you mean assumed cause? The thing that we're trying to demonstrate is gravity. Gravity is the...
What's the end? Like, you have to show an experiment where the independent variable is either bending, warping space-time or mass attracting mass, or you're just talking out of your ass. There's 3 options there.
Yeah, so I keep getting muted, and I can't really explain myself at length if I keep getting muted.
You don't need to explain. We told you like 2 hours ago what an independent variable is. That would be your supposed cause. That would be the thing that you're trying to validate, right? Gravity in this case. You've told us over and over again that your independent variable, i.e. supposed cause, is not gravity. Can you move on to the next non-experiment for gravity for us to talk about, please?
The whole point here is in logic.
You're misunderstanding. Gravity is the dependent variable.
Gravity is the dependent variable, so it's the observed phenomenon.
Correct. That's literally what I'm saying.
So gravity is the observed phenomenon, not the cause.
Literally, yes.
You observe gravity.
Yes. Well, again, we've been over this. If you give it, you don't have to give it the label gravity. We observe an attraction, right, which matches Newton's prediction.
Wait, I do have to give it the label gravity, right? Because that was the whole basis of your argument. If gravity, then sphere Earth. So that has to be a very specific, well-defined thing, right? That would necessarily lead to the contingency of a sphere Earth, not just something that we're going to throw a label on, right?
Yeah, so when I say gravity in my argument, I'm referring to that observed attraction.
I feel like
that's the effect now. So you're not testing gravity as a cause.
Right,
You're just looking at something and calling it gravity.
Yeah, so it's an attraction. It's not electromagnetic.
Join discord.gg/flatearth and enter a check-in room. Someone will come along and verify you to get involved in the conversation about our Earth.
Maybe he joined Discord just to come to this server.
There we go. No, I joined it to Bannovate from another server. I just figured I'd join this server in the process, because what the hell? I'm gonna delete this account and probably tonight, so.
Why?
Because it served one purpose, which was to Bannovate on my school Discord, and I got banned from there, so.
Okay, so you're just going around getting banned from places, are you?
Well, it's my school server, and so, yeah, they're a bunch of dickheads.
Yeah, that happens.
Can you invite me to your school server?
Yeah, sure. Please, troll. Please.
Send us the link, man. Send us the link. We'll jump in.
So they said that you've got an interesting view on the globe and science. Can you fill us in?
Oh, also, I can't send links in chat.
Right, yeah.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Send it to Gemsy, directly to Gemsy. GEMSY, Gemsy.
Send him to Gemsy, yeah. DM him.
Don't rat me out, okay, guys? Don't tell them that Nage the Great sent you. Don't.
No. Hush the word, man. Hush.
Nah, we keep it cool. We keep it cool and civil. Don't worry about it.
Just do a bit of flat Earth trolling. Like go straight to the debate chat and just troll.
Yeah, but it's not really trolling. If it's flat Earth, it's just telling the truth.
Yeah, man. Totally.
That's what I was gonna say. It's not really trolling. You just be going there to flat smack people and tell them the truth, and then all right, peace. See you later.
Yeah. Let's flat pill those boys.
Flat pill them.
Yeah.
Maybe there's some physicists that could maybe educate you a little more.
Maybe we could educate a few physicists.
That's crazy.
You never know how it works.
Yeah. So why don't you believe gravity exists?
Depends what you mean. Which gravity you're talking about?
What do you mean? There's only one gravity.
Oh, no. Well, that's where you're mistaken. No, there's two sets of gravities. Well,
what are they?
It's Newtonian or Einstein. Pick one.
Yeah, so how are these different gravities?
Well, one's bending and warping.
Mass attracting mass. Sorry, dude. You go, mate.
Mass attracting mass or bending space-time, man. Which one do you want to talk about?
Yeah, so under general relativity, mass still attracts mass.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does. So. The reason why it
bends the concept of space and time.
Yeah, and that causes matter to be attracted to other matter. That's what we observe when space is bent.
But it's not the same concept, because otherwise they wouldn't have got rid of Newtonian gravity.
Nobody got rid of it. It was just completed. It was just
two different geometries, man. They're two different geometries.
NASA scientists still use Newtonian gravity for small flat Earth approximations and sending stuff to the moon.
Flat Earth approximations.
Yeah. So the
flat Earth approximations.
Yeah. So
can you show us a demonstration of mass attracting mass?
That would be great.
Yeah, sure. So there was an experiment done. I'm sure you're familiar with it. What was
Cavendish.
his name? Yeah, Cavendish.
He's a tweak.
Yeah, that didn't do anything.
Why not?
Well,
can you explain the experiment?
Certainly.
Guys, he's making a bunch of claims. Do you comprehend what you're actually saying? Do you know what it actually means? The gravity and the Cavendish right now. You already moved 50 different books already. So go ahead, Cavendish.
Yeah. So gravity is just the idea that mass attracts mass, but Einstein discovered, in the 1900s, that the reason why mass attracts mass is because matter bends space, and so the path for which objects travel is altered, right? Because the space is bent.
Can you explain the Cavendish experiment then?
Yeah, sure. So Cavendish set up 2 rods, and he put some steel balls on either side of the rods. And then I forgot. Did he put? Yeah. I think he put one steel ball on one side and then another steel ball on another side, and he connected the balls to the rod with a string to negate Earth's gravitational impact, right?
And what was the result and the data from that? What happened?
Yeah, so the results matched the predictions, right? So the calculated
What predictions?
Yeah, so the prediction. So the prediction was given this mass, right? The gravitational force is going to be this much.
Do you have the data? Do you have the data and the numbers and things like that, or are you just saying?
Yeah, I got to pull it up. 1 second.
Please.
So are we talking about a cause and effect relationship?
I don't know. He's pulling up.
I mean, if I hold any object or my finger even and look into a straight, any light source or something, I can see a slight aura at or any object, you know? And this is not the gravitational
force.
Yeah, it's bogus.
Yeah, it's bunk. Gravity's bunk. Anyway, that's an old term.
So, are they claiming that the only so-called experiment, it's not really an experiment, but the only one that proved gravity was Cavendish? Is this what they're claiming?
Yeah, it's a begging the question fallacy. Man, it's not even a scientific experiment. If nature's a great
yeah, so why don't you think it's a scientific experiment?
Well, he just hung some balls and
it's an engineering experiment. It's an engineering experiment.
Well, what's the observed natural phenomenon?
Sorry, what?
What's the observed natural phenomenon?
What do you mean? Mass attracting mass.
That's begging the question.
Where's the natural phenomenon? Where is it?
What do you mean?
What's the cause of the observed natural phenomenon?
Einstein discovered about 100 years after that it was matter bending space. So that's.
But we're talking about the Cavendish at the moment, though.
Einstein never did an experiment in his life.
In the Cavendish experiment, I guess you could say that the
jumping all over the place.
Was matter, and the dependent variable was gravity. No, I'm just going over the Cavendish. You asked about it.
Okay.
So is gravity the cause? Is gravity the cause of the natural observed phenomenon?
Yeah.
Is gravity mass attracting mass?
Yeah.
Okay, so the cause is the natural observed phenomenon.
Right.
The cause is the effect, is what you just said.
He just said that the dependent variable is matter, and the independent variable is gravity. Well, okay, what's the dependent variable?
So the dependent variable would be the gravitational force.
Because that would be begging the question, sir.
No, it's not.
That would be begging the question, sir. That would be begging the question, because where do you observe that in nature?
Well, you can call it whatever you like. We observe attractions, right? So, I mean, you can call it whatever you want. We observe some kind of attraction when things fall.
Where?
Right?
Where do we observe that? How do we observe it?
Yeah, so if I drop a pen, I observe that it falls.
So that's observing something fall, right? So that's observing something fall, right? Where does the attraction come into it?
The attraction is the thing falling.
That would be begging the question. That's
what if I drop
trying to prove?
Yeah, what if I drop a helium?
Yeah. So what other force would be causing the balls to move?
Bro, but you drop the rock. You drop the rock. What if you drop a helium balloon?
What is the rock made of? And what is the pen made of?
Ripcord, just wait, man.
Rocks are made of atoms, and pens are made of atoms.
Okay, so atoms relate to what?
What do you mean?
Yeah, what do atoms relate to what?
What do you mean? What are you asking?
Do they relate to themselves, or do they relate composed of a different composer or something like this?
I still don't know what you're asking.
It might be good for now if you just let T-Dub take this.
Yeah, just for now.
Right, so you observed a pen falling through a medium which is less dense than the pen, okay? That's what you observe.
So density doesn't imply a direction. There's no vector with density.
Right. To assert that it was due to attraction is assuming the cause in your premise, right? That's called begging the question fallacy. So what you're doing, right? You take the observation. Okay, I observed, let's say, something in nature. I saw the apple fall from the tree. That's an observed natural phenomenon, right? Okay. Now you want to speculate on the cause, right? That would be your independent variable. So what is your independent variable for the apple falling from the tree?
Hold on. Why do you think causes are independent variables?
Because that's that's the scientific method, mate. That's
find me one source. Find me a source.
Oh dear. Degas, can you post the source?
Independent variable just means independent, right? It just means that it's something that we choose. Right. So in this case, we choose the value of the weight of the mass, like how much it not weighs, but like the value in kilograms. So that's and then the dependent variable, which is the gravitational attraction, is dependent on the mass. And so we have some equation to calculate this attraction, and the results match our expectations. So that would entail that Newton's equation works. Right.
Well, so, I mean, if you start off with an assumption, though.
Density is the degree of compactness of a substance. The buoyancy of a substance is its ability or tendency to float in a fluid such as water or air. The word gravity comes from the Latin word gravitas, meaning the weight or seriousness of a person, place, or thing.
I just muted the bot. I don't know why that was there.
Oh, that was actually me. It was only a couple seconds. It was over.
Okay.
Right, so to form a hypothesis, in order to do an experiment, a scientific experiment, using the scientific method, you're going to need your dependent variable. That's your observed natural phenomenon. Right? Your observed natural
that's false.
Yes.
Then find me a source that says that, and I'll believe you.
I just did. I just posted a citation, live stream voice text. You don't know what an independent variable is, please review the citation.
I can read it out loud if you want.
Let's do that, Flat Earth dude.
Therefore, in experiments, a researcher manipulates an independent variable to determine if it causes a change in the dependent variable.
Oh, okay, I understand. Gotcha. So I'll retract. So in this case, the independent variable is the value of the matter, like the, what's the word? How do you say measurement of like mass without saying weight? I'll just say weight. So the weight of the steel balls was the independent variable, which causes a change in the detected attractive force.
So you're trying to prove weight or what?
Yeah, so I mean, if it's not electromagnetic forces that are causing this attraction, and it's not weak and strong, right? So, like, what's left?
Where is the attraction coming into it? How are you establishing that there is an attraction? You've assumed there's an attraction.
No, we detect it. It's moving, right? It's being attracted to.
We detect it.
No, yeah.
So weight causes movement. Weight causes movement.
The only attraction that can happen if it's charged by magnetic figures.
You can look at the Cavendish experiment and you can apply Gauss's equations. It wouldn't match the results.
So what's the natural observed phenomenon in the Cavendish experiment?
Yeah, so by the definition of your source, in an experiment, a researcher manipulates an independent variable to determine if it causes a change in the dependent variable.
Of an observed natural phenomenon, and something occurring in nature that you've observed happening. All right, hang on a second.
That's fine, yeah. Because maybe you don't know, maybe you're confused about naturally observed phenomenon.
You're confused. The only one that's confused here is you.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So the natural... Oh my god. Who just posted this source about Archimedes? You do realize that the physics surrounding buoyancy literally depend on the gravitational constant G. Like, come on. Like, have you guys opened a physics textbook?
Big G or little g?
Little g. Big G. So under the flat Earth approximation, it's little g, right? But when you don't.
What do you mean the flat Earth approximation?
Yeah. So local to. So we observe the Earth to be flat. Local
Always.
to the Earth, right? Yeah. But when you go out, right, when you go above, then curvature starts to matter, and then you switch equations from m to g m1 m2 over.
Where?
Well, you don't have to. I'm just telling you what it is. You just asked me what it was. I'm not like we're not arguing about whether or not it's true, right? That's really what we're discussing.
What I'm hearing is you're saying words without knowing what they mean. Like you're just saying words.
Like what? What?
Like okay, in relation to reality, when you actually can point to something that is tangible, verifiable, demonstrable, that's something that we can put words or labels, right? Define things in reality. You are saying words of things that you've never experienced, haven't verified, never seen. You cannot point to them. You're just saying words, bro. That's what you're doing.
So let's stick to the Cavendish, okay? Because that was what was originally discussed. Independent variable.
The thing that you're questioning is a scientific experiment. So you're saying that T-Dub was confused about a naturally observable phenomenon. So what would you say is a naturally observed phenomenon?
Hang on, I'm confused as to why this is even a prerequisite. Like, can you find me a source?
Because that's what an experiment is.
No, an experiment is a hypothesis. So an experiment is just a process whereby you fix some environment, right? You have some control group and some experimental group.
Yeah, you follow the scientific method. Do you know what the scientific method is?
Yeah. So
what's the first step of a scientific method?
Oh, hold on.
Observable phenomena, natural observable phenomena.
I mean, yeah, that's usually what triggers somebody to form a hypothesis, but you don't need that to form a hypothesis. Prove that you do, and then
of course you do. Because what are you trying to look? What are you looking for? What are you trying to prove? If you don't have a natural phenomenon,
well, in this case, the
observable natural phenomenon, then what?
Sir, a man-made device, and
then what are you trying to work out?
Bro, a man-made device is not a natural observable phenomena, sir. Man-made device.
Yeah, so that's why I'm pushing back on this naturally observed phenomena thing. I need like a source on that.
Pushing back? This is not an agree or disagree general. That's a category error.
Yeah, so find me a source.
Not out. Yeah.
You're saying that the science we're just gonna skip the scientific method and just do whatever we want. Right?
No, I'm saying that usually, like, I think they add that there because usually you observe some phenomenon and then, okay, that triggers you to form a hypothesis, right? But you don't need that step. You just
how else are you going to form a hypothesis?
By forming it, right? So I don't have to observe.
Yeah, but you need something to form it to.
I don't know what you're saying, dude.
Gravity happening in.
Okay, give us an example of a hypothesis without a natural observed phenomenon. What would that look like?
Sure. So I have a hypothesis that. So suppose that my light bulb is broken, or would you consider like the light bulb a naturally observing phenomenon, like a naturally observed?
No.
Okay. Well, we can still do science on a light bulb, right?
Oh, a light bulb?
No.
Yeah, so this is just a categorical error, right? So every scientist agrees that
you might look at a light bulb and agree that it's broken, but that's not science.
No, the science comes in where you form a hypothesis about
every
why it's broken.
scientist agrees. I heard those words. Do you want to repeat those words?
So you're forming a hypothesis.
I'll rephrase.
You're forming a hypothesis that the light bulb is broken. You can see the light bulb is broken.
I said about why, right?
But what do you mean why it's broken? Who cares?
No, what do you mean who cares? The point of science is to determine the causes behind things.
Do you know what a phenomenon is?
Is gravity natural? Yes or no?
No, actually, I don't think I could put that into words. How would you define it?
It's a thing happening, right? So you watch something happening. Yeah. And you have a supposition about what causes that to happen. And that's what you're going to test with the scientific method.
Yeah, so if you have a broken light bulb and you want to determine why, you could form some hypothesis like you could think, okay, it's broken maybe because of the bulb.
It's not a naturally occurring phenomenon. It's a man-made thing. that's apparent.
Yeah, so science. Find me a source where scientists make a distinction between those two things.
Well, there's been two definitions of
scientific
science
method
has been posted in the live stream voice text.
Natural science. Are you saying that science proved the globe or something? Because that's what I'm.
Yeah. So the intellectual. And
so yeah, that's the thing, right? You're saying
study of the structure.
Bro, you're saying that science proves the globe. Is the globe natural?
Observation and experiment, right? So
is the globe a natural thing?
Yeah,
guys. Okay, so if the globe is a natural thing, where are you making a natural observation, right? Because natural science, right?
Yeah,
the globe is natural. You're claiming the globe is natural, and then you're saying, "Oh, let's make a man-made device that is going to prove."
Hold on, define natural. Because maybe there's a confusion over terms here. So, what do you think natural means?
Naturally occurring, not man-made, not synthetic.
No, that's tautological. So, what do you mean naturally occurring? So if you
how does natural determine itself to us that we determine the natural?
No, I'm asking you to define natural, and you're just using natural. What do you mean by that? Do you even know what this word means?
Yes, not man-made, not synthetic.
Not
like
synthetic, not a contraption.
A light bulb.
A natural phenomena. Not man-made. I pick up a rock, I can drop it. Is that man-made? No. It's a natural phenomena. Okay? See the difference?
Yeah, but that's the thing that you're saying that with this, you're proving the globe. How do you use science to measure things? You don't. You don't need science to prove the shape of something, do you? You don't use science to measure something, to do geometry, right? Those are two different categories.
Yeah, a globe wouldn't be a phenomenon. That's not a thing happening. If you see a ball in your yard, you don't call that a phenomenon and ask what's causing that ball.
Yeah, it is a thing happening. So there's atoms, right?
Oh, okay. So a ball is a thing happening.
Yeah, there's bonds, right? So there's a physical state, right? So there's atoms that are bonded to other atoms, and that's something that's happening. There's
that's not
electrons.
What you're talking about when you're just pointing at a shape, though, and trying to quantify it or find its dimensions or whatever. Just looking at a shape.
The globe is made of atoms, so there's still.
Yeah, but that's not what you're talking about. You're being a sophist, though, because if you're looking at a ball and you're like, "Oh, this looks like a big ball. I want to measure it," you're not going to start talking about the atoms. You're just doing geometry and trying to work out a shape.
Well, we recognize that there are things happening, right? Even if we don't care about them.
You're trying really hard to make a ball a thing
there are
happen.
things happening, but not the globe happening. There's no globe happening. That's the point. There are things happening, but not the globe.
Clear up this. So somebody pulled up natural from the dictionary. So I hope you understand that things in the dictionary can be defined differently from how things are used in the field. So in the field, natural just refers to like the natural universe, right? So any process that happens in the universe is considered natural.
That's literally what everybody just said. Cool story, bro. Did you know that math isn't a natural science at all, though? It's not a natural science.
You know,
it's a formal science.
There's something else that he said that we should probably go back to as well, because he said earlier that when you get to a certain scale, you're going to start accounting for curvature. So what curve? Who measured that?
Yeah, what curve?
Yeah, sure. So
where is that in nature? Can you show us the natural observation of curvature,
please? You dodged the Cavendish. So I gave you the independent and dependent variable, and you
dodged the Cavendish.
We had to tell you what those were, but yeah, that was our dodge. But let's go back to the thing that you're dodging right now, which is the curvature that you said we had to account for at some scale. Who measured that shit?
So
How do you know that's
just notice how we went from talking about Cavendish to talking about curvature without actually finishing the Cavendish experiment.
We had to teach you what an independent variable was. We had to teach you what a phenomenon was. So let's get to the point here. You said that there's curvature that we have to account for at some scale. So where's that at? Who measured that?
So I'll just make the following syllogism. If gravity exists, then the flat Earth is impossible. Gravity exists, therefore the flat Earth is impossible. So it doesn't matter. My syllogism shows that the flat Earth is impossible. So
did you check the Earth to see if it was flat or curving first?
No, I just made a syllogism. So do you know what like a syllogism is?
Go for it. What's your syllogism?
Yeah, so if gravity exists, then the flat Earth is impossible. No, yeah, that's what a syllogism is. So if P, then Q,
has to be a fact.
P, therefore Q.
Define gravity.
Yeah, you haven't proven gravity.
Yeah. So that's what we were talking about was the Cavendish, and you dodged.
This actually isn't a logical syllogism. It's an illogical one because it doesn't lead to the necessary conclusion of a curved Earth. If gravity, then there is no logical pathway from where you are to a curved globe.
Do you know what a modus ponens
reality
is? Do you know what a modus ponens is?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, we do. That's funny you say that.
Modus ponens.
Where's your globe at?
Yeah, so can you answer my question, and then I can tell you...
No, can you answer our questions that we're asking that you keep dodging while you say that we're dodging yours? We see what you're trying to do. You're trying to sandbag the conversation, right? You invoked a bunch of
have a logical syllogism.
Yeah, you don't.
My syllogism
put it in a syllogism. Put it in a syllogism for us. Yeah, let's just hear your syllogism. What do you got?
Sure.
Let's hear it.
So if gravity exists, then the flat Earth is impossible. Gravity exists, therefore the flat Earth is impossible.
No, it doesn't exist. You haven't proven the existence of your gravity.
So let's go back to
non sequitur.
Right?
It's not a logical syllogism.
How? Yeah, it is. Do you know what
it doesn't follow? It literally doesn't follow.
Guys, he admitted, in contrary to what he just said about flat Earth impossible, right? He admitted himself that his immediate experience is flat Earth, but then he goes to a place he's
Who
never
said
been
that my
to.
syllogism wasn't logical? Because it's completely valid.
Bro, you said earlier that your immediate experience is flat Earth, and NASA says flat Earth, right? Remember when you said that? Everything is flat in the immediate experience, right? Right, remember?
So is it?
And then you go away from your experience, from everything you experience, and then you find a globe in fantasy.
Right. So my argument follows this form, and modus ponens is valid. So then my argument is valid.
You don't know what you're talking about, man.
Yeah, no, you've got suppositions baked in there. If gravity, you haven't defined gravity. Does gravity, as you're defining it, which you haven't yet done, exist?
Sure.
Bro, he didn't know what gravity was in the beginning.
Is the attraction, right, between masses.
Oh, that's not what the heliocentric model says.
Yeah, it's not. And you never proved that. You failed to prove that.
Yeah. So Cavendish, right? Let's go back to that because that's literally the proof.
Yeah. You said weight causes movement. That was your hypothesis. Weight causes movement.
I never said that.
Yes, you did, sir.
Nope.
Yes, you said your independent variable is weight and your dependent variable is movement.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, he's claiming returning gravity.
No, sorry. The dependent variable was the observed force, right? The measured force, right? The measured
begging the question. You haven't established that there is a force moving anything. You've just observed something moving, and not in nature, in a man-made contraption. It is not a scientific experiment. You have not validated the cause and effect of anything in that demonstration, sir. It is not a scientific experiment.
Yeah, so if I alter my independent variable, which is the matter, right, the mass, the measured mass.
You don't have an observed natural phenomenon, sir. It is not a scientific experiment. You do not have a natural observed phenomenon.
Yeah,
it is not a scientific experiment.
Find me a source that says that naturally observed phenomena means that it's not a man-made contraption. Find me a scientist or source that says that.
We read the definition of natural science to you.
You know this
observation and experiment.
And once again, he's off of the Earth curve subject. He's once again gotten himself off the hook with that.
Yeah, because I made a syllogism saying that if P, then Q, P, therefore Q, right? So if gravity exists, then the flat Earth is impossible. Yeah, I'm trying to, but you keep interrupting me. So the independent variable. So if I make some alteration, right, in the independent variable, and that leads to an effect, right, which is the observed force, right? Or let me not say force. The observed attraction, right? So what do we mean by
attraction? You've observed movement. That's it, and it wasn't in nature. It was in a man-made contraption. Read the definition of natural. Read the definition of natural science.
Yeah. So, okay. Well, find me a source, which you haven't.
Find us some Earth curve, which you haven't.
itself.
Yeah, find us some Earth curve, which you haven't.
That's it, man. I gotta say, fuck off.
Ensuring or observe natural phenomena. Yep, natural.
Yeah, okay. So what you're saying
natural
is
doesn't mean not synthetic.
Okay,
right?
okay.
So
I'm just gonna have to take control of this.
It's okay. You're just wrong.
Yeah. Okay. Keep evading the Earth curve question. Who measured that?
Doesn't matter.
Nobody's going to be accounting for it at any scale because some guy in his cabin in the 1800s had a torsion bar twisting one way or another. Okay, NASA is not going to be accounting for curvature at some grand scale because you say that happened. That's just stupid. It's non sequitur. It's only going to be accounted for if somebody directly measured it and knows, therefore, that it's there. So who did that?
Yeah. So do you think that my syllogism is
another question?
Hey, the syllogism is one thing. It's what you put in the syllogism.
Yeah. Okay. So then you think it's unsound, right? So then you agree with premise 2. Gravity exists.
You're once again trying to shift off of the topic.
No,
here.
you
We're
guys
asking
keep
you
shifting
who
on.
measured Earth's curve, right? Because that's how you would know that it's there.
Nate, I'll take both for you. So before the 1600s, was it flat then before they could prove gravity?
Can't unmute him.
Nate, if you had to have gravity first figured out, does that mean you agree with us that they haven't known it was a ball? They didn't figure it out? Nah, he's muted, yeah.
The problem is, like, if they're claiming gravity is a natural occurring thing.
Just let's keep it maybe 1-2 guys at a time, and let's be concise and not jump on each other.
I agree with you. Let's just grill him on the Earth curve measurements, because the thing that he's desperately trying to do is get away from that.
No, I didn't get away from it. We started with Cavendish, and then you pivoted, and I'm trying to bring it back.
No, you've been pivoting the entire time. We went through Cavendish. We taught you what a phenomenon is. We taught you what an independent variable is.
You still seem to think that
don't have a logical conclusion yet that the Earth is a globe, right? So what we need is a direct measurement of the curvature, which would support the claim that it's a globe. You have made that claim. You said at a certain scale that's going to be accounted for. So who measured it? How do they know it's there that they need to account for it? That's where we need to go now. Good luck trying to pivot off of this.
So before we even get into that, you need to know what natural means.
Yeah, see, he's already trying to pivot off of this. No, we don't need to know what natural means. You are transparent, dude.
Because
you are transparent.
Okay.
So we see what you're trying to do. Right? He's trying to get away from it again. Okay, just mute his ass and ask him again. Shut up, dude.
One sec. The definition of natural was posted in the live stream voice text for you.
Yeah, so somebody said non-synthetic, which is false.
So the red herring, it doesn't matter. We're asking you where the curvature is. Who measured it?
Yeah, so you keep pivoting, and I'm not...
Where's the curvature? Who measured it?
Yeah, I'm not going to let you pivot.
Keep trying to pivot. Where's the curvature? Who measured it?
Keep trying to pivot.
Who measured curvature and how?
Keep pivoting.
Yeah, keep pivoting by saying I'm pivoting. Who measured curvature and how?
Keep pivoting by saying I'm pivoting.
Why are you running away from your claim, sir? Why are you running
away from that? Did nobody measure it?
Yeah, so you're pivoting.
Why are you scared? Are you scared of your claim, of the curvature claim? Are you scared of it?
No, it's just, I'm not going to let you guys pivot.
Sounds to me like you're scared of it.
It doesn't seem like you're going to let yourself support your claim. That doesn't look good on you or your claim. You're going to do that? You're going to keep pivoting off this claim? Or do you want to support it?
Because this is a foundation claim. This is a foundational claim. Your curvature is a foundation, bro, of the globe. Yes, so if you can't protect, if you can't defend it, there's something wrong, bro.
So if gravity exists, then the Earth is curved.
No, non sequitur. Direct measurement of Earth curvature, please.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, let's go. Listen, if his conclusion is true, then by consequence, right, there must be measurable curvature. So who measured it?
Exactly.
So if you guys think it's sound, then you automatically believe that it's curved.
You're claiming it's sound. We destroyed and demonstrated how it is not.
So which premise is false?
Now we're going to move to the curvature.
Nah, you guys are dodging. So when you want to come back to the actual discussion,
That's funny. Yeah, it's us who are dodging. Hey, curvature. Watch as he dodges again. By saying
put him in cock this, please.
Yeah, just leave
you guys have a lot of
No. Come on. We're gonna talk about what we're talking about. Let's keep the feelings away from the conversation.
Let me diffuse a little bit. Can I ask him, hey, would it be easier to verify Cavendish or the consequences of said Cavendish? The conclusion of Cavendish.
Like I could do the Cavendish experiment with $20. Way easier.
Okay. I don't know about that.
Okay. And so your conclusion from the Cavendish is that the Earth's surface must be curved because it's a globe, right?
No. That's not the result of Cavendish. That's the result of my syllogism.
Oh, okay. But you're putting the Cavendish into the syllogism, right? And
no, I'm not. No, I'm not. Nope.
Okay, so you're not using Cavendish for gravity then?
No, I am, right? So Cavendish is a justification for premise 2, but it's not in the syllogism.
Okay, and so if it's a true syllogism and your conclusion is correct, then the Earth must be a sphere with curvature, right?
Yeah. So do you accept my syllogism?
No.
I take the syllogism, but it's the parts in it that we're questioning.
Yeah, so which premise do you disagree with?
If that conclusion is correct,
one or two.
right? If that conclusion is correct, then the Earth is a globe with curvature on its surface, and we can go check for that directly, right?
Yeah.
It'll be there, right?
Yeah.
It'll be on its surface because it must be if the components of your syllogism are true and the conclusion is therefore true, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay, so what happens if we check and it's not there?
If you check and it's not there, then you've done something wrong.
Oh, I did something wrong.
Yeah, you did.
Okay, what? Okay, so let's check. Let's check,
Sure.
and you can tell us what we did wrong, okay?
Do you have your paper? So I can look at it?
Do you have your paper?
Even better, I got
do you have your paper?
I got the Earth. I just posted.
Do you have your paper? No. Do you have your paper? Yeah. Okay.
I got the Earth. I just
You're
posted.
The one with the. But
Yeah,
you're
okay,
the one with
you
the,
posted it in the
You're the
VC
one
chat?
with the claim, though.
Yeah.
You're the one with the claim, so you need the paper.
Okay. Sorry. Where is it?
Scientific paper.
I'm looking in live stream voice text, but I don't see the paper.
No, I didn't post a paper. I said I would do you one better. I posted the Earth, right? We're going to look directly at that, the thing that must necessarily be
so you don't have
curving,
paper.
right?
Okay,
At a
then I don't
specific rate, if your syllogism is correct and true and its conclusions are true.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't care. I don't have a paper that I can look at and.
Hey, dude,
we're not
shut the fuck up for a second, man.
I don't care.
Hey, you're the one that claimed that gravity exists and the Earth is curved, and then Heretic said that. Okay, we must.
Well, no,
be
I
able
didn't
to
claim
measure
the Earth
it.
was curved.
Shut the fuck up for a second. And he claimed, and then he said that okay, it must be curved, and you're asking for a paper because he doesn't measure curvature. You're the one with the claim, so you should be giving us the paper. You're asking him for a paper for something that doesn't exist. That's fucking dumb, man. You're full of shit.
No, he said, what happens if we measure the curvature and find that it's not there? And so I said, where's his paper where you do this? Yeah, so where's his paper?
We've got heaps of them, mate. We've got heaps.
No, we're just going to go out into the field and observe the Earth directly and see if it curves as it must if everything you said was true.
Yeah,
that's what we're going to do.
So then put those results in a paper so that I can analyze it.
No. We're not going to put it in a paper. We're just going to look at the Earth directly. We're just going to look at the Earth directly and see if the thing is there.
So science is verifiable and falsifiable, and I have no way of verifying or falsifying your measurements because I'm not seeing any measurements.
Let's do what you did.
There we go. Okay, so here we have flat Earth or experiment. Perfect. So let's take a look at this paper.
What if we do what you did and form a logical syllogism? What if we do what you did and form a logical syllogism?
Yeah, let's do that. And don't let him off. Hold on, Ripcord. Don't let him off the Black Swan, though. Keep him there.
No, he wants to go with logical syllogism, so let's present them to him.
Yeah, do it.
Yeah. Right. So, if P, then Q, right? He's going to be reading this paper now, right? Okay, if P, then Q. Right. Not Q, therefore not P, correct?
Correct.
Right, so if Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then every measurable distance to the horizon should be no more than 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Yeah, you're just speaking right here. I need a paper so I can actually look at it, at the results.
This is a logical syllogism. It has been posted in the live stream voice text for you to read along with.
No, I'm not going to read along with. I'm going to read the paper and then come back to you.
Read along with the logical syllogism. I'm sure it's been posted.
The paper's one page. Don't get crazy. It's literally one piece of paper.
Yeah, I think the question that has not been asked yet is how you determine nature.
Hold on. This guy doesn't want to learn anything, man. Forget it. Let it go, man. Let it go. He doesn't want to learn.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean,
you know, forget it. We're going to define it ourselves, or what? We're just going to jump on each other. Okay, bye, guy. Go away. We don't want to talk to you anymore, right? That's what we're going to do? Come on, bro.
No, of course not. But
yeah, but Twad was trying to do something there.
Yeah.
Right, you see what I've posted?
Heretic's right there.
Heretic's right though. We need to do it one at a time.
Well, yeah. T-Dub wasn't done. Like, let him finish his point.
I mean, he muted himself and doesn't hear anything.
That doesn't mean keep derailing his point report. For fuck's sake, someone mute him. Where were we? If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. He agreed, right?
Right, he agreed that if Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q. If we observe not Q, therefore not P.
He's deaf and...
Oh my goodness.
And mute, and he's muted locally and deaf and locally, so yeah, he's not listening to anything.
I think he deafened himself so he could concentrate on reading, so maybe he'll be back in a minute, I guess.
Yeah, he is researching, definitely.
Guys, definitely keep it on point. If someone's going to speak to him about one point, bring it to a logical conclusion, and then talk about other point, but jumping around is not going to help a lot.
Yeah. Don't jump in there with your own point when somebody's working on theirs, right? That doesn't help anything.
Yeah, if he comes back,
jumped on one question to another.
Ripcord, you've done it 3 times now. I think if he comes back, then maybe just I think Heretic and T-Dub are doing a good job. Let's leave it with that. Yeah. Because there's 3 times I'm not having a go at you, man, but 3 times you've jumped in and tried and changed the subject and given them an out.
I wasn't trying to change the subject.
No, I know, man.
Just staying focused on the question he asked.
That's not what you were doing.
But T-Dub had him somewhere, and they were going to go through the black swan with the logical syllogism, and then you started asking him about nature.
He wants to talk about nature and the definition of that word so that he can avoid talking about the direct curvature examples, right?
Yeah, and I was about to ask the question, how does determine nature itself? Because it doesn't. There has to be...
What we're trying to get to is this curvature, right?
It was,
He made a claim of it, right? He's trying really hard to run away from it. He said at a certain scale, they do account for it. Therefore, it must be something that has been observed and measured. We're trying to get to that part, and he keeps trying to shift it off of that. And every time you go back to the thing that he wants to shift off to instead, you're helping him, right? He wants to talk about the definition of nature or literally anything other than what we're trying to get him to talk about, right?
Yeah, maybe he did it because he wanted to dodge it.
Okay, I'm back. So...
Right. They're on mute up.
Okay, so we gave you a logical syllogism. You agreed, right? If P, therefore Q, not Q, therefore not P.
Yeah,
right?
That's valid.
Okay. So if P, the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then Q, every horizon distance must be no more than 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet. Not Q. Every horizon distance is not limited to 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet. Therefore, not P, the Earth is not a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles.
Okay. Yeah, so that's valid. So that's a valid form, right? But do you have a paper that proves 2?
That proves 2.
Yeah.
What do you want proved exactly? What specifically? What part of that?
Yeah, so premise 2 requires justification, just like my premise 2 requires justification.
Okay, so it must be limited geometrically to 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet. So that's derived from the radius. I can give you a citation for that figure, no problem. Somebody else could post it, perhaps. Yeah, yes, for a paper. We'll get you a paper for the geometric horizon formula of a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles. You agree that there must be a physical tangent with the observer's line of sight over a curved surface of that nature, right, at a specific geometric distance.
Okay. Can you repeat premise 1 of your syllogism so that I have it written out?
P, if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles.
Okay, so if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of, let's just say R.
3,959 miles.
3,959 miles.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Then
Q.
No, well, yeah. What's the Q?
Horizon distance must be limited. Yeah, go ahead, Tito.
You can look up any online horizon distance calculator, or any Earth curve calculator. It will show you the horizon distance based on observer height.
Okay,
Yeah,
so what's premise 2?
Geometric horizon distance must be limited to 1.2 miles times square root of observer height in feet.
Limited to 1.2 miles.
Yeah, 1.225 miles times square root of observer height in feet. I'm driving. Somebody could post a citation for that because this man's keen on papers.
Yeah. Granting premise 1, which I'm not even sure I would grant, but granting premise 1, premise 2 would require some kind of justification.
Such as?
So your Q is the horizon distance must be limited to 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet. So the negation, which is your premise 2, in order to have valid form, is the horizon distance is not limited to 1.2 miles. 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer. So you have to justify that.
Because that would be the physical tangent point with the observer's line of sight over a sphere with that radius. That's just geometry.
Yeah, so...
Which part are you saying we have to justify?
Sure, yeah, because in the sphere, the horizon is the drop over distance at a
so if it's simple
ratio.
geometry, then show me some kind of like mathematical derivation at length, so I can analyze it at length.
Earth's curve calculator, right?
Yeah, that's not saying Earth's calculator isn't a justification for this.
It's not our claim. It's the
claim.
No, it is your claim. You just made a syllogism, right? P1, P2. So P2 requires justification.
Yes, based on your claim. This is what you're supposed to be defending.
No, my syllogism has a justification. Yours doesn't.
No, you put not yours. Listen. The globe that you are parroting, right? The globe claim that you are repeating that someone else said, that claim that they made, you are parroting that claim, and that claim has specific foundations based on geometry, because the globe has specific measurements, right? You know that, right? You know this. So it has a size.
This is a justification for P2. If you want to drop the syllogism, that's fine, but just acknowledge that you can justify it.
The globe has a specific claim about size, right?
So someone made a syllogism, they have to justify it. It's just simple.
So you're saying the globe can't be justified. So you're saying the radius of the Earth can't be justified.
I'm saying somebody provide me a derivation of that supports P2.
Would the justification be observations that the horizon is not where it's supposed to be? Is that what you're asking?
No, actually, he's asking that why if you are a 1 foot observer and you can only see 1.2 miles, where is the evidence for that claim?
No, I didn't say that.
You're asking for the derivation. You're trying to derail, but I posted that already anyway. Check the link I posted. You're asking for things that are already in the live stream voice text.
Oh, sorry. Could someone ping it so I can find it? Distance to the horizon, is that it?
Yes, 23 past the hour.
Okay. If h is in meters, that makes the distance to the geometric horizon times the square root of the height. Yeah, premise 2 is a negation of this, right?
So you have to prove the negation. Observation and measurement is the justification for P2, not a paper, not an equation, right? Out in reality, looking at the Earth. That's the justification for it.
Yeah, so could you provide some paper some paper or
not a paper, an observation and measurement in reality.
Yeah, so can you provide these measurements and observations in a paper?
Here. No, not in a paper, right?
Well, we do have
that's enough.
We do have papers.
No, that's enough.
This is a screen capture.
Kotsura sent me a derivation. That's enough.
Wait, this is a screen capture. Yeah. Wait, this is a screen capture from a video which somebody took in reality, right, from 1 foot observer height across ocean.
Yeah, the real east level. Important.
That's the thing that you said had to be a globe, right? Has to be curving at a certain set rate. If it's curving at that rate, it therefore has a geometric horizon at the distance that we just gave you. Is that what we see?
No, we've been out there, and it's nowhere. The globe is nowhere to be found in reality. Nowhere to be found. You could find it in the paper, in the book, in the page, in the cartoon. Yeah, you'll find it there. Once you go to the realist level, it's nowhere to be found, guys. You get that?
Hey, what's up, all you wonderful flat earthers? I went ahead and paused the bot just to see if anybody wants to have a conversation. Got Bob in here. Bob, do you have permissions to speak still? Did they give you your VC verify? Oh, you got a listening pass. All right, cool. Anybody else in here? Got anything to say about the conversation? The blind spot? Never met you before. All right. Let's see, the blind spot. Hey, blind spot. If you look up, I can't do anything down here, but if you look at the server and all the chat rooms that are in there, if you scroll up to the top and just underneath the lobby, there's a VC check-in 1 and VC check-in 2. If you will join one of those rooms, I can get you VC verified, and then we can have a conversation if you want in the live stream. Otherwise, it's we'd like to see what your take is on the shape of the Earth, if you got one. Who else is here? Did anybody talk to Blind Spot yet? I'm not sure. Oh, excuse me. Did he go up there? No. Blind Spot. What's up, Carr? What's up, Sydney? What's up, Codal? Just giving a couple of these new people a chance to, have the conversation. Blind Spot, if you'd like to get VC verified, so that way we can, you can talk to your mic, open your mic. Meet me up in VC check-in 1 or VC check-in 2. And then I can get you verified up there. All right. Is he up there? Yep. Give me a second. I'll resume the bot.
Deafen himself again?
Of course.
Why is he? Did you see he's trying to confuse everyone with just shut up for a second? Trying to confuse everyone for asking for a paper for his claim of curvature.
Well, somebody gave me a derivation, so that's enough. Like a paper, mathematical derivation.
You know what, enough. Sir? We shouldn't have even given that to you because this is your claim. These are your metrics. This is the globe claim, the thing that you came here defending. If you don't even know what you're here to defend, why are we providing citations for you to learn your own fucking claim?
Yeah, so I gave you a syllogism. Do you disagree with premise 2 of my syllogism?
Who gives a fuck about your
syllogism? Bro, you don't even know the foundations of your claim.
The globe Earth. My syllogism proves the globe Earth.
No, it does not.
The more you use that word, the less valuable it becomes. Comes to the point of meaninglessness.
Do you think that it's unsound or invalid?
Yeah, it's unsound.
Yes,
you haven't demonstrated
properly once. Yeah,
you haven't defined gravity property as per the heliocentric model even once, or heliocentric claim, I should say. They don't have a model.
You haven't. Yeah, he hasn't made a logical connection between his premise and his conclusion.
No, I did.
No, you did not.
So
it's
the
just
argument is valid,
it's just a baseless assertion.
And its premises are true.
It's a baseless assertion, sir. You've just basically claimed it. You're just making a claim. You haven't demonstrated any logical reason why the two are connected in any way.
Well, you write in the things you read the stuff in the paper. You read the stuff in the paper, and you're saying, "Hey, it makes sense in the paper." And you're saying, "Yeah, that's good enough because it says in the paper." But you didn't go check in reality. You haven't done that step yet.
Yeah, put it in your own terms.
So someone sent me a paper about a justification for premise 2, and it's actually justifying the negation of premise 2. So you need something else.
Oh yeah, justify that.
Right.
Justify what you just said.
Is that what you want?
I don't know. I didn't hear anything. You just said nothing and then said, "Is that what you want?" No, that's not what I want.
Oh, okay. So sorry. So what do you want me to prove exactly?
What you just said.
That the paper proves the negation of premise 2?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. 1 second.
Very convenient. Just reading stuff off, not thinking about this in any way, shape, or form, making his own mind. It's like,
I think this guy might be the most arrogant person I've ever come across.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen worse. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, are you in live stream voice text?
No. What are you gonna say?
No.
I'm driving. Sorry.
Oh yeah, so it says here, so for all practical purposes, we can estimate the distance to the horizon using 1.2249459 radical h, which gives the distance in miles when h is in feet, right? But premise 2 is the negation of this. So I can link the syllogism that I wrote out, or it wasn't my syllogism, it was someone else's, but I can link it, and what I just linked here is literally the negation of premise 2.
No, it's just a claim. You need to demonstrate it, sir.
The negation that the geometric horizon, the negation of the geometric horizon being limited to that 1.2 value. That's what you're saying?
No, premise 2 is the horizontal distance is not limited with 1.2.
Okay, it's not. So it's not geometric limited. There's not a geometric limitation of 1.2 miles on a sphere with a radius of 3959.
Yeah, but the source you said there is. That it can.
No, you're saying there's not. How is there not?
Wait, hang on. No, I never said that there was or wasn't. I said that quote, the thing that I just quoted, is literally the negation of premise 2, and somebody sent it as a justification for premise 2.
So premise 2 was the geometric horizon distance must be limited to the 1.2 value.
No, the premise 2 is the negation of that. They were doing a modus tollens, right? If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. Okay. So not Q. Right.
So not okay. Yeah. So not the sphere, not the 3959.
No.
So you're saying it negates.
No. So the conclusion is not P. The conclusion is the Earth is not a sphere with a radius of 3,900.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So that part, you're saying it negates that bit.
No. I'm saying it negates. You're driving, so I'll just read it out to you. So premise 1 says, if the Earth is a sphere with a so this is not mine. I literally just wrote down what I think it was Gemsy said. So Gemsy, if this is wrong, please correct me. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then the horizon distance is limited to 1.2 miles times the square root of observer height in feet. Is that premise 1? Is that right?
Yeah.
Right. So then premise 2 is the negation of Q, right? Q is the horizontal distance is limited. So a negation of Q would be the horizontal distance not limited.
It's not limited to that. Correct.
Oh,
it's not limited.
Okay, so is that what you're saying? So Q is it's not limited?
Q
it's not.
It should be limited.
Yeah, the whole point is it's not.
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Limited.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So Q is that.
Okay, I'm sorry for the confusion there. Welcome to Flat Earth. We've been saying the same thing as one another. My bad.
That's okay. Yeah, so you said that Q was, right, it is limited, and the negation, which is what you're saying, proves the conclusion. No, that is P1. That is literally P1. I read it out. And
okay, yes, sorry. Yeah. So not Q, therefore not P.
Right, yeah. So then you need to prove not Q, right?
And we showed you.
No, your source literally proved the negation, that the horizontal distance is limited by this equation. That's literally what your source said.
Where did it do that?
That's an equation, dude.
No,
that's an equation.
That's the claim.
That's an equation.
It didn't prove. Well, hold on. It didn't prove the limitation. That was just the claim and a geometric necessity of the globe with that radius, right?
Okay.
Now
so
we're looking at the actual Earth, right?
Okay.
Yeah. Now we're looking at the actual Earth to see if that limitation is observed. I've posted in the live stream voice text. Do you think it's observed?
Do I think it's your argument? I mean,
no. Do you think the limitation is observed? We've given you an observation, right, where this limitation should be observed. Now take a look at it. It's been posted about a dozen times. I don't know why you haven't seen it yet. Well, I think I do know why. Take a look and tell me.
Is it the video 19-mile flat Earth laser test? Is that
no.
Then there's a lot of stuff being posted, so if somebody could just link it.
It's the one that has the same syllogism we've been talking about for like the past 10 minutes written out on top, right? It's got the oil rigs, right?
Is it
33 past the hour? Posted by Platter. 33 past the hour. Look at it. Read it.
Okay.
Look at the picture below.
33 past the hour.
Yeah, it's
Where is the horizon in that photo?
Sorry, I can't find it. Did somebody link it?
You gotta be kidding me.
Bro,
is it this
just
photo?
Look at the chat. Yes.
Is it the photo? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So does the photo provide calculations at length?
There's a screenshot from a video, and the video has been provided for you if you want to go through the details, the specific details.
So where's the horizon in that picture?
Yes. So then I'll have to go through that and then come back to you. So that
you have oil rigs, right? Markers of known distance, right? Demarcators in those pictures or that picture, right? To reference the distance of the horizon to.
So in 34 minutes past the hour, there's one that asks you, where is the horizon? Is it A? Is it B? Or is it C? Or are you not even going to answer the question? And that would be D.
Okay, so I'm watching it, and just right off the bat, they're not.
Well, hold on. What are you watching? Why are you watching something? It was just a still.
Oh yeah, because somebody said that there was calculations at length in the video.
We gave you the calculations. We already did those.
Wait, where?
Just the photo, not the video. Just the photo. It's very simple.
So photos aren't calculations at length, right?
You can watch the video later for a detailed analysis.
Well, yeah, the summary. So the detailed analysis. I don't care about a summary. I want the data. So I'm going to go to the data.
Yeah,
so I'm going to watch the video.
The oil rigs are there for references of distances because these oil rigs are set in a place that this is not for debate. The distance between the observer, the oil rigs, in between each other and the shore, there's no debate about this, sir. It's right there.
Okay. Are there any uncertainties associated with those calculations? Like any error bars, any confidence intervals, right? Like, do you do any sort of statistics and hypothesis testing in this photo? Right. That's what I'm looking for.
It's not a scientific inquiry, so it's not
How do you do that? Explain this.
Yeah, so anytime you take measurements, right, you have to have some well-defined uncertainty so that you can propagate it to your end result. But that's not being done here. So why am I to trust these results? Right?
Yeah, I mean, how do you determine the trustworthiness of your eyes?
By math, right? I rely on math.
Yeah, come on.
Nage, okay, just in this photo, where do you see the horizon? Just in this one.
It doesn't matter. I don't see any propagations of uncertainties here. So how am I to believe that these results are accurate if you're not even performing basic?
Because it's falsifiable, so you can go out and try it yourself and then falsify it that way.
This is the best thing we can advise.
Yeah, well, but I'm saying that your measurements are automatically untrustworthy off the bat because you don't even have uncertainties that you propagate to the end result.
So it's this hard for you to answer. So it's this hard for you to tell us where you see the horizon in that picture. That's all we're asking. Where do you see it? Before and in between, or after the oil rigs?
It doesn't matter. Your results are untrustworthy.
It does matter. It does matter, but it doesn't matter if you think that it doesn't matter. We're just asking you a simple question, whether it matters to you aside or not, right? Where do you see the horizon? Before, in between, or after the oil rigs?
In the video with the 29 miles, that one, the picture of Google Earth?
It's a still, so you keep saying video. We're not exactly talking about a video. We're talking about a still from a video that's been posted probably about 3 dozen times now.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I see the horizon after the oil rigs.
You see it after the oil rigs. Okay, that furthest oil rig, that's at 9.4 miles. Is that horizon at 1.2 miles?
Is it at 1.2 miles or 1.2 plus 0001 or 005? See why it doesn't matter what it is? Because you don't have uncertainties that you propagate.
Is it at 1.3 miles, perhaps?
I don't know. Your measurements are invalid because you don't have uncertainties that you propagate.
There's landmarks, places on the earth that are actually landmarks. These distances are not up for debate, sir.
No, distances are up for debate because distances are measured.
We got a landmark at 9.4 miles. That would be the furthest rig, which you said that the horizon. That you said the horizon.
001.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah. No, let's just say 9.5.
No, not let's just say. No, not let's
plus
just
or minus.
Say. Yeah, it doesn't matter. No, are you just saying that, or did you actually have?
I just wanted to say one thing.
All right, you're just making up uncertainty. It doesn't matter. You're making up uncertainties. You can't make up.
You're making them in your mind.
So there could be like a 9-mile uncertainty to the location of that rig.
There could be. I mean, do you have your uncertainty?
That's preposterous.
I can run the math.
Yeah, this is literally statistics and hypothesis testing 101. So I really don't care.
Geometry, sir. You're failing. You're failing 3rd grade geometry, sir. Failing it right now.
So measurements aren't 3rd grade geometry. Measurements have uncertainty, and you don't have uncertainty.
Hey, dude, whether it's 9.6 or 9.6042, it's still too far.
No, you don't know that because you don't propagate the uncertainty to your end result. So you don't know.
We don't know what the all rigs are.
No, it's within your confidence intervals. You don't know any of this.
We do know.
We do know. Yeah, but listen.
You don't know.
You don't even have a measurement of the globe in the first place, let alone one to be uncertain of. Right? You don't even have that.
Yeah, I don't need one because my syllogism proves that the Earth is round.
No, it doesn't. You don't even know what gravity is in the paradigm of the globe Earth. No, you don't.
You know what round means, sir?
What is
Do you even know what round means?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
You haven't defined gravity correctly within the heliocentric paradigm once yet. So no, your syllogism doesn't work. Your logic is screwed. You don't even know the terms you're using. You might as well just say, if true international pressure exists, then the Earth is a globe. Oh, true international pressure exists, Earth is a globe. You could just say any word in place of gravity, because you don't even know what it's supposed to mean in the paradigm that you're trying to use.
He said the Earth is round, but he doesn't know what round actually means.
Spherical. Why don't we slow down a bit, because he's like, what is the uncertainty of what I'm looking at? So why don't we talk about what is the horizon?
Yeah, slow it down for him. Go ahead.
Sure. Yeah,
that sounds good to me.
So what do you think the horizon is? Is it an apparent optical observation, or is it physical geometric Earth curve? Like, to you, where you're at right now, what do you think the horizon is?
I think it's like if you have your eyes, right, and you extrapolate that line from your eyes, it's where that line meets the tangent to the Earth. It's like where that line is tangent to the Earth.
Who measured that tangent? Who measured that curve?
I don't know.
Oh, are you certain of that?
Am I certain that I don't know?
What's your degree of certainty of your uncertainty?
100%. I'm 100% uncertain.
Okay, so you have absolutely no clue whoever established the thing that you've been in here arguing for all this time.
You just asked me, do I know who measured it? And no, I don't know who made those measurements.
Yeah, okay, so you don't even have measurements to provide us with to even get to the point where we could talk about the uncertainties that you want to talk about when we show you something. You don't even have that.
Yeah, because I don't need it. My syllogism proves the Earth is round.
No, it doesn't, because you don't even know what gravity is. Like I said, you could just put any random set of syllables in place of where you said gravity within that syllogism, and it would have equal. It would have equal meaning to what you said. Because you don't even know what gravity is supposed to be on the globe. You haven't defined it correctly yet within the paradigm. No, it's not. That was superseded by Einstein over 100 years ago. Get with it. If it's a mass attracting mass, the best thing you can argue for is a stationary geocentric ball Earth, and you'll need curvature for that, because mass attracting mass is not compatible with the heliocentric claim, doesn't match the presumed orbit of Mercury. There's a three-body problem and a bunch of stuff. So that's why they threw it out, right? It's been superseded for over 100 years. I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to help you.
Okay. Yeah. So do you have any paper that says that that general relativity negates Newton's definition?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
So show me a paper.
Yeah, we can post citations all day in the live stream that say that Newton's been superseded, and all derivations thereof have been superseded by Einstein.
These are different claims. No, these are different claims. Derivations being superseded is not the same as saying that mass attracting mass.
I'm talking about Newton's mechanics, his laws.
Yeah, so his laws are just measuring
the globe Earth paradigm, right? So. Your argument is completely faulty. Yeah, right. You don't even know what gravity is in the paradigm that you're trying to invoke it to argue for. And moreover, when we show you observations that do not comport with your geometric claim that you think your goofy syllogism that you yourself don't understand properly proves, right? You don't even have measurements to come back with.
Hang on.
Yeah, you can't even.
It literally says in your source that in a non-relativistic limit, it should yield Newton's theory. You're fucking brain dead, bro. It literally says in your source that in the non-relativistic limit, it yields Newton's theory. So Einstein's theory collapses to Newton's theory in non-relativistic limits. Dude, do you even know what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Do you know what you're talking about?
Was superseded in the early 20th century when Albert Einstein developed the special and general theory of relativity. Superseded. You want another one?
Superseded.
Yeah, the mathematical equations. The mathematical equations of Einstein's general theory of relativity, tested time and time again, are currently the most accurate way to predict gravitational interactions, replacing those developed by Isaac Newton several centuries prior. Do you want more?
How about Newton himself debunking his own non-theory?
Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein.
Yeah, you're just...
Einstein's right, at least for now, says Gez, a co-lead author of the research. We can absolutely rule out Newton's law of gravity. Andrea Ghez, UCLA professor of physics and astronomy.
And you know what? He wants to invoke gravity to prove his ball. Whatever it is that gravity is supposed to be, he doesn't know what it's supposed to be. But we could throw gravity and his ball out all at once. We can defeat every aspect of that syllogism simply by going to the Earth and seeing if it in fact does curve the way it needs to for every component of what he said to be true.
He wants to
if gravity then sphere, okay, if that's the case, sphere then curvature. No curvature, no sphere, no gravity. Everything you claim out the window.
Okay. So no, because it says in the source that someone posted that Einstein's... Do you agree that Einstein's equations collapse into Newton's, yes or no?
Yeah, they both collapse because they both don't... you cannot demonstrate any of those.
Collapse into, meaning that in non-relativistic limits, right, the equations are the same. Newton's equations are the same as Einstein's equations in non-relativistic limits.
You want to move away from the real Islam.
No, you're just dodging because you're saying... Okay.
Non-theories, ideas of the mind.
Right. Okay.
That's a really Jedi mind tricky way to dodge, to keep saying that it's the other guy dodging while you're literally dodging, but nobody sees that you're doing that.
You're saying that Newton's equations are somehow falsified by Einstein's, but literally that's not true.
Yeah, they are. They're ruled out. Here, let me grab
No, they're not ruled out. Because Einstein's equations are the same as Newton's in non-relativistic limits.
Listen, both Newton and Einstein's, they were both wrong. They're just making ideas of, and they didn't claim anything that conforms to the realist level. It's just stuff on paper, bro. That's it. They didn't went and demonstrate any of it.
Yeah.
So you were wrong about Newton's equations being falsified by Einstein. Yes or no?
Equations aren't reality. They're not.
Right. Yeah. So again, you're dodging. You're dodging. Yes or no?
Reality. You're dodging reality.
It doesn't matter. Whatever it is that you're calling gravity.
So I'm wrong, but it doesn't matter.
Whatever it is that you're calling gravity. Yeah, you are wrong, and it does matter.
No, you
whatever
are
it is
wrong.
that you're calling gravity, right? Whatever it is that you think is gravity, which then necessitates a sphere Earth, that collapses along with the sphere Earth when we go out to check for that sphere directly and do not find the curvature that must necessarily be there.
Yeah, your measurements don't even have basic statistical properties like uncertainty, so they're automatically on the face of them unverifiable.
You don't even have measurements to be uncertain of, so don't bother playing that game.
I don't need measurements. My syllogism proves
you do
round,
need measurements
still
because
have an
it's a geometric claim, right?
Yeah, you still have an
and we can go and
engagement
test for that geometric claim.
I shared the definition of
I've been engaging with it the whole time. Whatever it is that you think gravity is, that fell apart when it was put into a syllogism, which necessitates the conclusion of a sphere. Then when we check for that sphere in reality and don't find it, that sphere collapses. Your claim of it does.
You didn't
and whatever
find
it is
because
you
you
think
weren't doing
gravity
statistics right.
and whatever it is you think gravity is also goes by the wayside.
Your measurements are unverifiable and unfalsifiable because they lack basic statistical properties like uncertainty, which you need to propagate to an end result. And you'd know that if you opened a statistics textbook.
What measurements?
Any measurements that people posted are lacking uncertainties.
Any measurements. Be specific.
Yeah, so the measurement between... Okay, yeah, I'll be specific. 1 second.
Any measurements. They're all just wrong. Okay, if all measurements are wrong...
No, I didn't say they were wrong. I said they were unverifiable and unfalsifiable because they lack uncertainty, which is one statistical... Okay. Yeah, here.
Nate, talking about measurements.
Platform habitat, 9.41 miles. 9.41 miles plus or minus what?
Not 9.4 miles.
Yeah, so you don't know what the plus or minus is, so it lacks that statistical property, and so you don't know how to propagate the uncertainty. So your results, by definition, are unverifiable and unfalsifiable. This is basic statistics.
It's not unfalsifiable. We can get you the coordinates of the rigs.
Okay.
Somebody can post those too. We can get you every citation you're asking for.
Do those have associated uncertainties as well?
Nage, I'll give you one. Half a mile.
Okay, then
let's just say half a mile, Nage.
No, let's just say half a mile plus or minus what?
Yeah, plus or minus half a mile.
Plus or minus half a mile? Okay, so how did you determine that uncertainty? Did you just make it up?
We have the coordinates. They're known coordinates. We can link a video that has all of this.
You know what you are, mate?
Go for it. Yeah, link the video. Yeah.
You're a pretender clown, mate.
No, you guys just don't understand basic statistics.
Nah, you're full of shit, and you're a pretender clown, mate. The measurement, it doesn't matter. It's still too far. You're full of shit, mate.
You don't know if it's too far because you haven't propagated the uncertainty. And
half a mile is a ridiculous amount of uncertainty. Half a mile is...
Yeah, you don't know that. No, you don't know that because you don't have any error bars and you don't have any confidence intervals and you don't have any uncertainties.
I'd really like to know where the drop over distance is on a picture that's 200 miles away.
Oh my god.
You don't even know what the horizon is, so you should just kind of take a step back, eat some humble pie, come back when you're...
He does have a claim. He does have a claim. He says it's a geometric tangent point. Over the Earth was his line of sight. That's what he says it is. Right?
No, somebody asked me what I think it is.
Is there any falsifiability to that claim? Oh, what you think it is. So this is just in the realm of imagination.
Somebody asked, what do you think what the horizon is? And I said, I think it's this, but I'm not sure.
And that's why I said you don't know what it is. So just
the wrong definition.
Stop.
Exactly.
Yeah. So me not knowing what the horizon is, your measurements still lack basic statistical properties.
You don't know what the horizon is, but you know that the Earth is a sphere. If you know that the Earth is a sphere, you must therefore know that the horizon is a geometric consequence of that sphere. Yeah.
Irrelevant.
Your
measurements don't have any sort of verifiability or falsifiability.
Yeah.
So you can't
making it about me when you actually just threw your own claim under the bus. You said that the Earth must necessarily be a sphere because of that dipshit syllogism that you gave us, If that's the case, then as a consequence of that, a geometric necessity, the horizon therefore must be a tangent point. It's not just, well, I think it's that. It must necessarily be that if the Earth is necessarily a sphere, like you tried to argue for it being. So which one is it?
Okay, so are you defining the horizon as a tangent point?
No. You are, by necessity,
I am?
in claiming that the Earth is a sphere, yes.
Then yes, I'm defining the horizon as a tangent point.
Okay,
so how does this, okay, yeah.
So it's necessarily a tangent point. Can you falsify that?
No, not necessarily. Do you believe that words...
Why not? Why not? Why can't you necessarily falsify or verify that claim?
Yeah, because it's not a claim, it's a definition. Definitions aren't claims. If I say water is defined as H2O, can I falsify that? No, because water is defined as H2O.
Well, you're giving an incorrect definition of the horizon.
Okay, so what is the definition of the horizon?
It's where the ground and sky appear to meet.
Okay. All right, I'll take that definition.
So, I mean,
I'm cool with that.
So if you're claiming that the horizon is physical geometric Earth curve...
I never claimed that.
Okay, well, if you do claim that... Well, if you don't claim that, then there's no way to measure Earth curve.
Yeah, so I mean, if we take so you said the horizon is where the line where the sea meets the sky, right? And you're saying that under the globe Earth model, right? That is the same thing, right? So the line where the sky meets the sea is the same under the globe Earth model as that tangent point. Am I wrong here?
What tangent point? We're still waiting for you to validate that.
I just said under the globe Earth model, right? It's a conditional, right? If the globe Earth model is true, then there is a tangent point. It's a conditional statement.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why we did the syllogism where if that tangent point isn't there, then the globe cannot be true because it's conditional, like you said exactly. Right. Yeah. So do you have any way of falsifying that? Have you tried to? Yeah.
Falsifying what?
That claim.
What claim?
That the Earth is a sphere, right? And that's a conditional. It requires a geometric tangent point, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I haven't really looked into that because my syllogism proves that the Earth is round.
Oh, does it? Because this one proves that it's not if there is no geometric tangent point, which you just said is a necessity of the sphere.
Yeah, so prove that. Prove that there is no tangent point.
That's what we just did, right? And you wanted to hand wave it. You said, we don't know how uncertain we are about those demarcations, so we have to just throw this all out. So what can you provide us as far as measurements, direct measurements of surface curvature of this sphere, which must necessarily exist if your syllogism is correct and true and the Earth is in fact a sphere? If that's true, then it must necessarily follow that the horizon is a geometric tangent with the observer's line of sight. It must necessarily follow that the Earth has continuous surface curvature in all directions.
Sure.
These things must all be true, right? So pick any, falsify it, or verify it.
Why?
What's a triangle?
Why? He asks why.
Is it?
And the horizon's considered a fixed.
So that we can demonstrate that you and your claim are full of shit, but that's what you just did for us anyway by responding.
Oh yeah, those are all true, and those are all true by necessity of my syllogism.
Yeah, but they're not though. That's the thing.
Yeah, you haven't proven that they're not.
Yeah, we did.
You gave measurements without
we don't know how uncertain we are about the coordinates of those rigs, but we can give you all the links that you would require in order to be sure of the coordinates of those rigs, right?
No.
Yes, we can do that. You're just hand waving. Yeah, you can take the time you need. Look, you don't have to just trust us because we threw a picture up on the screen. You can definitely go in and take a look at where those rigs are supposed to be, where the observer was supposed to be, and check each point of the claim.
No, I didn't say we don't know where the rigs are. I think we do.
Yeah,
you have some measurement.
You don't know what degree of uncertainty we have about where they are.
Yeah, or any other statistical property that is necessary
I have them.
to determine.
I have them, Nate.
Oh, perfect. Send them.
Right, it's 0.5646. I was actually really close. Just a little more than half a mile.
Wait, plus or minus? So it's plus or minus?
Plus or minus 0.5646.
Okay, send me a paper with all your measurements, uncertainties, error bars, confidence intervals, and how you determined all that.
You're not worth the. The paper's in the live stream voice text. You can take a look there if you're that interested.
The flat Earth core one? Yeah, I looked at it. Yeah, so the flat Earth core paper doesn't have any of those statistical properties.
No, we're not talking about that. We're not talking about that at all. Yeah, you're not tracking. You need to pay attention. Right, we're not talking about that. You were whining about the uncertainty of the locations of those rigs, right? That's what he just gave you.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm whining about the lack of statistical properties that your measurements have, right? So it's not just uncertainties, right? It's all of them.
I gave you some, and now it's not good enough. Now you want to expand on it and have more and more and more. You're doing a kicking the can right here.
Yeah, because that's
physical
what's
properties is, the lack of physical properties is the problem.
I said statistical properties.
Considering P hasn't even been proven, it doesn't even matter.
Well, yeah, this is why none of you submit your work to like real scientists, because they would tear this. They would find this immediately and tear it.
Not a scientist. What would they do? How do you know that?
Yeah,
how do you know they would tear that apart?
Because I can do it. Because I can do it, and I'm not a scientist. So if
science is not science, then they can do it. It's a measurement, not science.
You're just saying, nah. That's all you're doing. What would they do specifically to tear anything that we've presented you apart?
They would make aware the fact that all of your measurements lack the necessary statistical properties to verify your measurement, to verify the calculations of your results.
He just gave the uncertainties that you asked for.
Okay. Do you have error bars? Do you have confidence intervals?
Show us the measurements. Show us the measurements which validate P. Show us the measurements which validate the premise. The original premise.
My
Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Show us that.
Do you mean the one that Platter sent? Because I never made that claim. That was someone else.
You do. You do make that claim.
My syllogism was, if gravity exists, then the Earth is curved. Gravity exists.
Then by default, you make that claim, sir. By default, you make that claim.
What claim?
It's essential. It's essential to the entire heliocentric model.
Yeah, so are you going to actually engage with my syllogism or keep dodging?
Syllogism is stupid, dude. We could say if dipshit exists, then the Earth is a sphere. Dipshit exists, therefore the Earth is a sphere. That's how logical it is. Because you don't, like I said, about 1,000 times.
You have to prove P2.
It's not a logical pathway to your conclusion because you don't even know what gravity is supposed to be within the heliocentric paradigm. Right? If it's Newtonian mass attracting mass, you're already done with your solar system, and the best thing you could possibly argue for is a geocentric stationary globe, and that's going to require surface curvature, the kind that we're not seeing, so that you then have to waffle about error bars and shit like that instead, so that you can hand wave what we show you.
Yeah, I can hand wave what you show me because they lack statistical properties.
So, look, if the Earth is a sphere, right?
Then
it has to have continuous surface curvature in all directions. Can you provide us with a measurement to that?
No, because you haven't engaged my syllogism.
No,
so I'm not interested in continuing this further.
No, you can't. Okay, didn't think so.
Yeah, I didn't think so either.
Yeah, you didn't think that you had it either. Yeah, we know. That's why you're doing all this diverting and stupid bullshit instead.
No, I started with the syllogism, and then you guys went all over the place, and I kept trying to bring it back.
Yeah, but your syllogism is irrelevant because you just put a word in there that you don't even know the proper meaning of within the paradigm that you're trying to use your syllogism to argue for. So it's stupid.
Yeah, so we already talked about this. When we brought it up, I told you that in your source, or maybe not your source, in the source that somebody posted.
Cite it.
It said, yeah, okay, 1 second.
Or Newtonian physics collapsed.
So Platter, right? So Platter posted this source here, and I'm going to link it in the VC text. Right? And in this source, it literally says 2 sentences later, right, that, right, so precise, in the non-relativistic limit, it should yield Newton's gravity, right?
Should. Oh, it should.
Yeah,
can you demonstrate that? Okay, so that sounds like a claim. You're appealing to somebody's claim.
It's demonstrated in the paper. The paper demonstrates it.
Okay, show us where it does that. Cite that part. It's like you're just appealing to somebody making the claim that it collapses into Newton, but can you demonstrate that?
Yeah, so 1 second. Let me pull up the paper.
It's also still a theory.
I like the part where he said, no, point blank, I do not have measurements of surface curvature of the Earth. to corroborate my claim of it.
I don't need the corroborate.
Yeah, you don't need them.
My syllogism corroborates that claim.
You don't need them because you're not actually here to argue for those. You're here to divert from that point.
No, yeah, I'm arguing. I am not here to argue for those. I'm here to argue for my syllogism, which proves the Earth is round, and you haven't engaged it. You keep saying that that I don't know what gravity means, and I've already told you what gravity means. So let me just pull up the paper for you.
Here's my syllogism. If gravity exists, the Earth is flat. Gravity exists, therefore the Earth is flat.
Yeah, prove P1.
If gravity exists, the Earth is flat?
Yeah.
Okay, things go down and I go outside and observe no continuous surface curvature of lakes or oceans.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's not a proof.
Yeah.
Show me some.
Yeah, it's not a proof.
Show me some.
You're right.
Show me some derivation that. Show me some derivation that, assuming that gravity exists, right, that necessarily leads to the Earth being flat. Show me some derivation for that, because I can show you a derivation for if gravity exists, then necessarily a flat Earth would collapse into a ball, right?
That's you realize you're arguing against yourself.
But yeah.
Okay, whatever that gravity is specifically that you're arguing for, that must necessitate the existence of a sphere Earth. Prove that gravity exists, and it would be easiest to just do that by directly.
There's no this gravity or that gravity. We've already been over this. There's just gravity.
Oh no, there isn't. There isn't. There's multiple interpretations of gravity. It's been conceptualized many different times. Wait, yeah, no, not just one. There's Newtonian, there's Einstein talking about those two.
They're the same gravity. The source even says
radiation's way different.
So a force. So you think it's a force?
Do you know about the third and the fourth gravity?
Mass, is it a force?
First, you're going to need to provide a proper scientific experiment that shows that gravity is even a thing. First, you're going to need to do that before you even tell us that gravity's a fact.
You see how you went quiet. Is asked if it was a force. See again.
I was answering this.
It is in the paradigm.
So under Newtonian mechanics, it's a force, and under GR, it's not, right? Because a force is a push or a pull, and before Einstein discovered that gravity wasn't a push or a pull, people didn't know what it was, so they just said it was. But it's actually just
not an attraction.
Actually just a bending of space.
Right. So not an attraction then.
Who discovered what?
How was that discovered? What do you mean discovered? How was that done? How do you happen upon that discovery?
Which discovery?
The bending and warping of the fabric of space-time.
Oh yeah, sure. So I'm more than happy to link his papers where he details his discovery. One second.
Just tell us how he discovered the fabric of space-time and how it bends and warps. And that's why objects fall. And that's why different things in the sky happen.
Uh-huh.
Like, do you think about it for a sec? If I said that density determines whether an object will rise and fall, but I couldn't provide you with an experiment that shows you that at any way, shape, or form, you would think I'm a retard. This is where we are right now.
Yeah, so we have the Cavendish experiment, and people dodge from that. So we can go back to that if you'd like. So independent variable.
Because that would just be you dodging from the surface curvature measurements that we've needed this whole time. Although, I guess to your credit, you can say that you did just say point blank, no, don't got him.
Well, he was just about to tell us what the independent variable in the Cavendish is.
So the independent variable, hang on, someone DM me really quick. Can you send the school link? 1 second.
Oh, yeah, that's Phil. Phil's DMing him. Phil DM'd me, so yeah, hi, Phil.
Here you go, Phil. Please, I want to troll. There we go.
So let's make this clear. You're giving us your independent variable. So this is your claimed cause.
Phil's giving us his independent variable.
Phil is right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we observe some kind of measured attraction, some kind of measured force, right? And we want to know, okay, well, what will cause changes in this measured force?
We already taught you what an independent variable is. Just get on with it.
That independent variable is the I don't want to say weight. How do I say the measured mass? Like the amount. 1 second, let me find the right word.
So mass determines whether an object will fall down?
Yeah.
Well, then that means
the independent variable, Phil.
The independent variable is the weight of the balls. Or I don't want to say weight because that implies a force, right? So mass, like the measured mass. So like if it's 50 kgs, then that's going to cause a certain magnitude of attraction and in a certain direction.
Mass. Define mass.
Yeah, 1 second.
Yeah, type to Phil real quick. What's mass?
Just a second. Hold on, man. Get to the past.
Yeah, my independent variable, supposed cause, mass. What's that? Yeah, I got to go ask Phil Bell 1 sec.
Clouds have a lot of quote-unquote mass, whatever that is.
Should we just ban him since he's just sitting here chatting with Phil?
No, I'm not chatting with Phil. I'm talking to you guys. So you asked what mass is. Mass is an object's resistance to change.
Okay. Resistance to change. So suppose cause
object's resistance.
Yeah, an object's resistance to change.
That doesn't apply in aviation. No, it doesn't work.
So an object's resistance to change attracts an object's resistance to change.
Because, I mean, at this point, we're just talking through him to Phil. Or I guess that's what we've been doing the whole time. Should we just ban him for that?
I think this is where we need to be. I think he needs to...
You just got blown the fuck out, so of course you'd want to ban me.
When did that happen?
It happened when I literally proved that in your source it said that Einstein's equations reduced to Newton's.
Wait, my source?
Sorry, Platter source. Apologies. Sorry,
so I got blown the fuck out on something that you proved was in somebody else's source. Did you prove that yet? I'm still waiting on the citation.
When I said you, I meant all of you. I believe you the fuck out.
Except you were kind of projecting there because we're still waiting on the citation from that source that actually shows that it says what you're just claiming it says.
We just want to know what the independent variable is right now. That's all.
It's the measured mass. So the mass in kilograms.
Okay, mass in kilograms. So not gravity. So resistance to change basically in kilograms, not gravity. Nice job.
Is the cause of
the measured attractive force, which we call gravity.
What?
What?
Is that what you observe? What do you observe in the Cavendish? What do you observe in the Cavendish?
What we observe is some attraction which matches our predictions given by Newton's equation.
That would be begging the question, sir.
Nope, it's not begging the question.
What did you observe specifically?
In the experiment, I observed some attracted force.
Just what you observed?
Yeah.
Just what did you see with your eyes? What did you see?
Yeah, so I saw the balls moving to the other balls.
You saw the balls moving. Right, that's it. You saw the balls moving. That's where it stops. Now you're making an insinuation that there's some kind of attraction.
No, that's what attraction means.
Based on what?
Something that causes... What? Yeah, so something that causes acceleration of objects is an attraction. Do you understand that?
Based on what?
What do you mean? What is based on?
What are you basing your insinuation of attraction on? You just saw some balls move. Yeah, so what?
Uh-huh. Yeah, so I'm observing an attraction. Do you agree or disagree?
Well, he's saying mass. He's saying mass is the cause, right? So we only have to look at anything that has mass that doesn't attract, which would be clouds. How do they stay up in the air?
So we should tie this back to his goofy syllogism, right? So if resistance to change causes an attraction to resistance to change, then the Earth must be a sphere. Are you sure about that?
So I have a question. So if the balls, what if the balls were cubic? Would they go to each other? No, they wouldn't. Well, mass doesn't have anything to do with it. So you know.
Well, it sounds like his supposed cause is a resistance to change. A resistance to change causes an attraction to a resistance to change.
I'm confused because a helium balloon has mass, but it doesn't attract downward. What's going on here?
Exactly. He has no observed natural phenomenon anyway.
So what part of what he said necessitates a sphere Earth?
I'm back.
Yeah. So you said that your supposed cause is a resistance to change, right? Supposed cause, resistance to change, i.e. mass.
So when I say cause, I just mean the thing that's impacting the observed attraction, right? Which is
we know.
Mass,
we talked what an independent variable is already. That's what I refer.
Okay. Just wanted to clear that up since you've been confused about other things tonight.
Like what?
Like about what gravity is.
No, that wasn't me.
You're drowning right now, dude.
Yeah.
Actually, I just blew you all the fuck out.
No, the attraction is the thing you're trying to prove, right? So to say you're observing an attraction is begging the question.
No. The attraction is what I'm trying to prove. We observe an attraction, right? Do you know what an attraction is?
Circular reasoning.
Define attraction, and then we can continue.
The attraction is the thing you're trying to prove.
No, what does attraction mean?
Which the Cavendish wasn't even designed to do anyway.
What do you think attraction means?
It was an attempt to measure the density of the Earth. It was an attempt to measure the density of the Earth, not to prove gravity, sir.
Yeah, I know it wasn't, but it indirectly does. So what's your point? Define attraction.
So where's the hypothesis?
Can you define attraction for me?
Where's the hypothesis?
So you're dodging. Yeah, so
Show me the hypothesis.
All right, yeah, 1 second.
In Cavendish's experiment, in his papers, show the hypothesis.
I don't even know what experiment he's talking about.
You also just said that causation of acceleration is attraction. That's not true.
Yeah, not at all.
Yeah, an attraction is an observation of acceleration.
Post Cavendish's hypothesis in the live stream voice text. Now.
Right, gotcha.
That's not what you said before.
Did you say observation of acceleration? Oh, that's a big echo. If I observe a race car go really fast, is it attracted to something on the other end of the racetrack?
Yeah, there are many observations where attraction does not depend on mass whatsoever.
Okay, so here's his hypothesis. Now, so you're upset about this word gravitation, right? So you don't have to use that word if you like.
Is that from his paper?
Huh? Well, somebody just asked me what his hypothesis was, and that's it.
Yeah, is that from the paper? I want the hypothesis from the actual paper, from Cavendish's paper.
Yeah, well, you should have mentioned that.
I did.
No, you didn't.
Yeah,
we have 10 witnesses here. We have 10 witnesses.
Nage, it's recorded. Nage, it's recorded. You can't weasel yourself out of that
then go back on the recording, and you'll find that he didn't say that.
He did, though, so stop.
We're focusing on the Cavendish and the independent variable, the presumed cause, and you're going to keep on going off into the woods on this because you're not going to find an answer that's going to make you look good.
So it's not Cavendish's hypothesis, it's his hypothesis that he made up for Cavendish. So let's see here. When attracting masses are positioned close to the test masses, the gravitational attraction between them would cause a small twisting motion of the torsion balance.
That's what I just said.
Yeah, so we're observing...
Oh, you were reading what I said?
Of torsion balance due to masses, your supposed cause is mass. And you say that this scenario necessitates a sphere Earth. Justify that.
Yeah, so I gave a syllogism. I'll repeat it. So if gravity exists, then the Earth is round. Gravity exists, therefore the Earth is round.
Okay. So you've got to demonstrate why the two are connected logically.
Exactly.
So you want a justification of premise one? That's fine. Yeah, 1 second. I'll grab a paper for you.
No, you got a twisting motion of a torsion balance, right?
Yeah.
Justify that phenomenon necessitates a sphere Earth.
No. This is the justification for premise 2, right? And premise 2 is part of a bigger syllogism which necessitates a sphere Earth. So you're making a categorical error here.
Okay, the twisting of the torsion bar, right? You're attributing that to gravity, right?
No.
Okay, so how are you going to demonstrate the existence of gravity then?
Yeah. So you have. Oh. Sorry. Maybe I misunderstand what you meant. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, I think you have that problem a lot. But okay, so you're attributing the twisting of the torsion bar to gravity, right?
We're attributing it to some attraction measured by Newton's laws. If you want to call it gravity, it doesn't matter.
So you're not really sure if it's gravity.
No, I'm not. Gravity is a label we give to this attraction.
Okay, so is it gravity or not that's causing the apparent motion?
Yeah, so gravity is the label that we give to this attraction.
Okay, so that would be gravity.
Yeah.
And so you're saying that this scenario demonstrates that gravity exists.
It demonstrates that an attraction measured by Newton's laws exists, yes.
So gravity, an attraction measured by Newton's laws, you're calling that gravity?
Yeah, we're calling that gravity.
And that necessitates the Earth?
Correct.
Okay, so if I see that torsion bar twist, right, that phenomenon tells me necessarily that the Earth is a sphere.
It justifies premise 2 in the syllogism.
No, just answer the question.
Yeah.
Straight up.
So
does it tell me that the Earth necessarily must be a sphere?
No.
Okay. Good night.
Yeah. Good night.
Yeah, you're done. Thanks.
Yeah. I've said this multiple times. It justifies premise 2, and the syllogism necessitates that the Earth is round. So you're just making a basic logical categorical error here, and I can't help you for that.
You said if gravity exists, then the Earth must be a sphere.
Correct.
We went through your demonstration of gravity existing.
Right.
And you said that demonstration does not necessitate that the Earth is a sphere. You're done.
Yeah. No, the demonstration proves premise 2, so you just don't know what you're talking about. The syllogism necessitates that the Earth is round, not the single premise.
Oh boy!
Right.
Yeah. So you just like.
Okay, let's just do it again. You can just fall on your own sword again. So.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so does gravity exist, as per this demonstration that you gave us?
Yes.
Okay, and does the existence of gravity necessitate that the Earth is a sphere?
Yes.
Okay, so how does this demonstration you just gave us then show us necessarily that the Earth is a sphere?
Yeah, because so do you want me to repeat my syllogism?
Okay, so it proves the existence of something that causes torsion bar twist. Therefore, the Earth is a sphere. Justify that.
Yeah, I did with my syllogism. So
no,
I'll
you
repeat
didn't.
it.
No, so we could just put if dinosaur exists, then Earth is sphere. Dinosaur exists, therefore Earth is sphere. We can just put any
I'll make it like logic 101 here for you.
You have to tie it logically to the conclusion, like Twad said. You don't just insert words into a syllogism and call it a proof. There has to be a logical connection between the torsion bar twisting and the Earth necessarily being a sphere, because that ultimately is what your claim is. So justify that logical connection. Tell us how that torsion bar twisting can only happen if the Earth is a sphere.
Yeah, that's not my syllogism, so you're just making another categorical error.
Well, it's a contingent fact of your syllogism if the syllogism is true. Has to be the case.
It isn't.
Yeah, no, if gravity exists and is demonstrated as such by this torsion bar demonstration that you've given us, right? And if the existence of gravity therefore necessitates the existence of the sphere Earth, then torsion bar twist tells us that the Earth is a sphere.
No, the torsion bar twisting tells us. The torsion bar tells us that that gravity exists. And
gravity existing tells us that the Earth is a sphere. So now give us the logical connection between the torsion bar twisting and the Earth being a sphere. Your conclusion.
Yeah. So the torsion bar twisting justifies premise 2, and if premise 2 is true, then the conclusion is true, right?
No.
So that's the logical connection. I just made it.
No, you didn't.
P, then Q. Do you know what logic is, dude? Like, what do you mean by logical connection? What do you want me to justify?
Don't ask me. I'm not the one having trouble with logic right now. Because your logic just boiled down to, if I see torsion bar twist, Earth must be sphere. And we're waiting on you to justify that logically. Please.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, except you just said that you did, but never did.
Okay.
He's saying that Earth is a twisted torsion bar.
So I have to walk you through this, okay? Do you know what a modus ponens is?
Yeah, we've done that times.
Yeah, what is it?
Yeah, if gravity is okay, if gravity
no. Give me the logical form. No, don't care. No, give me the logical form of modus ponens right now, or we're done.
No, we are done already because you've told us no point blank. You can't.
So because you don't know what a modus ponens is, you don't know what my argument is, you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I do know what your argument is. Okay, bye. Did he leave? Or you just pretend to leave?
If anyone else wants to like engage, that's not this guy because he doesn't know what he's talking about. Sure.
Yeah, because you got blown the fuck out. You want to engage with somebody else. We all saw your stupid syllogism. It reduced to, if torsion bar twist, Earth is sphere, you couldn't logically justify that because that's retarded. So now you want to talk
I did.
Right, yeah. Oh, you did?
Yeah,
okay, run it past us again where you did justify if torsion bar twist and Earth sphere. Let's hear that again.
Right.
Because I missed it the first time, and I'd love to hear that.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So it looks like I'm going to have to be very explicit for you. So like baby steps. 1 second. I'm going to type it out for you.
1 second while I DM Phil and get my answer.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Now he's just going to go quiet again. You would think he would know something about the stuff that he came here to talk about, but he's got to research it by DMing Phil.
No, I'm not researching anything. I'm making explicit the logical connection.
What? No, you're not. You're just sitting there in silence trying to figure out what the fuck you're going to say to make this.
Well, now I'm muted, so now I can't even type it out.
Oh, you're muted. Why are we hearing you then? Are you like a schizophrenic?
Muted in chat.
Oh, no.
Yeah, man.
He means somebody put him in cognizant so he can't type in the
You're just being irrational.
Yeah, I'm just being irrational because I'm the guy who came in here and said, if torsion bar twisty, then Earth must be sphere. Oh, I proved it with my syllogism. Yeah, I'm being irrational. Nice project. Hope it helps you feel better.
I'm writing it out for you right now.
Why? Can't you just give it to me? It's not in your head? You don't know what you came here to argue? Figure.
Yeah, so you asked for the logical connection, and I'm going to make explicit the logical connection through, propositions, right? Through propositional symbols.
Yeah, this will be great.
That's logic. That's called logic, man. Look it up.
Can you do that over the mic?
No, logic is very like it's basically a language, but so I'm being as explicit as possible. So I'm gonna just type it out, and then he can pick a premise to disagree with.
Just give us the logical connection between torsion bar twist and Earth being a sphere.
Yeah, if you're patient, I'm doing that for you right now.
Okay, so you have to go and figure out what your argument is after you made it.
I have to formalize it for you since you're not understanding, which is fine. Like,
I'm not
a lot of people aren't like familiar with logic. That's okay, but I mean, I'm just saying.
Namely you. So hopefully you get familiar with it real quick, so you can figure out how stupid the logical claim you made is, and illogical it is.
I'm still waiting for him to say one coherent sentence.
Is this the guy
here it is. Would you like me to send it to you?
Prove Earth curve.
No, just say it.
Okay. So here's the actual form, right? With just propositional variables, and I'm just going to sub in propositions for those variables. So if P, then Q, right? If R, then P, R, P, therefore Q, right? Do you agree that this is valid?
No.
Okay. So which law of logic does this argument violate?
It violates the question that I asked you, which is, what is the logical link between torsion bar twist and the Earth sphere?
So I'm giving it to you, right? The logical connection is the underlying structure.
Yeah, but I'm not asking for a logical form, though, is the problem.
Well, that's
I'm
what
not
you're
asking for you to just lay out a logical form for me, necessarily.
That is
what I'm asking you to do is to provide any logic you can which demonstrates the connection between your premise and your conclusion.
That's what logic does.
So I'm not asking for you to paint a logical form for me. I'm asking for you to justify the conclusion from the premise. Do it however you have to. Put it in whatever logical form you have to, but make sure it actually justifies that conclusion.
It does, because it's valid. And if it's valid, then if the premises are true, then the conclusion is necessarily true. Do you understand?
Yeah, but we're not talking about logical forms here. We're talking about a specific claim you made. So use whatever logical form that you have to in order to justify the validity of that claim.
Sure. Well, so you have to accept that the form is valid in order for you to accept the conclusion.
I'm not going to sit here and argue with you about logical forms because that's a diversion that you're trying to use.
No, my argument takes on this form, right?
I want the substance of the argument, not just a form.
Yeah,
you have to fill that form up with something. You have to put some substance into it, right?
Yeah,
so validate the link between torsion bar twist and sphere Earth.
Sure. So the argument's valid, and I'm just going to give it to you. Right. So subbing in propositions for these variables. Suppose that P is gravity. Suppose that Q is the Earth is round. Right. So if gravity exists, then the Earth is round. If the torsion bar twists, then gravity exists. The torsion bar twists, therefore gravity exists. Therefore, the Earth is round.
Oh boy! So he just said everything I already said.
Yeah, you asked for the logical connection, and I made it for you.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know how many times I ran you through this, and you got tripped up on your own stupid claim and said, "Oh no, that doesn't follow." Now you're just saying all the things that I said back to you, as if I didn't already just say them to you. I already did.
Can you repeat the part about the torsion bar twist?
Are you still going about gravity? Fuck's sake.
Okay, we're live for a minute. Is anybody talking? I'll keep playing the bot. I just wanted to take a couple minutes while I had time, see if anybody wants to join the panel, start a conversation. We got Chris Spiracy in Minnesota, believes he thinks he lives on a spinning oblate paroid that exists in nothing. Is that correct, Chris Spiracy? Is my mic working?
It's working.
Working well, Dave. Who said that? Russ B. How you doing?
Good, Dave. How are we doing today?
Oh, kind of a sort of rainy. Looks like it's going to be a sunny day here in the Midwest, Kentucky. Those things
Yep,
for your
rain's coming down to New York. Pretty hard. Trying to get out on the golf course. You said we had a Glober in here, or no? No, I heard you say conspiracy, but I don't think.
I was trying to get him to open his mic because he definitely did not think that. I'm pretty sure. I'll let him speak for himself, though. But there's still many of our fellow humans that are convinced they live on this globe thing. Isn't that weird? Kind of weird at this point. Anyway, anybody else new on here? Thanks for chiming in there, Russ.
Anytime.
We'll go back to the bot unless somebody speaks up. Speak now or speak later. It's up to you. Give a quick public service announcement. This is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live, the best place on Earth to talk about Earth. We talk about accepting reality as it's presenting itself, not as men have constructed stories about said reality. And this whole problem started whenever it was, however many 100 years ago. Bunch of guys looking at the sky, making up stories about stuff in the sky. And here we are. We've got a whole large percentage of a population that either just tacitly agree, because they never really thought about it, but they think the massive oceans of the Earth, which they claim are like 70% or more, are literally sitting there maintaining convexity in a curve. Water does not do that. The globe is done right there. But there's a lot of other stuff that people want to talk about because they've made up a whole story about this globe. Okay, I'll shut up now. I'll give it a few seconds here and we'll go back to the bot in case somebody was listening to it. That was an example of a young man, either if he was being sincere, which I doubt he was, but All he could use is sophistry and dodging tactics and fallacies whenever he's directly addressed. The main claim of this thing, where's the proof of this curving water, curving oceans? No, they never have that. So, and that's why we're still here 8 years plus. This globe thing is not reality. Somebody prove me wrong. All right, I'll shut up and we'll go back to the bot unless somebody starts talking.
Yeah,
Can you
go ahead.
repeat that? Repeat a bit about the torsion bar twist.
He left.
This whole thing boils down to the torsion bar twist and how that correlates with we living on a globe.
Did you hear what he did? Yeah, sorry, go ahead. My bad. I'm revved up.
No, that was all I had to say. I'm like that. You're saying exactly what I don't know what's going on about.
I already did exactly what he just did, right? I already broke down his claim into those parts, and he just came back and said the same thing that I said about his claim to him.
It wasn't about winning a debate, it was about arguing with you, that's all. He didn't actually care about debate or discussion or logic or any of that. It was just about the argument.
Sandbaggery.
He keeps trying to turn his affirming the consequent into a modus ponens, but he needs to justify the reason why the two are connected to begin with. He needs to demonstrate why they're connected, not just declare that they are.
Yeah, just declare. That's why I kept saying you could just insert any random word. You could say dinosaur, therefore globe Earth, right? It wouldn't matter because he's not offering anything with any logical connection, right?
Yeah. It's like a pigeon like playing chess with a pigeon. You just knock over all the pieces of shit on the damn board and declare victory. Okay, whatever you say, man.
Yeah, that was so stupid because I already did what he came back and did. Like I said, okay, so torsion bar twist, therefore gravity. That demonstrates the existence of gravity. Gravity existing, that demonstrates the existence of the sphere. When he heard it put in those terms, he went, well, no, that's stupid. And he's like, oh, hold on, let me just put this in a logical form. Comes back, says exactly what I said. And then what, did he leave or did he get banned?
He probably was making a YouTube or a TikTok video or something. He was live streaming. I'm going to make these guys look stupid. This guy's been planning on coming in here for a long time. Yeah, that was not random. He knew about us. Dude, he made his account in here yesterday. Right?
Yeah.
And he knew his cuckery. He knew his cuckery really good, man. Anyway, thank you guys for doing that, man. That was really fun.
But Phil was getting quite triggered by that because he ended up in my DMs, thereby outing himself, showing us that he's probably in his DMs too. Well, I know for sure he was because he kept saying, I have to go check this DM.
Dead giveaway.
Yeah.
Dead giveaway.
Well, I don't know if he wants to use that. Power to him if he does, though.
Yeah. Good luck with that. Yeah.
Is that kind of like the Obama thing with the headset or whatever? He sent this other kid in here to be a proxy?
Yeah. That's what I was vibing on that, but I could be wrong, but we'll see. This guy destroyed flat earthers today in Discord on YouTube live. Whatever, man. Who knows what he's doing, man? Something like that. He was too rehearsed.
Yeah, and he was ready with all sorts of tricks, right?
Yeah, he had like a trigger fucking bag, right? Trigger treat, man. Not trick or treat, man. Trigger treat, man. He had a whole fucking bag of trigger treats, man. That was kind of funny. Yeah, I'm over here laughing. I was typing in the chat, but it became a little ridiculous.
These ones are the worst.
Okay.
Notice that he was stacking another affirming the consequent on top of things when he said. He said that his syllogism proved the premise that because the syllogism is like the black swan. That's not the syllogism's not the focus. That's a way of explaining it. That's not the proof.
He came in with these certain trigger points that would. He knew he could like ride for a little while, man. What was it, like an hour and a half? So yeah. And he just kept diverting, divert. It was it was diversism and whatever you want to call it, but yeah, he diverted every chance he got, man. It's poor
Lots
guy.
of shifting, and look how particular he was about the measurements we were showing him when he had even show us.
Exactly. Yeah, that was wicked.
And he even said it. No, I don't have them.
I don't know.
I don't think he was too familiar because we were asking him like, "What's the independent variable in Cavendish?" and he said mass, and then he's scrambling.
He was just trying to avoid it.
You know,
he just wanted to talk about his syllogism. That was it.
Yeah, that was his main point.
I would give him credit though. He was good at like maintaining his composure, no matter how retarded his claims were.
Yeah. He cracked a bit.
Yeah, he cracked a bit. I can tell that. I picked up on that too, Heretic.
That shit was so ridiculous. I'm like
Duper's Delight set like thing. You know what I mean?
Only 17 all over again. I'm like, what? Stop it. Stop that.
You did well there, Heretic and T-Dub. That was good.
Thanks.
Holy crap! It was so hard to bite my tongue, dude. Like keeping myself muted just so y'all could chat. He was ridiculous, man.
That's why I had to mute. I was gonna fucking lose it.
Yeah.
You too, man. Ah, man. I'm over here going, no.
I think it could have been executed better on my part, but
not really, man. He was an interrupter and he was just all over the place. And as soon as you say a word that was a little bit off topic, he'd jump on that word.
Yeah.
Go off in that direction.
And as y'all Angle said, he was gaslighting you on purpose, like every 5 fucking seconds, like anytime he could.
Dude, he was like a troll or whatever you want to call him.
He was good, like.
He knew. I mean, he made his account yesterday to come in here, man. I mean, whatever, man. Somebody like that, he's been on Discord for at least 5-6 years, something. That guy was just waiting to come in here, man. Somebody talked him into coming in here.
They're biased too.
We had him in Cogdis. We had him in Cogdis, and he was making a bunch of claims. So we said, get into the Cogdis, and we challenged him to come into the live stream and discuss it. So I got him into the VC and verified him. The first thing I asked him was, why is your account so new?
Right.
And what that usually indicates to us, no, I was trolling another server and they banned me, blah, 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 whatever. Okay.
Didn't he, at the beginning of this conversation, openly admit that this was a throwaway account, that he just joined here because whatever?
That's right.
Yeah.
Straight up, he's a troll. Sorry, y'all go.
I was just saying, a burner account, that's what he claimed.
A burner account.
Yep.
That's like a burner phone, right, man?
Heretic did do really good though. This dude came in like a kid, trying to push every button to see which one worked to do what, and then get reactions.
I gotta say, man, the chat was blowing up, man. The chat was blowing.
yeah. I couldn't follow it. It was going too fast.
Man. Thank you, chatters. I contributed a little bit here and there, but yeah, it was good. Thanks. I just kept muted. I'm like, I'll type in the chat because. Yeah.
How many spams of the Black Swan did it take for him to to actually look at it?
He kept pretending he didn't see it. Kept pretending he didn't see it. Oh, which one? What are you talking about? I don't know. Oh, the video. Yeah, I'm watching. No, not the video. Like, it's only been 50 times in a row now. Oh, what are you talking about?
For sure, he was doing that on purpose. It was like a frustration tactic. Yeah.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, that was totally on purpose. I agree. Just he might have been playing a video game at the same time, man. Saying, "I can talk."
Nah, I reckon he came in. I reckon they made up a plan. Like, okay, come in. If they go this way, you've got to go in this direction. If you go that, I reckon he had it in front of him because
I think so.
He had to keep. Or he's on the debating team and he's the captain. You
notice he kept deferring to the plan, though. He kept going, "Oh, just hold on a sec. Let me check." Like he just kept gapping out in the middle of the conversation. He has to go figure out what he's gonna, what he's gonna say, what form he's gonna put it into. Like he's figuring
what
out
direction he's going.
It's supposed to be, right?
Yeah, that was weird.
Yeah, it was
but
weird.
Yeah, Phil was in my DMs as well too.
Yeah, so. Phil, you outed yourself, you idiot. You're not supposed to DM us coaching a guy to come in and talk to us.
He gave it away.
Busted, Phil.
What did he send you? The 2 different pictures of the Black Swan?
Yeah, same old. Yeah, both are Black Swan, Phil. Good job.
Yeah, exactly. It just shows us that the horizon is not physical.
Yeah, not limited by geometric Earth curve in either picture. That somehow shows that both are geometric Earth curve.
He helped the argument that we were having.
His logic is that even though there's a black swan, because there's white swans, the black swan doesn't exist.
I would say that this guy was slippery enough and smart enough to not actually make a definite direct claim for Earth curve.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
Defend that, so he kept trying to take another way around it to sort of try to trick us or whatever.
That was part of the coaching. They would have said, "Don't make a claim." So his claim was, his only claim was the syllogism is good. Can you refute my syllogism? Whereas it's you can't, it's not like, how do you, it's what's the word I'm looking for?
He just wants us to argue with a logical form, basically.
Yeah, and not an argument.
Right, and that's why he did that.
This is this, yeah.
Yeah, because he didn't want to discuss curvature. He wanted it to be about gravity and the Cavendish experiment, and he came up with that modus ponens to try and keep it to coming back to Cavendish. So how many times did we have to destroy it, and he still tried to cling on to it? You know what I mean? It's ridiculous.
Cavendish. I like that. You went
10 different ways.
Yeah. That torsion bar. So torsion bar proves Earth is a sphere.
That's what it boiled down to, right? I mean, that's really what it boiled down to. Okay, gravity. If gravity exists, Earth's a sphere. Okay, so what is your justification or proof of gravity? Oh, torsion bar twist. Okay, so basically then break it down. Torsion bar twist equals Earth sphere.
I've got proof of a globe.
Yeah. Yeah. When he, I think he clicked on that, didn't he? Like, ooh.
Yeah, he's like, well, no. That's what I mean, when he heard it, just the simple, just like putting those simple terms, he immediately went, well, no, that's stupid. But it's like, well, that's your claim. He's like, oh, let me just try to figure out how to put this into a logical form. Came back and said just that.
Went back to his plan. Or his,
so it's like, go ahead, sorry.
Class. his philosophy class were all sitting there and they were working out ways of dodging.
I think that they're trying to convolute a very basic and stupid statement in hopes that we'll get lost listening to them and then not know what we're arguing with. So they're just trying to spin confusion, right?
Yeah.
Instead of actually just make a concise, cogent point.
Like halfway through when we were talking about the Black Swan syllogism, and he was saying, have you got a paper for the curvature? You go, what? For the horizon. Have you got a paper that states that the horizon is there at that place? You go, what? What the fuck are you on about? It's your claim, mate.
He said that. Man, he said that word so many times that it lost all value to me, and now I don't care. And if anybody uses that word excessively, I'm going to hate them. I'm just saying he just somehow planted that seed in my mind that I will hate you if you keep using that word over and over again. Use it 50 times in conversation, I'm going to be like, what the dude?
What were the other words that he was using? The ones with the measurement? It was statistical. What were the other ones?
To me, it's like invoking gravity over and over and over. Yeah, we get it. You said gravity the first time. You don't have to say it over and over.
Uncertainty. He wanted to. Yeah.
What were error bars? What was that? What was going on about there?
I want to know what possible error there could be to the coordinates of those rigs. How uncertain are we of the locations of the rigs?
Yeah, but it's not 8 miles, is it?
So he wanted. Wait, so he basically wanted a measurement of a margin of error so that he could basically predict falsifiability.
Yeah, but even if we gave him errors, like Becarles did, then he didn't accept it because he wanted a paper explaining the plus or minus.
Oh, and I promise you that paper would have to be written like college level with all of the citations put in and actually formatted properly, not so much as a space wrong.
Yeah, he was claiming that the equation itself disproved P2.
I do get what he was trying to do, though. It's like, first, it has to do with deduction, like deductive reasoning, and basically reversing, like you're kind of reverse engineering the answer instead of just straightforward doing a test. And the way that he was doing it was combining sophistry with deductive reasoning, which is really effing annoying.
And he tried to say that a ball is an observed phenomenon because it has, subatomic bonds and things like that going on.
What the
Yeah.
Mic check, fucking 1, 2 again.
Or at one point he's like, oh, I'm reading it right here. It says that Newtonian physics collapsed into Einsteinian or whatever. And I put the definition of collapse as to fall down or give way to. Like,
He never posted the citation for that. We asked him for it, and, he didn't post it, but he quoted something from the article where they claim that it should do that. He didn't demonstrate that it does do that. And I know it doesn't because
Nage is back here for round 2.
They're completely different geometry. They're completely back in here. Someone moved him in. All right. Well, is he just going to sit there?
Oh, I'm back.
Welcome back.
How about those?
Anyway,
really quick.
Really quick. What's your best proof that that curvature is there?
Yeah, so it's the syllogism I gave, right?
No. That's not proof. What's your best physical proof that the curvature is there?
Why would I need physical proof when I have logic?
Because we live in a physical world.
Yeah, which obey the laws of logic. Do you disagree with that?
So logic. What do you mean? It's physical. It's not logical.
Yeah.
The physical.
The proof that you're asking is a logical proof.
Just shut up for a second. All right. the physical place where we live that you say is a ball is supposed to have curvature. It doesn't matter about your logic. Where is the curvature and how is it measured? That's all we want. That's it.
Well, I'm not going to engage someone in bad faith, right? If you reject that the laws of logic aren't true, then we have to discuss that first.
It doesn't matter about logic. I can measure something.
Science,
I can measure
math,
something.
Yeah,
I can measure something, and it doesn't have to be logical. You just measure it.
How do you know that? How do you know that what you're measuring is accurate?
Because I've got a measuring tape.
Yeah, and how do you know that your measuring tape is accurate?
Because there's a standard that we all go by.
Yeah, but there's a tick, right? And that tick has some length, right? So how do you know how do you know the true length of what you're
Okay, the percentage of error. What's the percentage of error?
Yeah. So how do you know that percentage? So like, do you even know? Like, so the point I'm going to make is percentage.
Are you going to ask me about measurements?
Yeah, statistical properties.
So we're talking about measurements and not logic, yeah?
No, we are because.
No, we're talking about measurements. We're just talking about measurements. That's it.
So to know that you're measuring,
grab something physical. You grab something physical and you measure it. Yeah.
How do you measure the curve?
So how do you
no
know
logic involved in that.
Well, how do you know those measurements are true?
Because we have an agreed upon measurement.
Yeah, and how do you know? Well, that agreed upon measuring stick, right, has some sort of like the ticks have length, right? So how do you know the truth?
They're all agreed upon.
Yeah, but so if I have a ruler, right, do you understand that the ticks that denote the length are themselves have length, right? So do you understand that?
Otherwise, it wouldn't be a measurement.
So there's some implicit uncertainty to that, right?
Well,
The claim is the globe has a radius of 3,959 miles. We can measure miles.
I'm trying to lead him to
but
physical.
You're going off the point again. We're going off the point again.
You're not even letting me make my point.
No, you don't need to make a point. You're talking about I measure shit all day.
Then I'm not going to respond to you.
So, okay, of course you're not, because you're just going to go into these stupid. You're just going to go into these stupid chats. You're going to go into these.
That's fine.
You're going to go into these stupid things.
You're not debating.
You're going to go into.
You're not even letting me make my case.
You're going to go into these stupid things.
You're not even letting me. You keep interrupting me. You're not letting me make my argument. If you let me make my argument,
because you're arguing.
You keep interrupting me. No, you haven't even let me make. You don't even know what it is. What's invalid? What premise is false?
I'll show you how it's invalid.
You haven't even let me make my argument.
Hey, what's the uncertainty of the torsion bar twist?
I have to look at Cavendish's paper.
You don't know what the uncertainty is, huh?
Hey, dude.
So I guess we're going to have to throw that out because you don't even know what the uncertainty would be there. So we can't accept that at all. That's got to be thrown out. Because the entire thing could just be error and uncertainty. So, all right. You got nothing.
How did you measure the globe with logic? How do you do that?
Yeah, so I didn't, and you didn't even let me make my case, right? So the point is, any mathematical presupposition that allows you to take use of measurements, right? Because measurements are mathematical properties, right?
Okay, measurements. Okay, so
you just measure them.
Yeah, torsion bar twist. And what was the uncertainty measured?
No, you don't just measure.
What's the uncertainty measured for your torsion bar twist?
Let me pull up his paper.
Yeah, go learn your claim.
And what was the error as well? What was the error?
Yeah, give me a sec.
So you've got these, the problem is you've got these high standards for flat Earth, but you've got no standards for yourself at all. You're asking us for papers which for things that we don't believe in. It's fucking stupid, man. Bring your own papers, mate. Because you actually haven't made a claim or said anything at all. You've just come in with a syllogism that doesn't make sense because it's
fucking tape measures.
It can't be proven. It's unfalsifiable. And then you claim that proves that the Earth is a globe. And it's bullshit and you know it. You're just coming up with a fake argument.
Yep.
And making people go round and round in circles because this is what you enjoy doing.
Yeah.
Your argument has no validation at all.
Yeah.
Every time we ask him for any of that validation too, he has to step away for like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So that Bill can send him the deets.
You're probably talking to Ruhif or somebody.
There's some good logic. I observe water bodies of water that lay flat. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. Then my logic proves the Earth is a globe. That's genius.
Well, we have to throw all measurements where the uncertainties can't be provided. So we have to
no measurements count in his world. Unless you have a paper.
His logic is proof that the Earth is a globe. So
Yeah. What the fuck was that? Measurements of curvature. Well, it's logic. Now logic is a measurement. What a fucking idiot. Watch, I think he's in high school or something. Wait till he gets into the real world.
Mate, check.
If he goes around talking bananas like that in the real world, he's going to get his head kicked in.
He's been
It's like a dressed up version of like appeal to probability. And why are we the only flat planet?
Just making a really shitty clip for him if that's what he came in here to get, where he has to step out for 5 minutes at a time to learn the claim that he already made. You suck, Nage.
He's just coming to cause disturbance.
Gives him a chance to edit it as well, doesn't it?
Too late. Every stupid thing he said is already on record.
Anybody here check?
Mic check.
Hey, one check. One deck.
Oh, it's infuriating.
He's back in here conditionally anyway, so
am
he
I
has
here
to
now,
validate the contingency of his syllogism.
Yeah, the bot's playing recording.
Jamesy.
Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, I mean, he seems to think that if you have a valid logical form, then anything goes.
Yeah, that proves what he's saying. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's logical, so it's true.
Yeah, you can have the form, and you can just fill it with whatever you want, because since you have the form, whatever follows must be true.
I wonder how tall he is.
So you can turn it around. Like it's just so silly. Like he says, if gravity exists, the Earth is a sphere. Gravity exists, so the Earth is a sphere. Okay, so if gravity doesn't exist, the Earth is flat. Gravity doesn't exist, the Earth is flat. It's fucking stupid.
Guys, can you tell me
if I make a logical argument that the surface of my dining room table is a sphere, does that mean the surface of my dining room table is a sphere?
So
apparently it does.
It's really hard to find its exact paper, but from the sources I'm reading, the uncertainty for the torsion constant was...
Just give us your fucking physical Earth curve measurement.
Yeah, well, here you go.
How do you prove Earth curve, dickhead?
And what's the error? And how much did it move? And how much was predicted to move?
How would you fucking measure Earth curve, dickhead?
I need certainty of your uncertainty.
Yeah.
One deck, can you hear me?
Where was it done?
I can hear you, but I don't think
it was done in his library, if I do remember. And then he sat across the street.
It's a recording, dude.
And viewed it by binocular. Is that right?
I've been talking for
only
ages.
you and I.
Was there any wind? Was
you
there
and
any
I in the chat.
I'll pause the bot.
Oh, there's someone else that's dropped in.
What's going on?
Hey, sheepdog.
How's it going, man?
I'm one deck. Am I here or not?
Well, you can mute the bot. Just right-click on Flat Earth Music Bot, and you can cut it out.
Well, but you're still talking over everybody else. Or everybody else is hearing the music bot and you're talking over that. So just because you can't hear it doesn't mean everybody else can't hear it, and then it gets confusing. So it's just easier if somebody in here has like DJ controlled, then they can pause the bot or stop the
shut
bot.
it off. Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, because it's not a good idea to mute anybody in the server, because then when you talk and they talk, then they
I'm muted
you
for
talk
some
over each
reason. I
other.
don't know why.
Huh?
I'm muted. I've been talking for ages and no one can hear me.
No, that's not true. It's not. It's against the rules to mute in the server. If you're caught muting somebody else in the server and you're not a mod or a gold, and you're muting them just because you don't want to hear them, like that's a bannable offense.
Are you talking to me, mate?
Mm-hmm.
Are you talking to me, mate?
Yeah, anybody can be banned. I could be banned if I muted you on my end. So because I didn't want to hear you talk, and then the mods found out that I muted you, and we're both talking over each other, and I can't hear you. They'll investigate, and then maybe they'll determine, okay, well, somebody's muting somebody, and
Sorry,
if they have to, they'll take action.
Sorry, mate. Hiya, it's One Deck. Are you talking to me, One Deck?
I am. I was just kind of expanding on the conversation. Don't mute anybody in the server.
I've not muted anybody.
Okay, that's all. I'm sure you knew the rule. It's not like you're valued here, so it's not like you don't know the rule. I was just kind of speaking in general terms.
Yeah, I was just wondering why I couldn't be heard. That was all.
Oh, no, I can hear you.
No, but I've been on for the last couple of hours and I've not been heard.
Hey, this is
because that was the music bot, dude. That was a playlist.
What do you mean?
So when there's no moderators or anything in here, somebody will put on a playlist, right, on one of the back channels. It's a channel you don't have access to. If you don't have access to it, you won't know about it. But if you scroll down and you look, there's a goldish color character in the chat, and it's called Flat Earth Music Bot.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
So that is a robot that facilitates playlists, media playlists from all over the internet. So if we say play this video from this website, it will play that video. And so like what you heard was a previous conversation, and it was previously recorded. So you were talking to a recording.
I've been talking to my fucking self, basically. I've been like fucking irate, trying to get into Glober's head, telling him he's a fucking idiot, and thinking, why is no one taking me up on this evidence, and why is no one listening to me?
No, what you were listening to was an epic conversation that somebody else had.
Oh my god!
So that's why.
I've been
trying to tell you that, One Deck. Didn't you hear me? I'm saying it's a bot. It's a bot.
No. I've only just heard you. I've been texting Mayhem and Elijah saying it's going off in Discord. You better get on it.
That's funny. They're gonna be like, well, "Who is this messaging me, dude?"
You must have thought I was a nut job, like just sitting here and saying, "Don't stop talking to the bot."
I don't get it. Why are they not hearing me?
I'm at to Eli, get in here, mate. He's kicking off. And I know Eli, I know Mayhem, I know him, like, but I'm saying he's kicking off.
No, I muted them.
Yeah, I got fooled by the bot last week.
Oh, no
Yeah,
worries.
I got tricked by the bot last week. I was talking to fucking Roofy.
It's no excuse. Oh, yeah, I got Roofy in there, didn't I? Yeah.
But yeah, usually when you see the bot on, like if you scroll down, it's a good idea to see who's talking. But if you see the Flat Earth Music Bot on, somebody is playing a playlist of some sort. And what we try to do is when there's no conversation going on, we try to keep it from having dead space. And so you'll hear an epic conversation that somebody else had in the past. And we try to.
Do you know what, though? I am aware of that, but because I've sort of just jumped in and I've not been on it, I've been in and out. I just thought it was a real conversation. And I'm like, who's this fucking globe idiot coming out with all this bullshit?
Oh yeah.
And I'm thinking, why aren't the guys? And then I was actually jumping in with some things, and then someone was saying, right, we're all calm down, we're jumping over each other, let's take it at turns, leave it to the two people. I'm thinking, I must be jumping in a bit too much. They're telling me to be quiet. I've been having a conversation with fucking recording, man. Oh, this is brilliant.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, so this is the blind spot. I'm pretty new here. So are you saying that what I've been listening to for like the last hour, this guy with his Cavendish syllogism, that was all part of a bot?
No, so it was a
previous recording.
Previous recording. Right.
Okay, I had no idea. One deck, I'm in the same boat as you. So just so you know, don't feel bad. It's not just you. Yeah.
It's okay. I should know better because I've been in, and I spoke to you earlier on. I was on FVD earlier because I go on there quite a while with Nathan and the guys. So I know you're new to it, and we all had a chat with you earlier. So it's my fault. I've had a stressful day, but
okay, good to know. Good to know. So
anyway, that Globy guy, who was he? Because he's obviously being fed some bullshit information. He was hard work. He was good though. He was good, but he was hard work and an idiot. But he was good in his own globe way.
Let me see if there's a title on the playlist. But yeah, no, like some of these people, it's not about the truth. It's about the argument and the catching you in your fallacy. It has nothing to do with the truth, and it's depressing that somebody would want that kind of argument.
Yeah,
that they just want to trip people up if someone makes a mistake or contradicts himself.
It's not about they know our argument.
It's actually a method used by individuals in the community, by politicians.
His name is Nage, Nage.
I've got a few people like that on a few platforms. One's called, he calls himself Science versus Pseudoscience. He goes by the name of Shane Winsterman. But he's like a proper agent. He's that type of person. He's constantly on it. He's just got all the answers to hand to confuse you and drift you away from the topic. And they've got some sort of program or some sort of method to do that. They're not here to try and prove the globe. They're just here to cause problems within this server. I think you can only give them so much time though, because you know what they're doing. I mean, we're not going to try and convince them of a flat Earth. Like we get some people coming in interested, and we can give them the arguments. He was in there to cause. He was doing rumpus and cause issues.
Well, it's just like that in social media in general. Like I'll have these conversations with people over like a 3, 4, 5 day period, just for the sake of the conversation. I've cut it back now though. I won't talk to you for longer than 48 hours at most. Like if you seem genuinely interested, like I'll continue the conversation up to 48 hours. But if you're circling at that point, like it's obvious that you don't want to have the conversation. You're just here to waste everybody's time.
Yeah. Well, I've started doing that on some platforms. Like I have a bit of banter with a few people, and I'll give them so many chances. I just make a few rules up now. If they can't come back after the third time of the topic, and they can't come back with the answer to that, I'll just say, well, you're out. You've lost. I'm blocking. It's over. Yeah. Otherwise, you waste your time for weeks, and it drives you mad. And they're wasting your time anyway.
Well, that's the thing. It's like those videos that you'll see where those scam people, like if you've seen people like waste the scammer's time, and they'll sit there and get on the phone and talk to the scammer for like 2-3 hours, and they feel good to themselves about it because they feel like we're the scammer, and as long as they're wasting our time, we can't waste anybody else's time, or we can't implant ourselves into other people's lives. So I get that from their argument standpoint, but like how much of a turd do you have to be to sit there and spend every waking moment arguing against flat Earth? like finding people just to argue against the flat Earth. And the crappy thing is like every day people are waking up, and so someday you're going to be the minority, and you're still going to be touting your horn. I can't believe there's so many flat earthers. This is bull crap, and you're going to be crying over it for no reason.
It's like the guy I was talking. He's the same as the guy we've just listened to on the recording. I blocked him for a while, and then I don't know why I got back. I was trying to get him on here actually. I've had him on FED a couple of times, but he didn't really speak, and he keeps wanting to debate me on Instagram. And I said, "Come on 24/7 now," because I've only been on here a few. And I unblocked him off Instagram, and I just sent him a quick. I've not spoke to him or messaged him for about 8 weeks, say. So I said, right, I'll be. If you want to talk, come on 24/7. Right, two seconds later. He's got this photograph of me. I found what he's done some alterations to, like in a childish way. He's put a tear on my eye, and he's, they're like. So within I've not spoken to him for 8 weeks. I sent him a message. I unblocked him, sent him a message, and within 2 seconds, he'd sent the photograph and some paragraph. It's like it was a robotic. I thought, how's he done that quick? When I've not spoken to him for 2 months, and the moment I text him, he's got a photograph of me ready. Like he's not even searched for it. He thought, wow, this is odd. But he's one of them. I don't know how he does it.
Well, and I don't want to go too deep into this little rabbit hole, but like if you know anything about AIG, artificial intelligence generalization. Is it generalization? I can't remember. I it's like a general artificial intelligence where it's like a community of artificial intelligence, and they all, I don't know, man, like there's a rumor out there that they, a lot of the website searches are created by these, and it's really, really weird. But, it's very robotic, and generic, and, fallacious. The conversation is very fallacious.
Well, that was exactly what it was, mate, because if I've not spoke to if this guy's human, and from what I can gather, he's in a family. He lives in Florida. He's got a family. He's got he's got a normal sort of Instagram thing, which I can see. I have seen, but he's got science versus pseudoscience. He's called on Instagram. You'll find him called Shane Winsterman. Right. So he's the one. But I thought it was you've just hit the nail on it, because I thought this is too instantaneous to the reality. This cannot have just happened. I thought, this is odd. And it's just like boom, boom, boom. Every message, as I'm typing, he's typing, and you're getting the answers, which are like, it's like, like that other guy was talking in that recording. It's just they've got a way of doing it. They're not actually answering the argument. They're sending you around in circles, but they're doing it very, very cleverly. If you're not on the ball yourself, pardon the pun, they will have you wrapped up in knots.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, it's weird that, mate. But that's why I took him in. It was freaking me out in the end. I couldn't handle it. I thought, this is really fucking freaking me out a little bit. I don't like the way it is. I don't like this.
I do have a question about, I guess, the recording that we were listening to, or at least one Dick and I were listening to. But I was, again, everyone here, please know I'm incredibly new. So excuse me if I misspeak or take the wrong assumption or something. But I was under the impression that the Cavendish experiment was not a scientific experiment to begin with. So why is that even? And it seems weird to me that's always referenced to by people who are claiming necessarily a globe Earth or whatever.
Yeah, because you got two masses. You got two dense masses that seem to appear to be attracted to each other. That they move slightly towards each other, I guess. But there's things that are not taken into consideration, like the torsion of the string, or if there's any kind of airflow in the room, like air conditioning, or even like if you were in the room setting up the thing, and then you lock the room in, but you have to walk out the door. So you open the door, you walk out the door, and you shut the door, and that will create turbulence within the room. Nothing is taken into consideration.
But so if this is their claim, though, like, have they not
Right.
repeated it 1,000 times? Wouldn't they be able to repeat it? Okay.
They have, and they say that it works every single time. But here's the thing. What's the independent variable? What's the control? How do you manipulate it?
Yeah, what's the cause, right?
Well, his problem was, right, he claims gravity, and they claim gravity is a natural phenomena. That's what they claim. It's just happening. So what we're saying is, if we're dealing with nature and natural phenomena, then we'd have to observe it. He went on to light bulbs and other things, which isn't a natural. We're talking about the nature of Earth when we're talking about Earth, their so-called gravity, and all that. So it should be within. They're saying it's happening. It's in nature. You know, there's some force or bending of fucking time in a fourth dimension. They're saying. So the first thing you need to do is observe that. Where have we observed it? Anywhere on Earth in nature? It needs an observation. Now, he was sort of saying, well, no, you don't have to observe. Why? Where does it say that? Well, we're saying to go through the scientific method, and you're claiming it's a natural phenomena in nature on Earth, you must have seen it, because you have to first of all see something and then say, well, that's happening because I've seen it happening. Now I'm going to say why I think it's happening, and then put it through some tests to see if you're right about the hypothesis. But he was going back to light bulbs and fucking man-made metal balls, which isn't a natural occurring thing in nature.
So are they able to reproduce this effect in a vacuum? Is that what they're doing?
Well, we don't see a vacuum, do we?
No, I'm just curious if that's their claim. Well, we can reproduce
There's no vacuum. They're doing it within the atmos at Earth level.
Like, so, and again, I might be ignorant, guys, bear with me here. But if the claim would be true, I would imagine if I have a skyscraper, right, that has an incredible amount of mass, if I put, a bicycle next to the skyscraper, should the bicycle be attracted to the skyscraper? And this might be simplistic and stupid logic, but is that the claim? Like, mass attracts, larger mass attracts a smaller mass, or what is... I probably just don't get it.
That was the Newtonian claim, which was debunked, 808 years ago.
Isn't that what Cavendish was trying to prove out, though?
That mass attracts mass. That's the claim. Now, like the original Cavendish experiment and everything like that, it goes into different things, and there were a lot of things that he didn't take into consideration. I know this for a fact that, like, after 24 hours, he was excited that the objects moved 4 millimeters closer to each other. 4 millimeters
in a shed.
In a shed.
Yeah.
And he was looking at it through a window, and he saw that they were 4 millimeters closer to each other, and so that proved gravitational mass.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, they don't do this in a vacuum. That's like I said, when they leave the room, they have to shut the door. And when they shut the door, what happens if you shut a door? You come in from outside and you shut the door, you're going to feel a gust of wind blow past you, right?
Plus,
because you push the air shut, you create turbulence in the room.
Plus, you will find, mate, the new guy, I forgot your name, sorry. That you will find that they keep bringing up this vacuum, right? But you don't walk around this Earth in this realm and see pockets of vacuum anywhere. So we're not really interested in vacuums because we don't experience vacuums on Earth as we walk around in nature. I've never walked through a vacuumed area if we're walking through the woods or anywhere. So what we're mentioning vacuums for?
Yeah. Does the scale of the object matter in their experiment, quote unquote experiment, we'll put it that way? In other words, does it have to be certain iron balls of a certain size, or can it be, I don't know, square bricks of a smaller size, or is it scale is going to show?
They use the sphere because it's the supposed shape of the Earth. Right, so they're going to use that as their little see, it's a sphere and it's attracted to each other. Look at my parlor trick. But when you you got to remove all of the gases in the room out of the room and then prove it. Dude. You can't do it. It's impossible.
They're saying everything goes down and it doesn't. Gas goes up and expands out in all directions.
Right. No, I'm saying so when you do the Cavendish experiment, did you remove all of the air from the room and create a vacuum of space like the one that we have? Because that's supposed to be the experiment, right? That mass attracts mass in the vacuum of space. But they don't account for all of that. And then there's no independent variable. There's no manipulation of that independent variable to see if that's the thing that's causing that thing.
But even the Cavendish experiment, they're doing whatever they're doing with the bloody balls, right? They're creating a situation, a man-made situation. What was the first observation of the natural phenomena? Right? You can go back to Newton's superseded explanation of an apple dropping off a tree, and that can be debunked straight away. So, so the Cavendish experiment's irrelevant. It's nothing to do with anything happening in nature. That wasn't the first observation of the natural phenomena, because it's not one. So, what was the first observation of the natural phenomena?
Yeah, it begins with a presupposition that you will see it. Yeah.
Correct. Just a quick heads up. Sorry. Day night. If you can hear me, if you want to go up to one of the BC check-ins and ping the moderator up there, just type in @modping, and a moderator will come in and get you verified, so that way you can come back down to the live stream and have a conversation with us. Again, if you're new here, anybody else that I'm missing, please go up and get VC verified. I can't unmute your mic here in the live stream, but once you get VC verified, you will then be able to come back down here and open your microphone up and have a conversation with us. So, thank you. Going back to Cavendish, it's always a presupposition. It's a parlor trick. It's really like if you boil it all down, it's a parlor trick. You set the whole thing up with a predetermined outcome already, because of the way it's set up.
Yep.
It's a bit of circular reasoning, right? I was watching a back catalog video of FED where there's a guy claiming that the observed phenomena is that the two balls attract. But no, why would you even construct the experiment in the first place without having witnessed this in nature? And that's to your point, One Deck. Where the hell do we see this in nature to begin with, to have to go construct an experiment to go prove a cause and effect? And we don't. And I think that's what you're driving at. Is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're new to it, and you'll get dragged into the conversation, but you just got to stick to your guns. And it's not a natural occurring phenomena; it's a man-made doofle thing set up. We want the original. It's like when we asked for the drop over distance. What was who measured drop over distance in the first instance? Who was it, and what equipment was used to measure it? I'm not asked about Ruhif with his theodolite nowadays. I'm not asked about King Eratosthenes, because he wasn't measuring drop over distance. He was just measuring an angle and distances. It wasn't drop over distance. It was mathematics and presuppositions again. So who measured drop over distance in the first instance? Who was it? Want the name, and what equipment was used to measure that drop over distance, and where is it documented? Because I want to see the documents, because it must be documented. That's all you need to know. That's what you're looking for. So that's what you're looking for, and you want to see it because that's the evidence, man.
What's up,
Yeah,
Genji?
true. But you won't find it.
So, yeah, no, good job, One Deck, and that's pretty much the breakdown of the Cavendish experiment and how it falls apart. It has to go back to the scientific method.
Yeah, sorry, mate. Yeah, go on.
I was just going to say it has to go back to the scientific method. You have to adhere to the definition of the scientific method and how it's performed.
Yeah. And when we start bringing the light bulbs and everything into it, but we don't need to talk about that because the topic at hand is in nature, in our natural environment. So that's what we're discussing, the nature of Earth. Yeah, what happens in nature. So we're not interested in a metal ball that someone's put somewhere or a light bulb. Yeah, because we know it's man-made. So so when they start going that way, you can forget all that. You don't have to go down that road with them. What happened in nature in the first instance? Where did you see it? What did you see? And how did you test it?
And I'll give you an example of another fallacy in science involving the scientific method. When we were all in school, right, and we all had to do science experiment for Science Week or whatever, and so you had to do the scientific method, and the teacher would offer, you can do a science experiment, or you can do the solar system, right? You can talk about the solar system. Why would they do that? Because they know that there's nothing in science that proves the solar system. It's just a story.
Yep. Yeah, true.
Like what scientific method are you going to provide for the storytelling of what the solar system is? But somehow that can be used during Science Week when you're doing your science experiments. Like, so weird, man. So weird that they would allow that rule to be broken.
Funny for me because I'm in my latter years, but I mean I just went to a public school, but I wasn't really interested in school. But I can honestly say during some of the classes and schooling I went through, I don't remember anybody mentioning the scientific method to me or going through science. I think I was in a physics class, a maths class, an English class, a religion class, geography class, but I don't know what. I only came across the scientific method probably in the last, I'll be honest with you, the last 3 years probably, but as I've got into flat Earth and got into the FPD, never heard of it.
Well, I knew about the scientific method. Excuse me, sorry.
Oh,
I knew about the scientific method, but I didn't know the definition of the scientific method. Like, I knew about hypothesis. It's just like, it's a question, right? Like they broke it down real simple. Hypothesis is a question. So you come up with this question, and then you have an idea of, you want the experiment to go this way, or you want the experiment to go this way. And it goes one way or the other. So you got a positive and a null. And one cannot equal zero, yada, yada, yada. And so I learned all of that, but I didn't understand the scientific method. Not until I came here. And then people broke it down, and then I went and did my own research on it. I'm like, damn, they're right.
Yep.
Well, and that's a bit of an indictment on the public education system right there, One Deck, right? And you think about how I remember, going through school, and I'm in my 40s or whatever, but every year it was different textbooks, right? Every year, new textbooks came out every year. So, like, why do we need a new textbook every year, right? And maybe some had the scientific method, and One Deck, unfortunately, yours did not. Right?
Yeah. Funny old game.
But and One Deck knows this just from the FED side, but I've only been kind of, digging in, learning on the flat Earth topic for probably 8 weeks now. But I can tell you, I have learned more about science in these 8 weeks than in a lifetime of bullshittery that I was indoctrinated with, and it's really I don't know, it's a statement to the work that all of you guys are doing, both here and the FED folks and whatnot, and it's refreshing. It's like, show me, right? No, go ahead.
I was just saying, but just for the guys here, wasn't you're trying to have a little conversation with your father, aren't you, and sort of bringing a few things up with your dad?
That's right, and really, it's the, we'll call it the common normie answer, right? And it's really, I love the idea of the sky vacuum, right? And how do you have gas pressure without a container, right? And the answer I would have given you 9 weeks ago, gravity, right? That's just the standard answer, and that's why I'm interested in the Cavendish experiment. I was super intrigued in the recorded conversation I was listening to, right? Because it's this whole concept. This whole concept that gravity it's the magical answer. It's a force. It's a field. It's not a force. It's a whatever, right? It's made up as the answer to any complication. Well, maybe gravity and dark energy, right? Or whatever, right? Wherever I got a problem, insert gravity or dark energy. It's solved. Magic.
Or refraction.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, like the Cavendish experiment, like there's so many things that they could have done to like make it more so. Like okay, what's the experiment prove, or what's the observation here? Well, mass attracts mass. Okay, now make both masses even bigger. Is it even more attracted to each other, or is it the same? Because if it's the same, then you just nullify that it's not mass attracting mass.
Right. That was my question about the scale of the object, right? Does it have to be a 50 kilogram iron ball, or what happens when it's 1,000 kilogram, right? Or whatever. Who knows, right?
Right.
And
and if there's no difference in it, then you nullify the experiment.
I was just going to say that was your question, because you don't see, regardless of, I mean, like you say, you've got rocks and boulders everywhere on the earth, and I do a lot of hiking and climbing, and I go to the same place a lot of the time on semi-mountain tops, and nothing's gradually all moving together. Everything's just staying as it is. I mean, if that Cavendish experiment is saying these two objects are coming together, then eventually everything will just be in one big fucking pile on it.
Well, yeah, if I'm walking in downtown New York in Manhattan, right, and I'm walking on the sidewalk, 3 feet from all these massive skyscrapers, should I be leaning to the right? Are they attracting me? Right? Like, I don't know. It just seems a bit illogical, but maybe I'm not big enough. Maybe I need more mass.
Well, we all know, and I'm not trying to say this to be like a jerk or anything like that, but we all know that's not about mass attracting mass, because if that were true, then every overweight person would have several little people hovering around it.
Oh, shit.
So, and I mean, with your dad, it's going to be tricky because, old dogs are set in their ways and everything like that. So they're harder to break than, you and I or whatever. But one thing that you can bring to your dad into the conversation is you can take the globe Earth argument and blow it out of proportion and show him how absurd it is. And, you may not break through the wall or anything like that, but what happens after you scratch at a wall over time, right? It thins out.
Yeah, and really, he's a mechanical engineer by trade, so he has a good head on his shoulders, and likewise he respects my opinion, and so I've got him to the point where he says, hey, you should write this stuff down and send it to someone smarter. Like in other words, I can't explain it, right? And so he's already admitting that there is some bullshittery, right?
That's an appeal to authority. Helmet.
But I think I've already, to your point, scratched the surface at least, right, or thinned that wall a bit. So it's one of those things where you're so indoctrinated, right, over your lifetime. Let's say you're a normie or whatever, and never come across these concepts, that it's such a paradigm shift from your world that it can't fucking be. Do you know what I mean? It's like, no way. There's no way. You know what I mean? That the powers that be, that whatever, that my schooling, that my life, or my livelihood at least, or my work, right? And I think I've heard this mentioned on a few, you look at Neil deGrasse Tyson. There's no way, even if he knew, he can't, right? Because that eliminates his livelihood, his stature, his status, his income, whatever, right? And so it's this weird juxtaposition of the truth versus, right, your own self-interest, I suppose. You know what I mean?
And someone like your dad, he's a mechanical engineer. So for him, it doesn't matter if the Earth is a ball spinning in space or if it's flat and stationary with a dome over his head. He's got his job and his work that he has to do, and he's got to, provide for the home that he's living in and pay the bills and everything like that. So, like, it really doesn't have like a place in his life at the moment.
When you hear that a lot, even my wife would be like, well, what does it matter? Well, it matters because, first of all, I'm a guy and I want to know. I need to know. I need to know the whys and wherefores, right? It's important to me. And right? It's just ingrained in me. I need to understand how something works and why it works, right? And she just doesn't care. She's like, whatever, who cares? But I don't know. I think it speaks larger to, a creator, right? And the fact that this place isn't just some floating dust ball spinning at 600 million miles through a galaxy of bullshittery, expanding into an infinite. Yeah. So, yeah.
It's even more special. It's not, you're not just a happenstance. So yeah, no, and I get that, and I mean, like, a lot of it's going to have to be like, you have to show them, like whether it's your wife or your dad, like make a trip to go somewhere where there's going to be like some flatness going on, and go make the observation. Like,
yeah, no, I'm definitely looking at getting a Nikon P1000 and heading to the beach. It's about an hour away. And we're going to be doing some photography for sure.
Oh,
we're going to be black swanning.
Yeah. I mean, well, like, so what you could do on that is pick a spot on the beach where you can observe something like 15, 20 miles away to another coastline, because the coastline curves, right? You just have to find a way to make it a known point from where you're at, and then to like a recognizable feature, like a hotel or a.
Well, yeah, I'm near the Gulf of Mexico, which is littered with oil rigs. So I plan on doing some.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I mean, that's just it, right? And listen, that's why I appreciate you guys indulging me here and at FED, right? Because I just want to learn, right? So I can then take those arguments. I think 10th Man on FED always mentions that, look, it's educational, so that you can then take this applied knowledge or this received knowledge and apply it, right, to the real world. And there's, that you come in contact, or to others that you give a shit about, right? So people that you want to talk to about. So,
I mean, for me, I'm rediscovering Earth all over again. That's the beauty of that right there. Like, it's just a spinning ball, spinning lump of a ball floating through outer space. No, now let's go look at it for real. You mean to tell me that there's places I can't go, and now I want to go?
I mean, that's all you've got to keep it to, really. I mean, we delve into the argument, but at the end of the day, if you're getting into a conversation with someone about the globe, just say, well, just show it me in reality. That's all I need to see.
Mm-hmm.
You can't mention NASA with that one, or any CGI images, because that's not reality. So you don't even have to delve into. You just want to see the evidence in reality, and you'll be happy. That's all.
I mean, one of
yeah, mate.
Yeah, sorry, One Deck. One of the points that my dad was really struck upon and again, I guess I'm more stating this as a question. I want you guys to verify that the statement is true from your research. But the fact that we as humans have never circumnavigated this supposed sphere north to south, right?
Mm-hmm.
That it's only been an east to west circumnavigation of whatever, Magellan, Amelia Earhart, whatever, I don't, name right, whatever. But north to south has never been achieved. Is that a true statement? And if it is, I did say that to my dad, and he was like, "What? That's insane, right?" So
a circumpolar navigation has never occurred from like going over the South Pole.
Well, again, you'd have to have evidence that you live on a globe to then state that you've circumnavigated a globe.
Sure,
so we need
that is a presupposition. Yeah.
And they could use an arbitrary location. They could say, "Hey, this is the South Pole," and then we just flew over it. You know what I mean? It kind of leans into that part of the conversation as well. But it would have to be a flight. You can't sail over the South Pole. And as far as flight goes, like I don't think there's ever been a North Pole.
But again, you get your arguing about the poles and the flights. We need to we need to see evidence of the Earth curvature and who measured it, when it was measured, and what instruments was used to measure it, and where's the documentation. Once we've established that we live on a globe, then we can talk about, has anybody actually sailed around the globe? But until we can actually prove that we live on a globe, we can't really go any further. We can't pass go. We can't collect £200. It just stays there.
Yeah.
So that's where you got to keep it. It all starts with the presupposition of a globe. So that needs to be proven first of all. Before we talk about gravity or any other bullshit.
Or sunsets.
Star movement, phases, tides, fucking eclipses, moon phases. Let's see how Earth curve is measured in reality. We want to see some evidence. Once we've established and we can say, well, yes, the Earth is definitely a globe, then we can maybe say, well, okay, you've given us evidence of a globe. Let's see the evidence of it spinning now.
And your dad's a mechanical engineer. You can take this question to him, say, "Hey, Dad, we can measure the circumference of a basketball, right?" "Yeah, son." "Well, who has ever measured the circumference of the Earth?" "Well, I'm sure somebody has." "No, seriously, I've never found the answer. And even if you Google it, the answer is not out there." Now, they'll tell you Eratosthenes used sticks and shadows in two different locations. But, I mean, we're talking, 2,000 years ago? He used sticks and shadows in two different locations that...
He also measured...
You tell me he did it at the same time?
He also measured the distance from Alexandria to Syene via footsteps in stadia. A 500-mile distance. Like, you gotta be kidding me.
Yeah, but here's
my thing. He did those things at the same time, and there was no technology. Like you tell me, he texted his friend and said, "Hey, all right, we're measuring right now."
Yeah, but and if you guys, if you guys don't believe it, you're a conspirator. If you don't believe it, you're a conspiracy theorist.
That's the problem with the Eratosthenes. See, we've already jumped into, well, how did they get there that far? How did they? That doesn't matter. The fact of the story is, he's just measuring an angle measurement in a location or two locations across a distance. That isn't measuring 8 inches per mile squared drop. That's just measuring an angle measurement in the location
with a flat baseline.
Yeah, we don't even need to discuss how someone got there. That's going off the subject. That's not measuring Earth curve drop. It's not.
Yeah.
So we don't even need to talk about the horse and cart and how they communicated and all that bollocks, because that's irrelevant. It's not. He's not. His example tells you he's not measuring Earth curve drop. He's measuring an angle measurement of a shadow on the surface of Earth in two locations, and then he's doing some mathematics, and he has to presuppose a globe, then do some division and multiplication and all that palaver. You know the story.
So it would be something interesting to when you have that conversation with your dad. You know, like, Dad, nobody's ever measured the circumference. Like, how do we know how big the Earth is?
Yep.
And when he comes to you and he says, "Well, then how big is the Earth?" I don't know. You know, like we don't know the distance to anything other than what we know is, you know, common flight patterns and common ship navigations.
But one for his dad as well. I mean, a lot of them come up with like they'll always come up with a classic. Well, it's too big to see the curve. But then, if it's too big to see the curve, how was it ever measured? You must have been able to see it or get to the curve to measure it in physical reality. But now you're telling us you can't see it. So how can you measure something you can't see?
Yeah.
You think you think they would have taken better pictures from the moon, right? I'm just joking.
Bro, we should have a camera on the moon already that should be showing us like images of Earth. They should be zooming in on the Super Bowl at the Super Bowl halftime show.
You know, this is an interesting question. I don't know if I've ever found a good answer for it, but we've got first of all, you guys tell me, where is the Hubble telescope supposedly located?
So Hubble is no longer functional, and ever since James Webb went up to replace Hubble, the aircraft Sophia landed, and the rumor is that Hubble was on the aircraft Sophia.
Okay, and the reason I ask this is whether or not whatever it's the James Webb, but I would have said the Hubble, let's say 10 years ago, right? This is this supposedly incredibly powerful telescope, and maybe it was on a plane, obviously, or whatever, on the ground. I don't know. But it can look into
Sophia. Look up Sophia.
But it's supposed to be able to look into interstellar space, right? But just for 30 minutes, can we just go take a look at the moon and see the flag we planted? Why can't we zoom in with this incredibly powerful telescope? Prove it. Prove that there's this flag on. Now, look. Of course, they could do that with CGI or illustration, anyways, which is probably what they would do. But the fact that I'm pretty sure I googled this a couple months ago, like that we don't have the technology to be able to see the flag on the moon, and that just makes me think bullshit, you know. And anyways, I don't know if you guys have thought about that or discussed it before, but supposedly there's a flag there. Let's go look at it.
I don't know. If I remember correctly, didn't they land on the dark side of the moon, or the supposed dark side of the moon, the back side of the moon?
Oh, I didn't know that. That'd be news to me.
I'm not sure, but if anything, it's crazy that no Glober has ever brought that up in the argument. But you know, here I am bringing it up now, giving the Glober an out. But at the same time, you know, we are about the truth here, and if we're going to have an honest discussion about it, we might as well talk about all aspects of it. So. You know, that I heard somewhere, I read somewhere that may have been the thing. Like I glanced over it. I wouldn't say.
Yeah, but the alleged pictures from the moon have a lot of lighting, all kinds of lighting.
Right, but if it was a new moon, for us, it would be a full moon on the dark side of the moon, right?
But if it's cyclical, at some point we would be able to see the shit they left behind.
No, because if they flew on the back side of the moon, if they landed on the back side of the moon, the moon is supposed to be locked in its place, and so.
But how are there images?
You would never see the back side of the moon because the camera was facing back towards Earth.
Like, how are they lit up if it's on the dark side of the moon in the pictures?
Because the sun was shining from behind them.
Oh, I see. No. I see. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Okay. I didn't know that.
It's hard to explain, but it's kind of like...
No, I get it now. No, I get it. Yeah.
Except it would be like in the solar eclipse form.
Yeah, where the backside is facing in its alleged orbit, in its presupposed spherical shape, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
It would be the backside facing the sun. Yeah.
When you got a crescent moon, most of the backside of the moon would be lit versus a portion of our side.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Okay.
So, I mean, that would be my.
Is that the argument? Sorry. Is that the argument they put forth? And the reason we can't see any of the shit left behind is because they landed on the backside?
No, they don't. They're too stupid to come up with that reason. I literally, I was glancing over some stuff, and I think I read somewhere that the Apollo missions landed on the backside of the moon. I know the Russians claim to have landed on the backside of the moon, and the Chinese are trying to land on the backside of the moon or something like that. But if it's true, if that's what they're saying, they landed on the backside of the moon, which we all know they didn't land on the moon, but they landed on the backside of the moon, that would be their out for saying that we can't see the American flag because it's on the backside of the moon. And we will never see the backside of the moon.
Yeah.
Stupid stuff. My thing is why would you plant, if you did go to the moon, why would you plant a flag on the backside of the moon? I would want that bitch on our side so we could see it.
Yeah, something, right? Well, no, hang on. I have a rebuttal. A rebuttal to your claim on the dark side of the moon, because I've heard globe earthers, whatever you call them, ballers, claim that we placed reflectors there so that we could, shoot a laser, right? They've claimed these reflectors are there to be able to shoot a laser. Have you guys heard that claim as well?
Yeah, they bounce a laser off the moon.
So that would have to be on the Earth-facing side of the moon, though.
They would probably say, well, that was a different mission, but whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you go into that conversation. But, I mean, regardless, it's convenient for that argument. You know what I mean?
Okay, let me throw another one out at you that I've heard. This would be, okay, let's say, presupposing, okay, many assumptions, I get it, guys, bear with me. But if satellites are in Earth's alleged orbit at 17,500 miles an hour, whatever, and the Earth is a sphere, then I should be able to zoom in via said satellite, because Google Earth and all these amazing optics that we have now, we should see people in Greenland, let's say Iceland and Reykjavik, playing chess, right? And they're sitting upright. But if I zoomed in, let's say, to the research scientists in Antarctica, all of them should at least visibly be standing upside down. Is that what do you guys think of that argument?
I mean, I'm going in a minute, guys, but I'm just going to say this and then I'll say bye-bye. But just regarding your moon one and what you're asking, I mean, I know it sounds like a bit boring, but if you just stick to your gas pressure without containment, that just debunks all that.
No, for sure. Totally get that one, Dick. Yeah.
Because again, we're going down that road of getting dragged into something which, well, we know you can't have gas pressure without containment, so there is no area called space. It has to be fake. Otherwise, we could be able to demonstrate gas pressure without containment. So all them other little stories now are irrelevant until that can be demonstrated.
And I think that was the argument that got his dad to drop his guard.
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
But even in my satellite example, let's say it's a satelloon with a helium balloon. So let's not even give the space vacuum, right? Should a satellite not be able to zoom in on Antarctica, upside down world, so to speak, and see people standing, I guess, upside down? You know what I mean? Yeah.
Right. No, I mean, yes, but the reason why we don't have access to those satellites they'll use is because it's military strategy.
I'm out of here, guys. Nice talking. I've got to shoot off. See you all later. Bye.
All right, bye.
Yeah, take care.
So, I mean, we will never have access to those. They'll put satellites up there that we can have access to. Like if you remember the Samsung selfie satellite that crashed in someone's backyard. Did you hear about that?
No, that's fantastic.
Yeah, if you do a Google search on Stateloon or satellite crashes, and there's at least 20 of them that I've come across where it shows like a satellite with a weather balloon attached to it that crashed to Earth.
Awesome.
And there's like all over the world: Honduras, Guatemala, North America, and So yeah, they whatever they got going on with them satellites, that's on them. That's what they want to spend our tax money on. But when that, when it comes down to it, like you ask people, how do you know the shape of the Earth? And everybody like any glober will immediately point to the sky. Well, we know the shape of the Earth is because of the motion of the stars, or because the moon looks like a sphere, so we're on a sphere. And so it's always started with a presupposition. And so the argument on that is, like, if you are inside your home, right? And you're in your living room, and you got all these lights up on your ceiling, right? You hung all these Christmas lights up. And then you look up and you say, all those Christmas light bulbs are all spherical looking, so therefore the ground underneath my feet should be a sphere also. That's basically what people are saying. So the lights in the sky have nothing to do with what's underneath your feet. I don't know if that helps you.
Yeah, no, this is all good information. I appreciate you indulging me, letting me ask some questions, but I'm going to go on mute for a bit and let someone else take the floor for a bit.
Okay. I don't know if there's anybody else in here that wants to take the floor. I may end up putting the bot back on. Nobody else is going to talk. It looks like it's a bunch of flat earthers in here. We've got Byte in here. Let's see. Byte's a flat earther. So, yeah, a bunch of flat earthers in here.
Okay, so how am I going to know if the bot, you mentioned like there's going to be like a golden, whatever, symbol?
Yeah, so you know how like you have that generic
Discord picture
logo? Yeah, it's a generic Discord picture. It'll say that, but the name will be Flat Earth Music Bot.
Okay.
And I actually am going to go look for a playlist right now to play for the bot. So let's see. Hold on. All right. Yeah. So go ahead and play this bot, and hope you enjoy.
We partnered with Google, for example. If you Google climate change, you will, at the top of your search, you will get all kinds of UN resources. We started this partnership when we were shocked to see that when we Googled climate change, we were getting incredibly distorted information right at the top. So we're becoming much more proactive. We own the science, and we think that the world should know it, and the platforms themselves also do. But again, it's a huge challenge that I think all sectors of society need to be very active in.
Ms. Downs, does Google think that this is a problem, and what is the solution that you're coming up with to address it?
Thank you for the question. So as you noted, when Alex Jones posted the video you described saying that the survivors of the Parkland massacre were crisis actors, that violated our harassment policy. We have a specific policy that says if you say a well-documented violent attack didn't happen, and you use the name or image of survivors or victims of that attack, that is a malicious attack and it violates our policy. In terms of conspiracy theory content generally, our goal is to promote authoritative content to our users. So we have two principles that guide the way here. That's the first one, is we want to provide users with authoritative, trustworthy information.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I only have a minute and a half, and I don't really need to hear what you're trying to provide. I want to know how you're dealing with all these conspiracy theorists on your platform.
So the first way is by demoting low-quality content and promoting more authoritative content, and the second is by providing more transparency for users. So we're introducing boxes that provide factual information at the top of results that have shown themselves to turn up a lot of information that is counterfactual, such as searching for the Earth is flat on YouTube, where you see a lot of
Your response is to put a box saying, nope, the Earth is not flat.
Correct.
Okay.
You know what? I'll read this because it's been a long time since I read it. And nobody never knows like how I go in, because it's like all most people hear is, damn, this dude's mic is terrible. And then they hear me screaming, but I did some work here. Let's see, where is it? Astronomer. Why would they lie, right? This is before I got my new conversation. I wish a heliocentrist would ask me why they would lie, because then I go to who's they. Okay, the people that say that we're moving around the sun, that would have began about 500 years ago with Copernicus, and Copernicus is a priest. You want to debate that? We can do that. But anyway, I don't know anybody who would be, family to a certain unit of people. Like every family has their profession thing. Right? So, he grew up in the church, he worked for the church, and in order to be a bishop, or in order to be a priest, you got to be a bishop first. So if his name is on text to be a priest, so I can't say he was, but in order to be a priest, you got to first be a bishop. So all of these things, I'm like, the people that were in the church for some reason told these people who couldn't read the Latin text at the time that the earth was moving. Obviously, that's why everybody fucking left. And that's why they changed their tune. Oh, the church is not saying this. Well, we're not saying that. We're actually existing. You're lying. But anyway, so it's just like, who's lying? Well, the people that have said that we've moved around the earth. Now, how do I know that they're lying? Why? Fast forward 400 years later, Edwin Hubble says, and this is where Winston picks up. He always runs my favorite quote from Edwin Hubble. And Edwin Hubble basically said, we don't have any evidence of it, like any actual evidence, but this is what we're going with. That's basically what he said. So I'm like, okay, so he's the protege for all of his descendants, which means, well, for all of his, you know what I'm saying? So that would mean you should definitely fucking know why it was proposed that the earth goes around the sun. So you telling me that there's no evidence, Einstein telling me that there is no evidence, everyone else telling me that there's no evidence, but that's what they're going to go with anyway, just tells me what I need to know. All I need to know is you guys didn't actually have any evidence. That's it. So why are they lying? Well, if there are people who claim to be, the church body, and they're going against the cosmology in the very first book of their cosmology, they're probably doing that because they don't want to accept God. I can't see any other reason why anyone would lie about the religion that they're inside of. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, why don't you think about that instead of asking why they would lie? So it's so flippantly, it's like you really don't want to know the answer because it's really deep. But anyway, before that, I wrote this down, and this was a comment from someone else, and I'll end it like this. I'll give me 60 seconds to go through, and then I'll be done. So I took some astronomy classes, in college, and I took psychology. I'm 100% flat earther. Oh, look, flat earthers go to school. Wow, I didn't know that. Education is not truth. Being taught something for 10 years and making 90,000, so it's 90,000, to teach it doesn't make it true. Keeping the lies going will keep the funds coming. And unfortunately, academia will continue to be a joke. Academia alone is the main reason they will never tell us the truth. And by the way, we have quotes upon quotes upon quotes of other physicists, scientists, astrophysicists in this field, either in modern times or before, that have literally said, I dare not go against the paradigm. I dare not go against academia. So when people are asking, well, where are the people that are questioning shit? Well, why are there so many people saying I'd rather not go against it? I mean, it's open your eyes. Anyway, unfortunately, academia will continue to be a joke. Academia alone is the main reason they will never tell us the truth. You can ignore you can ignore the spiritual side if you desire, but academia would be destroyed in many aspects, and we would have chaos. Anyone who teaches astronomy out on the streets, an astrophysicist at a university on the streets, I guess they're the same thing. Homeless and no more, $90,000 check, university libraries gutted, and the books for the college classes tossed. Libraries would be imperiled. The entire educational system, Rockefeller system, it goes twofold. One is for your education, and two is
Rockefeller, y'all.
Make money, but I'll breeze past that. Libraries will be imperiled. The entire educational system for teaching of the globe, space, astronomy, and so forth is basically destroyed by the truth. So, shape doesn't matter. Need more of a motive? Isn't that enough? Want more? How about NASA is finally shut down and the biggest court case ever would ensue? No more $58 million a day for green screen, harness videos, and stories of water on other planets. No more fake tragedies. Every tragedy that happened would have to be accepted as a fraud. Imagine the chaos of reaction from the American people. It would be genocide for the government. Every government on the face of the earth would be questioned, and the people with torches and pitchforks would be on the street. So when someone says, why keep the lie going, think about this. It doesn't take much effort on your part to just open your eyes.
I'm going to talk about a mind virus, and I'll describe it to you in a way so you can understand. So I'm going to ask you two questions. If you can just respond to me in the most honest way possible, and we'll see if you can understand what I'm talking about here. So first question would be Flat Fact 64. Are we talking on Discord?
To my knowledge, we are, yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
With the reality of this world, no, I'm not 100%. We could be talking on flaming goo for all I know. I mean, the reality, I don't know. No, I mean, I cannot. I don't know. I cannot definitively say to anything 100%.
Okay, so the mind virus has reached you. Now let me explain. I'm gonna now that you said what you said, you answered honestly, and I appreciate that. But I'll tell you how the mind virus is still latched onto you. This mind virus that you can't know anything to be 100% sure is going to keep you from the truth. It'll stymie your critical thinking. It will stop you from looking into things.
Send in the clowns.
Like if I was to ask you, Sirus, right? Go ahead and tell me what you're doing right now. Just, and I don't mean exactly. Generally, what are you doing? Like
sitting on my computer chair.
Okay, if I was to say you're 100% sure of that, what would you answer?
No.
You're not 100% sure that you're sitting down?
Not 100%. Like 99.99999999999%.
Oh, okay.
Bomb has been planted. Let me get a question in for Riverboat. Hey, welcome to the server, by the way. Can you for 100% guarantee that you're sitting down in a chair talking on Discord?
Nothing's 100%, man.
Bruh. Oh, okay. That's all I needed to know.
What kind of shit is that? So let's go to the second follow-up question, which is only two. There's nothing really big. Are you 100% sure you're talking on Discord? I know that's redundant, but please answer the question.
Am I 100% sure? No.
There you go. Audience, that is it. Mr. Sensible, your goose is cooked. What are you doing right now? Just tell me what you're doing. That's as simple as that. What are you doing right now? Be honest. Like I don't have to know, but
I believe I'm sitting down on my chair, and I'd say that's yeah.
But just sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's I believe. Okay.
He just said he believes he's sitting in a chair.
Yeah, you said that.
Can I defend myself here? Is that okay?
Please.
No, so I don't use prediction a lot. So I don't interact with the world in absolute facts. It's all based off assumption. Those assumptions have a degree of probability as to whether they're correct or not. So I assume I'm on Discord talking to you guys right now. I can't 100% say that's a fact because I might not exist at all. I've got, I'm that type of person, but I can pretty much say it's 99.999% sure that I am here talking to you guys. That's what I mean by nothing's a fact, things are a presumption, but they have a degree of probability attached. If that makes sense.
We get that. We get that. You're not 100% sure of anything.
Correct.
99.999999999%. Let's find out real quick. Let me just ask this. Punjab, what are you doing right now? You can tell me if you're not, we'll use another example. What are you doing right now, Punjab?
I assume I'm laying in my bed.
Okay. What? I was just going to ask you if you're sure you're laying on your bed.
He just assumes it. He's assuming it.
Just assume.
But wait! There's more! Listen, did you or did you not say you can't be absolutely sure of anything? Did you say that? Okay. Are you absolutely sure of that?
No.
Got him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
You can get really close. Like I can be like 99.99%.
Well, yeah, we're not saying
about
let me ask you a question. Have you ever eaten food before?
Very likely, yes. You can't say I'm not consistent.
Bruh. Also, like whatever you're doing right now, are you sitting down, standing up? I mean, what are you doing?
I'm sitting down.
Okay. Are you 100% sure you're sitting down?
I hope so, yeah.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Are you 100% certain that you are speaking with us on Discord right now or not?
Oh, fuck. Tough one.
No, it's not. It's not tough. So you can say you're talking on Discord, right, Crepuscule?
Yeah, I suppose I'm talking on Discord. Yeah.
Suppose? Wait. Well, why was there hesitation, and why now is it you're supposing that you're talking on Discord? Tell me about why you think that.
Because I could be just a dream in the mind of God. Who knows?
You're doing something like if okay. I'll ask you this: what are you doing right now, Crepuscule? Standing up, sitting down, laying down? What is it?
I'm sitting down and I'm about to eat some bread.
Okay. Can you tell me that you're doing that 100%? With all certainty.
No.
Hello? What did you say?
No. I said no.
Why?
Because I know that I can't fully trust my senses because I'm somebody who's literally delusional. Okay. I've literally had false memories. So you're the wrong person to ask that.
Shut up, bitch!
I'm not 100% on anything. Right, but I am more than 100% sure.
Excuse me. You're not 100% that the Earth is a globe? Well, I'll tell you
nothing's 100%. Nothing's 100%.
What?
Nothing's 100%.
What are you talking about? Okay, so let me ask you a question. Just because you said that, you need to answer this question. This next one I'm going to ask you. Have you ever eaten anything?
Oh yeah. I might have eaten something, right? Okay, and then now I remember eating that. Now, what if there's a very small possibility? There's a very small possibility that my memory has been altered. I'm a schizophrenic. I'm suffering a psychotic episode. I can introduce factors that I'm completely unaware and oblivious to. So, if I ate something, there's a high probability that I'm correct that I ate something, but it's not 100%. Nothing's 100%.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
But let me finish the point here. Quantum mechanics, the most technical field of science currently, is not 100%. They use probability.
Why would I talk to a psychopath? You just finished saying you could be schizophrenic. Why would I want to have a conversation with a schizophrenic?
I was making a hypothetical situation.
No. You just said I could be schizophrenic. It's not.
Yeah.
to tell you, are you 100% sure that you're sitting down watching your screen?
Well, nobody knows what's outside their perception.
No, that's not what I asked. What I'm asking is exactly what you told me. I'm just repeating it back to you as in, are you 100% sure that what you told me is exactly what's going on?
No, because you don't know what's going on outside of your taste, your smell, your hearing, your sight.
Okay, so this is the issue that we have.
Are you swimming in an ocean?
Probably not.
What? Probably not. Well, that's
He's
that
not
guy,
even sure of that.
He's whispering in your ear again. That professor.
You would have to define what an ocean is and what.
No. You know. Like, no, we don't have to get into semantics. So for the reason of this conversation, we both understand each other in a way we know what we're saying. So you know what I mean when I say ocean, right?
Excuse me. You can roast me for saying this, but I don't think I can touch a ball before, so.
He probably is. Hey, man, are you talking on Discord right now?
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't even get the second one. You're already caving. What the hell, bro?
I think so.
This is madness, man. Yeah, all you guys, you live in your own fantasy. Have you ever eaten before?
Bomb has been planted. Yeah, I think so.
Look at this guy.
I don't think he remembers his last meal.
You don't remember when he's eaten? Or if he has?
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
I can prove that.
Oh, he can't.
How big is the jar your brain in?
Are you a brain in a jar sitting on some shelf somewhere?
No, I don't think I have one of those.
Shut you! I don't have one of those. Listen to this guy. Not if you have one. Are you one? In one? Are you in a jar?
I think he's just a jar. He's not even in the...
Are we talking
I just said I believe I'm on Discord.
Are we talking
I believe
on Discord?
so, yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that we're talking on Discord?
I can't be, necessarily.
There you go.
To be plugged in to a simulation, something like that.
There you go.
Are you sure about that?
How about, what are you doing right now? Are you sitting down, standing up, Deck?
I'm sitting down right now.
How sure are you of that? Are you 100% sure you're doing that?
I'm pretty fucking sure. As sure as I can be about anything else.
There's damn good evidence in there.
Guys, it's not that fucking hard of a jump to understand that if you don't know if the world is real, then you can't know if anything's real. Like, it's not surprising.
Stop the cap. No bullshit, bro.
Are you staring at a computer screen or a phone?
Computer screen, yeah.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that you're sitting down staring at a computer screen?
I mean, that's a pretty philosophical question.
Not really. No, it's not really. It's not really.
Definitely folding for the globe.
A few moments later.
As a logically thinking human, you would then tell me, well, I'm sitting down and I'm staring at my computer screen, right? And then if I was to follow up and tell you 100% certainty, do you know that you're doing this? Without the professor's voice in your ear, what would you tell me?
Sure. I'm 100% sure.
Right, and what would give you that inclination to tell me that?
In my defense, I'm a social sciences student, so again, my inclination would be to say that based off my conception in my mind of reality, the way my brain interprets its sensory input.
There you go. Because of your senses, you start to realize the world around you, and you're able to navigate. So you're telling me exactly what's going on.
Ego, are you 100% sure that you're speaking to us on Discord right now or not?
No. Bruh.
Oh,
there you go.
Fuck.
Yeah. There you go, Levelist.
These fucking people, dude. These relativists, dude. What the fuck is going on?
I'm telling you, bro. You don't know until you know, and now you know.
That in my epistemology, I don't believe you can have absolute knowledge.
What epistemology is that? Shit for brains?
No. Let him finish. You don't think you can have absolute? Your epistemology is what?
I'm a fallibilist.
Oh, okay. So you don't think you can have absolute knowledge? There's no objective truth.
I think I can know that I exist. I think I can know that certain logical truths are true.
Have you ever eaten before?
I think so, yeah.
What? From 1 to 100%, how sure are you that the Earth is in fact a spinning globe in a vacuum with a radius of 3959?
I'd say 99.2, something like that.
Shut up, bitch! Oh my God!
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
The Antarctic terrorist, Jarl Andøy. Tromsø, Oslo, Norway. The Dagbladet. Polar explorer and television celebrity Jarl Andøy, 38, sits in the dock, the Nord-Troms district court, accused of having carried out his third voyage south of the 60th parallel in Antarctica without permission from the Norwegian authorities. He is also accused of having sailed without insurance, so the provisions of the Antarctic Treaty requires. The expedition took place a year ago, where, among others, comedian Anne Kat Herland, 43, and rocket.
Alright, listen.
If I was to tell you 3 simple questions, would you be able to answer them about the globe? Do you think?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, 3 simple questions. How have they measured the curvature of the Earth from ancient times up until today? They said that was established to be a globe at least 1,000 years. For at least 1,000 years.
Well, I couldn't tell you the scientists because I haven't got anything up in front of me. But there's some scientists who used a mountain and also a lighthouse. It was somewhere in Egypt or something. And he basically went up. He knew the difference between these 2 points, went through them to sort of figure out the distance between the top points, the bottom points, and then sort of work out the curvature of the Earth.
Alright, so what I'd like to ask you is that the method that you're speaking of right now, do you know it fully, or are you just kind of vaguely responding to what you think it was?
Vaguely responding.
Okay. Yeah, it's good that you're honest in this conversation, because that is key, right? Yeah. For us to have a good discourse. Yeah, alright, so since you are vague, I would say that, well, you just believe that that's how they measured it, right? I mean, because of the information that you received and how you're telling us, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now up until this point, is there any time in recent times that they've measured the curvature of the Earth that you know of?
Well, I'd use this may not be a good answer in your book, but you can use the ISS as an example, as when they go up whatever distance they are from the surface of the sphere that we live on, well, they can see that it is in fact spherical. Okay, it's just like your own eyes. You can sort of believe it.
Right, your own eyes, but not your own eyes, right? At the same time, because it's not your own eyes, it's their own eyes. They're telling you the story from that place that they're at.
They are telling you the story.
Right. So you're basically believing what they're saying. Once again, you're believing right. So we're just establishing, that as much as we're not going to get into any details right now in this conversation. But so far, what I'm gathering is that you just basically believe what they're telling you. So that's fine. That you just believe that they said that the Earth is measured to have curvature. Yep. So we'll go ahead and go to the next question, which is, how do you know, or how has it been measured that the Earth has been detected to be spinning on its axis, axial rotation? So what method do you know of that we can actually do, or has been done, that detects axial rotation?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, honest answer. All right, so we'd say that you just believe that however they detect that the Earth is spinning on its axis, they must be correct, because there's been a lot of people that have detected it, or a method has been done to detect it, right? You just believe that to be the case.
I just believe it.
Okay, so third and final question is the vacuum of space being a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists as a medium that they tell us. Now, how can we establish, or from your first-hand perspective, that the vacuum of space is indeed adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe?
I can tell you.
Okay, so real quick, I'm just going to round up the three first points that I just brought to you right now. And these are the positive claims that the globe Earth makes, right? That there has been measured curvature, that we have detected axial rotation, and the vacuum of space is indeed a reality that exists next to the air pressure we breathe. But with these questions, we found out that the only thing you know is that you believe that all these three questions are true. You don't know that they are. You just believe them. So far as you know that secondhand information has gotten to you, and you believe that the Earth is a globe that is spinning in the vacuum of space. So it's not established as true knowledge. It's only something that you just believe it to be true. And you agree with me. So
no, hold on. Well, you're just assuming that I agree with you. I don't really. No. Because you're saying that this information that I know is just a belief.
It is. We went over that. You just conceded them.
No, I didn't concede them. I said I don't know how they work.
Right, you just believe.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you just said you conceded. You believed all three of the points. I'm glad it kind of hit you right now. It's the first time this ever happened. It hit somebody at the end, but I'm glad you actually saw what I was doing at the very end.
I just said that I don't agree with everything.
That just happened. I know that you don't. I know that. Listen,
people arguing with me speaking. Hold on. You interrupted Ben the entire time. Can you just shut the fuck up for 1 sec? You really are a rude arsehole.
Hang on 1 second.
Shut up.
This is the first time that's ever happened that the guy actually, listen to this, right? He actually conceded the 3 points all the way through. Now he's backtracking and saying, hold on, what the hell just happened?
This
is amazing, right?
It was specifically done. I just believe that it was been done. So yeah, you're elucidating a point that it's just a belief because you don't know.
So you do understand the power of my kung fu now, right? You just got beat on and didn't even know it. So here's the thing though, homie, and I know you're not gonna like this because I have you muted, but I have to because you were being very disrespectful. So you just believe that the Earth is a globe spinning in outer space, and you conceded to all 3 points, mind you, and it was live streamed. Everybody heard you concede those points. So it's not only that you conceded it, but we have tons of witnesses right now. About 50 people listening on the Discord, and about maybe 60 or 70 on the 2 live streams that we have running. So thank you very much for your participation, but it seems like you're not going to be very good to have a conversation with because of the way you were being. So unless you're going to say that you're sorry in a DM, then I'm probably just going to leave you muted for now. And let's get to some other new people that are in here.
Hi, I'm Josh Clark, and this is Brain Stuff, and I'm here to answer a very pressing question. Have you ever been standing at the edge of water, say like an ocean, and looked out on the horizon and said, I wonder exactly how far away that horizon is? You know, where the sky meets the sea? That's the horizon. Well, it turns out because the Earth is curved that it depends on where you're standing and how far above water you're standing. Let's say that you are in the water, right? And you're up to, say, your eyes are about 8 inches above the water surface. Well, again, remember the Earth is curved, and despite the ocean seeming flat, they actually curve themselves, which if you've ever really looked at the horizon, it kind of goes like this a little bit, which is pretty cool. But it also goes like this, right? So if your eyes are 8 inches above the water, right then you're about a mile away from that horizon point where the sky meets the ocean as far as you can tell. If you're standing up above water and you're like I am about 6 feet tall, that means your eyes are about 5.5 feet above the water's edge, which means that you're about 3 miles away from the horizon. Isn't that amazing? Going from 8 inches above water, 5.5 feet above water, is the distance between 2 miles between you and the horizon. Mind-blowing, if you ask me. If you like this video, there's plenty more where it came from. You can subscribe to us on this YouTube channel. You can like us. You can just spend the rest of your life watching Brain Stuff videos. I advise it.
of this size, the International Space Station would be orbiting about a half an inch above the surface. And that dude who jumped out of a perfectly good balloon, what's his name? Felix Baumgartner, he would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe. That's his edge of space jump. Now, you know, I don't, it's fine. He wants to, I don't have a problem if he does it, but the honesty of it would greatly diminish what I think people thought he was actually doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide-angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. Right. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, wow, he's in space, look at that. No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
Hello. I'm going to do a super fast presentation on how curve calculators work. So to start off, this is not how they work. There is not a curve path. They are not calculating this curve path of light around the globe. No, they're not. What they're doing is they're expanding this globe, flattening it, and then calculating as if there's straight rays of light. And I'm going to demonstrate this real easy. So I'm going to use this example, the example of the world long distance photograph. It is 443 kilometers from Peak Fenestrel to Peak Gaspard. The viewer height is 2,880 meters. So if you notice here, this says effective radius. What does this mean? This effective radius means they multiply this value, so-called actual radius, begging the question, radius, because this is the thing they're trying to prove. They assume what they're trying to prove and say it's proven. Anyhow, so they take this actual radius, multiply it by 76R, this made up value, literally made up, because in the literature the value is actually, this is 0.66 if you turn it to decimal. The actual value quoted in the literature is 0.13. So this is even wrong, and even the 0.13 is wrong. But that's for another video. So multiply this 6371 times 76, and they get this value, 7,432. That's what Nick West used, the exact number. So I made a geometric instruction to bear this out, that they are simply blowing it up and using straight rays. Okay, so here we have this enlarged radius Earth. Right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to compare. I'm going to use the identical numbers as this. I'm going to use straight rays, and then I'm going to compare these values, this hidden, and this horizon. I mean, if I wanted, I could also do these, but there's no point because it will just come out the same. It's redundant. So 2.88 over here, 2.880. This distance, 443 kilometers, 443 kilometers. All right. So what we'll do is find where the horizon is. The horizon is going to be this point of intersection of this tangent line. Okay? And then this line continues on, and then once it reaches the distance, this 443 distance, it measures where this tangent line intersects the 443 line, and it measures this distance. Well, we're going to start with the horizon. So this is my tangent line. I'm going to click here. So there's a point of intersection 206. Check out the number 206. Right. That's right so far. It's straight. I'm using a straight line. Let's go over here. Still a straight line. So C and B is a distance from C to V. 3.7. Let's look at the curve calculator. Wow, 3.7. Just so everybody knows, the way the curve calculator works is to take their so-called radius and flatten the Earth to get whatever value they want. You see something that's way over here, they'll just say there's super refraction and the Earth is even flatter. They will just increase the sphere and make what is called a post-diction. They're not making predictions, they're making post-dictions.
When it comes to where you are, where you're standing, what you're standing on, do you have any ideas around that? Like, what do you think? What do you perceive? What do you experience?
I think it's quite spherical.
What you're standing on is quite spherical. What leads you to believe that in your kind of everyday life, your experiences?
Probably from what people who know more than this have told me. Well, no more than me have told me.
Okay, so it's not anything that you as a thinking human being experience per se. It's just a story you've been told and you believe the story. Your everyday experience doesn't necessarily match that. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. You could give me maybe an example of how your everyday experience would lead you to trust that story.
Well, it's just I'm taking somebody who knows more than me and has spent more time on this subject than me, his advice, like I do with everything in life.
Yeah, well, one of the things I do that earns me money is I'm an accountant, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you might trust me to be your accountant, but being an accountant, if I was not being a professional and not living up to the standards of the profession, I could probably figure out a way to swindle some money off you without you knowing, right?
Yeah, probably, but I'd say it's quite different than making up scientific proof.
Oh, so you're under the impression there's some scientific proof of what exactly? Because a shape claim isn't really science, that's more measurement, right?
Well, I guess more everything kind of fits and works together, which is what a theory is, isn't it? System of belief.
So when you say everything fits and works together, are you under the impression that there's some sort of scientific model or some working model of what may be portrayed to you as the Earth and the universe?
Talking model, isn't that called the heliocentric model?
Yeah, but we got to stop right there real quick before we continue. A scientific theory is not a systemized belief. A systemized belief is a religion. So if you're claiming that the globe is a system of beliefs, then you're basically saying it's a religion or a philosophy at best.
Well,
continue.
Kind of, but the definition of theory is a system of ideas intended to explain something.
Could religions be theories, right? Could we take any religion you want to pick, and could we say that religion is a theory as to God, a creator, a prophet, certain theological beliefs?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense if it's a system of ideas. Yeah.
Fair point. The problem is we're now all confused. Because you're starting by talking about science. And then you use the word theory. And then you give a definition that doesn't have to do with science. A scientific theory is a specific thing, which is not the definition you gave or the explanation you gave.
isn't science like, I don't know how to explain this. It's like proof, isn't it? Do you get me? It's facts based on observation.
No.
What is science?
Okay. Science, in the way in which we're using science in this arena, right? When people say there's scientific evidence of the globe, okay? Scientifically validated evidence is about cause and effect relationships that are validated by experimentation. Okay, so a theory in a scientific theory comes after an observation of the natural world, a phenomena that occurs within it, a hypothesis about if this occurs, then maybe it causes that phenomena, the effect. You then have a rigorous, you then have a rigorous experimental phase of validation that will either validate your hypothesis or nullify your hypothesis. Once all that is complete, then you can start having a scientific theory. So that being said, since you use the word science, where is any of that for the idea that the Earth is a globe?
Okay, so first of all, I apologize for saying science is. I mean, sorry, as far as a religion is a theory, I'd say it's more of a hypothesis, then, isn't it?
No,
because if it's so with that, why is I'm a bit confused with that? Because like, wouldn't it be a hypothesis because it's what you think is happen, like what you think, but you haven't observed it yet. It hasn't been tested.
Not in a scientific sense.
Same thing you're talking about.
It's just an idea.
Yeah, exactly. Hypothesis.
Right, but you see, a hypothesis in regards to science is a specific thing. Just because it's the same word doesn't mean it's the same thing. You know, in general common language, yes, so in general common language, a hypothesis is just the underlying belief, right? Of why you hold a proposition to be true. That is not what a hypothesis is in the scientific method.
What is a hypothesis?
It's a specific if-then statement that's validatable. For example, if 180 degrees Fahrenheit applied to water, then water boils at sea level, right? And then you can validate that by demonstrating it. So, for example, let me give you an example of something that doesn't apply. Okay, there is a blue knife on my table, right? Not a scientific proposition. It simply is the case that there's a blue knife on my table.
Yeah, because you observed it.
Yes, directly. The object in question is directly observed. There's no causal relationships required, right? Now, I want you to ask me questions about my knife.
Okay.
So ask me questions about it.
What questions do you want about your knife? Is it sharp?
You think of the questions that you would need to ask to divine what it is. Because it is a knife of a certain type. So start asking questions like maybe the size of it.
Okay, how big is the knife?
7 inches long. Okay, stop. Don't continue. Did I need to do any science to get that answer?
You need to measure it.
Oh, there you go. All right. I pass it to my friend who was talking to you earlier.
Okay.
Is that my cue?
I think so.
You can take a nap home.
Sure. So, yeah, the measurement isn't science, right? Is that what we were just talking about?
Yeah.
I thought it was a part of science.
It's not. Measurement is just measuring something.
Yeah, it can be a tool used in science, but it wouldn't be science itself, right?
So, It's to measure. I'm a bit confused. So it's part of science, but it's not scientific.
Yeah, so like AI was saying, in this realm, right, in this arena, we talk about science, natural science, which is the study of the natural world through experimentation, right? So we observed something in nature. We observe an effect, right? So let's go back to when he was talking about water and heat. So you and I are walking along and we come upon a boiling pool of water. And we've never seen this before. We look at it and we're like, oh, wow, this water's boiling. And then we come up upon it and we realize there's steam, and we kind of touch it briefly and we realize, oh man, this is hot. This feels exactly like the fire back where we came from. I'm wondering what's going on here, right? I feel heat within the water and I see it boil. So maybe we could form some sort of hypothesis as to why the water is boiling. Maybe it's because of the heat. So we go back to our campsite and we try this. We take some water, we put it over the fire, and it hits a certain temperature over time, and it starts to boil. So we can do this over and over again, and it's repeatable. So we have a variable that we're manipulating, which is the heat. We're putting the water on top of the heat, taking the water off the heat, stops boiling. So we're manipulating a variable that we think is the cause of the effect that we're seeing, which is the water boiling. So then we come to the scientific theory that heat causes water to boil. And we've demonstrated this through experimentation, right? So the key to all of this. Now, if we saw from a distance, really far off in the distance, a pool of water that seemed to be boiling, but we had no interaction with that pool of water, and we just started coming up with ideas as to what may cause that water to boil. If we don't touch that water, or we don't look at that water, or we don't try to take water ourselves and figure out what can cause this boiling, do any of our stories that we may come up with as to what is causing the water to boil, do you think any of those would be relevant?
It would be a hypothesis.
So let's say you have a hypothesis. So we're viewing this water that's boiling in a distance. We've never seen anything like this take place before. We're familiar with regular water. We've got some around us. What is your hypothesis as to why that water we see in the distance is boiling?
Because it's warm.
Let's come up with another hypothesis as to why water is boiling. We have no idea. We've never seen this take place. We would have no inkling or indication as to what may be the cause. Throw out an idea.
I have absolutely no idea why water would be boiling.
Well, we could maybe we could say that we think that there's some sort of entity or being that lives within this water that is somehow below the surface, which is causing this thing to take place, right?
Yeah.
Well, we'll make up a name for it. You pick the name.
It's unicorns.
Okay, so unicorns.
Read that in the chat, you copper. You want to cheat.
So our hypothesis is that we've got these unicorns, whatever these may be, that are underneath the water that are causing this agitation that we see that looks like little bubbles. Now, what would be the first thing we would do to test this hypothesis?
I would try and see if we can find these by ourselves. I'd try and observe one of these little unicorns.
Right. So we never experience these unicorns. We don't see them. We have no viable reason whatsoever to believe that, one, these unicorns even exist, and two, that we would have the ability to find them, and three, that maybe if they got in the water that they would cause this effect.
Rule that hypothesis out. It's not true. We cannot observe it.
Right. We haven't observed it. But if we have no other viable hypothesis, can we just claim that since that's our best hypothesis, that it must be true? Nobody else has come up with another one. You can't think of another one. Nobody has done any experiment with water to figure out what may cause it to do the thing that we're seeing off in the distance. But we have this postulation that it's unicorns. And then everybody starts to catch on to our story. We start talking around town. Yeah, you know, that water off in the distance that we can't get to, but we see it and it boils. Yeah, it's these unicorns. Really? No, yeah. And then we start coming up with more stories about the unicorns, the color of their fur, how they can breathe underwater, all kinds of different things, right? Now, if we tell these stories, we tell these stories long enough and nobody ever actually touches the water, goes to the water, tries to do any experimentation whatsoever regarding the water, does that make our theory, because it's the only one that we have, a viable theory?
It's the right hypothesis. Well, I mean, it's the wrong opinion, but
we haven't proven it.
It's the wrong hypothesis,
right? Because we haven't done an experiment. That's the whole point. We need to do an experiment in order to come up with a viable hypothesis, right?
Or you could observe these unicorns.
So let me ask you a question. When it comes to what you believe in, the heliocentric model, globe Earth, all of this stuff, has any of it been scienced? Is any of it
been observed?
A question of science? So it's been observed.
It's been observed.
Right. So what in particular has been observed?
Curvature.
Curvature's been observed. Where is this taking place?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Where and who has seen curvature?
Every person I can't remember the exact place. You know, every person that's ever seen an image or a video from above.
Every person that's watched TV.
Okay. So we got
every person that's seen an image or a video. Well, if you photograph one of these unicorns, you would have proven to see the unicorns there, and you know.
Right. So you're under the impression. So you're under the impression that we have a photograph of Earth from space.
Seems quite likely to me.
Seems quite likely, but the funny thing is, it's 2022, and we still don't have one. Why is that?
I'm back.
Did you hear me? It's 2022 and we still don't have a photograph of the Earth from space. Why is that?
I don't believe you.
Where
can you provide one to me, or have you seen one? Could you give me an idea of an image?
Blue marble.
All right. Blue marble 2.0. That's a picture of Earth from space? I'm sorry, what was that?
I believe so.
You believe so? Do you know so? Or do you believe so?
Doesn't seem very... It seems quite credible.
Seems quite credible. Okay, well, what if I told you if you go to the NASA website, you can find a data visualizer named Robert Simmons, who has also been interviewed on a radio show talking about how he created the blue marble image. So what he did is he took strips of high altitude pictures and took that flat map, wrapped it around a ball in Photoshop, and then started coloring it in. He put in the clouds. He talks about how he made the colorations within the oceans, how he made it a little bit more green in areas that they had sensors that sensed more phytoplankton in the sea. He decided to use that data to color those parts a little more green, right? So the interviewer even asks him, so there's artistry to making the Earth. And one quote that Robert Simmons has is that he says, it's Photoshop because it has to be.
I'm reading this.
Did you find Robert Simmons on the NASA website? You can read it all.
Yeah.
I'm reading.
Yeah, while you're reading that, so you might say, oh, okay, that's not a photo. But the Himawari 8, that's a photo. And that came after the marble. And it's a satellite. Right? So in the modern day, they put up a satellite called Himawari 8, so they say, with the intention of taking photographs, right? Because they realize nobody's buying their other fake nonsense that's not a real photograph. So lo and behold, people believe that the Himawari 8 is taking a photograph of the Earth every 10 minutes. Come to find out, the Himawari 8 is just overlaying the blue marble data set that Simmons created with NOAA data, which is weather data. So it's a simulation. It's not a photograph. So again, like my friend said, where's this alleged photograph that everyone has seen?
It says here that in 1972, during Apollo 17, that was the last time someone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit.
1972. That's the only alleged photograph.
From what this is saying, whenever this interview was out, 2004.
So it's 2022, and the only photograph that's ever been taken of the Earth from space is from 1972. Do you believe that?
From low Earth orbit. According to it shows the entire hemisphere.
It's from them. They were going to the moon, they claim, and that's when they claim to have taken the picture. But NASA admits today that they cannot cross through the Van Allen radiation belt. They would kill anyone who would try. So they cannot send people beyond low Earth orbit or to the moon.
What? So apparently,
so that's why they couldn't have taken that picture. And even if you watch the documentary, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. The tapes from when they were faking that actually showed more and were leaked and found and were shown in that documentary. So you can see exactly how they faked that picture as well.
Right. So what we're telling you here, my friend, is that the only photograph that everybody's seen is scandalous at best, unvalidatable at worst. So again, where's this supposed photograph that everyone has seen?
According to what you said, there isn't one.
Oh, there you go. That's the answer.
Well, I find it hard to believe, which I'm sure is quite normal. Wait.
So you think it's rational to believe that the only legitimate photograph happened at the beginning of space exploration, and since then, not one has been duplicated by an advanced system? You think that's easier to believe than just to believe that they can't take a picture because they can't get far enough away to take a picture? Just like our other friend just told you, they admit that they're planning missions to go past low Earth orbit, past the Van Allen belts. It makes it sound like, wait a minute, didn't you already go past the Van Allen belts? I mean, if you're a wise person, my friend, and you think self-reflectively, all that sounds pretty scandalous, don't you think?
Well, I don't think we've really have people really been past low Earth orbit since the end of Apollo. No, not really.
No, they never went past it. They never went past it, my friend. That's the point.
Yes.
Allegedly.
What he's trying to say is in the Orion project, that's NASA. They admit themselves, just like he said, that until they fix this problem of going past the Van Allen belts, they cannot go past low Earth orbit. We're using the globe experts, NASA. They're telling you the truth. They can't go past. That means they never went in 1969 to 72, ever. They never went.
What? So they said they went, but then they said, for some reason, I don't think they do that.
Yeah, they said they went a long time ago, and then they realized, the radiation would actually be completely lethal and can kill anyone who actually tries. So that's why anyone now cannot go. And for the last few decades, no one has been allowed to go because it's deadly. You can't go. It'll kill you. We don't have any shielding that'll protect us, so we can't go. That's their excuse right now.
All right, fair. However, the pace is getting too frenetic. Okay? People are interrupting each other, and that's causing people to create a fog of war in their mind that they have to talk faster, and it's just going to escalate. So I'll take a moment and breathe, and then continue.
So laundry.
Yes?
Is this new information to you that the Blue Marble 2.0 is not an actual picture, right? The only claimed pictures from 72. And there's certainly some issues around whether any of those missions did or did not take place, certainly because NASA's excuse of not going back is they're trying to figure out a way to get the proper shielding and protection against the radiation so people don't die going past low Earth orbit, right? So you said something not too long ago where you said something along the lines of this information was hard to believe, right? It's hard to believe that maybe what you thought were real pictures actually aren't. Are you just kind of trying to process that? Are you coming into the realization that maybe what you thought you believed before was proof?
Yeah,
is not
enough on it. It says here that the last photo taken from above low Earth orbit was the pale blue dot, right? Taken in 1990, which would make more sense. Yeah.
So Voyager,
which isn't a manned spacecraft. So that makes a lot of sense.
No, it's an alleged space probe, which, if you believe it or not, is still up until, I don't know, when was the last transmission we allegedly got from Voyager? Within the past 5 years, I think. We're still allegedly receiving photographs from this alleged space probe that was sent into orbit.
I don't think we're receiving photographs, and I think we have since the ones. But
maybe it's Voyager 2 that's still providing images.
The last photo from Voyager was 1990, pale blue dot.
Okay.
Voyager
So
2.
take a look at what does that tell you? That
what's that?
Does that give you any indication as to what you're even looking at in that picture? Have you seen the pale blue dot?
I don't think the quality of the image is very, I don't think it's like why does the quality of the image matter? Do you know what I mean?
No, like if I handed you a photo that looks similar to that, right? If not the exact same photo, and I drew a little arrow on it to one of the more lit places within that image, and I said, this is Alpha Centauri. Would you just automatically believe that? If I drew the same arrow to the same pale blue dot and I said, this is Alpha Centauri, how would you know or verify, or what would give you any indication, even looking at that photograph, that that's Earth?
Well, I wouldn't see a reason for you to say that it's Alpha Centauri. And surely if you did, you would try and make it a bit more believable by maybe putting some sparkles or something around it. Yeah?
I don't know if sparkles would make it more believable. It actually would make it look more fake. But either way, man, looking at this pale blue dot image, does that make you think that that's where you live? That that's a picture of where you live?
Yeah, I don't see why they wouldn't.
So what on earth itself, aside from you believing pictures that are shown to you, which we've already proven, the main one you thought was proof of where you live and the shape of where you live, was a utter fabrication. So what on earth here, the ground that you and I are both currently standing on, indicates that you live on a globe?
Because that has no reason. Like what? So, wait a minute. Say that again. Sorry, really, I'm tired.
Yeah. So, what here on Earth gives you any indication, you personally, any feeling, any observation, or anything that you see in your daily life looking around you would give you any indication that you live on a ball?
Well,
that's spinning.
Nothing, but it's the same for the other way around. There's nothing that gives me an indication that it's flat as well, because it's quite hard to observe that.
Sure, I mean, I observe it all the time. I live near water, right? So I see very far. Looks very flat. When I go over, across this very large bridge in my area that's tall enough for cruise ships to get underneath it, and I look around, everything that I see around me indicates flatness. No indication of curvature at all whatsoever.
But can you see those ships forever? Like, can you see them go forever?
Forever? Do you think you can see forever?
Well, I'm sure the higher up you are, the further you can see.
Okay, so if I had a penny in my hand and I was standing on that ship, would you be able to see the penny?
Ships are quite large, and you can
How far away do you
them
be able to? How far away do you think you'd be able to see a penny?
Oh, I don't know. About,
according to you, forever, right? Forever.
What?
If I just went straight up in the air, would you be able to see a penny that I was holding in my hand as I continued to increase in elevation forever?
If I had a telescope large that could magnify it a significant amount.
Okay, so let's even say that the moon is as far away as they claim. Could you see a penny on the moon?
If I had a significant enough telescope, probably.
There's not a telescope good enough in the world to be able to see that.
What? Well, yeah, obviously.
So when the ships go off in the horizon, you don't have a telescope. You have your human eyes. With your human eyes, would you be able to see a penny on the moon?
Well, no.
Right, because you can't see forever. It's different, right?
Perspective.
You understand that
things shrink.
Things get smaller with things shrink as they get further away.
there's a difference between a ship dipping under the horizon and something shrinking.
Yeah, can you explain to me the difference?
You can see the ship get lower, and if you go up, you see the ship again. If the penny was at the same distance, if the penny, that it doesn't matter how high in elevation you are, you'd still not be able to see the penny.
So as the ship moves away on the sea, wouldn't you expect it to get lower because it's getting smaller as it moves further away? Or would why wouldn't that be your expectation?
What? Sorry.
Why wouldn't
the
that
ship
be
is
your
getting smaller, but not a significant enough distance. It's not a significant enough distance for it to be any. I don't get what you're asking here. Sorry, it's quite late.
Okay. Well, you say these ships go over the horizon, right?
Yes.
So ships get further away, they get smaller and harder to see. But there's also a ton of different things that take place in the atmosphere.
Yeah, so I have a question. Because he's saying if things get lower in your field of view, I guess the insinuation is that they're going over a curve. So I'm in my house and my ceiling is getting lower. Is it going over a curve?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm looking at my house, and for some strange reason I just can't understand, rather than my ceiling being straight, it seems to be angled down in my field of view, as if it's going downwards. So I can't fathom it. I guess my house is built on a curve.
It could be. I don't understand the question. Like, is the
yes, that's the point,
curved?
my friend. The statement's incoherent. I know that my ceiling is straight and flat because I can measure the entire thing. So I know that the effect of it going down is not because of anything physical. It's all to do with optics. So why would you just jump to the assumption that if I can't see something or if something is appearing to go down, that it must be because of a curved Earth?
But don't you? I mean, I've never seen my ceiling curve, so I don't
Right, but you have seen your ceiling recede in your field of view on the y-axis, yes or no?
Can you word that a bit more?
Let me give you a visual here
visual.
Yeah, let me give you a visual you might comprehend. So let's say you ever been to a hotel.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So imagine a hotel with a very long hallway, right? We know it's flat, straight, because they don't build buildings that aren't straight, right? So we're looking down this long hallway and there's lights on the ceiling.
Yep.
When you look down that hallway, does the floor appear to ramp up towards your eye level? And does the ceiling appear to ramp downwards towards your eye level as it gets further away?
Yeah, to a point.
Yeah. So in reality, is that ceiling that's above you physically going downward? Or is it just a matter of your perception due to perspective?
No, but I don't think that's a large enough scale to see. Like the hallway would have to be quite long, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't even have to be that long. I mean, that's what you see.
To be able to see it. Well, yeah, because...
Have you ever been in a hallway where you don't see the ceiling appear to come towards your center view and the floor appear to go up towards your center view? That's how you view everything. Always. It's perspective.
Well, I don't think there'd be the hallway long enough to show it not. You know what I mean? Like, that's the hallway's like, so if you had a hallway that was from where you are standing to the ship that could be really far. I don't know how far ships are bend across the horizon. I'm not sure about
that. Dude, if you had a hallway, so let's talk about that. If you had a hallway, if you look at the live stream voice text, you'll see an image of a hallway. It's running as a GIF, and you'll see the effect in question. Okay, so if you had a hallway, the length all the way out to a ship where a ship starts to disappear, which is roughly 3 miles, 3 to 4 for a 6-foot tall observer if he was on the shoreline. If you were looking down that hallway, right, after a short while, the rest of the hallway would be unresolvable. And all you just see is everything converging to a point, and you'd be impossible to see the rest of the hallway.
I agree with that. But
right. So if you then remove the hallway, does the same angles of light not apply anymore?
The ship isn't the same as a hallway because
why not?
The ship is a point, if you know what I mean.
Right. So remember what I just said.
You know what I mean.
Remember what I just said. The angles of propagation within the hallway and the angles that they enter your eye or the optic, right, are at too small of an angle to be resolvable on the hallway, which is approximately the same height as a person, right? And all of the information from the end of the hallway recedes into a point. So if you then remove the hallway, would not the same thing be happening to the portion of the ship that occupies the same space as the hallway, being approximately 7 to 8 feet tall, standard hallway? So at
isn't a ship bigger?
3 miles. I'm talking about the portion that represents the same scale as the hallway, like I just said. 6 to 8 feet.
But how am I supposed to see that point from a ship that's far away? I wouldn't be able to see that.
You got it. So what you would see by what you just admitted is you wouldn't see the portion of the ship that represents the same scale as the hallway, but you would see the portion of the ship that is much bigger, being the top. So by your own admission, you generally conceded that the bottom of the ship would disappear due to the laws of perspective alone.
The point of the ship that faces, you know what I mean? Like the point of the ship that is level with me.
Right, that part's going to disappear.
Obviously,
first.
The whole length of the ship isn't the same size as
but
the whole.
Think about this. Think about this. The ground.
Hold on, stop there real quick, because he's saying something that most clippers don't get, and that it's worth noting. Okay, the whole ship represents a certain angular size, but each portion of the ship represents a different angular size, and the smaller portion at the bottom of the ship subtends a different angle than the whole ship. And due to the law of triangles, that angle is going to be smaller. And since we see in angles, once the angle gets too small, we won't be able to resolve the bottom of the ship while still being able to resolve the top. Thank you for being one of the first people to get that without having to go for 2 hours. All right, I yield the floor.
Yeah, that was a really good point. Just think about it for a minute. If the floor all the way up to the vanishing point, and at the vanishing point, that's where you can't discern the floor anymore. Of course, his feet or the bottom of the ship at that point cannot also be discerned when it's connected to that point on the floor. Do you get that?
Oh, wait, so you're trying to say that it's like a plane? Like, I don't know if so every part, so every part is the. Sorry, I'm a bit, I understand what you mean, but every part of the ship. Sorry about this. Can you just
Yeah, so
say it?
Think of it this way. If you had a smaller ship, like a dinghy, just a little boat, that was tied to the side of that ship as it goes away so that you can see it. And you see this little ship. Now, if you removed the big ship, you understand that that smaller ship is going to visually disappear at a shorter distance than that large ship because it's a smaller object, right?
Got less height.
Yes, less height. So you would expect the little dinghy to disappear before the large ship, solely just based off of its height, right? Because you understand perspective works. The angle is going to be too small for you to resolve that small ship first. Now imagine tying that dinghy to the large ship and sending it out. It would stand to reason that that small ship is still going to be unresolvable at the same distance, regardless of whether it's tied to the ship or not tied to the ship, right?
Agreed.
So as that little dinghy disappears because we can no longer see it due to angular resolution limits of our eye, it's tied to the ship. Wouldn't it stand to reason that the whole entire portion of the ship that is that height would also be unresolvable?
Yes, because in my opinion, it's gone under the horizon, but I understand what you said.
Okay, perfect. So your claim would then be that the only reason that things disappear from view is because they're being physically obstructed by Earth curve. Would you agree with that?
Yes, on long enough distances.
Okay, perfect. So now I do this on the regular. I go to my little lake, 333 meters across from the observation point to the observation, which is a yellow floaty boaty on the other side. Okay. Now you put that into the math of the alleged curvature of the Earth, and you will find that the heights that I observed at, there is no way that the Earth curve, if it existed at all, could be precluding that boat in totality. Okay, so this means that it's not geometrically possible for the curve of the Earth to obstruct that boat. Yet, okay, 9 out of 10 times I go, pretty much consistently, the entire yellow boat disappears. So, my friend, what is causing that to happen?
Sorry, so it's 333 meters. Right.
Mm-hmm.
How big is the boat?
About
how tall is the boat?
1.5 feet. It's about 1.5 feet tall.
Okay, well, let me do some maths. So how many... Sorry about this.
Just doing the math up the top of my head. No portion of that boat should be hidden. And if it is a portion, it's such a small portion that you wouldn't be able to notice based on the Earth curve calculator. Because that's what, about a quarter mile?
Right.
It's 1.2 miles. No, sorry, 0.2 miles.
Quarter of a mile.
Yeah, 0.2 miles. Sorry. All right, so
do you know what the alleged drop over 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Yeah.
Right, so that would be at the surface.
So then it would be like 1.6.
1.6 what, inches? Would be the alleged hidden height due to the curvature of the Earth, allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
So when AI said he goes out, and 9 times out of 10, the whole entire boat disappears. Why? Is that Earth curvature? Do we have a tiny Earth? Smaller Earth?
That'd be funny. Probably not.
I'm so glad you said that.
There's no reason.
Right, so then what must be the reason? Okay, so it looks like it's happening. So what must be the reason?
The only other hypothesis you've given is that lost about vanishing points.
Well, let's just be more broad, just for fairness sake. Okay, it's not because of geometry, it's because of an optical effect of some kind, whatever that might be. It's no longer in the category of geometry, it's in the category of optics, correct?
Yes.
Exactly. So now that we've agreed that the bottom of things can be missing, or an entire object itself can be obstructed without the necessity of Earth curvature in the way, we can now make progress.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, it's really late here.
Now, I want you to realize that that's a necessary concession that you made because it's obvious, because it's observable, that it is not true that the only way for things to disappear from the bottom is because of Earth curvature. So that's a false statement.
You've proven that to me.
Yeah, I just did, and you conceded. So if you retract now, it just means, right, you're fair, exactly. Now, you might argue that those effects are this or those effects are that, but we know for certain that it falls in the category of optical effects. So now, since we can't do this for real right now, we're going to do this in our minds, right? Okay. And mental experiment, okay? So, well, first let's preface this. Do you know that the optical device, whether it be biological or synthetic, has a limit to it, known as the angular resolution limit. Everything that has an angular field of view has this limit. It's just that simple. It's a hard physical limit. It's known as the Rayleigh criterion.
I heard of it.
Yep, it's known as the Rayleigh criterion. So for the human eye, it's approximately 0.02 degrees. Okay, what that means is that any light from the source that enters below that limit will be interfered with by any other light that enters within that angle. And therefore, there will be no resolvable information, and it can at best be only rendered as essentially, for lack of a better term, 1 pixel value.
Isn't
so you imagine
resolution?
Yeah. 1 pixel value, meaning 1 element, right? 1 element of the total picture that you're seeing.
But
so in that area,
everything have different.
In that
resolution.
angular area.
Sorry.
No. This is angular resolution, not pixel density. So, for example, if you only had 4 pixels in your sensor, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you literally had only 4 pixels in your sensor, you could never render something that requires 10 pixels to render, correct? It would look like blurry nonsense, would it not?
Yeah.
Exactly. So now you fully understand the principle. So if you imagine a man standing on a line looking out, right? And these radials, right, of angles emanating from his eyeball, you can imagine the 0.02 degree triangle coming out from his eye and going out along the horizontal line in front of him until it intersects the horizontal line. And so you have a triangle, right? And I want you in your mind to color that triangle red. Now, everything that enters that triangle must, of a necessity, render as 1 color value in the final image, which we've already agreed. It just so happens that if you take the time right now to map this out, it pretty much coincides with where the alleged horizon is for a 6-foot-tall observer. The triangle hits the horizontal line approximately at the same distance. Very coincidental, don't you think? So principally, we know this to be true. So, for example, let's say that you're standing over water, and then you have a brick. But it's not a solid brick, it's a floaty brick. And let's just make it red, because red is very bright, easy to tell apart from blue. So if you take said brick, and we've already established that this water is horizontal, okay, it's not curving in any way, it's perfectly horizontal. That's the premise. You might even imagine that it's a floor, painted blue, rather than water. Make it easier. So you take said red brick, put it on the floor, and you have your friend start to walk away from you. Now, as he keeps walking away from you, something interesting is going to happen. Eventually, you will not be able to see the color red anymore, because the red and the blue simultaneously will occupy less than 0.02 degrees. And as they approach that towards 0 degrees, the blue and the red will meld together into purple. And then it will meld together to where you only see the air and the blue floor. And you can't even tell the purple anymore. Now,
that makes sense.
Let's just say, for example, that you call your friend and say, okay, I can't really see the red thing anymore, so you can stop pulling. And your friend goes, okay, and he stops pulling. Now what your friend does is he calls his other friend, who brings over a truck full of red bricks, and he starts stacking the bricks on top of the previous brick that you can't see. He stacks 1. You start to see a very faint purple. He stacks 2. The purple intensifies. He stacks 3. You start to scratch your head and say, I'm starting to see red. He stacks 4. Now you see some more red. He stacks 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And now you see a line of red. But when your eyes trace down this line, as they get closer and closer to the floor, eventually you cannot see the bottom of the stack. It has become unresolvable. It has disappeared. Rest assured it is there, and it is the bottom portion of the stack. But the stack in total has disappeared from the bottom, has it not?
I like that. I do like that, yeah. I
Now,
really do
this
like
is a
that.
necessary, yeah, you're right. And this is a necessary consequence of the way our eyes work. And, and all optics with an angular field of view, by the way. In order to see without perspective, truly, you need to have a lens the exact size with all available propagation angles to a parallel rate to the target source from the object. So if you want to observe a 100-meter building, you need a 100-meter lens, not an angular lens, but a straight lens that only allows the light to pass collimated, parallel, and horizontal to the sensor. So you need a 100-story tall sensor and a 100-story tall collimated lens. Okay, these types of optics don't exist. So every observation that we make is through an angular field of view with these limitations, in which we already have said that because of optical phenomenon, the bottoms of things can disappear. And that's just the facts. All right, so with that, I rest my case on that, unless you have any questions specifically.
Why would you need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter thing?
You need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter tall building without the effective perspective, and it needs to be a collimated lens where the sensor exists parallel to the light coming from the object.
Like a mirror.
So if you don't have such a lens and you use normal lenses like your eyes, you'd be standing on the ground, right? And the angles of propagation from the top of the building would be at a downward angle towards you, forcing all of the light from the propagation angles to enter at essentially inverse angles after they pass the lens. And that's what creates the effect of perspective. Is that you see
imagine like a mirror. Oh, this is right. I'm imagining like a mirror, right? Okay. And this mirror is the same height as something. Yeah, right. So it's like a mirror, if you know what I mean. It would work like a mirror.
Yeah, well, the problem is that mirrors suffer from a perspective as well. If you stand in front of a mirror and start to walk away from it, does the image that appears to be you not shrink in size? Of course it does.
Yeah, because that's your eyes. It's not the mirror.
Right, because your eyes are getting the angled light, not the straight light, not the direct one-for-one parallel reflection that's going back in on itself. So now you get it.
There's also another way to show it. The ancient Greeks, of course, didn't have any fantastic telescopes or anything. They just looked at the horizon with their eyes, and they drew on a piece of paper and used orthographic view to assume that the horizon was Earth curve. So in orthographic view, things don't get smaller with distance. So the mountain is just as tall angularly in their idea, in their math, but that's not how it is in reality. It's actually tiny in reality. And so when they compare these pictures from reality to their math or orthographic side view, which they got from the Greeks, they're actually just taking perspective and turning it into Earth curve and assuming that the horizon is this start of this Earth curve. But there's no evidence to actually substantiate that.
So with telescopes, you have a more resolute lens. Not lens. You know what I mean?
Yeah. With a bigger aperture, you can see further, like in the black swan images and other such things. That's why we use telescopes, to see further. And then if you use a very small aperture, like we did with the pond tests and other stuff, such things, we can see that the horizon appears much closer and things disappear over what should be a flat surface. According to the globe mechanics, these bodies of water should not have enough convexity to hide these objects, but it does happen on the smaller aperture cameras. But on the bigger cameras, you can actually see the boat still. So it is optical. There's no Earth curve here.
What's black swan? I know what a black swan is, but what is black swan experiment?
A black swan is not an experiment. It's a reference to the Karl Popper's falsification, and he has a story that goes with it. You can say that all swans are white, and people can just accept that. But if you find a black swan, you know that all swans are white is just wrong. There are black swans. So that's what we find. We find black swans that show that all swans are not white. And so the black swan image is just what this image was called. It's two oil rigs taken. A snapshot taken from a video where he lowers the camera 1 foot off the surface of the water. So the horizon should be only 1.22 miles away on the globe, but we can see the horizon way past the second oil rig. So that's over 10 miles. The size of that globe is completely unsustainable, so it just doesn't work.
Black swan.
Excellent.
Yeah, it says
well
like,
said, Grace. Go ahead.
So it's basically just a proof, a contradiction.
Yeah, we're comparing the claimed globe geometry to reality, and it doesn't hold up. But you can go check it out. You don't have to just believe anybody here. You really should go out and see if you can test some of this stuff on your own. If you have a body of water nearby that's like 5 miles big, maybe bigger, that's a good start. Next time you go on vacation to the beach or something, take an Earth curve calculator with you. See if you can do some long distance observations. This is the kind of stuff you don't want to just leave this Discord and be like, well, these guys on Discord told me it was flat. Like, you want to go out and check for yourself. So, there's plenty of resources for you to be able to go out and do that. And if you need help, we're here.
Okay, so let's establish where we've come from so far. We've conceded that the concept that the Earth curve is the only reason why things disappear from the bottom up is false. Right? Now we've been presented with the black swan, which is a premise, right? In a sense. That premise is that if you can disprove a certain proposition by providing one counterexample, that negates the proposition and the proposition isn't true. So the proposition in the idea that we already agreed to isn't true is that the horizon is a hump of Earth curvature between point A and B that's blocking the bottoms of things. Now, we've already agreed together that that's not the case. Now, let's talk about the black swan. In the black swan photo, the horizon, as you can clearly see by looking at the photo, is beyond the oil rigs. Right? Mm-hmm. The oil rigs are at 9 miles, respectively. Between the other one and the other one, there's approximately 9 to 10 miles from the shore. This means that the horizon is greater than 10 miles. We only know this because we see the boats. Sorry, not the boats, the oil rigs. So we know the horizon is beyond 10 miles. And as he said before, it must be, if the Earth is a globe and if the horizon is a geometric hump of Earth water, right, that's curving and getting in the way. From the observation height that the man observed this, it should have been at 1.225 miles. It's not at 1.225 miles. So the necessary conclusion is that the horizon that you see is an optical phenomenon, not a geometric edge of Earth hump curved water. Now, in summation of all of this that we've already discussed and you conceded to, okay, is that there is no hump of Earth curved water blocking the bottoms of things. Now you might say, okay, that's compelling. How would I know for sure? Well, the correct answer is to directly measure the water. So far, we've been talking about optical defects, right? Mm-hmm. So let's measure the water. How are we going to do it? We can't use a string because of the catenary curve problem. Right?
Do you know what I have a problem with?
Take my word for it. Can't use a string.
We're talking about measuring things like, I don't mean to interrupt.
A solid piece of steel.
Hold on, Michael, 1 second. I'll pause it and then.
So the most efficient means to get something at that range, that we need a sufficient sample size, right? So what's a sufficient sample size? Let's say 25 miles. That sounds pretty good, don't you think?
Okay, there we go. We were listening to a pre-recorded conversation, so. But that's good you spoke up. How are you?
Who, me?
Yes.
I'm doing okay. I'm glad to be back in the chat. It's just like I've had this like issue with like when people use these lasers and they've done measurements, they've always seemed to do it over water, and like the whole principle of the globe idea is that the water seems to curve over the land, but like in the principle of what water actually behaves, it always finds a level, and it doesn't seem to curve. So, like, my issue is that if you want to try and see whether there's curvature in the earth or whether there isn't, that I don't really think you should measure it across a body of water. I think it should be measured. It should be measured over a stretch over land.
Okay, but here's the thing about water, because as you said, water achieves level, right? That's why we call it sea level, correct?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. Okay. So the reason we do observations, they're just basically a test to determine if there is a drop over distance. Now, over land, no matter how
flat it appears is going to have elevation changes, undulations, all kinds, tilting, slanting, curving, all these different things are happening on land. So in order to do that on land, you would have to know at every datum point along the stretch that you're going to view over land, you need every single elevation change along the entire way.
Exactly, and that's and that's what should be measured, and it should be like lasers, like the laser going across, but then knowing like some way of knowing from the point of the laser down to the ground, and find a medium across the distance to measure the overall trajectory, the overall, like whether there is a trend of curvature or whether there is an overall flatness other than the ground raising up and above. So you would need several different measuring tools. So let's say the salt plains.
Okay, wait a second, because you just said a lot. So I want to pause you just there for a second. Hold your thought that you have right now. But so if you're talking about measuring across land and noting every single elevation change in that topography, you cannot use light to do so. You can't use a laser to do that. I mean, you can't measure, let's say, from the laser light to the ground and then determine. So here's my question. What are they basing those elevation changes on itself?
Well, they say sea level, don't they? That's all it always reverts back to.
Yeah, sea level. So why wouldn't we not want to go to the source of those elevation changes just over water? I don't quite understand why you wouldn't make observations over water when that's the flattest area that you could possibly find. You don't have to worry about those topography changes.
Yeah, but like, because water always finds its level, if you measure over a distance of water, it's always going to be level, whether and it's because water always finds its level.
Right, but level doesn't mean curved.
Yeah, but you're not going to find curvature over a distance of water.
Yeah, okay, why not?
Because water doesn't curve.
Yeah, so if water doesn't curve and 71% of Earth is water, then guess what? It's flat. Horizontal and level.
I am a flat earther. I'm not saying for the globe. I'm saying we need more like a way of measuring a long distance of the Earth. Like they said that one state in America was flatter than a pancake. Let's measure. So let's define it. Like there must be some kind of equipment that we could use, that scientists could use to, let's say, the salt plains. The one that has a lake, but then when it dries out, it's just a mirror. It has a mirror image. But let's stick a laser at one end and let's go 20 miles across. The laser could reach. How could we send something above it to measure the distance from the laser beam to the ground below it and calculate?
You want to know how? The same way that canal builders and railway engineers, surveyors, how they measured level was, guess what? With water. They would dig a ditch all the way along the site, fill it with water,
but I want a measurement
level. Before they had technology like we have now, they used bubble levels also, but they used water to build canals and things like that. So you would get, everything would be parallel. Like, let's say the bottom of a canal, that would be parallel to sea level. They would use water itself to make sure it was level.
If you create a canal, like the Bedford level experiment, if you create a canal and you stretch it for 6-7 miles long, will the depth and the dynamics, the dimensions of the canal from one end to the other, it will change in depth, but what will be on the surface of that water, it will be level, won't it, the entire way? So it kind of takes away from measuring the shape of the Earth beneath it.
No, because listen, they're saying the water is being held to this surface, this ball, that means the outside surface of the water would have to be curved. It would have to be.
No, but they're not denying. They're not saying that. They know that water always finds its level.
Well, so they're saying
they're saying that the Earth is curved underneath it, and then there's
no. They're saying the water. Hold on. That would mean the water was stretching out into space. No, that's not how it works. The gravity.
That is more depth.
Wait a second, Michael. Hold on. The water is supposed to be being held on with gravity to the surface of Earth. It has nothing to do with the bottom part of the container, only the top surface. So this top surface of water, if it's a globe, would have to be curved. We know how much this is because they told us 5 miles is 16.67 feet. 10 miles is 66.67 feet, and so forth and so on. So we know
the point I'm making.
No, listen. You have a globe. Hold on, Michael. You have a globe right now that's a ball, and the water's all flat. That's what you just described to me.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that the Earth, the water always finds the levels, and I don't believe that I believe that they accept that. I don't believe that they accept that. Do they really say that water curves around the Earth? That water is.
Yeah, bro. What do you think they say the boats go over? That's one of the first things you'll hear is like, "Whoa, boats go over the curve." Yeah, they're saying that the water is curved, bro. And I have clips here. Let me just play.
What I thought was that the top of the water would be level, but the Earth underneath it, would curve.
That's what I'm saying. So you have the water. So you have the water out in space somewhere, flat.
No.
Wait.
The depths of the water would change to compensate for the curvature of the Earth, so that there would be different depths.
No, it would be curved on top, no matter what you say about the bottom part.
Wait a minute, bro. What are you saying? Because if you look at the space selfies, as they claim, that's curved water, curved lakes.
Well, I'm telling you, yeah. So I'll explain what my point I'm making. Get a fish tank, yeah, and make a sand and pour sand in the bottom of the fish tank, and make the sand curved.
Wait, I gotta stop you. You got it the wrong way, brother. You need to turn the fish tank upside down and put the water around the fish tank, because that's what the globe is claimed. It's not a container. The globe doesn't put water on the inside, it's on the outside. So what we're saying is that the water needs to be contained and it's level at the surface. The globe is the opposite. The water is curved. Look at the space selfies. They show you curved lakes, curved oceans. They say boats go over the curve. And I have a clip here.
But I'm trying to explain.
One second. This is Bob the science guy, very staunch, very against the flat earth. This is what he says about the water. Oh, sorry, 1 second.
You keep stopping me from making my point.
Well, your point is, I'm sorry,
no,
but
my point is yes. When they show a large scale of the Earth, they show the water curves around the Earth, yes.
Yeah, but what you're saying doesn't make any sense.
I'm talking about a scientific experiment of what water actually does, not what they say. Okay, I'm not talking about what the globe shows, what their fake globe shows. I'm talking about what water actually does.
We all know what water does. It does exactly what you were about to say. It does in the fish tank.
It finds level, doesn't it?
Correct.
It's perpendicular to the sky, if we want to say that. Whatever. I'll say that it's perpendicular to a straight line over the top of it. But so you would have a curvature amount of land. Well, let's shrink it down. Let's scale it down to a fish tank. The sediment at the bottom is curving. The water's piled on top. The sediment stays curved, but the water on top will be flat. So if you measure a laser beam across above the water level, it will always be horizontal and flat. So you can't, but yet the earth underneath it may be curved and have ups and downs and valleys and crevices. So how can we prove a point of flat earth with that kind of technique? You can't.
What the hell are you saying, bro?
I'm saying that if you measure...
Listen. We're talking about the surface of the Earth. It can only be one or two options. What the bottom of the ocean is doing, it's bumpy, there's rocks and all types of crazy stuff.
Yeah, but the overall trend, bro, the medium, the overall trend of what the Earth is doing over a certain amount of miles, which we say is not what I, as
It
a
can
flat
only
earther,
be
say
doing one of two things.
it's
And I was
not.
trying to
It's
present
not.
a clip for you. If you
It's
listen,
either an overall curve or an overall horizontal flatness.
No one is saying that the sediments. No one is saying that the sediment underneath the oceans are curved, bro. Where are you getting?
I'm talking about over 50 miles.
It doesn't matter how far, bro. The sediment underneath the oceans is not curving. Like how
That's
you would
what
have
I'm
to go
telling
to the
you.
core.
That's what I'm saying.
You would have to go to stop. You'd have to go to the core of the Earth and measure outward in order to get that. So no, nobody in the globe is saying that the sediment underneath the water is curved and that the water on top is still level. Level means no part higher than another, so it can't have any curve. So where does that place your water? If you have a ball and the water's still all flat, ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm talking about how to prove the lack of curvature of the Earth with a laser across a space. Across, like they did the Lake Baikal, they did
over land. But you're saying over land. I'm interrupting you because you're saying over land.
I'm talking about like when the people started coming up with the idea of shooting the laser, they decided to shoot it across a body of water. When we all know that the body of water is going to be flat. It's going to be horizontal.
Wait, but do you understand why, though? It seems like you don't understand why it's being tested over water.
Because water finds its level. It doesn't.
No, dude. No, listen. It's to eliminate variables. You know what water can't do? Form into hills.
It can't bend, and it can't go upstream.
Listen. This is what you got to listen, bro. I've been trying to play a short clip of a few seconds long. Just listen to this for a moment. This is what our opponents. I don't know if you're a glober or what, but
I'm a flat earther for 10 years.
All right, well, listen to this though. Listen to this. There's also horizon way beyond where it's supposed to be, so there's that too.
Yeah, what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is. And if you look at how much is actually hidden.
Okay, buddy.
The point I was trying to make is I think there would be more of a scientific, it would be a better experiment to shoot a laser across a long distance of land than over a body of water, because we already know that water is level, but we need to find the medium and average in a graph of a laser shooting across a piece of land.
If you've been doing this for 10 years, how do you not understand that? There's only two options in terms of what the surface is doing. I want you to take 30 seconds, wherever you are, and look around your room and all the surfaces around you. I'll just rip the Band-Aid off and tell you, there's only two options here. It's either the surface can either be rounded in some way, or it's just not rounded. So the surface of the Earth can't be doing both. It's either one or the other.
I didn't say that.
Well, you're saying, like, maybe I'm taking
their argument.
What you are saying, though, is that, well, maybe the water is flat, but the Earth is curved. That's retarded. It can only be one or the other.
I did not say that.
That's what you're implying.
I'm not.
Yeah, you are. You're saying, well,
no, I'm not.
Water, we should do it over land. Well, the problem is land has hills, valleys, even.
Yes, and that's where you find the medium, and that's where you have to find the overall trend of whether it is moving.
Listen, the overall trend, bro, is over water. So you can't have water that's level and curved at the same time.
How is there an overall trend?
Wait a second. I wasn't even done with my last. I wasn't even done with I wasn't done with the sentence.
Yeah, you will wait. You will wait.
I'm finished. Okay, so check it out. Level doesn't mean curve. What is your definition of level? Tell us.
There is always level. The Earth has ups.
What is your definition of? Shut up and tell me the definition of level. That's all I want to hear. Give me your definition. Go ahead.
Something that doesn't have an overall trend, an overall curving, an overall curve. Basically, a perpendicular line.
No, perpendicular means 90 degrees from one to the other. Wrong. So listen. Level means no part higher than another. That means stop interrupting. No slanting, no curving. It's not a box. It's not a triangle. It means level all the way across. That means a straight line all the way across. That's why in navigation, hold on. That's why in navigation, we call the horizon the line of the horizon. It's a line.
Yeah,
it's a
can someone tell this guy what perpendicular means?
Wait a second. I know I'm long-winded, but I'm not going to stop until you stop interrupting me. So I'll stop when you stop.
Don't tell me perpendicular doesn't mean horizontal.
You fucking did it again. Listen.
Hold on, Mike. He can't control himself, Sonny. Go ahead.
We use triangles to navigate across the ocean because it's flat. The mean level is flat. That means geometrically, Michael, geometrically flat does not mean it's curved in any way, sense, or form. Thank you. I'm done.
Yeah, so perpendicular. So can I just explain what perpendicular means?
No need for that. I just want to say this really quickly. The overall trend, don't they claim that the Earth is mostly water? Yes or no?
Yes.
All right, so then why would the overall trend involve the land? If it's claimed to be mostly water.
If you could measure every 5 feet for 10 miles,
oh my God,
there would be. If you could measure the
listen, I think you're lying, and I don't think it's possible that you've been around this conversation for 10 years.
You're interrupting me when I'm just trying to explain.
And you're making shit up. And you would have seen a mountain of evidence where somebody actually did a real observation using elevations of mountains that were all in view in line with each other. And you haven't seen that, obviously, or you wouldn't be giving us this fallacious argument. Ridiculous.
The Earth is bumpy, bro. But did you want to finish something about going every 5? I mean, listen, the surface can only be one or the other option. So it can't be like a little curve here and then a little flat over there. It's either curved everywhere or it's not curved everywhere. Period.
What I'm trying to say is, if you put a graph of an axis and you stretched out 30 miles, there would be bumps, curves, downs, crevices, valleys, hills, mountains, everything. But
not on the water.
I want about the land, like level of the land,
but that's why you test
the land
over
level
water to eliminate those variables.
So we'll eliminate water. I'm talking about eliminating water.
Well, why would you do that? You're adding variables.
I'm
removing a variable.
No. The whole point of testing over water is to remove those variables you just discussed. Bumps, crevices,
I'm talking about measuring all of them.
Water. You're only adding all those variables back in.
It's an impossible task
on the water itself.
It's an impossible task over land. Impossible.
No, you could use it with some kind of radar. You could use it with bouncing beams off the land.
The globe Earth claim. Sorry, I interrupted you that time. But the globe Earth claim, dude. Listen, the globe Earth claim is that boats are going over this water, over a curved water. So we're using water. I don't know what you're talking about. Go watch the video. A mountain of evidence. I'll put it in the chat. Give me a few minutes. I have laundry.
I know. I've seen the Denver city, the city where they can see 50 miles away, and you can see the bottom of the city. You can see the land. I've seen the Chicago one. I've seen it.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Okay, but can I speak because you keep telling me to shut up and stuff and saying I'm saying something wrong. I have been a flat earther since
you're talking out of two sides of your mouth. I am interrupting you because you've been doing nothing here, talking out of two sides of your mouth at the same time. That level can be curved, but no, it's not curved. So we should do the thing over
curvature. I didn't mention curvature.
Well, that's the whole point, bro. Yeah. They are. That's why we're here.
Well, my point is, what's the point in measuring water when we know it's flat every time?
Because that's the claim, ding dong. Would you draw for me what it would look like if the land was curved? Are you implying that the Earth is curved?
No.
Then what the hell are you on about? Why,
I'm saying
why are you doing
that water always seeks its level, so that's already a guarantee. We need to prove.
So what are you implying then? That the water's flat, but not the Earth? What are you implying?
Yeah, so I'm implying that we need to be able to measure over a long distance the overall trend of the lay of the land.
We did that.
There's bumps, there's highs, there's lows, there's crevices, but that needs to be averaged out. The medium needs to be calculated into a graph over, say, a radius of 50 miles to show does it bend? Does it bend downwards? Does it curve? Does it lower? Or does it always find a medium that is perpendicular?
But we already tested that claim. You've been around for
That
10
is what
years.
I'm
That claim has
saying.
been tested and falsified.
And that's
So
what
it's
I'm
like-
saying. And
But
that's what I'm saying.
You're not even
Nothing
a
else.
Gilbert. You're trying to move the goalpost after we already scored the goal.
No, you just said.
Yes, you are.
You just said what I agree with.
Then what are you on about?
That we need to measure the land, not the water.
No, we don't.
But the water's always flat, so what's the point of measuring it?
So that means that the Earth is flat, ding dong. It can't be curved on the Earth and then the water.
Nobody said the Earth's curving. I'm saying
But then that's what you're implying, ding dong. You're like, well, we need to check over there. Maybe there's curve over there. It cannot be. If the surface is level here, it's not going to be curved over there. If the surface
Nobody
is
said
curved over
anything's
here,
curving.
it's not going to be
No one
level
said it
over
was
there.
curving.
It can only be one of the two options. It cannot be both.
No, instead of finding sea level, you find land level, and you find the meat.
How are you not understanding this? How are you not?
You find the most baseline.
We have
Right,
mountains,
so
and we have
I have a
height
question
of the
for
mountains.
that. So my
we
point
have
is
the
that
height
you-
of the mountains.
I
Hello,
have
we
a
have the
question for the
height
guy.
of the
Why do you want to measure over land? Go.
So you find the lowest point of the land, and you aim for, and you look, and you know the lay of the land, and you look forward, say 30 miles, and then you find a way with a laser of measuring the distance between the land and the laser through every point, every marker, all the way to the point you want, how far you can get to.
Yeah, we understand the method, Mike.
And then you
why?
measure the distance.
Why are
you
we
measure
doing
the
it wrong?
distance. So then you
have
measure the
that,
distance.
Man, we have elevation on the earth.
You're
What are you
interrupting.
saying?
You're interrupting me when I'm trying to speak.
You're not saying anything new, Mike. We just need to know why you're asking to do
Mike,
this.
that we need to measure elevation on the earth.
Yeah, elevation between the land and the laser.
Why we need to measure elevation? Because elevation is measured.
We need to measure between the point of the ground to the laser.
We know what you're saying. You've already said this, Mike. The question is
if
why.
my elevation is 5 meters,
What did it get? Listen.
To produce a graph, to see whether the overall trend, to see
We've
whether
already
there's a
done
to see
this.
whether there's a
Been around
curve,
for 10 years,
to
Mike.
see whether there's a.
Hang on.
Dude, you've been around
Listen,
for 10
the
years.
land. Listen, the land doesn't have to be. It can be concave, convex. It's land. It doesn't have to be any sort of way. It doesn't prove
It's
either
flat.
way.
Yeah, it's but like having the proof, like I've shown the scientific experiment.
It's not science, Mike. I'm sorry, dude, but this isn't a good look. You said you've been around for 10 years and you're calling measuring the Earth science.
I think he's thinking the globers are claiming the land is perfectly round, but they're not claiming that.
Dude, you just gotta
nobody's
focus,
claiming
Mike.
the land is round. Nobody's claiming that. The claim is that the water has to be round because of what? Because of gravity. That's what we can debunk. We can't debunk the land. There's no claim on the land.
Well, there kind of is to some degree. They're claiming the whole thing is curved, but the point is that it can't be like the water can't be flat and then the Earth is curved, or vice versa. It can't be like the water is curved and the Earth is flat. They don't go together. There's only
Even the
one
globers agree
of
that
two.
certain parts. Even the globers agree certain parts of the land is flat, like the Salt Flats or like Kansas. These are flat lands, and they agree to that.
Right, yeah. But he's not even claiming to be a glober. He's like, well, we already know the water's flat, so we need to check and see if the Earth is curved. How would that even be possible? And why are you
Over like
implying
20 or
that?
30 miles? You can't assume it's going to be curved and debunk it. You can't, because the land doesn't work that way. It can
We
be
already
concave
tested the claim of the Earth being curved. We eliminated all those variables as you discussed, the hills, the crevices, the bumps, the valleys, and mountains, and all that. And you test over the water.
Michael, you're on the beach. You go away from the beach, and now you are on some hill. That hill is 200 meters above the sea level. Then you go far away. There is a mountain, 1,000 meters. Their mountain is 1,000 meters above the sea level. Then you go away more. There is a mountain 3,000 meters. That mountain is 3,000 meters above sea level. Sea level is zero. Everything above the sea level, it's elevation. All right?
Yes, but what I'm trying to say is, say I'm stood up halfway up a mountain, yeah, and I shoot a laser 30 miles away to the other end, and somebody's at the other end and catches that beam and sees how high it is. How do we prove? Well, the laser shoots straight, doesn't it? It doesn't curve. The laser doesn't curve. But we need to know the distance underneath that laser.
Do you know what is Switzerland? Do you know what is Switzerland?
Yes.
Sorry, Mike.
Let's go to Switzerland and you have a mountain 10 miles in front of you. How will you shoot the laser through the mountain?
No, what?
What?
Mike, we understand the method. I just want to know the reason why you feel this is necessary. If you could detail that.
Mainly when Globebusters did that experiment when they had a bit of cardboard over the lake and they shot a laser from one end of the lake to the other, and they tried to get the laser beam to shoot through a hole in a piece of cardboard. Does anyone remember that? It was like 7 years ago.
Yeah, over the lake.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
over the lake.
That's not quite...
Not over the ground, over the lake.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but what you were speaking about ground.
There was extra things that you need to add into the hypothesis of what experiment they were conducting.
It's not a hypothesis or an experiment, Mike.
No, you would have to create a hypothesis to create an experiment.
Mike, this is just measuring the Earth. This has nothing to do with science. You got a complete category error. When I go to the shoe store and buy some new shoes, I don't get I'm not conducting a scientific experiment on my foot. So you don't need a hypothesis. You're just measuring.
On me,
this isn't science at all.
I'm just saying, measure over land, not water.
Okay, I know you have said this like 15 times. I'm asking you why.
Because what we already know, the water's level.
No, but why measure? Are you implying that the Earth is curved, not the water?
No, I'm just implying that if we find definitive proof, a good experiment to prove that there is exactly zero curvature under the laser.
We already did that, Michael.
No, they did it over water.
Yes, but listen, Mike, you got to focus here, buddy. The surfaces can only be doing one of two things. So if you're not implying that the Earth itself can be curved over here, meanwhile the water's flat, then the whole surface is doing one of those things.
I just had an epiphany. If you're shooting the laser,
is it more water or land?
Even if it's over water, the laser would be shooting higher at the other end if it was curved.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah, we did that.
That is the point. That's what I'm just not got contemplated.
Yeah, people did that.
If the Earth was curving away and going and dropping downwards, the laser would reach a higher point than what it should be if the Earth was curving.
They're showing you curved water, curved lakes, curved oceans, and the people who argue for the globe, they say, yeah, the water's formed into a hill. Let's go over the curve. So
my whole thing was to try and find more concrete proofs that they cannot refute.
This is as concrete as you can get, brother. If it's not curved, listen. I'm not sure how. Did you take a look around your room and look at all the surfaces?
I'm not retarded. No. Don't get frustrated. I'm not retarded.
This is really thing. I know, but this is so simple. I'm not sure how you're not figuring it out. Did you look around your room at all the surfaces as requested?
Bro, I had an A in physics, so never mind.
Okay, but okay, great. Then answer the question. So, did you look around your room and observe all the surfaces around you?
Yeah, I'm looking at my dog's cage. I'm looking at all the horizontal lines.
Okay. Is there any surfaces that are doing both, curved and then also not curved?
No.
Okay. So then why would the Earth, I'm talking about like reality, why would it be some curved over there and then not curved over there? When that doesn't...
Because that's part of the globalist excuse.
No, it's not. They're claiming it's curved everywhere.
They say that the water finds level, but over classic.
Dude, they're saying, listen, Mike,
what did Neil deGrasse Tyson say?
They're saying the water is curved, bro. They think level means curved.
Yeah, but they're saying it's undetectable, so how do we detect that they're lying?
Well, that we test the claim. Just like, okay, if you claim you're 6 foot tall, Then
6'1", yeah.
Okay, listen, just to make it simple. All right, 6'1". So if you claim you're 6'1", then there has to be 73 inches there. When I go to test that claim, there better be 73 inches there, or that claim is false. So regardless of how the excuses they come up with, oh well, you can't see it, doesn't matter. They've already claimed a specific height that you can test, essentially. So that's what we're doing. The surface of the globe can only be doing one thing. It's all curved. There's no flat areas on a sphere. Zero. It's all
just
curved.
what I find. It's just what bugged me, like from when they did that test, when they shot that laser across the lake, and they it was like Bob and Jaron or whatever his name was, and they had to get into the hole of the cardboard of the thing at the other end. Was how can we measure the points on the way, like the distance between the ground, or the distance from the level, the top of the water to the laser point on the way, so that we can have a complete graph of the entire trend to prove that there is actually zero curve, instead of just saying yes, the laser reached the point it's supposed to reach and there was no curvature. To have a more,
that's not the only test. That's not the only test.
Right.
But you have to understand that there's a dichotomy here. If the surface is like, for example, I like to use the example of a hood of a car. Unless you drive like an old freaking Cadillac or something, most hoods are curved. So, like you're basically testing that. To test that, like you said, you use a straight edge over the surface, and you're looking for any deviation. If there's any deviation whatsoever, that surface is not curved. The surface is not flat. Period.
But that's why you weigh up the entire trend. Create a medium. You know the math to the medium.
Mike, you're talking about an overall trend. I'm trying to say that if there's any deviation whatsoever, the surface cannot be flat. Period. You don't even need to measure the whole thing. If I took that hood and blew it up to the size of Ohio, all I need to look for is a little bit of deviation. And if that's there, then it cannot be flat, period. That's what we're trying to tell you, bro. It's not like, well, you need to go check over there. Because if you say that, then you're implying that then it can be curved and flat at the same time. If you're not implying, stop what you're doing.
Okay, but if you put a swimming pool on top of that curved front bonnet and put a barrier at the end of it, and then shot the laser across, you wouldn't be measuring the curvature. You'd just be seeing you'd just be shooting the laser over the flat ocean, the flat water.
How are you? I mean, dude, do you understand there's a dichotomy here?
No, well, just imagine, like a front bonnet of a sports car that curves downwards. Put a bridge,
listen, bro. You gotta focus. The globe claim is that water is curving with the bonnet of the car. There's no extra like a pool on top with flat water. That's not their claim. You just made that up.
What's the maths of the curvature of ocean, like when it's supposed to phone level? What's the maths in that? Like,
when they say level, they mean curve. Okay, they mean curve. They're not saying the water's flat. They're not. They're saying the boats go over the curve. They show you pictures from space, curved lakes, curved oceans. Okay, they're claiming that the water is 100% curved. All of it. They'll even tell you water in a cup is curved. I've had many people say this. So all of the water everywhere is curved. So your example of putting a swimming pool on top of a curved surface, that's not analogous to the claim of the Earth. They're claiming that the water is on that hood, curving with the hood, attached by gravity. Okay, so you're making up claims.
The answer to the curve is the distance from the ground up to the laser when it reaches the other end. Whether it drops or whether it doesn't. If it drops, it's curved. If it doesn't, it's foot level.
And if the surface is curved here, then it's curved everywhere.
So did I finally come to my senses and actually? Because if you shoot the laser across, if there's a bit greater distance from the ground to the laser, when the laser reaches the other end, if there's a greater distance from the ground to the point of the laser, then that means there's a drop in the Earth, which means it is curving downwards.
Well,
If it isn't, then it means
it's not just laser test. Of course, you can do long distance observations.
So if there wasn't, so it is level. But how do we make that bulletproof? Do you know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to get at.
Because I've said this a few times. I want you to get this. I want it to click finally. Just as you pointed out, there were no surfaces around you that are doing both. They're either one or the other. So as I've said before, if the surface of water is if it's flat here, then it's flat everywhere. Or if it's curved here, then it's curved everywhere. That's bulletproof. It cannot be both.
Yeah, but how do you put that into irrefutable?
This is not science.
Everything is science when it comes to
it's not. Science is a very specific method that's used to determine cause and effect relationships through varying testing an independent variable in a hypothesis test.
Geography.
So not everything is science.
It's topography.
By experimenting, not just testing, experiment, which has a lot of components. So it's important. You gotta be specific when you say science. You're referring to something specific. If you're doing geometry, you're doing geometry, not science.
Correct.
It's a scientific experiment. It could be to do with geography, physics, chemistry, biology. But
what experiment are you talking about? You gotta be specific when you say experiment.
Sorry. Gen Z just explained it to you. You can't just call everything science. It's a very specific
It's a measurement. It's a measurement.
No, then that's not science then. Just like when I go to the shoe store and measure my foot, they're not conducting a scientific
experiment. Stop jumping on me like I'm some globe earther. Hold
on, Mike. If you're not getting this, we have to help you out here. But there's no scientists at Foot Locker. They're not conducting a scientific experiment on your foot. They're just simply measuring it. So no, not everything is science. Dude. It's just weird. You said you've been a flat earther for 10 years. That's longer than me, and you're sounding like someone that's brand new to this topic, calling everything science and saying that no, maybe the water's flat and the earth is curved. And what's going on here?
It was curved. I was saying that we need to find an overall average.
He heard you, bro. Heard you.
Do you know the mathematician's term for medium, mode, and average? Do you know that? Do you know what medium and mode means? Do you know what the word mode means?
Yeah, but we already kind of covered how...
Explain what the word mode means. Explain what the word mode means.
Let's see what will mold do with the shape. Okay, go on. Mold?
Yeah, mode.
Does that explain about the shape? To imply that maybe it's curved over there somewhere. We need to go check and find out when we did that already.
No, just explain what the word mode means.
Why? What is that?
Just tell us, because I want to know. I don't know what it means. Go ahead, tell me.
It's basically the overall trajectory of what. It's basically when you get a graph, the x and the y axis, and you put information into it. It's the overall trend of what that says. So it's either perpendicular, horizontal, curvature, convex, or not, or concave, or straight.
You have said
so stop saying I'm saying the Earth is curving but the water's flat. I'm not a globe earther.
Then it can only be one of the two, my friend.
It can only be one of the two. Yeah, it's flat. It's just
then you answered your own question now.
Well, I'm not trying to argue. I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm just saying, Lake Baikal, the salt flat Earth, the salt Earth, whatever that salt desert is, that there needs to be an actual conductive science where we have graphs, a hypothesis.
It's not science.
Where the dichotomy, where the falsity. We need to see where the falsity is and create a hypothesis for what is true.
Michael, it's not science. We already covered this, bro. What's going on here?
discover something, the truth of what I would actually look.
You sound like a robot.
Does this sound like a trolling the flat Earth?
A little bit, maybe. I don't know, dude. He just keeps repeating himself. We've already addressed this as many ways as possible. Go ahead, Dempsey.
Real quick, you said you mentioned the salt flats, and you're saying that there's an experiment that is being done in the salt flats to demonstrate what?
That's a good place to conduct an experiment.
But experiment of what? What is the observable phenomena that someone is making a hypothesis and is gonna conduct an experiment?
Yeah, to see whether they're proved wrong. To see whether they're proved wrong or right.
Michael.
But what's the observed phenomena first? The salt flats? That's the observed phenomena. The salt flats.
It's not an observed phenomenon. It's the lay of the land.
Okay.
So what is the experiment being done there? I just wanted to get what you're trying to say about the experiment being done in the salt flats.
Yeah, I'm saying that a full scientific experiment should
Michael.
Listen, you're getting this wrong.
Do you know what a full scientific experiment would involve? First of all, Jamsy's trying to ask you, what would be your observable phenomenon? And then you need an independent variable, something that you vary and manipulate. What would that be?
So it would be a laser from one person at one end.
Then sorry. You kind of just exposed that. Well, you've already exposed that you don't know what science is. We're trying to teach you at this point, but the independent variable, Michael. This is an educational stage at this point because you don't know what you're talking about. I hate to sound rude, but the independent variable is what your presupposed cause is. The cause. So if your phenomenon is the Earth doing either curving or not curving, then your laser doesn't cause that. Ding dong. We're trying to help you understand that this is not science. What you're calling science, and let's conduct an experiment. That's the same thing as going to the shoe store and being like, hey, can I get someone to conduct an experiment on my foot, please? When they're simply just need to measure it. It's not science, dude. We've already said this in like 3 different ways from 3 different people. So please stop repeating yourself.
I still don't I don't understand his problem with water level. The level of water being geometrically flat. Like, I don't understand. His contention seems to be with that, like that it could be curving and level too. Like, he sounds like a glober.
Yeah, it's kind of a globe troll, honestly.
Yeah, that sounds like trolling to me. It's like, you flat earthers haven't done anything yet. You guys need to go out and do this and do that in order to prove the Earth is flat, and you haven't done it yet. Why haven't you done it yet? Wouldn't it be a great idea if you've done this yet?
Yeah.
The only purpose would be to try to get some flat earthers that aren't very bright off doing this freaking golden egg goose chase that will never end up anywhere, because it's not possible, like I was trying to tell him, to do all the elevation changes from one point to another. If you think about 20 miles, you would have to do elevation changes like every foot. Can you imagine that? He is absolutely out of his mind.
And Sonny, if you have the flat earther who doesn't know or something, you will have the guy honestly, intellectually honest, and he will start to ask questions, and then you will get it. You will say, okay, it is not a science. Okay, I get it now. That will go like that, but it's not going like that. He's pushing all the time that kind of fucking dialogue, what he wants.
Yeah, Sasha, great point. He's not really like taking in the information and going, okay, all right, maybe I was wrong there, or what do you think about this? He just keeps pushing the same claim over and over.
Yeah.
Yeah, talking at.
Yeah, maybe not a claim, but yeah, I mean, we've answered the question, so like, why keep asking? But,
and then it's that's 10 years flat earther. That's bullshit also,
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, so a situation like that over land, you could do 10 or 20 years and never come up with an accurate result. That's freaking unbelievable.
You have 10 years of flat earther who was, let's say, who realized before, who was maybe religious more, blah, blah, blah. And then, then he will tell you a story about that how he, if he was like that, and then he will say, then I find out, then come out the guy Dubay and others and Power and blah blah blah, you know. But you will have a story if you had it that 10 years ago. No, I am flat earther. I'm flat earther 25 years from 2010.
I'm trying to
I have
build
a black swan. I have a black swan from 2010, you know, picture. That me, I'm flat earther, you know.
Yeah, so I'm trying to build a picture in my mind, though, of what he's talking about, because if the top surface of water is flat and he's saying the ground underneath is curving, that means the water is floating out in space flat somewhere above the sphere. How is that possible when 70%?
Didn't say the earth was curving.
That's how unbelievable what you're saying is.
Again, that's fucking, again, this mug's head.
Surveys, you know what plane table surveys are, right? It's a theodolite with a drafting table on it, and they go out and they take their measurements and they draw triangles, and they draw the whole network of triangles down on a flat piece of paper, not on a globe. So they're not doing spherical excess.
That's the same way
on a
navigation
flat piece of paper.
Yeah, on your flat navigation charts too, and that's aviation navigation charts as well as nautical navigational charts.
But when the guy said, like he said, like, I'm trying to make what he said was, like, every few feet you measure the ground distance to the laser.
We're not talking about that anymore because it's fucking ridiculous.
So oh my god!
You're not just going to regurgitate this over and over again. No, sorry. You're talking about something that cannot exist in reality. I don't know where you got this from. You're not a flat earther for 10 years. If you are at all a flat earther, I'd say a couple of months to a year maybe, because you do not know this conversation. You don't know what's involved with it. And you don't seem to understand simple concepts like sea level is flat, no part different than the other. So that means perfectly flat and level. So you have water somewhere that's flat and a sphere down below. I don't get it. We're not going to let you just spout this out over and over again. We've already explained it to you. You don't understand a simple drop over distance test. It's not science. And the question is, why don't you understand these simple concepts?
Guinness is a good beer, though. I agree with that, Michael.
I've been muted, so I'll just unmute me and unmute you.
I'm muted.
Are we still alive? Sorry, I had to drop out there for a second. Let me unmute Mike. Oh, he's unmuted. So, what happened? I had someone come to the door, so I had to step away for a moment. Yeah, that was a little fun conversation while it lasted. Shout out to Amish and Godric, Gemsy, Sasha, Sunny for the backup. So, I mean, this is pretty simple stuff. I mean, at the end of the day, we kind of hear a lot of these things from Globers most of the time. But
well, like you say, I've been a flatter for 10 months. I'll show you my YouTube channel called Twilight Zone. I got 34 subscribers. Nice. And you could look at all my liked videos. I got 34 subscribers. My YouTube channel name is called Twilight Zone.
Twilight Zone. Okay.
Yeah, and all my and you go through my videos, you'll see flat Earth stuff from like
what do you think about science?
Well, let me just address that real quick, Sasha, and then I'll let you ask your question. But I just wanted to kind of give him some flowers. Like, I know we kind of called you out there, but like, that's fine. 10 years is a long time. It's definitely longer than me, but like, you got some catching up to do, bro. Let's just put it that way. You got.
Yeah, I accept. I haven't educated myself about it all. I've just seen the proofs about it. Do you know what I mean? I don't. That's intelligent enough. But all I was saying was that there must be some way to measure the curvature of the Earth without using water, without the already guaranteed fact that water lays flat. That we need to find a way, in a topographical geography way, to show that the Earth curves, or that it doesn't curve, is what I mean.
Are you joking?
And it needs some kinds of technology.
Are you joking? Did you listen last half an hour what CB was saying?
What the fuck do you mean
about measuring about the sea level and everything?
What do you mean am I joking? Why would I be joking?
Did you listen what he said in last half an hour?
Yeah, I was going to say the reason why I think he said this is just because I feel like we've covered it, but I get what you're saying. And just if you wanted to, just get it off your chest.
You
whatever, that's
bully me and all, like, yeah, good for you, lot.
No, I don't think he's bullying you. I just think that we have
you all bullied me. You all bullied me. Don't deny it. Yeah, you did.
Christ, I'm not bullying you.
Yeah, you did.
Come on, don't be a victim here. So,
I'm bullying you. Jesus
Victim
Christ.
made me feel upset.
Well, I just feel like we covered what you requested and everything, but that's fine.
Nah, you made me upset and you all ganged up on me. That's what you did.
All right. Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that.
What do you mean you all? What do you mean you all? I did it good.
I think it's time for Amnesty International to react. Can you write a letter to Amnesty International and tell them that Sasha bullied you?
Oh, well, hold on
You
a second.
stop fucking your sister, you fucking European cunt.
Michael. Did you feel like the test that you're requesting, is that something that you maybe could conduct on your own, or do you feel like you need some help with that? Oh, you still with us? Because I don't live in near any mountains or anything, but is that something that you could test?
Well, I'm just going to wait for the people who I've been speaking to the other day that we have a nice conversation. I don't want to speak to you. I'm waiting for the people who I like to speak.
I'm sorry, dude. I mean, I feel like we're trying to break bread here. I mean, Sasha
Hey,
was just joking
do you
about...
know the etymology and the origins of the word nice? It means necious, ignorant, not knowing. So you waiting for the ignorant people to talk to, for the necious ones? You said the nice people.
Well, I will say, I mean, you've somewhat been a good sport by, hearing out from Sonny and all of us, but there's just...
I tried to explain the point I was making. It was just basically
we got it.
not measuring over water, measuring over land.
Yeah, we heard
all. And I got attacked by 6 people.
Well, I don't think you were attacked. We're just trying to attack the argument, attack the what's in contention. I don't even know you, Mike, so I don't have any personal beef with you or anything. I'm not trying to attack your personality or anything like that. I'm just saying that what you're asking for is, I'm just asking if that's something that do you feel like that's something you could do, maybe? Is that a test that you could set up, or maybe you don't have the equipment or something? Oh, I'm sorry, dude. I mean, it's all right. You can come back anytime, of course.
Hey, it's all good. Hey guys, anybody got by any chance, like a GIF or a video link to Mishokaku talking about, in my field, nobody that I know of uses the scientific method.
Yeah.
It was
we
posted
played it
yesterday.
We played it the other night.
Let me see. I think I'm trying to remember who posted it last.
I have it for you. I've got it on my soundboard. I can post it for you.
All right. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Man, that's a classic. Well, we presented that to our boy Cheapy last night. He was like, "Whoa, I trust all the scientists." And we're like, "Well, here's what the scientists say," and he's like, "You know what they usually do? Oh, that's just one guy, or you're taking it out of context."
He's like, "Throw that one under the bus." There it goes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. And so, you're taking it out of context. And so we give him the full 3-hour video, and he doesn't even watch it. So that's another example of people asking questions that they don't really want the answer to. Can you provide the full video? Yeah, here it is. And he ignores it. But here's the clip, and then I'll post it in the live stream voice text.
Yeah, thanks.
In science, we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
There you go, James.
Good one. Thanks for that one.
I can't believe that they always do this. I call them globe whisperers, because these guys will be speaking plain English. You can hear it very clear. Nobody that I know in my field uses the so-called scientific method. And then they go, but you're taking it out of context. What's the context then, dude? I was pretty sure what he said was quite clear, and it's not like he was speaking Japanese. We can all hear what he says, so we don't need you to translate it from English into bird brain, belief English or whatever.
Yeah, it seems that these days, this day and age, that words can't be relied on. They need somebody to interpret it 3 or 4 times afterwards. So how could words have a definite meaning?
I know, right? Right. It's like the Caesar the dog whisperer. These guys are freaking, Geether the globe whisperer or something, They always want to interpret just plain English into like Glober speak. Well, what they meant was, it's like, no, pretty sure what he meant was exactly what he said, all right? But you're taking it out of context. So what's the extra context? I don't know. Brilliant. Yeah, that's weird, though. They'll put in one light, they'll put these guys up on a pedestal. Oh, scientists, they're the greatest. Experts. In the next breath, they'll do what Sonny said, just chuck them under the bus.
I know. You need to have a sound clip that goes like sound of a bus and then...
I know. Well, remember there was a show called something about building a new house for people. What was that show called? Move that bus is what they would say, and the bus would move out of the way and they would see their new house. I can't remember the name of the show. Extreme Home Makeover. I actually did that in my neighborhood, just up the block. But so yeah, it's like move that bus, boom, boom, over the experts. Yeah, just hilarious. They do this all the time, man. I mean, we were, I think Indio and I were in a Sneeko server a couple weeks ago, and they were like, well, no, dude, you guys need to speak to the astrophysicists like Neil deGrasse Tyson or astronauts. And we're like, oh, really? Okay. Well, here's what Neil deGrasse Tyson says, and here's an astronaut named Don Pettit. What do you guys think of them? Oh, well, not him. They chuck him under the bus. It's like, wait, what the hell? I thought he was on a pedestal 2 seconds ago. I thought he was going to school me 2 seconds ago. Now you're throwing him under the bus. What the hell's going on? These guys are weasels, bro. They're weasel earthers. Oh,
weasels have functions in reality. They do things in the realist level. A lot of these people are just making shit up in their minds and speaking with their mouth, even though they don't know, like they're saying. Like many people, like Kiwi, I remember her saying, "You're just parroting this, right?" The parrots are saying gravity. The parrot doesn't know what he's saying. It's just saying it.
Right. Just repeating what they heard. Yeah. Yeah, man.
What's wrong with parroting, Bob?
Yeah, man. These guys got issues.
Hello. Is the parrot there, Bob? I actually had a neighbor down at the beach when I lived there many years ago, and she had a talking parrot, and that parrot could do a whole phone conversation, including the ringing of the phone.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, and would be a back and forth. Hi, is Mary there? No, she's not here. Do you know what she'll be doing? Like the whole thing, it was crazy.
That's pretty impressive.
You could hear it from like a block away too.
My old roommate had a bird, so I lived with him. I lived with a bird for a little while. They didn't do that much, though. They didn't do full conversations, but that's cool. I mean, that's what these guys are, basically parrots anyway. And sometimes what's embarrassing is, like I kind of look at it like they have a limited control panel, like a child at a control panel with 3 buttons on it. One says gravity. One says, refraction or something. One says, something else. And it's like what I'm noticing is that they're pushing the wrong button at the wrong time. Like I've had people, I'll ask them, hey, how do you prove curvature? And they'll go, Foucault's pendulum. So it's like they're using buzzwords and they're not even applying it correctly.
That's hilarious. It's like they pushed the wrong button on their internal soundboard.
Yeah, yeah. I was trying to compare that to the bird somehow. Like, you know how maybe you have give it a command and it like gives you a cracker or something like that. I want a cracker. It's like, wait, I didn't ask you about that. But yeah, they're just they're confused, man. They use buzzwords a lot.
What color is my shirt? Probably want a cracker.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
One said gyrosphere.
Yep. Gyrosphere. Yeah, I remember that, Jim. Or I remember that, Sasha. Yeah, the gyrosphere. That guy.
What the fuck is that?
Yeah, dude. There's. I have a screenshot here that says.
Where'd you get your name from, Creation Bear?
Hey, what? Sorry, what?
Where'd you get your name from, Creation Bear?
Ooh, that's a good question. That's a good question.
It might be similar to when you asked the question. I mean, similar to when you asked the question, hey, do you have a measurement of the drop over distance? 8 inches per mile square, you know? Oh, but what about the sun?
Yeah, I know, exactly.
What about the moon? Bro, we're talking about the ground, the thing under your feet, not the stuff up above your head. The stuff under your feet, do you have measurements of that will demonstrate or, evidence that it's curving away from you? The moon!
But if it was flat,
But did you hear yesterday? The guy could not perceive the sun that is not on 93 million miles. He cannot perceive that it's smaller and that it's maybe that it's nearest, that it's local light, that cannot light all Earth. He cannot perceive that yesterday. Like 1 hour, he's struggling.
Yeah, what I found amazing was when I first started watching flat Earth videos, it was like, and then I listened to 200 proofs and out of debate, and then I looked at the sun, like the time lapse of the sun. It actually does look like a local light traveling through the sky. It doesn't look like the Earth's turning and away from the sun. It does look like it's actually hurtling through the sky, and I found it really cool. And I just thought, my whole perception changed. Seeing that.
That's me. That's when it clicked for me. When I started thinking, I was thinking about level, horizontal, motionless. I was like, that. A lot of that stuff makes sense. Like my mind was kind of shifting a little bit from thinking about the globe, thinking like a glober. And then when I started thinking about the luminaries and the cycles and how they're aligned with many structures on the ground, how there is no deviation from that in a sense, no parallax. Then it clicked for me, like a watch on my wrist, like a watch that tells me the time all the time. It clicked for me.
And then the crepuscular rays, I was like, wow, that is beautiful. Well,
yeah, that too. Yeah, that as well. I'm typing my message in the chat, Michael, if you want to see the answer to your question.
And the reflection on the water also of the sun.
Yeah, I like that one. That pillar on the water that you always see when it's reflecting. Yeah. Even the moon, the sun and the moon, the pillar of light in the water. And that thing, when you think about it, when you look, have you seen Canagoo? That once a year you can see Canagoo in front of the sun when it sets.
Yeah,
and
I saw that.
It's so far away. How far is it? Like over 300 miles or something like that. And also you can see kind of like the light reflection. If the Earth was curving, my goodness, you wouldn't see that pillar of light, like a straight line of light on the water. I mean, that's what I'm thinking.
I remember Arwin Creation Bear.
Yeah.
You were a friend of his. Yeah, I used to
To some degree, I just used to hang out in his chats in the morning, and one day he was like, "Dude, I'm gonna ban you for your name." I was like, "What? What?" He's like, "You need to get another name." So
I think he took too much acid one day.
maybe.
I think he was staring at the sun and eating kernel seeds.
He took too much acid one day, and it affected him for the rest of his life. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Yeah, but
Arwin was out there. He was out there.
Shout out to Arwin, man. Shout out to Arwin. He's the reason why I have this name creation. But he didn't give me the name.
He's a nice soft guy. He's a nice soft guy, but I wasn't a fan of Patricia.
I mean, there's a whole bunch of characters in the community, right? So, I mean, there's all different kinds of people. Arwin is just
what's going on? Is John LeBon still around? Fucking just John LeBon.
I don't really know much about him or really anything.
All right. Well.
Talk about coincidences, man. The name that I have with my position as a flat earther, being like a conspiracy theorist and stuff, the irony is just so in your face with that. I posted a little hint in the chat there. You can you should be able to guess what the name is, if you're a good sleuth there. But yeah, what a coincidence, though, man. People sometimes are like, "Wait, what?" Well, like that one guy. Yeah, I met people in person. I told them my name. They're like, "Oh, like that one guy. Oh, he's a piece of crap." Like, oh, gee. All right. Damn. Nice to know you. But yeah, a little fun fact about CB there in the chat.
What was your name before CB that you changed it?
Oh, well, I just went by my actual name. I was kind of hinting at it, but I can say it. It's mine. My name is actually Alex Jones. Which is crazy. I'm not making that up. That's real. That's real. That's not cool. Like I didn't like give myself that name or anything. So I just think that's so funny. What a coincidence, right?
Hey, my name is Jose, and it's a coincidence. So many people have the same name.
Jose, cool. Nice to meet you, Jose.
Good to meet you, Alex. You know, when people say Jose, it's like 10 people looking.
I know, right? Say what? Yeah.
Oh. ¿Qué? ¿Qué dijo?
¿Qué? Yeah. So, yeah, Arwen saw me in the chat. He was like, "Who is this guy trolling as Alex Jones?" I'm like, "Dude, that's me, man." He's like, "Well, you need to get another name." So I
used to watch. I watched Alex Jones for like a year before.
Yeah.
And I was into alien conspiracy. Then I was into the Illuminati, like the New World Order, like seeing trying to find the evil in the world, like find what's wrong.
Yeah.
I was on a mission to find what's wrong with the world and what's evil about the world. And it started with like New World Order, Illuminati, conspiracy, Freemasonship, false flags, like hoaxes, like people, and then finally, and I was like, God, I've had enough of this rabbit hole. I was like, God, please,
dude, that is very similar.
I was like, God, show me something that's actually the truth. And the next day, like Flat Earth fucking came up with my suggestions. Like,
wow,
no
that's
joke.
Amazing.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I had a very similar experience, like. Like back in 2012 or whatever, there was that Zeitgeist movie or whatever, and like. As I've kind of had a similar path to you, where I was listening to certain people, Alex Jones and Joe Rogans and stuff, and then aliens and all these conspiracies, and you were talking about like how evil the rap industry is and all these things, and then that was about the time when Flat Earth kind of popped around, and I was like, wow, this is instead of looking into like why evil people do evil things, and that's sometimes I find that impossible to understand the motivations of like the rap industry and some of the stuff behind the scene. I don't get it, like blood and adrenochrome. I don't understand any of that, and it just hurts my brain to try to figure out why they're doing what they do. But around that time, Flat Earth popped up. Creation popped up. A creator was presented. I'm like, oh wow, this is way more beautiful. So I went down that alley instead of listening to like why Satanists do satanic things.
That's exactly. I was in a deep, like, it was making me depressed and angry and anxious. And then, like, when Flat Earth came around, I had this beautiful feeling of like, oh my God, no, we're not going to blow up in a supernova, and the sun's not going to blow us up, and we're not hurtling through space, and everything's dead. You know, a bit of nothing, dust from nothing. And I felt, and for weeks, I spent 8 hours a day looking. I was like, Flat Earth. I was like, I've completely gave up on Illuminati, aliens, New World Order, Alex Jones, everything. I was like, Flat Earth, Flat Earth, Flat Earth.
Yeah.
Looked at it all. I was like, concerned. I looked at every test, everything I could find, and I was like, wow, there is actually hundreds of thousands of people looking at this. And like, this was in 2015, 2016.
Okay.
And then like, look how far it's come now. Like, it's just gone. Like, we can't say there's no credence to it because it's grown. Like, I know from like 10 years. It's been like 7 years.
Okay.
And then I gave up. You know, when I was like, I need to take time for myself. Like, this is too much for me. I told my parents, I told my family. They said it's wrong. They said they said I'm on the laugh. Like, well, they said it's not true. No, I couldn't convince anyone that I knew that.
Did he cut out?
Did he cut out? I did.
Well, just to piggyback off that is a common phenomenon when you get a spark of truth, whether that comes from anywhere really. You often want to go run out and tell your people around you, and I've had that experience with multiple different things. But Flat Earth is one of them. You're like, oh, Flat Earth, I want to go tell my friends and family, but it's like, it's like one of the. I don't know. It's one of the things that gets you into trouble. It seems like typically doesn't go well.
It's like bringing, I don't know, sex, adult, you know, like sex to a 4-year-old. They're not ready for that stuff.
Right. Yeah.
You just wait for them until they grow up. Just wait for them until they maybe start thinking about it, and when they have a question, then you can expand on it and explain, and you know, but don't just bring it up out of nowhere.
Yeah, and like to stick on the 4-year-old reference too. Just really quickly,
I had
take their child's blanket away too, and you know what happens when you take a child's blanket away? They start throwing a fit and start crying. Go ahead, Michael.
A child's innocence is what I've learned from all this evil that's in the world and all these lies is to keep the children innocent, let them keep their innocence. But I remember having a breakdown when I lost the love of my life because I was spending every night speaking in Google Hangout. So I was in a YouTube live chat like 6 years ago. It was called Free Chan. It was with Hitchhiker's Guide to the Earth. Yvette, we had this thing called Free Chan on YouTube. We used to get like 40 viewers on YouTube, and I used to speak every day on there.
I was in the Hangouts. In the Hangouts, I was there with a bunch of people as well.
But it was called Free Chan, but I used to speak every day, and I lost the love of my life. Like, what? I'm like, it's important. I was like, this is the truth. When I lost the love of my life, she left, and then I kept going on a bit, and then I had like an emotional breakdown. I was like running around, like out in the street, and I was like, having an emotional breakdown. I was like, please, you've got to tell people the earth is flat. They're lying. Do you mean telling strangers and stuff like that?
I do pick the battles because I'm not walking out there to every corner and every store and I'm like, people, the earth is flat, let's go. No, don't do that, bro.
Yeah, it's like I was about to kill. I was going to jump in the room and I saw two people. Okay,
you cut out again.
Just fine. Am I cutting out? Am I chopping up?
You're good now.
Alright, well, I was speaking. Yeah, I was just having a breakdown. I lost the love of my life, and I was like walking along the river, drunk, upset, and I was like, and these people asked me if I was okay. I was like, oh no, I was like, just no. I said, research flat Earth. You need to realize that they're lying to us, and there's things you need to know that are not true in this Earth. And stuff like that. But I got over and I let it go. You know, I moved into a new home, girlfriend. I let it go for a while, and you know, just thought, because it all like I was watching Globebusters and Flat Earth and Hot Potatoes. Antonio Subras, he's dead. You know, Rob Skiver, he's dead. you know what I mean? Man, these are all the people I used to speak to Antonio Subras on fucking Messenger. You know, it was a long time. And then a lot of change since then, but just there ain't a thing on this earth that can convert me back to a spinning globe.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Gemsy on what he said there last. Is like, I'm exactly the same way. I don't do a lot of street preaching, if you will, but I'm not taking that away from folks that do, like folks like Orion and whoever else goes kind of out there on the highways and the byways, if you will, and spreads the message. And I've done that one time. I think I pulled up at a light and there was a dude at the corner. I was like, "Hey man, you think there's people like upside down below us?" He was like, "Nah, man." I'm like, "Yeah, me neither." Pulled off.
Hey, just on that, and just on Antonio Subrate. I mean, I've been into the flat Earth for about 2018 probably, but I only just found Antonio about 6 months ago. You know what I mean?
Really? But he got a book, man. I want to get his PDF, bro.
I've got his book. Bro. I've got a signed book off it. It's not signed to me. I got it off eBay for 14 quid. The Book of the Sun, and I got it last week.
What's it like, bro? Because I want to get it, man. Because I loved Antonio.
I'll share it with you, mate. I'll share it with you. But you know what I'm doing? I'm like this with books. I'm like this with books. I'm preparing. I'm not. I don't want to read it yet. I'm building myself up to it.
Well, so you get all the knowledge you can get, and then.
I'm
just wanted to listen, the name Lexa is here. He's a resident glober, and he might have some questions about the topic. Lexa is here. Hi, Lexa.
Hello. Let this man speak, man, because Antonio was breasting. He was a forefront of flat Earth, bro. I looked up to him. He was a smart man.
Well, listen, I've got to go in a minute because I've got to do something. But I only just found him recently, even though I've been into subjects, which I found really strange. But when I found him, I thought, this guy, I know he's dead and everything, and this guy had something going on. He knew. And then I found the Book of the Sun. And I thought, I've got to get this Book of the Sun. And I've just got it last week, and it's on my bedside table. And I've not opened it yet. I keep looking at it.
Have you got a paperback? Have you got an actual physical version of it? Yeah.
Yeah. I've got the physical version of it. Yeah.
Bro,
I'm gonna start.
Bro, I loved him. I loved Antonio, man. I took like a 1.5 year break, and I come back and I find out and I looked at a video of him. I looked at a live stream of him. He was in a mental hospital, saying he was ill, that he'd been sectioned, and he was dying of throat cancer. And I was like, oh my god, Antonio, what has happened to you? And I was messaging in the chat, like, because I had him on my own message. It's like MSN, but I can't remember what it was. It was Google. I don't know what it was called. But I used to speak to him, and I used to say, commission me a painting. So Antonio was a beautiful person.
Listen, mate, I'm not being rude. I've got to go because something's going on. But my name's One Deck, and I'll share the book with you. But yeah,
One Deck, man. Add me. Let's fucking add. Anyway, but no, Antonio was a very intelligent person, man, and he organised Chasing the Sun like 4.5 years ago. But he got everybody around the world to plant court to give their coordinates of where the sun was at the time of the day, so that we could coordinate where the sun actually was. And Nathan Oakley did this with Antonio and everyone else.
Nice. Yeah, real quick, though, Mike. I want to let you finish your thought, but Gemsy was trying to do a little bit of moderation. So I think we do have some new people that joined the panel we'd like to address, but why don't you go ahead and wrap up your thoughts, and we'll get to some.
Yeah, because Antonio was a good man. If you look back at his old rest in peace,
a lot of people talking here. I never spoke to the man, but a lot of people liked him a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I'm not too familiar with him, but I've heard the name, so rest in peace. Hope he's in a good place. But yeah, welcome back, Lexa. Hope you're doing well. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Cool. What's on the agenda for today? Did you have something in mind?
Not much right now. Just want to hear what you're talking about. Maybe lunch on other subjects, but maybe not now.
Okay, no problem.
Or
Anybody in
maybe
the
now,
panel have a question for Lexi?
Lex,
Yeah,
because there's, maybe
James,
now is a good time, do you think? If you want to bring up a
Jamesy,
subject. Go ahead.
Jamesy, are you from Bangladesh? You remind me of my old.
I'm
Oh,
actually
dude.
pretty far from Bangladesh. I was born in the Caribbean, in Puerto Rico, but I live in the U.S., Boston, Massachusetts.
Who's the new guy? The other voice? I didn't.
Oh, the other guy, Lexa. Yeah, he. I don't know. He's French, actually. He's French.
Oh,
Go ahead.
Lex is French. All right.
Yeah, we have another kid that's from Bangladesh that comes through. I think someone changed his name to Bangladesh, but
I'm
young
missing
kid.
my old friends. I saw my old flat Earth friends, man, this years ago.
Yeah, but anyway, welcome back, Lex. We're definitely glad to have you back. If you do have a question or something that pops up, don't hesitate to just throw it out there. We'd love to hear from you. And if anyone if anyone in the panel has a question for Lexa, feel free to throw that out as well.
If you have any question, I'll be ready to answer it. Right now, I'm just checking everything, and maybe in a few minutes, I'll be ready to start.
Cool.
Yeah, Lexa,
no
I
rush. Take your time.
I got a question for you. How long ago first the preface of Flat Earth, and what was you doing and looking into before that idea came across you? Was you looking into truth stuff or stuff like on YouTube, or was it something that somebody told you? When did the premise of the idea that the world wasn't a spinning globe come into your life, and how long ago was that?
So, what you're asking is why I came here, right?
Well, what year? Do you think you could pin it down to a year, the first time you ever heard the words flat earth? For me, that was 2017. What about you?
A month ago.
When I was really young, I think. Probably.
Really?
Yeah, really. I mean, for my whole life, we've been told there are some people believing the earth is flat, but probably when I was 10, something like that, I considered 10 really young,
Just curious, how did they present it to you back then when you were so young? What kind of stuff were you told about flat earth back then?
So no one really told me in real life. I just saw, there's a very, very famous French YouTuber whose name is Squeezie, and he made a video about flat earth. He kind of mocked at it, I think you can say.
Okay. Yeah. Gotcha. Man, that's how you must be kind of young. You're like 14 or something?
Yeah.
So this was only a couple years ago?
Yeah, a couple years.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Because when I was 10, that was like, I didn't even hear the words flat earth until 2017, so maybe like 6 years ago, roughly. So, yeah.
So is there anything the new man, is there anything you like like people like me, we watched like Max Sargent's 200 Proofs or Eric Dubay or YouTube video or the NASA lies of the NASA where they're doing back in harnesses and disappearing through walls and all chivalry going on. What was the main thing that made you think, ooh, this is something that I might actually need to contemplate to see whether I could discern between truth and lie about what my world really is? What was that for you? Did that happen? Was that a big thing for you?
Okay, so what you're asking is what exactly? It's kind of hard.
Let me clarify. You could have just ignored it, like when you were presented with flat earth. You could have just been like, "Oh, this is stupid," turn it off and move on. But it looks like you've chosen to engage in the topic a little bit. So, what is it about the topic that made you think, maybe I should take a listen, or maybe get in there and see what's going on? What was something that stood out for you that got you interested in joining the topic?
I for multiple reasons. I think first, I'm probably the kind of people who is really interested by science and stuff.
Okay.
I have a really lot of knowledge about that, and the second reason is I really wanted to see what are the arguments that people provide, and hope they would react to someone who's trying to prove them wrong. So yeah.
Cool. Just curious, what is one of the arguments that you've learned so far from the flat earthers?
So probably the horizon.
Okay.
Probably let me guess.
What is the argument? Could you detail what would the argument be in regards to the horizon?
So the argument in favor for the flat Earth is that little image picture. Sorry, it's up there at 32 past the hour by Flatman Can and it just show that is the horizon is supposed to be 1.22 miles, but we can see the horizon way after 9.41 miles. I think I might know why the horizon is way further, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
So that would be an argument in favor for flat Earth, even if there is a lot of argument that's proved wrong, I think.
Sure. Well, that's good. That's a good place to start, I think, because when I first joined back in 2017, that's what the whole topic was about. It was the horizon. Team Globe was saying that the horizon is basically a geometric location or a position that you could go essentially put a flag in and say, this is where the curve is. And the flat earthers were saying, well, the horizon changes. There's reasons why it changes. It's an optical position, not a geometric location. So it's good to see that you've picked up on the fact that there is a debate about the horizon. So that is very important.
Yeah.
Cool. What other arguments, or you got anything else that you learned from the flat earthers in terms of an argument, or?
Let me guess. I'm not barking. I'm really guessing.
No worries. I mean, I was just kind of just shooting the breeze, but the horizon is probably the key thing. So I'm glad you started with that. You probably heard us say that the Earth doesn't move.
Oh yeah. Yeah. By the way, there's something I can explain about the Earth spinning, but maybe you will have something to prove me wrong. About the Earth spinning.
Well, I mean, if you want to, I mean, I'm not super technical on this topic, but I do have a running joke about people and their moving houses or their rooms moving. I just kind of joke around, like, if we did live on a spinning Earth, then everything on the Earth would be moving with the Earth. So, like, your room and your house included. So it just I like highlighting the fact that, like, between the two of us, my position is that buildings don't move. And someone on the globe side has to say that, yeah, of course buildings move. So I just really like highlighting that, but I don't really often get into the technical details. So there might be some other people on the panel that could maybe give you something else to chew on in terms of that. But if you want to make an argument in terms of the spin, you're welcome to do so.
Yeah, that's just a very, very small thing, and then I will just try to unify what I wanted to say. So anyway, there's something you can see when you are at the pole of the Earth. So, for example, the North Pole. You will live in the North Pole. It exists, right?
I don't live in the North, but I imagine some folks do. Do you live in the North too, or?
No, not really. But just the question here is that for you, does the North Pole exist?
I think there is a North. Yes.
Yeah, it exists.
So there is a place where you can go in Earth called the North Pole, right?
Yeah, actually, there is a civilization.
Okay, so you can go there and
listen. There is a how do you say? There is a spot that people go to, and they have like a flag or a pole, and they label it like kind of like the geographical North, right? Mm-hmm. You can go there and touch and scrub the ball, and they say we are geographical North right here, right?
Yeah.
All right. So, what's up with that?
Okay. So it's not that strong argument or what, but I'm just gonna say it. So when you're at the North Pole, I think it's for 18 kilograms. When you're at the North Pole, you weigh 80 kilograms normal, and when you compare the weight in the North Pole and the weight when you're at the equator, it would be about 100 grams less because of the spinning of the Earth. And I'm not sure why it would happen on the flat Earth. If you have anything about that.
Hey, so why don't people you're saying that at the North you weigh more and at the equator you weigh less?
Yeah, a little bit, not that much, but
so we can go to the equator. We can go to the equator and mine gold and precious metals, and send it to a different spot and sell it at higher prices because it will weigh more, right?
I'm booking a ticket with my bit of gold over to the equator.
Remember, it only affects for very little amounts of weight, and
really
it also affects for okay, no, the effect is really small, and it only applies for really high amount of weights. For example, 100 kilograms or something like that.
Okay. Well, actually, I was thinking exactly what Jemsy was thinking. So, say we were a business, me and you, Lex, and we formed a business, and we involved selling things by weight. It wouldn't be a bad idea to go set up shop on the equator or whatever. If, you know what I'm saying? If we wanted to make an extra.
You might laugh, but for really high amount of weight, it might work. But remember, if you okay, I'm just gonna do the calculation, but wait,
You're not being very specific about it. You're being very, very vague about this, sir.
Yeah, you could be a little bit more specific by detailing like how much weight, at what point does that happen? Or?
For a man that's new to the flat earth and doesn't know things, gold weighs heavier on a certain place of the earth, and that's where you think that that's a part of the reason that the earth may be flat, that it's not flat or is flat, down to the things weighing heavier, that there's more pressure on a certain place because where the earth spins, where the more centralized towards that, where the most force of the spin of the earth is, and you think that makes a material object be heavier. I mean, can someone step in with that?
Yeah. Even let's say the phenomena is real. That I go to a spot, I weigh 1 pound, and I go to the other spot and I weigh 1.1 pound, right? Or whatever. Let's say the phenomena is real. How does that prove that you live on a spinning, curving water ball in the second law of thermodynamics violation place?
So, if the Earth, wouldn't, if were to not spin, this phenomenon wouldn't really be happening because the gravity just applies the same everywhere, right?
So the only reason that something can weigh less or more in a medium is because of the Earth spin. That's what you're claiming? Do you think that's an actual thing?
Well, if the gravity is applying same everywhere, it would only be in that case the only.
If gravity that you haven't demonstrated it, right? If gravity, the warping and bending of space-time was true, then you see the problem here?
Right. So where the gravity along the equator, and the butterflies, man, they're struggling. We need to save them.
Well, let me say this really quickly, because what you would want to do is verify what's actually happening. So, like, okay, you have your phenomenon with the weights at the two different locations, but then you actually have to go and verify what's really happening. What often happens is people say, "Well, this just can't work on my idea of flat Earth," but that's not verification that the Earth is moving or traveling or spinning. So,
hey, real quick. You know when you have water and you put an egg in, you have regular water or distilled water. You put an egg, and the egg goes to the bottom, right? But if you add salt to the water, the egg might float. So it changes stuff, right? So maybe the medium, or there might be some other variables that are not the gravity that you haven't proved, right? It might be other stuff. It could be something else. Do you think there might be a possibility that it could be something else?
Well, it could be something else, but you explained.
There you go. Thank you.
But the thing is that if the pressure is the same, I don't think there would be something else. Because what you were trying to explain, I think, and what you did explain, is that when you add the salt to the water, the egg will float because the water will be more dense. If the air would be more dense, you will probably weigh less, but it wouldn't make such a difference. And usually, if you do it right and the air pressure is the same at the equator than the air at the North Pole, I don't think it should have a really noticeable difference.
Okay, so you're saying that doesn't work, but the gravity that you haven't proved, the rotation of the Earth that you haven't demonstrated, that might be a possibility, even though it's nowhere to be found in reality. Hopefully you see the problem here, bro. Go ahead, guys. I'm gonna mute.
No worries. I want to ask you. I want to ask you this, Lexa. Do things weigh more in colder temperatures or in warmer temperatures?
Ooh. Okay. So in colder temperature, the air is just I'm guessing. So I think
does warm temperature make things rise?
The air is less or more dense. I think it's less dense. So in colder temperature, I think you were to weight less, but it wouldn't be that noticeable.
Does warm air make things rise, or does warm air rise?
Think of ice, right?
Yeah, you know, like you said, when you add salt to water, it became more dense. So you can make it's a bit similar to the air. When the air is colder, it's less dense. When it's hotter, it's
is it the other way
around? You know what, my friend? Let me speak. You know, the only difference.
Hold on, Mike. It's cutting out. I think Sheepdog had a point though, but want to let Sheepdog finish his point?
And the only difference we see as a human race in different parts of the world is the amount of daylight and dark time and darkness. We experience no difference in gravity. Strength that pulls us down to the earth does not exist. It's completely the same all over. The only thing that we see the difference between the equators is the amount of sunlight and daylight, and the time difference between the amount of daylight we see and the amount of nighttime we see. There's nothing to do with weight and density and buoyancy. There's no provable difference in any of that.
I was just using the example of like if you're in a hot air balloon, right? Like, why does a hot air balloon rise? Because hot air rises, right?
Less dense.
You changed something, right? Maybe the medium you changed a little bit because you made things more hot in a colder medium.
I don't really get what you're trying to say. What?
Well, just tell him, Sheepdog, that hot air is less dense, right? So cold air would be more dense.
Right. There's more there's more stuff going on in hot air than in cold air. When it's cold, it's kind of like dead weight. In hot air, it'd be bouncing around a lot more. Things might have a tendency to rise and lift a little bit more.
Yeah, that might explain the phenomenon if it actually is happening, because that's not something that I've tested. You said you don't live in the North Pole. I don't know. I don't know people that have been to the North Pole, but maybe that's something that we potentially test in the future or something. I don't know.
What I learned in chemistry, you add more heat to a molecule, bounce around, and they have more activity from heat, and they release more energy, and they bounce about and they raise heat, hotter things in balance. The atmosphere, the air that we breathe, the air that we're in. Not all oxygen is a mixture of gases, but if you heat them up, they raise high. Heat raises higher, cold stays lower. So, and then if you add energy to something, and if it turns into heat, it raises higher. So that's just the basics of chemistry.
You could also think about the material of the scale. In the cold, the metal would be less flexible, so you would read a lesser weight. And then if it was warmer, it would be more flexible, so you could notice a difference in the weight that way. Especially if you're using like a spring scale.
Interesting stuff, though. Interesting stuff.
Down to the temp, like bridges and structures, and especially springs. they're most due to break down to being too cold, where the molecules are being stopped from moving around in their natural way by being frozen to where they move less, and then they become rigid, and then they fracture. So with cold makes things what's that word where things snap easier. Anyone come? What's the word with something brittle?
Real quick, just a quick
things become more brittle in cold weather.
Alexa, Stevie, let me ask Alexa this question real quick.
Yeah.
So on a spinning ball, is mass evenly distributed in the gravity?
It depends on the. It depends on the speed. It is spinning, but it is the gravity is evenly distributing. If you're talking
you realize that when something spins, the outside, if something's on the outside surface, it tends to leave the surface, not pull into the surface, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, when you're talking about mass attracting mass, there would have to be some sort of even distribution in it, because when you invoke something like the Cavendish experiment, you're invoking that there's mass evenly distributed between both of the spheres. The mass would be equally distributed all the way across the surface of each sphere.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not what's happening on Earth, right? So then how would you explain that on your globe? And don't say spin. Don't say spin, because spin would make you fly off.
Okay. So. Okay. I don't really get.
Centripetal force is a lie on Earth. If you're talking about spin, it would be centrifugal force, and that's not occurring.
Wait. Yeah. Well, then what is making things lighter on the equator than on the pole?
It's not a correlation to the shape of the Earth.
I'm not talking about the shape of the Earth. I'm talking about the spinning.
We're talking about the shape of Earth here. I don't know what server you think you're on, but this is the Flat Earth server.
I know.
So let's see. A ball that's spinning, like was said.
The question was brought up to him about spin.
I thought I was talking.
He asked about sun.
Every diameter, like I was about to say, every diameter of a ball getting larger in diameter means you're moving faster.
And?
Is this not the same thing? Oh, you're talking about gravity only? You're not talking about motion, right?
No, I was talking about spin. We're talking about spin, and then he invoked that you weigh less at the equator than you do in the North Pole.
Yeah, and what I'm talking about right now is more specifically on a flat Earth, where the gravity should be the same everywhere, right?
Should it?
Nobody's claiming gravity.
You're mixing up
If you
claims
ask
now.
Neil to hang on, listen to me.
Hold on, Michael. We got this for now. But
Okay, I'm not gonna say gravity. Okay, so let me repeat. So on a flat Earth, where you should weight the same everywhere.
Who made that claim?
Yeah.
You're making a astronomy in your mind, and you're trying to burn me.
That is what. Yeah. Okay, calm down.
Who on flat Earth? Alexa, who in flat Earth has made that claim that we should all be evenly distributed?
Okay, I'm asking if that claim is right or wrong for you.
We're not making that claim.
We're not making that claim.
No, I'm asking if that claim is right or not.
We're not making the claim. So
it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. You're saying on the flat, this is what you're telling us. On the flat Earth, weight should be evenly distributed, but nobody on flat Earth has ever made that claim. Ever.
Okay, so then I'm not gonna go further on that. So I think I'm just gonna mute myself, prepare my other argument.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
We appreciate your patience, dude.
Yeah, I'll just explain something real quickly. Is that because people like to do this a lot? Is well, on a flat Earth, it should do this and it should do that. It should do this. You got to keep in mind that when we say flat Earth, we're just talking about the Earth outside. We're not creating a new idea. We're just going outside, observing it, testing it, and we're going, okay, it's flat out here. So for those out there, this isn't directed at you, Lexa, but for those out there, they're like, how does GPS work? And how does this work? And how does that work? Well, if the Earth is actually flat and it's still working, then it works. So I was like, so I don't know about this weighing different in different places. I've heard that before. It's not something that I've tested personally, so I guess I'll stay neutral on that. But say that actually is true, and the Earth is still flat, then I mean, what's the big deal? But we're not making the claim as to like it's the Globers that are making the claim that things are different in different places. So I guess that would be on you guys to verify that or whatever. So
yeah, listen, if you were lighter at the equator, that place is spinning faster. Wouldn't you more easily like things should be flying away, actually, more easy. Things that are lighter should be flying off the surface.
Like I talk about CBs. Go ahead, James.
Hey, so you know how you are in the machine that you go to you go to the attractions and you are inside the gravity machine, right? And it pulls you up because it's spinning and spinning faster. What happens if you're not strapped and kind of like locked into this thing? It will fly away, don't you, Lexa? Lexa, what happens if you're spinning at 1,000 miles per hour? What happens to the water, to the things on the surface? What happens, Lexa? In reality, what happens? Come on, Lexa.
Okay. So,
what's the answer, Lexa? What happens when something is on the surface of a ball and the ball starts spinning very fast? What happens to that stuff on the surface of the ball? What happens, Lexa?
They will fly away.
There you go.
But can I say something plus that?
You can, but I just want to say real quick, and that's centrifugal force.
Yeah, and what I was saying here is that there is centrifugal force in the global theory. There is centrifugal force. I think I don't know if I said it right.
You got it.
But it's not that much because when you were saying I think the gravity machine, I don't know the thing who's making you spin fast. You are having a lot of acceleration because you how to explain it? Anyway, a bit hard to say to me, but whatever. The important thing is that compared to the size of the Earth, if the Earth were to be spinning at I'm not sure what it was, but if the Earth were to be spinning at the rate we've been told it is, we won't fly away because the acceleration would be not enough. But I don't know for you, but I think it would be better to go on other subjects if I would prefer. If you
sure, we can move on. If anybody want to touch on the last point, and then we can move on. If not, we can move on now. Go ahead.
I think I'm good. Sheepdog, you good?
I'm good.
All right. Lexa, you good? Any last statements on the spin?
Yes.
No.
There was a gentleman. There was a gentleman who was a mechanical engineer, and he attempted to calculate what that centrifugal feel would be on the surface of a spinning ball. And Taboo Conspiracy got an email from this gentleman and a video from this gentleman explaining. And if you're, away from the equator, you should feel about an apple pulling you towards the equator, according to this mechanical engineer. And I can find the video. Give me a moment.
Cool. Shout out to Jimmy.
There you go, Alex. We can conclude with that, and the guy's going to provide a video, hopefully, and we can conclude that this argument is not at all evidence for a curving, spinning water ball, right? We can agree with that, right?
I have one last thing. One last thing I'd like to add to that. You're going to need a radial value for that.
Yeah. Well, it was a good round one. Round two coming soon.
Okay.
And shout out to Lexa. Been a good sport. So yeah, just a quick intermission. Maybe a quick word from our sponsor, perhaps. You guys, we got to keep the bills paid in here. So
You have a sponsor?
yeah, so make sure you guys. In case hold on, someone's got some background noise. Who's oh, Michael.
Is that me?
No, no worries. You're good. You're good. But yeah, make sure you guys check out our sponsor. In one of my songs, I mentioned how we have Space Cash and Space DoorDash. So make sure you guys hit up Space DoorDash and order some Spaceys.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacey's. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spacey's. It's good food in space.
Do they have any, like, gravity fries?
Can I get the extra gravity on that burger?
Did they have like globe round burgers or flat burgers?
And just for future reference, Alexa, whenever you invoke like weighing less has to do with the spin of the Earth or weighing more has to do with the spin of the Earth, you're gonna have to show direct correlation with that, man. Like, you can't be having like mental gymnastics, jumping from one thing to the next thing to the next thing to the next thing, and that's the causation. And like kind of like string theory or whatever, it's just it doesn't happen like that, man. It's not science.
I know. Can you think about the diversity? Think about the duality of like globe earthers making comedy about flat earthers. What are they going to say? Like, oh, those flat earthers, they're going by reality, their own observations, and trusting their senses. Foolish. But we, on the other hand, are going like, we're actually measuring the globe Earth is saying it's curved at this rate, and at the surface, we don't find any of that. That's really funny.
You trust your senses? What are you, a flat earther?
I know. Yeah, hilarious.
Alexa, Jimmy Will posted that video for you if you want to put that in your browser before we move on to the next topic.
And you guys, I mean, I'm sure y'all are aware, except for the Glovers, because they will never admit this. But we've heard some ridiculous freaking arguments for the globe. I mean, I would have somebody like auditing this material that's getting out on the internet, because it's really putting the globe Earth in the most foolish light that it could possibly be, because these people are coming in here as spokespeople for the globe. And they know nothing at all about their globe, which is really just very strange.
I think we need some NASA visitors.
They're not even sure if they had a meal ever in their lives. They're not sure about that.
I know, right? How embarrassing.
I think maybe we need some NASA visitors to come in here and like set everything straight. If you're out there listening, NASA, we would love to have you come in here.
Yeah, if you come in, we'll give you a free case of our sponsor.
Of Spacey's
Brought to you
bird.
by Spice Forex. Spice Forex, because Spice VB is pissed.
Yeah. And maybe you could reduce your budget of like, those little, what do they call them? Sweat boxes where people are in rows of phones and cubicles, harassing flat earthers. Maybe you could reduce that budget. Visit us a little, come and say hi.
Yeah, that'd be nice. This has been a good chat, folks. Shout out to the whole panel. A couple people chiming in. We got Sunny, we got Sheepdog, Gemsy, a bunch of legends in the panel.
Alexa.
And Lexa, yeah. Shout out to Lexa as well.
And Lexa,
a great sport.
Yeah, thanks.
I think Lexa has another question, or maybe he's gonna bring up another topic because he was preparing the topic before, and now he most likely has another topic. Whenever you're ready, Lexa.
I mean, I don't know. Are we still on the spin? Are we still detecting spin? Like, is there another way that you would like to detect spin?
Oh, no. We moved on from that.
Yeah, I think he wants to get away from that one.
All right. I'm just making sure because, sometimes like, you make an attempt to argue and you fail and you're like, well, let me try a different argument on the same subject.
A different approach to the same argument. Yeah. But you need a radius for that. You need a radius for any of that. So.
For the spin, yeah.
Yeah, we actually, you're right about that. You could piecemeal that stuff apart into like 12 different sections for each topic, really. There's like, for every point that the globe Earth thinks they have, we have 12 ways of dissecting it and tearing it to shreds and then just throwing it in the dumpster fire.
So I guess like the final question we would have is like gas pressure without a container, right?
Okay. So to explain that, we need to explain gravity. And can't explain right now. I'm just doing some little thing research. I'll just tell you when I'm ready. You can go ahead and talk about something else.
That's no problem. Actually, to show anything, to prove gravity, you'd have to show an experiment, literally. And so good luck with that. So if you could find us an experiment, it has to have an internal experimental variable that is independent. And so you have to be able to manipulate that one. So an experiment to be valid has to have a independent variable that you are manipulating.
And by manipulating, I mean, like I would probably venture to say you'd have to be able to turn it off or double the value or triple the value, show that the value increases.
Yeah, like I would say this, like in order to have an independent control variable of the stars as they rotate above us, right? The phenomenon is real. We do see lights in the sky moving around us in a circular pattern, right, from east to west. And to try to change that, you would have to stop, slow down, or speed up the speed of that rotation. Good luck. Right? Am I off on that, or would you have to do you could do something else? I suppose. Like I'm trying to think of what other way. I think that would be the only way to control that because that's what the phenomenon is. You're seeing them rotate around us, over the top of us. So you would have to manipulate that. Am I correct there?
Yes. But you can't even get there.
I know that voice.
Hi, Jedi.
Hi.
What's up, Jedi?
What's up, my friend? I've only jumped into the conversation halfway. Whatever you're talking about, it sounds about right. But even if you're talking about a light in the sky and the phenomena of it moving, you don't even know what the light in the sky is. Anything to cause that it's fucking moving in the first place.
Right.
So you can't get past the observation of the phenomena because you don't actually know what a phenomena is.
Right. We don't know what it is, where, or even where it. We don't know where it is or what its source is. Yes, we don't.
Wait,
know.
but what if you get a telescope? Doesn't that tell you what it is?
No.
Yeah, hell no.
You know what some people in the quantum. You know what some people in the quantum physics arena are thinking is going on with these people that are looking through telescopes. They're saying now, or they've said for a while actually, that these people that are looking through the telescopes are actually creating it because they're collapsing the wave feature. The further out they look, it's not there until they actually see it. That they're creating it themselves. It's hilarious.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Hey,
anything
Fat Man.
going on right now?
We're in between rounds here, perhaps. But go ahead.
I just wanted to confirm the deepest part of the ocean is what, 7 point something miles?
Sounds
about right. The Mariana Trench.
That's about right.
Okay, and we're controlling 3 rovers and a helicopter on Mars, 75 million fucking miles away, right? That's right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, no, I mean, according to what we're being told, right?
Yeah. They're telling us, yeah.
So there's this submarine that sunk, and there's some guys stuck on it, but they can't seem to find the fucking thing.
Oh, they're dead for sure.
Yeah, they're gone.
No, but isn't it weird that something could get lost in less than 7 miles of water, but we're controlling 3 rovers and a helicopter 75 million fucking miles away?
Exactly. Can you think of what a cluster that is? If they're trying to direct radio waves or transmission waves from one place to another that far away, with all the spinning going on, are you kidding me? Really?
Oh, yes, I forgot we're spinning too. That's right.
No, there's other things spinning in front of us too. So like that, like we're on Earth spinning, right? So at points in a single direction towards whatever that supposed planet is or whatever. So sometimes we're not in view of it, so we're missing transmission there. Then there's other things orbiting around in front of us.
We're tracking thousands of them.
And then each one of those are spinning too.
Oh my goodness.
So
I'm getting dizzy.
How are you getting transmissions from, how far away is it? 9 million miles to Mars? I forget. I should look it up.
Oh, I was off by a couple tens of millions then. I thought it was 73 million, but whatever.
I don't know. Well,
it's something like that, because it's like I don't remember how to explain it.
From the sun,
keeping track of a submarine.
No,
in the water.
From Earth to Mars, it's like 70 million miles.
Yeah, there you go.
But
keep track of that submarine. No, can't do that.
140 million miles. Yeah, you're right.
Has Sonny CB? Has anybody tried to speak to the blind spot?
No,
I have. I spoke to him earlier, but if he wants to open his mic, he can. He recently woke up to all of this. If you'd like to share your story, Blind Spot, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, no, I was on here earlier today with Sheepdog and some of the other people, just listening to learn, just enjoying the conversation. I've got a lot to learn, so you guys are doing good work, and
cool.
I was impressed with Lex's, attitude, right, and his disposition. Yeah,
well, I think it's been what's the word? Refined. I think people usually come back better after a few rounds. The first couple rounds were a little they were a little bit more energetic. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, no, I thought he was whatever. You know, you hear a lot of
he's
these
doing great
shows and whatnot, and
he's doing great.
People usually go crazy. So I thought it was good it's good to have reasonable conversation where you just present the evidence and evaluate the position.
Yep.
So
I think he's been through the ringer once or twice in here, so he kind of I think the attitude has been shifted. But shout out to Lexa. You've been a great sport today.
Yeah, man. Blind Spot, did you want to share the story about that trip to New Orleans you took with a friend?
Yeah, sure. No, I mean, I've only been kind of, I suppose, looking into the concepts for about
let's say 8 weeks. It's probably been 2 months, and I've got a buddy of mine at work, colleague of mine. He's into a lot of different conspiracy theories, as am I. Right? Whatever. It's good fun. I don't mind connecting some dots here and there, and blaming the global elite for most of the ills of the world. But I had to go to New Orleans. It's about a 5-hour drive, and so he's like, we're just talking about something. He said, "Look, there's another conspiracy theory that." When I tell people, they kind of laugh at me, and I'm like, "Oh," and I've heard just about everything, right, including flat Earth at the time. But I think he was a little nervous, so he's like, "I said, well, what is it?" He's like, "Well, it's kind of like the flat Earth." And I'm like, "Okay," and he's like, "Well, listen to this podcast." And so he put on I think it's a newer podcast called the Flat Earth Files, and we listened to that probably for 5 hours on the way there and 5 hours on the way back, so a good 10 hours. And again, like I was telling Sheepdog, there's a lot of good. I suppose there's a lot of good points or a lot of interesting points in the podcast, but there's also a lot of, kind of baseless assertions, which I think you'll just get with a lot of the conspiracy theory community in general. There's certain things we can prove and certain things we can't. But nonetheless, it kind of intrigued me. And so it made me, I ended up kind of finding the FED community and Nathan Oakley's channel, and just been kind of binge watching, listening to various Flat Earth Debates episodes. And what I appreciate there, and they're the ones that put me onto 24/7, by the way. So what I appreciate about, I suppose, both communities at this point is just the factual based nature of the investigation period, right? I mean, I think that's a good summary. It's no bullshit, right? It's just.
Are you the guy that I heard on? I listened to last night on a short of Nathan Oakley's.
Oh, I don't know.
I think I heard you.
Mine a short.
Yeah. yeah, he made a short. Not a short. It's about 11 minutes, but yeah, he made a short clip. He made a clip where you're talking on FED. Yeah.
I'm gonna go look at that. Look at that. I'm internet famous.
How's it going?
Who knew?
Welcome in.
But go ahead. Sorry,
bro.
I was interrupting you. What were you saying?
No, I'm sorry. Continue on. I was just.
But no, it's that's the whole point. Is that you're, especially after 40 years of indoctrination or whatever, right? You're just convinced of. You're not even convinced. You're just led to believe and not to question. Right? You have no reason to question because from your parents to your kindergarten teacher to your university professor, they've all put a globe in your hands, right, or a flag on the moon for you, and so you just know it, right? And so, but once you start coming across these types of communities and realizing, no, that's not just a bunch of redneck idiots, right? It's not just a bunch of whatever. These are people, serious people who have serious claims. And what's awesome? They actually use the scientific method, experimentation, and logic, right? And investigation to get to their results, right? Or their claims. So, I think you guys are all doing great work. I appreciate it. I'm learning a ton.
Thank you, man. And shout out to Nathan Oakley, man. Appreciate you and all that you do, man.
Yeah, big shout out to Big Oak. And our new friend here. Yeah, feel free to pull up a chair anytime.
Yeah, no, I just love listening in. So I don't really probably have all the tools that you guys have developed over the last, 8 years, I guess. You guys have really been at it. And I'm just learning, right? So keep it up.
Well, are you subscribed? Sorry, CB. You subscribe to the YouTube channel and the Rumble channels as well, both Video Skeptic and Mayhem's.
So, like to the 24/7 live one.
You know about the Rumble channel? You'd have to type in Mayhem 100, all one word.
Okay, no, I'll take a look. I did subscribe to like the 24/7 live feed or whatever channel that you guys have for this.
Yeah, here I'll drop a link for the Mayhem 100 for those out there listening. They're curious. Rumble.
Yeah, it's always good to join those YouTube and Rumble channels, especially because the people in here make a lot of content. So I think it's always good to show our support and make sure that we're subscribed to them as well. Especially if you get to know them as well. They're really, really good people, like Mayhem, for example, and Helio. Great people in the server that put a lot of time and effort in. So for all those people that do people in the server, it's also a really good way to watch and listen. Probably best listen. It's probably best, not probably best, but it's a good way to listen, basically, if you can't be in the server on Rumble and on YouTube. So we've got lots of channels.
Yeah, I've been on the hunt for good resources. So, anything I can get my hands on at this point.
But welcome to the server, my friend. I'm glad that I asked you. Yeah, it's nice to catch up with you.
There's the link. There's a link in the live stream for anybody who wants to join the Rumble channel.
So I just did a query as to how many feet how many miles in 45,000 feet, because I know there's flights that are tracked even above 45,000 feet. So there's over 8 miles in 45,000 feet. So we can track flights of planes above the Earth that far away, but we can't keep track of subs in the ocean.
I hear you. Right?
It's too dense, man.
It sounds stupid, right? But there's lots of technology, right, on an aircraft and at an airport and in between to keep track of these things. There wasn't and there isn't that type of technology on board this craft that went missing or anywhere down in the depths of the sea.
Well, no, I know, because that just would have made sense to have that tech on there. Sorry.
Oh, it would have made sense for them to have some type of thing that went ping so people knew where they bloody were. Of course it would make sense, right? But that's how they get away with the story about things on Mars, for example, that we were talking about earlier. Because, signals exist and we can fucking send them, then we can send them to Mars. And we should be able to send them down to the bottom of the ocean because signals exist and they go ping. We can record these signals, right? It doesn't mean that we always are, or we definitely are in Mars's case.
Oh, well, I hope that missing sub gives a lot of confidence to the first, 10, 15 people they send to Mars?
This is a severe blow to space travel. Think about it. If they were supposed to go to space, this place, imagine the pressures would be like magnitudes more than what they are under the ocean outwardly instead of inwardly, right? They don't have a chance. Like, why weren't any of these things tested that we could find out? It would be public information if they had tested their valves and the hull structures and all of this stuff in a vacuum. There would be test results for every single one of these missions. Did anybody find any of them? Has anybody found any one?
Sonny, remember that to seal yourself away from the vacuum of space, all you need is ring, plastic rings, remember? From the cupola?
O-rings. Yeah, O-rings.
Yeah, that's all you need, bro. Did you know that?
Yeah, I used to make O-rings. I used to make not the O-rings. I used to make pump shafts and things like this, valves that were for valves that would keep water out of submarines. I machined parts that had the O-rings. I actually manufactured the O-ring in the metal itself. And so some of those O-rings surfaces had 2,000 pounds per square inch of pressure they were holding out.
And you built those right on ship, right, Sonny?
Is that for
I was on a big repair ship. We fixed submarines.
Sonny, there's have to be something presented, like some type of comparison between this submarine situation with, the outer space stuff.
Yeah. Somebody with better math skills than I should do the pressure differential, and then we could do an analysis on materials.
Yeah, because there's a lot of eyes. Like, we're talking millions of people are like paying attention to this submarine stuff. So it might be a good point to present. That's just me thinking about it. It might not be a good thing, but
I think it's like this major thing, and especially that since it's NASA's equipment. So how many failures did they have in the whole entire Apollo mission? How many failures where people died? Oh, none? None. None died.
It's a miracle.
None died.
It's a miracle.
No smashed up or blown up freaking Apollo capsules or command modules, none of that shit. What happened?
Well, there was those three guys that got cooked on the ground, remember?
Can I talk? Yeah, no.
This is driving the freaking stake into the heart of NASA, right into the ground where it belongs, on the flat.
2 seconds, Sonny. 2 seconds. Somebody asked if they can talk. Who asked if they could talk? Who was that?
So you're asking who died, if anyone died during the Apollo, right?
During Apollo.
We know astronauts died, but they were not in training at the time. They were civilians at the time when they died. Like, they were out in town. I mean, I guess they were never civilians. But yeah, I think like
Apollo
13 astronauts died mysteriously, but it had nothing to do with testing the equipment.
Wait, on Apollo 13 in the history, they didn't die.
Pardon?
According to NASA, they didn't die. They just returned back to Earth normally. But on Apollo 1,
that's Challenger.
Challenger and Columbia, I think.
I'm just talking about Apollo 1. The 3 crew member died at an experiment on the ground, who was supposed to test the capsule, and the capsule just burned. But it wasn't the ground. It was just to answer to you who died during the Apollo program.
No, during the emissions. He said during the missions.
No,
the Apollo missions.
But that
or
can
testing.
be considered as a mission.
Don't get off track.
That wasn't the mission. That was training. That was the program.
Don't get off track. It's not during the mission. It's the testing done before a mission. You do testing, right?
Yeah.
Well, where were the tests? Where are the tests?
Where are they done at? Are they done on Earth or are they done in space?
Sheepdog, you keep diverting from my question. You keep changing it. So, not where were they done? Like, well, hold on. Yeah, what was actually done in testing? Where is that information? Is what I'm saying. Where's the information about the testing? Not the in mission, the testing before the mission.
If you're asking where I saw it, it's basically everywhere.
I'm not asking you where you saw it. I'm asking you, where is it? Not what you saw, what they said that they did. They have to have tests before they do it. Where are those tests? Where's the information for the tests? The data, the facts, you know.
I mean, I think you might can see it on the NASA website, and also there must be a lot of,
there must be
stop
sounds like
please?
a singer in the choir telling me there must be information out there. I'm the singer.
But obviously you're not going to be able to answer this question. Sonny's trying to point you to the fact that there isn't any. For you to turn around and say, hey, look, Sonny, just press a couple of buttons on Google, which I'm sure you haven't done yet, is probably not going to get you the answer and demonstrate to us that you've still definitely not got the answer. Because there isn't one. There is no testing, right? And if there is, where is it then?
Yeah. So from NASA's own mouth, they're saying this radiation is too great. 2 millimeter thick aluminum. Get a grasp on that. It's a little bit, I think maybe I could have the number wrong, but it's a little bit thicker than like aluminum foil. It's like tin covering on a house, like, you know, it's not enough to do anything.
What happens to a pressurized container when the outside pressure is less than the high pressure involved, as in much, much, much less? What happens to that container, Lexa? Lexa, that was
okay, sorry, I was muted. So what you're saying is what exactly?
What I'm asking is, what happens to a container of gas within a pressure environment that is much, much, much lower than that? What happens to that container? If the outside pressure is very weak.
And the container is open or something like that? It does it let air pass through?
In this case, aluminium metal about 2 millimeters thick, but we can call it a Coke can if you want. Let's say a pressurized cylinder or canister that's got pressurized gas inside it. What's it going to do when the outside pressure
isn't equal or higher than it?
Well, the air will travel and make it equal.
I'll answer it for you, right? The container will expand. Will try its best to, because the gas inside isn't met with any equal force from the outside, or higher force from the outside, or higher pressure from the outside, if it's in a vacuum, for example. So that higher pressure system is going to try and expand the area that it is in, because it's free and able to do so. And the only thing that's stopping it is how thick or what the container is made of. In this instance, well, let's say the International Space Station, 2 millimeters worth of aluminium. Now, to have a contained environment within a vacuum causes problems. Do you remember the Tesla car that went into space about 5 years ago, something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you remember that was a stock car. They told us that we didn't do anything to it, we just chucked it in space. Awesome, cool, that's fine. But when you've got tyres with contained gas, when you've got seating with foam in with pockets of contained gas, you know and I know and everybody else knows that according to laws of nature, like we've just spoken about, they should expand. No tyres went pop, no foam seating or any other contained environment, and we can even speak about maybe components of the engine and piping, for example, that were contained, didn't expand. You would expect this within anything that's contained within a vacuum, especially when they tell us that there's 2 millimeters worth of container separating high pressure system from low pressure system. Things should expand. They don't. We also understand that these pressure environments require containment for there to be under pressure in the first place. The Earth is declared to be an open system devoid of containment, therefore we shouldn't be under pressure, and there's nothing physical keeping the gas here, so how the fuck are we breathing anyway? But apart from that...
To be honest, they must have just removed the air from the tire.
Yeah, no, they didn't. And for you to turn around and come up with some kind of anecdotal, actually made up on the spot answer should make you think. Because really, that's not what they said that they did. And nothing has ever gone into space and expanded. And when we're told stories like a micrometeorite has gone through the wall of the International Space Station, causing a hole, and the best thing to do is just put your finger over it. When we know that when we watch Aliens, the best thing to get the thing out of the cargo hold is to open the fucking doors and expose it to the vacuum of space, and off it fucking goes, because gas fills space and takes everything fucking with it. So within these contradictions, we can talk about, this, that, and the other within the vacuum of space. But is the vacuum of space even real? No. See that you've got that globe Earth roll, my friend. So you obviously think that the Earth is spinning, but we're in the vacuum of space that we're talking about, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, about just air and stuff. We always say, and by we I mean a globe Earth, that it is gravity who is pulling the air to stay on Earth. But I think right now I'm sorry.
Do you know the problem with that?
If gravity exists, and so if gravity exists, Earth should stay on Earth. If it does exist, and the thing is that you might not believe in gravity, and right now I'm just too tired, and I think I'll just go to bed right now.
Of course, no problem at all. You just go to bed. You do have kind of a misunderstanding about why space doesn't exist if you're just going to say that you can put gravity over it, but maybe we'll speak about it another time if you're too tired.
Just to let you know, before I go, there is an experiment who is proving gravity called the Cavendish experiment.
Sorry, are you just going to throw that into the water like your final insult type bomb for the night? Hope it explodes and walk out the door.
No,
that's even true.
No, not like that. Don't.
Alexa, before you go to bed, I'm gonna go ahead and throw this bomb back at you. In the Cavendish experiment, where those spheres spinning to demonstrate gravity?
Hmm?
Were those spheres spinning?
Wow. Shit. If we're going to throw fucking bombs back, I'll throw you one. I'll give you gravity, even though the Cavendish experiment is not an experiment because it doesn't follow the scientific method. And is obviously the first thing, not the second type of idea that they came up with, because Einstein superseded that fucking idea. I'll tell you what, I'll give you it just for shits and giggles. I will remind you, though, that gravity is just a phenomenon of shit going down, and gas don't do that. Gas goes in all directions and feels the limitation of its environment. So just for shits and giggles, if we're tossing the last final bombs around, I'll give you gravity, but we can't even start science with it because you don't have an observable phenomena of it, if I give it to you, doing anything to gas. Gravity is just down, gas expands in all directions. There's your final bomb for the evening. You can go if you want, you can sleep on that.
Yeah, just for you, what the Cavendish experiment is not following according to the scientific method. What is wrong about the Cavendish experiments?
What's the naturally observed phenomena, the dependent variable? What is the hypothesis that independent variable cause and effect of relationships opposition? So what's the dependent variable with the phenomena in the physical and natural world? What is it?
It is gravity.
You can't point at it and say that that's it, dude.
Yeah, that's just a word of this instance. So I'll walk you through it. Stay awake for it. I'll walk you through it if you're going to stay awake for it, being as you brought it back up. But you have to have a phenomena, something happening. Gravity, at this instance, is just a word. So a phenomena, something happening in the physical natural world, if we're doing science. What is it? In the Cavendish experiment.
What is what, sorry?
What is the dependent variable, the phenomena, the thing happening in the physical natural world? If we're doing science, you understand that we're trying to answer the question of what causes the thing to happen. First instance, what's happening? So dependent variable, please. In the Cavendish experiment, what's the observed phenomena in the physical natural world, please?
The observed phenomenon in the Cavendish experiment, I think that's what you're asking, is just we can see the balls, the weights attached to the stick, going closer to the weight that we put next to them.
Awesome.
No, you said when you say
hold on.
Is that what you were trying to get to, Jedi?
Yeah. So when I asked you for an observed phenomena in a physical natural world, your first instance is to point down to the man-made device, the Cavendish experiment, and say, this is happening. We're on the way to building a formal logical fallacy at the moment, my friend, but at the moment, your naturally observed phenomena in the physical and natural world, you have to give me something happening in the physical and natural world, please. And then it has to appear in the experiment, because we want to try and figure out what caused that to happen. But balls attracted to each other in your experiment, I'm going to need a lot better than that. Something from the physical natural world that we're trying to answer.
Well, I think what we're trying to answer is gravity real?
What's gravity?
What's gravity? Yes.
At the moment, all right, you just placed in the first instance, you tried to place your phenomena as gravity. We're going to try and figure out that you're going to really want to place your cause as gravity, but then I'm going to ask you, what was the hypothesis in Cavendish? You haven't even got to that yet. So you've got a blind belief that this experiment is scientific without understanding the science. Because you should understand that if I'm asking you for something happening in the physical and natural world, a phenomena, you should be able to point to something happening in the physical and natural world. What is it?
The hypothesis of the Cavendish experiment is just I think it is just I'm not sure right now. Okay.
Right now, have you ever known? It's just escaped you for this instance because you're tired.
Well, I guess the hypothesis is just is object no our object pulling each other.
You
Probably
don't
that.
know what a hypothesis is, do you? And I've tried to help you formulate it by asking you what the hypothesis was in the Cavendish experiment and asking you what the dependent variable was, the phenomena, and reminding you that we want to figure out the cause of the phenomena. That would be the independent variable. So we're asking what caused that to happen. We then test it in an experiment. But if you don't know what the hypothesis was in Cavendish, one, I'm worried that you probably don't even know what a scientific hypothesis is, because you definitely haven't given it to me and you didn't know what an independent variable was. Probably why I was even asking you for something in the physical and natural world, it seems. But ultimately, there is no formulated proper hypothesis in the Cavendish experiment, so therefore does not follow the scientific method. You pointed straight away to something happening within the device. Yeah, in the device. It doesn't happen in the physical and natural world.
Okay, but just beside all of that,
Doesn't follow the scientific method, so it's not scientific proof of gravity, right?
Yeah, but
Or am I mistaken, and you're going to tell me that I'm mistaken, even though you don't know what science is? Is that going to happen? You're just going to wander off.
just simple question for you. If it isn't gravity who's making the balls moving around, what would it be?
I don't know. What are you varying and manipulating in the Cavendish experiment? What is the presumed cause? Don't just assert gravity and say it's got something to do with it. If you're going to be doing science and you're going to assert gravity as the cause, you better make it fucking physical so you can physically manipulate to see if it causes that fucking thing in the physical and natural world to happen. So, I don't know. What did you or did they manipulate in the Cavendish experiment to try and build this hypothesis?
Can I just point out that would be also a burden of proof reversal fallacy?
So, if the cause of something to happen is scientifically proven, then the thing that you better vary and manipulate better be fucking gravity, right? Have they varied and manipulated gravity in the Cavendish experiment? Because in the hypothesis, it's not gravity. Still with me, sunshine?
You still here, Alexa?
Yeah, I think I can hear you. Yes.
Good. So you understand that when people are presented with Cavendish, they should understand that it's not a scientific experiment because it doesn't follow the scientific method, and nowhere within the experiment or the hypothesis does the word that you keep saying, gravity, appear. So it definitely didn't prove it as the cause of anything, otherwise it would be the independent variable, which it's not. And this is also why they moved on to another idea, Einstein's general relativity, bending and warping, consequence of math and space-time. So, not the first idea that you're talking about. That's 100 years out of date. Not scientifically valid. Newton himself, who came up with this idea well before Cavendish, didn't want to be associated with the quote-unquote magic at a distance. Things at a part attract each other because they're so big. Because they're so big. Being so big, you can call that math. It's not a scientific experiment. And most definitely not attracting gas. Remember you say, this is the reason why the gas is staying here. Well, no, it's not. Because gas goes in all directions. In actual fact, it's made at surface level within the surface of the Earth, chemical and biological cycles, and then disperses into the space above the mass, away from the mass,
and disperses into all space where masses are not, because that's the void that it fucking fills. And then it is what? If the Earth is an open system, and we have no observed phenomena of the thing that it's leaving it behind, keeping it here, then how can you say that the phenomena of it is actually existing? It isn't. We don't see it. The gas is moving in all directions. Gravity, when you assert it without scientific proof, it's just the vector downwards because you can drop shit. Not gas. Let go of gas, uncontained gas, off it fucking goes. All directions. So like I said, I keep it gravity. I don't have to, but I will. But scientifically, observe phenomena, there's something happening where the gas isn't acting in the way that you want it to. So nothing's happening then. You understand, Lexi, yes?
Yes, I think I do.
Good. So space to vacuum isn't real. Yes?
Do you want my answer to that?
Yeah. Understanding this can only lead you to the conclusion, well, when they tell us that up there's a vacuum and we're uncontained from it, devoid of the necessary antecedent for gas pressure, without something physical to keep it here, and the magic fairy dust that I've just asserted, which has been demonstrated to be not been scientifically valid in the first place, and is observably not affecting gas in the fucking first instant, and not defying a law of nature, then yes, logically, you must come to understand that up there, when they tell us is a vacuum, is not. Do you understand?
Well, I think I do, but something just weird is that I really, I mean, no matter how I try to explain it, it's really hard for me to understand what is wrong about the Cavendish experiment, which you really don't like or don't.
What is wrong with it? Okay, let's try and formulate that hypothesis. Within the hypothesis, you've got two variables. You've got three within an experiment. One of them's control, the things that you keep the same. Two things. Dependent variable. This is the thing happening. Independent variable is the cause of that happening. The hypothesis is your supposition. What causes, independent variable in brackets, that to happen, dependent variable in brackets. Cause and effect. You will then test this hypothesis in a physical experiment where you, the researcher, will vary and manipulate your presumed cause, the independent variable, to see if it does or does not cause that to happen. Either way, you would have demonstrated something to be true. It will either have caused it to happen or not caused it to happen. The independent in an experiment is gravity, then you've got to give us gravity. And it has to appear in the hypothesis.
May I just add that you must have observed something prior to the formulation of your hypothesis.
Yeah, there's something happening. Which is what I've taken away when you try to attribute the gravity that you assert to gases. You don't have the phenomena of something happening. Gravity is the vector downwards, gas disperses in all directions, so you don't have a phenomenon. Therefore, you haven't got a question to answer. Can't have science.
Does that make sense to you, Alexa?
The process is that you observe a natural phenomenon, right? And then you formulate a hypothesis, right? Using the steps which Jedi outlined, and then you perform the experiment. You don't do an experiment and then observe something, right? And then try and work out what's happening. You're doing it the ass up.
Okay.
Real quick, Alexa, can you kind of repeat like how the scientific method is performed in a science experiment?
You need a hypothesis.
Go ahead.
Hmm?
Go ahead. I won't. I'm not going to romp on your words. Go ahead.
Okay. So in an experiment, you need a hypothesis. Then you need a variable, and what you witness. I think.
Do you know how to do a science experiment?
I think I do.
Just say you don't. Just say, you be honest. Just say you don't.
No. I really think I do.
I mean, I know you're young, so we don't expect you to have like in-depth knowledge of it.
This is probably a moment. This is probably a moment to be humble because, hey, we asked you, have you done this experiment or could you do this experiment? Yeah, it sounds like with a helping hand and being told what to do, because only up until now have you really start to question what science is. I would put money on. Right? It's only up until having this conversation where somebody like myself and these other fine gentlemen in the server pointed out that the scientific method is a step-by-step process where we try and answer one question basically, and it's what caused that to happen, that being a phenomena, your dependent variable, your presumed cause, the independent variable. And like I said, science experiment, right? What you do in the experiment is test to see if this caused that to happen. That's basically what science is. It's not very complicated at all. People seem to think that as soon as you say that science has proven something, and you can say that it's proven gravity, well, then let's look into that. Because according to the scientific method, no, that hasn't been proven. And Cavendish most definitely isn't following the scientific method. So not proof of anything.
Okay. Just as I told you a bit earlier, would you mind if I go sleep?
You can go whenever you fucking want, mate. You don't have to bloody
No,
you started chucking bombs back in, so we threw one out, and you decided to hold on to it, and we rattled it around, and it should have exploded in your face. So you can go if you want to, but I want you to understand.
Okay.
You haven't got science here, and it's not keeping gas.
Okay,
It did explode in his face, Jedi, because he didn't know it did. So
Okay, just please be kind and don't say.
Yeah, sorry.
Please don't say the F word. It's a bit mean. Whatever. You know, I just want to finish it off and stuff.
Just gonna make me want to do it more. You take things away from me, I'm gonna want to do it.
Alexa, in France you don't use that word, but in England people use it a lot, like coffee. Fuck.
Okay, I see.
But Alexa, you're free to go. Just like whenever you bow out gracefully, don't like throw a bomb in the room before you bow out, dude. That's kind of rude.
Okay.
Especially one that you're gonna call Cavendish. Yeah, that bomb's not going to explode in here, mate. You're going to have to carry that one out by yourself.
All right.
You understand why, though? I noticed a tone of derision. Ugh, stupid flat earthers saying that my science and Cavendish isn't proof of gravity. Do you understand why or are you just going to go?
Yeah.
All the time.
And real quick, before you go, Alexa, next time you come in here, instead of bringing evidence for the globe, you should probably try to understand the scientific process a lot better. If you understood that, then you might question some of these experiments, supposed experiments that are done by proving the globe.
And that's what I'm trying to do every time. I'm looking at a new experiment proving the Earth.
Don't look at the experiment. Look at the process. What's the scientific method involved?
Yeah,
figure out what an experiment is first. Figure that out.
What is an experiment? Not what experiment proves the globe. What is an actual scientific experiment?
Okay.
How is it done? How is it performed?
You're asking me the question?
No, I'm saying like that's something that you should bring into the conversation next time you come in here. Like I don't want to keep you here because I know you're tired. And I'm being respectful on that. But the next time you have free time, like when you wake up tomorrow, whatever you got going on, don't try to disprove flat Earth or don't try to prove the globe. Just research how to do a scientific experiment. What is the scientific method? Don't put globe in there. Don't put flat Earth in there. Just what is a scientific experiment?
All right.
I think that's important for you to learn So that way, when people like Jedi, who is a Jedi, comes in here and explains to you what the scientific method is, and wants to know what the variables are involved for formulating the hypothesis, then you understand why those things are important for the scientific method.
Okay.
You've got homework.
Okay, I'll do that.
But anyway, thank you for coming in and sharing time with us.
Yeah, okay, that's also pretty great. No insult, no bad thing happened, so I guess it was okay.
Yeah. Well, and tell your brother we said hi.
Oh, if he's not here.
Well, I mean, whenever you see him, just say, hey, those guys on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, they said hi.
Okay, I'll tell him tomorrow.
Okay.
He's sleeping right now.
Yeah.
Anyway, goodbye, and see you tomorrow.
Sleep well, friend.
Thank you, you too, and for everyone. Goodbye.
Talking to you, sir. Have a good one. Bye.
Yeah, bye-bye, yes.
Cavendish. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, man. I'm glad you took control of that dude and shortened that up, because I felt bad for him. I didn't want him to have to stay here as tired as he sounded. But he couldn't throw bombs like that, dude.
Don't throw that. Don't throw that like it means a thing. And like you should hold.
Fucking throw that.
I've got you, you stupid flat earthers, Cavendish. I'm going to walk out the door, and you're going to struggle with this. I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight. Fuck off.
I love it.
Hey. Like every 14-year-old, when you're 14, you think you know stuff, but you actually don't.
Yeah. Well, you see some kind of parlor trick, and you're like, oh, that makes sense. And I mean, come on, man. Like I felt like that's why I had to ask him, Jedi. I was like, I don't think he understands what you're talking about when you say the dependent variable, the independent variable, how important that is in order to formulate the hypothesis. It wasn't clicking with him. That's why I had to ask him to explain it, because I just felt like it wasn't there.
Of course not.
But I understood it. Like, I'm like, okay, that makes complete sense. You need this to do this, and then you form a question based on these two things.
Just don't throw Cavendish at me.
Hopefully he will do that and learn the scientific method and be a little bit more better in the conversation. Because then he'll be like, oh, what is the scientific, or what is the independent variable and the dependent variable for gravity? Like, nobody's ever explained that. Good luck finding it on the internet. Could you not say fuck so much?
I mean, yeah, I probably could actually, and I probably should in other regards. So, yeah,
it's late there, dude. Come on, things just kind of fly out a little easier at night.
Was that the same guy I was talking to yesterday that said you could send radio waves all the way around the globe?
Well, I hope not.
I don't know. He's been in here for a while, though. I was here when he first came in, and he was very passionate, and he got really upset. A little backstory on him: he's studying to be an engineer at the French space agency, at their space agency in France.
Yeah, we were talking about RF waves, and he was full of shit.
Yeah. I mean, the kid is well read for his age. I give him that.
Yeah, but he doesn't have the practical experience with radio waves and frequencies, and knowing what frequencies are what, knowing the difference between Ka radar used on police cars and Ka radar that's used in satellites. I mean, he was full of crap.
Hey, Chipdog, will you define him as a well-read or wrong-read?
So he's read more than the average 14-year-old. So I'll give him the wellness on that. He just doesn't like imagine reading 1,000 books and not knowing what the words say in the book.
Yeah, but if you're reading books about Superman and X-Men and globe spinning in the vacuum of space, I mean, is that well read?
Well, I mean, when you put those together like that, that's not well read. But he he's come across some information in his life that a normal 14-year-old would never come across. So I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt on that. He's 14, man.
I unmuted him and I spoke to him. He was very energetic about protecting his side because, like you said, he's starting to be kind of like a flag holder for the globe agency, space agency for France or something like that. And his brother heard him talking to us in here, and he was yelling and hitting the table. Earth is a globe. His brother came in the room. What's going on, little brother? This matters. Saying it's not a globe.
That was pretty funny. But his brother was really nice too, and I appreciated the patience that his brother had in the conversation because he was very misinformed as well. But then like he's backing his brother up, and he's like, "Oh well, just kind of take it easy on my brother. He really wants to do this in his life." And it's like, man, you can go and work for the French Space Agency or whatever the name of it is. Go and work for them and be a flat earther and just build engines for them. There's nothing wrong with building the engines that they want.
That's sort of fine. Just go build the pressure, the vacuum chambers and the pressure systems. Yeah. Go ahead and do that. That's not a big deal.
Dude. Design the computer program for it, whatever. But you were there. I remember you being there. Were you there, Jedi, also? Were you there for the conversation with his brother? I think Miggy was.
Yeah. So I had the conversation with the younger brother that I just spoke to just then. And I listened to the older brother when he came in, and then I didn't hear the end of the conversation.
Yeah, that was like, 10 days ago, 2 weeks ago, something like that?
Yeah, something like that. It was like a reasonable time for that to have taken place for me to remember. Yeah, about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. And hats off to the kid, 14 years old. I mean, he comes into the big dog house and he wants to play with the big dogs, and he wants to learn. Like even if it's to like, he's like, oh, okay, we all started out that way, right? Like I have to disprove flat Earth, or I have to find out why people believe flat Earth so much. And then you start looking into the globe, and you just realize that like there's a lot of like propaganda and not a whole lot of information that's out there. Everything's propped up. And so, maybe that might be a turning point for him. And, he learns a little bit more. He gets a little bit more involved in his own learning process.
I would say that Lexa and his brother were, good sports. They've been good sports, and they've been very polite to the room. In my opinion, both of them were very respectful and pleasant to kind of have a conversation with them. Even though Lexa yelled at some of us, but still, he was a little triggered. He was a little triggered, but it's all good.
Yeah.
And like you're saying,
anybody? Go ahead.
To jump in here and talking to people about the topic, 100%.
Big dogs, man. Fucking Gemsy and Jedi. What's up, Elijah? Grim.
What up?
Oh, nothing. Just going down the list of people, seeing who's new.
Yeah, I'm new.
Ringo Gaming, man, you're on the fence. Good job.
Are you on the fence looking across, behind the fence, or
are you leaning over the fence and seeing what's on the ground?
Do you think that that fence, because of refraction, could be projected to behind your position so we can see you?
have you seen these fences that are like in a S shape or a wave shape? They go like a half a circle, then go the other way, half a circle. Then have you seen these fences?
No.
Yeah, look at that design. I'll post one later, but this I was looking how sturdy these fences are compared to the fence that is just like a line or like a wall that is just straight. If you make it curvy, but like half a curve, then another half a curve the other way, they are way more sturdy and stronger and long lasting. So there you go. Curves can have practical functions to build things. Sure.
Oh, yeah. Is it kind of like this one? I'm posting it right now. So
like brick fences built like this, and they're pretty like well built. It's pretty impressive.
Is it like the one I posted in the live stream?
Let me check. 1 second. Yeah, like that one. Yep, those fences are very well built.
Yeah.
And that one looks pretty old, actually, and it looks like it's still standing.
Elijah.
Face is dumb. I'm glad for the space between me and some people, so space has its function as well. We need some space from each other sometimes.
I can agree. What's up, Stacy? Anyway, yeah. I was gonna say, Jedi, don't worry about the language thing, man. Like, I know you get a little excited, and then sometimes the word just pops out.
Sometimes I actually keep coming and can't wait to bloody say it, to be honest with you. And sometimes because I get the impression that people are expecting me to swear, I don't.
It's in the language, you know. The teacher says 2 + 2 is 4. Fuck off! I mean, it's just get used to it.
It usually comes after a lot of patience and a lot of politeness. Right at the end, you don't fucking get this, I don't know. Yeah.
Well, if you need to say a word that begins with F and ends with UCK, there's always fire truck.
Yes.
Yeah, 2 + 2 is 4. Do you fucking get it?
And then you got Elijah over there in the corner. Stacy's gay. Well, it is Pride Month. In the words of Indio, it is Pride Month.
It's been Pride year. The whole freaking year.
Wow. Yeah. I'm in need of a shave. I'm just too lazy to do it right now. Hey, God Rockin', if you're listening, if I ever could set up a debate between you and McToons over theodolites, would you ever do it?
Oh, I don't know. I can't stand McToon. I can barely. hardly extend.
Like just on theodolites.
Yeah,
just on the discussion.
I don't know. I'll think about it.
And I'm not saying I could even set that up. I'm just saying, like he's starting to get into my conversations on Twitter. That's the reason why I was asking. But like
I heard him the other day saying something like he measured the radius 4 times using a theodolite. What an idiot!
Yeah, I know.
I mean, it's just stupid. I don't know.
And you're the only person I know that I truly believe that you understand theodolites. Like,
well,
really well.
I've used them many years. I've built some mighty huge buildings and laid out the property lines and everything, with the theodolite. Shot the footings in, a bunch of spot footers, all in different locations and different elevations. Yeah, I even set up a datum on all those buildings. Got the elevation off the manhole in the street, transferred it onto the lot, and then did all the math from my datum point. Yeah, I know how to use those real well. Many
I mean, if there was anybody that I would pick, I mean, there's probably people out there that are really well versed on theodolites, but you'd be my first choice, brother.
Well, I'll think about it. Thank you for saying that, but I'll think about it for a minute. Let you know.
Yeah.
I really just can't stand McToon. He's such a condescending asshole to everybody.
Yes.
Yeah. Just so condescending.
With that smug look on his face all the time.
Yeah.
Like I know more than you.
Yeah, like he knows more than anybody. Actually, he really thinks he's quite the genius. I think. I'm not sure what's going on in his head, but whatever it is, it's awfully strange. I listened to that one over on Dovid server, about a week ago or so. He had with XO, and then XO bailed. Well, they kicked him out because he wouldn't shut up. But XO's like that. He gets going. He can't control himself. I guess I don't know how to say. Well, any other way to say it. He just starts ranting and raving, and next thing you know, it's like a locomotive going down the track, full head of steam, and no way to stop it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see who came in here. I guess Stacy left. But yeah, man. It literally comes up all the time when I ask people on Twitter, and I do some of my argument testing on Twitter, just to see where I'm at logically and everything like that. But I will. I'm being on Twitter and everything, I will get people when I say, hey, I need a citation on, who has actually measured the actual curvature of the Earth and how did they do it? And they will link McToon's website.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, that just goes to show you how brainwashed people are. They honestly believe that people like McToon know what they're talking about. And the crux to the whole matter is the guy is so delusional. It's just almost beyond my imagination to see how he even comes to those conclusions. I mean, it's just, oh my God, it just drives me crazy, bro. He always wants to take the higher ground, call you stupid, and make these little condescending remarks. And yeah, I can barely stand to listen to him. So I don't know if I can stomach even talking to him. I'll have to really think about that one.
Right. So, I mean, when I wish I had your knowledge. Whenever you're in here, I always try to pick your brain on some of that stuff because, eventually I'm going to run into that dude. like I said, he's been showing up in some of my conversations, and like I muted some of the conversations I've muted. He shows up in those later. Like it's really, really weird. But it's because I've mentioned his name, and somebody probably brings him into the conversation, or whatever. But I've already muted the conversation, and then something brings me back into that conversation for whatever reason, and then I scroll up and read through it. I'm like, oh, it's a conversation I muted, and I scroll up. There's McTunes. Like, oh, cool.
I'm sure he's got all kinds of people that let him know when people talking about him and whatnot. He's got the most loyal followers in his circle. Oh, yeah. It's ridiculous. I mean, they just think he's the cat's meow to the globe. He's so stupid. Just drives me crazy. I think he's just in it for the money. Actually, I don't even think he believes what he says.
I think so too. I think he found a way to market it.
Yeah, exactly what I think.
And it's not like we're in it for the money, because as soon as we mention that the Earth is flat, we get demonetized.
Yeah, there's no money in flat Earth, that's for sure. If anybody could figure out how to make money arguing about the flat Earth, that'd be pretty amazing to see how they've done that.
Yeah.
I mean, Whitsitt kind of he talks a little bit about flat Earth, but he goes off into all this other pseudoscience and gives his let's say philosophical ideas and gets gathers people there makes them wonder and makes them think about this and think about that and whatever. And so he's got quite a few people that come in to listen to him, and I know he's doing it for the money as well, because he even told me so. I met him in Salt Lake City, and he was telling me back then that when he gets off this tour, he's going to start 3 or 4 different facets to a YouTube channel, and then try to get it monetized, and he's done pretty well, I guess. I mean, I don't really know how many followers he has today, but he came from nothing basically after his tour. He's where he's at now. So, he's got quite a few people. I don't know how many patrons he's got, but I supported him when he was on his tour. I was a patron during his tour just to help him out a little bit. But
I bought Hitler's movie Level with me. I support people that put out the content. I'll do what I can to support it. I don't have money to spend everywhere, but if you're out there working and you're putting forth the effort to put the information into concise context, I'll support you. Anybody new in here? I don't have my phone in front of me. Let's see. I keep hearing people leave and come back. Don't look like anybody's new at the moment.
So I just put a shameless plug up for the meetup we're having tomorrow out here in California, right near.
Oh, heck yeah. Oh, heck yeah. Where are y'all meeting up at? Do you have an address?
Yes, we do. So if you click on that video, it's got the number to call, and you can get the address and confirm you're showing up.
All right, let's see. Can you post the phone number in the live stream or whatever? Well, you know what? I don't know. Is that something that we can do? I don't want to be rude or anything like that. Yeah, it looks like you can see. It looks like you can see the. If you're in the live stream, you can see the address, or what the YouTube video would look like.
And you can click on that YouTube. You can click on that YouTube video, and that'll give you the information to go ahead and call Renee. And you'll notice in that picture, over towards the right-hand side, there's a heavier set gentleman with a light blue shirt and bald hair, bald head. That's not me. Directly to the left of him, there's somebody wearing a hat with his hand sticking high in the air. That's Sonny. And directly to the left of Sonny is Matthew Learns holding up a globe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see him and recognize him.
I'm hidden right there where the little play button is. You can see Mark Sargent. He's down there on the ground with a baseball cap and got one arm going each way with a level signal, and I'm standing directly behind him with a play button over my face. So I will remain anonymous.
You get the blue shirt?
Or
are you wearing the gray shirt?
No, the blue shirt is my son-in-law, and I'm just to the right of him with the darker shirt. But my arm is directly over Mark Sargent's head.
Oh, yeah, I see it, yeah.
Anyway, so I'm going to be going there tomorrow with my blue pill wife, with my son's wife's brother, who is my seedling that is fully sprouted. He's going to be coming with his wife. And we might also bring my mother-in-law and my wife's aunt. So I'm not sure. I've extended an invitation to them if they wish to join us. But I'm looking forward to it.
I hope you have a good experience. I know the story with you have a backstory that we won't get into with your wife on the whole subject?
Yeah, she's a very blue pill, very cognitus.
Right. So that's nice that she's going along. That's pretty cool. If you know that it's a flat Earth meetup.
Oh yeah, absolutely. She's been to that beach. We were there 3 months ago, and 6 months ago she went to another meetup. It was at a bar right there in that area. But yeah, she knows what it's about, and I don't think she wants to learn anything. She just wants to keep an eye on me to make sure my hands are where they belong.
Typical.
Anyway, I'm going to shut the mic off here. I got about another 15 minutes before I hit the road, and for the 2 hours there, I'll be listening in on my way home. So you guys all have a wonderful day, and I'll be listening in later.
Yeah, and thanks for the shameless plug, man. There's a storm coming. There's always a storm coming. Hello.
Flood of Globers waking up to the flat Earth.
What's up?
Oh, I said a storm coming. Maybe it's going to be a flood of Globers waking up to the flat Earth.
I know. Like there's thunder rolling in right now, so it's a good moment for the moment.
Well, we're actually a little bit cooler than the average temperature for this time of year, but it's supposed to be a nice sunny day, probably around 80 degrees tomorrow. And this meetup is right on the Pacific Ocean. You'll be able to see Catalina Island. You'll be able to see a couple of oil derricks that are about 6 and 10 miles away. I've actually got a video when I filmed them there last year. Brought my P1000 there, but there's a little bit of haze, so I couldn't make out the horizon. But I'm definitely bringing my camera tomorrow, and I'm going to video as much as I can.
Cool. Yeah, no, just nature in general. Like, even if you don't get the shot that you want, like, feel free to share the beauty that you're able to witness during that time, because cool things happen, man. So cool.
I just posted the video of the oil rig in a boat out there, which is I'd have to call it a gray swan because it's not quite black. It's still missing some stuff, but that right there is a video that I took when I went from believing in the flat Earth to knowing.
Okay. Yeah.
Is that Sunny playing in the background?
Oh, here's Sonny.
I believe so. I'm not sure.
Oh,
on his video.
There's a couple people playing guitar there that day. There was one younger gentleman, and Sonny was there. So I'm not sure which one that was because I was busy monitoring my camera at the time, but it could very well have been Sonny. Sonny was there, whether that was him playing or not. Mind you, that little boat is a minimum of 6 miles out, and you can see all the way to the bottom of the hull where it hits the water.
Yeah, dude. I mean, it doesn't look that far, but it is.
Thanks to a P1000, no, it doesn't look that far. So I hadn't had very much experience using the camera, but after talking with Jim yesterday, I'm going to try doing some actual manual focusing and see if I can't get a little bit better videos tomorrow. So thank you, Jim.
Yeah, man. Hey, if you learn how to manual focus, I can't figure it out. Maybe you can walk me through it once you get used to it or whatever. Because, I mean, that's something that I want to learn how to do as well, for my own observations.
Well, at a previous occupation, I used to do jewelry photography. I used a macro lens and did a lot of real up-close stuff and everything. I mean, all the lighting had to be just right, camera at just the right angle, all the focusing and everything. So I know how to go ahead and do a manual focus on a regular camera, you know, but that I had detachable lenses and everything else. This one, you know, is a little bit new for me, and I hadn't had that much experience. I just got it a few days before that meet. I was happy to get it before the meetup. So I just kind of took it out of the box and, okay, let's put it on the tripod and try it out.
Well, for me, like, it's all automated. I don't know how to get it onto manual and then, like, from there use that part, that a camera for in manual mode. Because I can zoom in and zoom out. I just can't get the focus to adjust.
Okay, so what you have to do, that little round disc knob on the top that you were saying to go ahead and put it on, I think it was P or something, but you put it on M for manual. And also on the back of the camera facing you just above the screen, there's a little button you can push left and right with your thumb. So if you push it to the right, the pointer goes and focuses over to, I believe it's manual. And if you flip it the other way, it's on auto. So flip that switch on manual, and then the upper rotary switch, put that on manual, and just use the zoom control to go in and out, and then turn on the lens to focus.
And then from there I can turn the lens and then use the zoom feature and all that stuff.
Right.
Okay. I'm just wondering, because, like, every time I try to take a picture, it all, like, even when I've done this, and I don't think I've done that second part where you said that there's another knob that I got to flip over on the back. But, like, when I have it in manual mode, even though when I go to hit the, like, I'll focus it, then I'll hit the button to capture a picture, and it'll autofocus still, and it makes me mad. So that's why I'm like, okay, I'm doing something wrong here.
Well, one of the things that I noticed when I'm zoomed out real far, I have a hard time pushing that button without shaking the camera around. So I bought a wireless remote, so I can just push a button. I can zoom in and out. I can take a picture and don't have to touch anything. So between that and the tripod, I think I'll be good.
You know what? I should download an app for my phone to have a remote for it. I should.
I didn't know they had one of those, but I do have the app on my phone, so I can download the videos from the camera directly into my phone, and from there I can go ahead and upload it. Anyway, I got to get started shutting down my workstation here because I'm at the door in just a few minutes.
No problem, man. Be safe. Who is here? Resolve is a globe earther. Should change your name to Revolve. Well, if you're out there in YouTube land or the Rumble land and you want to come in and talk to us, we're here. There's a whole panel of flat earthers willing to have a conversation with you. If you want to argue, we'll argue with you too, but it's not worth the argument for y'all. It's worth it for us. I mean, we get to laugh and have fun, but feel free to come in. We are fun people.
That's why I always like to make sure I have a mushroom at a party, because you always got to have a fun guy.
Yeah, we're fun people. Well, let's see. Do I have... Wish I had more music to play. I need more music.
Last night when I got home, they'd just finished playing some music and there was some dead air. And I've got a couple hundred, 250, somewhere around there, fee songs. So I was playing a couple of my favorites. I don't have bot control, so I just tried to get my mic in stereo mode placed between the speakers. And I don't know if anybody was able to hear it in stereo or how clear it sounded, but I was trying to do my part.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
Oh, and speaking of my part, I hadn't realized, I realized when I joined the server last year, it was before the change of the year. I knew that there was, Drace and Karma in there, and I've got some of their songs, but I didn't know that there's a few other people, like Elijah, and I had one of his songs I've been listening to for quite a while, and I was listening to it on the way home from work. I said, man, that voice sounds familiar. Man, that sounds like Elijah. And so I just got a confirmation from him that was indeed him.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I had to start shutting that stuff down.
No, you're good, man. I don't know if anybody in here is wanting to talk. I have to step away myself, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the bot on and play classic Mayhem talking to an astrophysicist. If anybody has any requests, I'll go ahead and take it now. I can play something else, but I'll go ahead and give it a Resolve, not a globe earther bub. But if you got any, let's see. No, it's another request. Indio. Don't worry about it, Bearded Dora. I personally have to step away, so you're welcome to talk, but it would be nicer if we had some other conversation in here, some more conversation. Looks like everybody's kind of waiting for a globe earther to show up.
Good evening, all.
Huh?
Good evening, all.
What's up, George? You George?
Oh, yeah, all good. Well, I had a lifetime opportunity today. It was my first time I interacted with Don Pettit, the man himself.
Oh, yeah? You ran into him?
Oh, yeah, but apparently he disappeared from the chat, man. He was talking nicely, until I start building up to my question, But then when I dropped my question, I don't know what happened to his mic. All of a sudden, he stopped talking and he ended up leaving. Anyway, maybe next time. I asked him, how can you have gas pressure without the container, obviously. Yeah, it was cool.
Isn't Don Pettit the guy that done that video where he says that we live in an enclosed system? There's nowhere to go. You cannot leave the Earth.
No.
It's not Don Pettit.
No, Don Pettit is the guy that says that we used to have the technology to go to the moon. I would go to the moon and back in a nanosecond. But it's a problem that we lost the technology.
They also used to have the technology to be able to go ahead and separate a vacuum from pressure without a container, but they lost that technology also.
Yeah.
Well, I'm pretty sure that those guys, all of them, they all know that we live in an enclosed system. I'm sure of it. They just can't talk about it. I'm sure they know.
Of course. I mean, let's see the standard of an astronaut today. And you just pull a name out of the hat, Every single one. They're not physically apted to become an astronaut. Not to the standard of the astronauts of back in the 60s, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. They're just all actors.
This guy is dumber than I don't know, man.
Well, they're just all actors these days,
Yeah.
You go to the Hollywood stars, and then all the astronauts that went to the moon have got Hollywood stars on the Hollywood Boulevard. What does that mean? Only actors get those. They were acting, doing that moon landing bit. They got stars on Hollywood Boulevard, for hell's sakes. That means they're freaking actors.
Yeah, I'll put a picture in the live stream.
Even Buzz Aldrin admits that. It was on a American show that he admitted after they came back from the moon. The TV presenter was telling him, I remember seeing you guys landing on the moon on the TV, and said, no, you did not. What you seen was an animation. What? Yeah. So he says that, yeah. He admits to be pretty much an actor, isn't it? If that is not them impersonating them, yeah, he's an actor.
Sure thing. You don't get your name on a Hollywood star on Hollywood Boulevard just from being nobody here. You've got to be a fucking actor to get a star on Hollywood Boulevard. That's the criteria you must meet. So
you got to be a special actor. It's not like any actor can get in there. You have to be accepted.
Right. They certainly did put on a show, and they certainly did fool a lot of people. So maybe they do deserve an award for that.
They brought peace on Earth by doing that.
Yeah. Well, they definitely pulled up one of the biggest hoaxes, in all modern history. They pulled off a major hoax there. So, yes, they have credit for that.
And then when they realized that people were bored, they were not getting the attention that they wanted, they invented a drama with the famous quote, Houston, we have a problem. Apollo 13 here, we have a leak in outer space. We're losing our president! We're going to die! Hold on, where's my calculation? Where is my calculator? Let me do some calculations here. Well, actually, if you press this button and move that lever over there, I can buy you another couple of hours of air for you to breathe. It's amazing the stories that these guys say, man.
Now we'll eat their own poo for survival. That's amazing, Indio.
And their own way to make the next day coffee.
Yep. Out of their urine.
It's all science. It's all science.
Scientific coffee made from the urine of an astronaut.
Well, no, I'm not going to ask my question. I'm not going to pick the question with them. No.
You're not going to
I can formulate the question, though. I can actually ask, how do you drink coffee on a second law of thermodynamics violation? Will you need a straw?
That's a good question, because water boils at room temperature in a vacuum. So if they're that powerful of a vacuum out there, the coffee would instantly evaporate and be gone within a matter of seconds, probably. Not strong of a vacuum. It would just expand. It's a gas. It's basically water turns to a gas at that point when there's no barometric pressure on the surface to hold it down. It just goes away, just like anything else does in the vacuum. Well, not solid objects, but anything that's has turned to a gaseous state, it does so.
Sublimation.
Yep.
Hey, wouldn't you think as well, like with the coffee thing, wouldn't they wean them off anything that